Qin Feng traversed the desolate ancient era, becoming the esteemed young master of the Qin family. His twin brother, a prodigious child of destiny, possessed an extraordinary supreme bone, a rarity among millions. Initially believing he could ride on his brother's coattails to ascend the heights of life, he unexpectedly encountered an unconventional system that suggested a career as a villain might be more promising. Chapter 1. My brother is the chosen one. Alas! In despair, Qin Feng cursed the heavens, questioning if such capricious fate was fair. Just days prior, he had been diligently toiling for his boss, hoping to secure a young bride the following year. Little did he know he would be inexplicably reincarnated as an infant, grotesquely developing within the womb. After gathering information for several days, he discovered that this was not his original world, but a fantastical realm known as the ancient wilderness. A place where demons coexisted with mortals, and celestial beings wielded the power to alter mountains and rivers, summon storms, and gaze down upon the world, their words resonating across vast territories. He had thought that a nondescript individual like himself, who would barely elicit a glance on the street, would scarcely survive a few episodes in such a fantastical realm. Yet, he was astounded to learn that his father was the head of the Qin clan, a prestigious lineage renowned for its exceptional talents and formidable prowess. Revered as the foremost family in the ancient wilderness. With such a powerful background, he could navigate this world with relative ease. There was hardly anything that could not be resolved with a simple call to his father. If that failed, a shout to his mother would suffice. His mother, too, held a significant position as a saintess of the illustrious Tai by Immortal Mountain, one of the 3 sacred lands. Should cries for help from his parents prove ineffective, the clan possessed 10 ancestral masters to safeguard him, allowing him to live freely as long as he did not provoke the eccentric protagonist endowed with a protagonist's halo. A protagonist? It seemed he had indulged in too many novels. Qin Feng began to doubt whether such ridiculous scenarios could exist in reality, where the efforts of several generations could be outshone by a mere child's fortuitous encounter. It was laughable. However, his amusement quickly faded. Today, his yet unmet mother consumed a bowl of celestial liquid, meticulously concocted by the Qin family. This elixir possessed miraculous properties, enhancing the potential of the unborn child. The more consumed, the greater the potential. In an effort to ensure that the Qin family's child would triumph from birth, they had even employed secret methods to delay his arrival by a century, and now, only 3 years remained. Yet, before Qin Feng could begin assimilating the elixir's energy, it was inexplicably absorbed by an unknown entity, which proceeded to ravenously drain his own energy. His spirit waned, feeling more exhausted than enduring 20 days in solitude with his girlfriend, revealing that he was not alone in this womb. A terrifying little creature lurked beside him. If the creature continued its voracious consumption, he would meet his end within days. What manner of monster is this? Qin Feng's heart raced with fear as he sought to distance himself from the ghastly being. But in this confined space, escape was futile. He could only watch helplessly as his energy was siphoned away. Just then, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Epic level chosen one detected. System activation commencing. This creature is the protagonist. Qin Feng felt a wave of panic wash over him. It was well known that the family of a protagonist often faced perilous fates, either silence to ignite the plot or becoming obstacles to the protagonist's growth, ultimately leading to their own demise. Even if he managed to survive, fate would relentlessly grind him down, leaving him weary and unable to rise again. As if to validate Qin Feng's fears, he glimpsed his younger brother's protagonist attributes. Epic-level protagonist halo, a rare and unparalleled epic-level halo exclusive to protagonists, devoid of rationality question. It is simply the setting. All enhancements are capped at $99.99. Family reincarnation rate, 50. Note, in life or death scenarios, the halo will trigger additional enhancements. Additional enhancement effects, luck $99.99, comprehension $99.99, potential $99.99, charisma $99.99, family reincarnation rate 99.99. Is there no law? No justice? Qin Feng could not restrain himself from exclaiming, his heart echoing the anguished cries of a groundhog. It was maddening, was the one who had traversed worlds. Yet his brother had become the protagonist. What did that make him? A villain? Ding. Host detected as the destined great villain activation of the universe's super invincible villain system successful. The atmosphere fell eerily silent as a profound question arose in a certain handsome figure's mind. Having a twin brother, as the protagonist was perilous enough. Yet being designated the great villain of destiny seemed a ludicrous predicament. He had to contemplate his future course of action, abstain from greed, lust, and discipleship, remain inconspicuous, avoid conflicts with both incompetent and talented individuals, refrain from rescuing damsels in distress, and steer clear of the likes of Yulin, Qin Xiao, Chu, Qin Wang, Su Feng, and Zhou. Above all, he must never indulge in a sinister laugh. Ding. Friendly reminder. Based on an analysis of the host personality, the host is avaricious, lecherous, boastful, and flamboyantly audacious. Embodying the essence of masculinity thus, it is unlikely he will settle for a life of seclusion as a humble hermit. Qin Feng could no longer contain himself, unleashing a torrent of words. What nonsense! Does your conscience not ache for such absurdity? I've always been compassionate, for instance. When I see the neighbor's lady bathing, I kindly help her open the window for airflow. When Mr. Wang is away, I look after his wife. If I encounter a homeless young lady, I provide her with a warm home. Friends often say I possess the qualities of a prime minister, yet I merely wish to be a good neighbor, quietly assisting with plumbing issues. Just as he recounted a fraction of his virtues, the system chimed once more. Ding. The great villain's novice gift pack has been successfully distributed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the divine level halo, Emperor's endowment. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the divine level cultivation method, the 33 Heavens Creation Sutra. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving the mythical level epic item, the max level red-haired elder experience voucher, Emperor's endowment. A mythical halo that, when activated, grants a tenfold enhancement to all attributes. Note: adjustments made according to original attribute enhancements. 33 Heavens Creation Sutra. A mythical cultivation method birthed from the cosmic explosion, possessing the ability to seize the heavens and create. Max level red-haired elder experience voucher. A mythical level epic item that, upon use, allows one to experience the joys of being a max level red-haired elder. Suppressing all who dare claim invincibility. Note: effect lasts for 24 hours with a 10-year cooldown. Staring blankly at the item properties, Qin Feng suddenly felt that being a villain might not be so bad after all. If you are my brother, come at me. But no, he had been raised on Confucian ideals. A true gentleman, how could he willingly descend into villainy? Suck, 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 just keep on sucking. Qin Feng noticed his younger brother still siphoning his energy and delivered a swift kick to his face. Confucius once said, "A gentleman must exert strength when necessary, or else he cannot establish authority." Chapter 2. My son possesses the qualities of a great emperor with a decisive step. My second brother not only failed to behave, but also retaliated with a punch. What on earth? This brother is not one to be kept around for long. Qin Feng's anger surged instantly, and he activated the aura of the great emperor. Ding dong. The aura of the great emperor commenced, bestowing a tenfold enhancement to all attributes. Qin Feng could distinctly perceive the transformation within his body, as each part grew imbued with strength. With a resounding bang, Qin Feng advanced and delivered another kick, incomparable to the previous one. It seemed that the second brother sensed the formidable power behind this kick, realizing that Qin Feng was not to be trifled with, and immediately adopted a more submissive demeanor, refraining from siphoning energy from within him. What a so-called chosen one, a coward who fears the strong. Qin Feng felt an overwhelming disdain in his heart, and couldn't resist delivering another kick to the second brother. Ding dong. The system detected the hostess kick against the chosen one, awarding 10 villain points. 10 villain points. Drawing upon years of experience from reading novels, Qin Feng attempted to summon the system shop in his mind. In the next moment, a system shop materialized in his consciousness, filled with treasures that shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, almost blinding to the eye. The aura of the turtle, divine level, with a mere twist of the lips. An overwhelming aura is unleashed, compelling men to brave fire and water, willing to face death without hesitation, captivating women to the extent of wholeheartedly embracing polygamy, driving spirit companions to madness, vowing eternal loyalty. Even the spirit of a vessel would inexplicably recognize them as its master, priced at 99,999 villain points. The Heart of Darkening, divine level, capable of doubling combat power in accordance with the anger value, priced at 99,999 villain points. The Heavenly Sacrifice Law, divine level, a passive divine skill that, when a beloved one is slain, can be activated to ignite the Heavenly Sacrifice Law, thereby granting unparalleled divine strength, capable of slaying gods and Buddhas alike. Disregarding levels, priced at 99, 999. Villain points. It appears to be quite formidable. Yet the price is a concern. Qin Feng would be lying if he claimed to be unmoved, though the abundance of ellipses is indeed telling. As a gentleman well-versed in Confucian philosophy, one must inevitably learn to overcome adversity. Confucius once said, reviewing the old and learning the new, one can become a teacher. Note, it is essential to engage in regular practice, even against the same opponent, to gain fresh insights, allowing one to serve as their own teacher. Qin Feng sensed that his younger brother was becoming restless again, as he lifted his small foot and kicked him in the face. Ding dong. Detection of the host kicking the chosen one resulted in the acquisition of 10 villain points. Given that Qin Feng was still in the womb, developing discreetly, he soon found himself fatigued and could only summon the system to prepare for cultivating the 33 days of creation technique to restore his energy. Ding dong. The 33 days of creation technique has commenced its infusion. Boom. In an instant, a tremendous influx of information surged into Qin Feng's mind like a tidal wave. The meridians within his body materialized in his consciousness, and the secrets of how the cultivation method operates seemed to be etched indelibly in his mind, impossible to forget. Is this cultivation technique formidable? Qin Feng, still unfamiliar with the cultivation system of the primordial world, could not discern the quality of the method. Following the instructions in his mind, he commenced his practice. Boom. Qin Feng instantly entered a state of profound meditation, his mind enveloped in an ethereal stillness. The surrounding energies were drawn into his body with the ferocity of a tempest, causing his younger brother to cower in the corner of the womb, trembling in fear. Finally, the little one was quiet. The matriarch of the Qin family, once the saintess of the Taibai Xianshan, Yunxia, gazed lovingly as she gently caressed her burgeoning belly. The little one had been quite mischievous inside, exhausting her patience. Suddenly, Yunxia sensed something amiss. The little one within her was absorbing spiritual energy in a remarkably rhythmic manner, as if engaged in a form of cultivation. Innate cultivation method. For characters flashed in her mind, and the joy on her face was unmistakable. In the realm of primordial cultivation, there exist 6 grades. Ascending from the lowest to the highest, yellow, profound, earth, heaven, saint, and divine. The 4 grades of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow were established by martial arts masters, with practitioners capable of reaching the pinnacle of completion. The higher grades, saint and divine, require a comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth for their creation. However, aside from the originators, no one can cultivate them to absolute completion. At best, one can approach it infinitely, which signifies an inability to unleash full damage. One can only gaze upon the world from the shoulders of giants. To attain strength, one must forge a unique path of cultivation, thereby reaching the ultimate state of perfection. Unborn infants, in their primordial state, are said to possess an innate awareness of the laws governing the universe. However, in this early stage, they remain in a state of unconsciousness, lacking the initiative to cultivate. Those fortunate enough to possess an innate method of cultivation are truly rare, appearing once in a millennium. Yet, once the infant begins to cultivate, they invariably commence at the sacred level, with a perfect compatibility, inherently poised to excel from the very outset. Undoubtedly a prodigious talent. This is precisely why the Qin family is willing to invest such considerable resources to employ secret techniques to delay the birth of Qin Feng by a century. Beyond ensuring the child's advantageous start, it is also to enhance the probability of success, a gamble on a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Oh, my dear child. You truly bring me immense pride. Yunxia was overwhelmed with joy, understanding that her standing within the Qin family was unassailable. Even the revered ancestors would treat her with utmost respect, addressing her as a benefactor. Her child was on the brink of creating a technique surpassing the heavenly tier, an existence that would undoubtedly sustain the family's fortune, akin to a treasured heirloom. Soon, several elders of the Qin family received the news and ceased their seclusion to offer their congratulations. Xia, you are a tremendous benefactor to our Qin family. Please do not feel burdened. Whatever you require, do not hesitate to ask. There is nothing we, the Qin family, cannot accomplish, whether in heaven or on earth. Are you comfortable in your living arrangements? If not, I shall immediately command the recreation of the Taibai Immortal Mountain, so you may feel at home. And why is there only 1 bowl of celestial liquid each day? If the Wang family next door sees this, they might think we, the Qin family, cannot afford more. Let us have another bowl, 1 bowl per hour. As the esteemed elders engaged in a cacophony of chatter, a sudden chilling snort reverberated in their ears. Return to your cultivation at once. If you frighten the child, I shall hang you from the crooked neck tree at the entrance of the Qin residence. The elders scattered like startled birds, akin to unruly children confronted by their stern teacher. Despite their advanced years, the youngest among them being several millennia old, This figure was the second elder of the Qin family, rendering them mere children in his presence. The thought of being hung from the entrance tree would leave them with no face to show the world. Greetings, esteemed ancestor. Yunxia hurriedly prepared to kneel in reverence, only to discover that even the second elder had been stirred. Yet before she could lower herself, a gentle force stayed her. You are with child. Such formalities can be spared. Focus on nurturing your baby. The techniques gleaned from the laws are extraordinary, brimming with boundless potential. I perceive great imperial talent within your offspring. The second elder did not reveal himself, leaving only his authoritative voice echoing. Simultaneously, the entire Qin family sprang into action, with countless elite disciples and masters mobilized to form layers of protection around Yunxia, ensuring that even a mere mosquito passing by would be meticulously scrutinized for its gender. My child possesses imperial potential. Beside Yunxia stood a robust man, unable to contain his laughter. He was Qin Tian, the current head of the Qin family and the father of Qin Feng. What a sight! Yunxia cast a captivating glance at Qin Tian, nearly causing him to lose his composure, as he contemplated imparting the lesson that true filial piety is born from discipline. However, considering the significance of this little one to the family, he could only sheath the rod of a strict father and hope that the child would understand the father's hardships and emerge promptly. Yet, Qin Feng showed no intention of coming out, leading a monotonous life confined to the trifecta of eating, sleeping, and tormenting his younger brother. Chapter 3. A Traitor Within. Transactions forbidden, my lady. Push harder. 3 fleeting years had passed, and at last, the day of Qin Feng's birth had arrived. The entire Qin family was abuzz with activity, all elite disciples standing ready. As the occasion was monumental, the addition of another prodigy to the Qin lineage. Anyone deemed suspicious would be dealt with swiftly and without hesitation. Why is it taking so long? Qin Tian paced anxiously outside the door, his heart aching at the sound of his wife's anguished cries from within. Stay calm. Everything will be all right. The elder ancestors of the Qin family, seasoned by experience, remained composed as they sat in the courtyard sipping tea, though their glances occasionally darted towards the door, betraying their fade of tranquility. While the companion cultivation techniques were rare, the Qin family, as the foremost clan of the ancient era, could still produce a few. What truly mattered to them was Qin Feng himself, capable of comprehending the companion cultivation method while still in the womb and upon birth. Possessing the ability to cultivate to the pinnacle of perfection, he would grow to become an invincible entity of the same caliber, akin to a nuclear deterrent. No clan would consider having such a master as excessive. Moreover, in a world where strength was revered, particularly in ancient times, the prosperity and longevity of the family depended on the abundance of such talents. They harbored great hopes for this yet-to-be-born child. At this moment, Qin Feng discovered that his younger brother harbored ambitions of usurping the throne and becoming the elder sibling. In a fit of rage, he delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling aside. Ever since he had awakened the aura of a great emperor and commenced his training with the 33 celestial transformations, he had relentlessly disciplined his brother, establishing his authority as the elder brother with unwavering resolve. Now, whenever the little rascal sensed even the slightest movement from him, he would immediately cower in a corner, trembling with fear. Each day, he would absorb the celestial essence before allowing his brother to partake in the meager leftovers. Furthermore, after 3 years of unrelenting discipline, Qin Feng had amassed over 33,000 points of villainy, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to indulge in their rewards. With the 3-year period now concluded, he felt the stirring of destiny. It was time for him to emerge. Qin Feng envisioned a radiant future ahead, yearning to break free into the world. Meanwhile, Yunxia lay on her bed, struggling incessantly, her small hands clutching the sheets tightly, nearly driven to madness by the incessant torment of this little being. With a piercing scream, she finally reached her breaking point, and Qin Feng simultaneously made his grand entrance, announcing his birth to the ancient world. However, he was unable to produce coherent sounds. To others, it merely resembled the loud wails of an infant. Wah, wah, wah. He has been born. My son Qin Feng has entered the world. Outside, Qin Tian was overwhelmed with excitement, his heart finally at ease. Whether it was fate or some other force at play, the Qin family, after much deliberation, decided to bestow upon him the name Qin Feng. Ding dong. The system detected the birth of a destined villain, and extraordinary phenomena were set in motion. Thunderous roars resounded. Suddenly, the sky was illuminated by flashes of lightning, transforming the clear blue expanse into a dense shroud of ominous clouds. The atmosphere darkened abruptly, and a strange, blood-red moon emerged in the heavens. An extraordinary phenomenon had occurred, heralding the arrival of malevolent forces. The signs in the heavens indicated that my son, Qin Feng, indeed possessed the potential of a great emperor. Qin Tian, overwhelmed with exhilaration, threw his head back and laughed heartily, as if proclaiming this joyous news to the world. Surrounding him, the disciples of the Qin family eagerly approached to congratulate their patriarch on the birth of a remarkable son. However, the elders of the Qin family, who should have shared in the joy, gazed gravely at the blood moon hanging in the sky. With the appearance of the blood moon, malevolence was sure to follow. The emergence of the blood moon foretold the decline of the nation, a waning spirit, as if it were plunging into the abyss. When the moon changes its hue, calamities are imminent. Green signifies famine and worry, red heralds strife and war, yellow brings joy from gain, white warns of drought and loss, black portends floods, sickness, and death. This ominous sign foretells a weakening of righteousness among mankind, a resurgence of evil, a swell of resentment, and a surge of malevolence. The winds and clouds roil. The mountains and rivers lament, and chaos looms over the realm, igniting flames of turmoil. This child may very well bring about a catastrophe for the ancient world. The elders of the Qin family exchanged solemn glances, fully aware that abandoning their gifted younger generation was out of the question. Since a great calamity was unavoidable, the Qin family resolved to confront it head-on. Other factions within the ancient realm also regarded the blood moon with apprehension, hastily dispatching their subordinates to discern the origins of this prodigy while simultaneously strategizing for the impending disaster, causing the seemingly placid ancient world to simmer with unrest. At that moment, Qin Feng had been cleaned and presented before Qin Tian. "This is my adoptive father, how unsightly." Upon encountering the rugged figure of the cheap old man, Qin Feng's aspirations of becoming a handsome gentleman were instantly shattered. One couldn't help but wonder if his mother had borne him as a form of retribution. However, gazing upon his pallid mother lying upon the bed provided a modicum of solace to his disheartened heart. With brows like emerald feathers, skin as fair as snow, a waist resembling a tightly bound silk ribbon, and teeth akin to pearls, she was undeniably the most exquisite beauty in traditional attire he had ever laid eyes upon. It was reasonable to surmise that his own future appearance would not be lacking, and he would likely find no difficulty in making a living based on his looks. Indeed, my son Qin Feng possesses the makings of a great emperor, Qin Tian exclaimed, his grin widening after inspecting his son's extraordinary potential. There was no denying it. His son's innate talents were truly astounding, surpassing those of other newborns by several folds. Furthermore, having unconsciously cultivated within the womb, he was born with a cultivation level equivalent to the 6th stage of Qi and blood realm. Even the most gifted children of the same lineage, aged 8 or 9, could not compare to him. At that moment, the midwife suddenly gasped, "Oh dear, madam, there is another one in your womb. It's a pair of twins." Twins. The Qin family members were instantly thrown into a frenzy. They had always believed that Yun Xia was expecting a single child, only to discover that there were actually twins. Reflecting on the first child's astonishing capabilities, manifesting heavenly phenomena, and possessing the potential of an emperor, one could only imagine the extraordinary qualifications of the sibling born alongside him. Just as anticipation filled the air, the midwife shook her head, indicating that the second child was reluctant to make an appearance for the time being. He did not seek to prove his individuality. Rather, he aimed to convey that the nourishment he had lost must be reclaimed by his own hands. He was resolute in his determination to occupy this dual dwelling. What could his reluctance to emerge possibly signify? Qin Tian, unable to maintain his composure, extended his sturdy right hand and grasped the midwife by her collar, insisting that she must deliver the second child without fail. The midwife found herself in a most difficult position. She had already assessed the situation. The second child was still too small and evidently malnourished. If she were to force the delivery now, it would undoubtedly result in a premature infant with inherent deficiencies, requiring at least an additional 3 years of nurturing. 3 years. 3 years more. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian was utterly despondent, unable to fathom the prospect of waiting yet another 3 years. However, despite the 100 objections swirling in his heart, he had no choice but to consider the greater good and once again invoke secret techniques to delay the birth of his second child by 3 years. This fantastical scenario seemed rather absurd. Could one truly give birth to half and retain the other half? Qin Feng, observing from the side, was rendered speechless, his mind racing with frantic thoughts. There must be an insider. Hurry, send me back. I still wish to continue confronting my younger brother. Chapter 4. Aspiring to become the fastest man, good son. Call me father, father. Qin Tian teased the swaddled Qin Feng, relishing the joy of newfound fatherhood. Yet, Qin Feng showed no regard for this seemingly indulgent father. Every time he was prompted to call out, he would respond innocently, much to his father's chagrin, while his mother laughed heartily at the spectacle. Nevertheless, the father remained undeterred, insisting on calling out dozens of times each day. What a childish endeavor! Qin Feng, disinterested in engaging with the foolish old man, summoned the system to open the system's marketplace. Ever since his birth, he had noticed a decline in his cultivation speed. According to the system, the rapid progress he experienced while still in the womb was due, in part, to the enhancement of celestial liquid, as well as the assistance of his skilled mother. Now that he had entered the world, he had to rely solely on his own efforts. However, with only over 30,000 villain points at his disposal, he found himself unable to purchase any effective methods for swift cultivation advancement. Suddenly, the system spoke. It is recommended that the host acquire the enlightenment aura, which can significantly enhance one's comprehension. By grasping the profound essence of the first level of the 33 Heavens transformation technique, one would undoubtedly achieve twice the results with half the effort. Enlightenment aura amplifies the host's comprehension 100-fold. Exchange cost 30,000 villain points. Effect duration 1 month. 100-fold comprehension. Even a pig would be considered a genius with such an increase, let alone him, a super prodigy steeped in celestial liquid for a century. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng nodded in agreement to the exchange. In comparison to rapidly enhancing his cultivation, he yearned to swiftly comprehend the 33 Heavens transformation technique. According to the records in his mind, mastering the entire suite of this technique would render one immortal and indestructible. Even if killed, one could resurrect through their blood. It was indeed an essential skill for villains who commit murder and covet other spouses. Alas, he was a proper gentleman, a Confucian scholar who read the Analects. How could he willingly descend into villainy? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for spending 30,000 villain points and successfully acquiring a 1-month enlightenment aura. Thunder rumbled. A sudden resonance reverberated within Qin Feng's mind, inducing a transient detachment of his soul. Obscurities that once shrouded his understanding of cultivation now dissolved effortlessly. As the seasons ebbed and flowed, 3 years swiftly elapsed. Qin Feng, now a cherubic 3-year-old, leveraged his disarming innocence and worldly acumen acquired from his past life. He greeted all with a smile, seamlessly ingratiating himself within the Qin household. Unmarried maidens and married women alike would embrace him and bestow kisses upon him. As a Confucian gentleman well-versed in the Analects, he understood the principle of reciprocity. Thus, after each kiss, he would return the gesture. Yet, the system would unjustly accuse him of lasciviousness and exploiting the women, penalizing him with 1 point of villainy. Was he truly such a person? Even if he harbored such intentions, he lacked the means to execute them. Furthermore, he had a destined younger brother, leaving him little inclination for such trivial pursuits. Since his younger brother had commandeered the double room, his progress had been meteoric. He had successfully comprehended the laws of the universe and was deducing a cultivation method that transcended even the celestial ranks. Phantasmal visages of dragons and phoenixes frequently encircled him, emitting resounding roars and cries. The spectacle of his birth far surpassed Qin Feng's own, filling the Qin family with elation at the emergence of 2 prodigies in one birth. It even roused the reclusive progenitor, who personally named the younger brother Qin Hao, a man who dared to defy the heavens even before his birth. In the face of his unreasonable younger brother, Qin Feng dared not relax for even a moment over the course of 3 years, diligently utilizing every second to enhance his cultivation. While others might perceive him as a peer among prodigies, those close to him understood the nuances of his situation. From the very womb, he had not comprehended the accompanying cultivation techniques, only grasping the pathway to the external Tao. This meant that he had not attained the consummate level of the 33 Heavens Creation Sutra, rendering him incapable of achieving invincibility among his peers. At the starting line, he had already fallen significantly behind his younger brother. To avoid being sacrificed or meeting a dire fate, he needed to expedite his cultivation progress. Now, he had mastered the first layer of the 33 Heavens Creation Sutra, and his cultivation had surged to the 9th level of Qi and blood. Just a step away from breaking into the Qiyuan realm, where he could cultivate a dantian to store his own spiritual energy. Achieving Qiyuan at the tender age of 3 would shatter ancient records. The moment for his breakthrough had arrived. He commanded, "Breakthrough now." Seated on his bed, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, channeling all his spiritual energy to bombard his dantian. Boom! A terrifying sound of impact resonated within his body, revealing a dim starry expanse within his dantian. The surrounding spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave into his dantian, illuminating the dark cosmos with a vibrant essence of creation, imbuing it with an unending life force. With a deep exhale, Qin Feng released a tide of stagnant energy, feeling a strength that was exponentially greater than before. Since comprehending the first layer of the 33 Heavens Creation Sutra, his recovery ability had vastly surpassed that of his peers. He had taken another step toward immortality. Calculating the time, His younger brother should be arriving shortly. Qin Feng gazed up at the moon, murmuring to himself, feeling an ever-deepening longing for his younger brother after 3 years of separation. Ever since his brother had monopolized their shared room 3 years prior, Qin Feng's source of villain points had been abruptly severed. Although, according to the system's rules for villains, one could still accumulate points by tormenting others. The rewards were lamentably meager, hardly comparable to the bountiful gains he once reaped from his brother, the Chosen One. For instance, after being taken advantage of by the young ladies of the Qin family and his little wife for 3 years, he had barely scraped together a little over 1,000 points, a pittance compared to the substantial rewards earned from merely giving his brother a good thrashing. My foolish Ododo, do you have any idea how I have endured these 3 years? Qin Feng lamented, glancing at the system which displayed his painstakingly amassed 300 villain points, a sum he had not dared to touch for fear that his brother's halo of favoritism might suddenly activate, leading to catastrophic consequences. Fortunately, his brother was soon to be born, and it was high time for Qin Feng to bolster his own capabilities. Eagerly, he opened the system's store, fixated on a divine technique known as shadowy freedom, though his limited points only permitted him to purchase the first volume. As for why he did not choose to cultivate the family's techniques, having activated the system, would it not be foolish to squander time on learning? Why not directly redeem it? Instead, Shadowy Freedom, Volume 1. Upon mastery, one may move as lightly as a swallow, leaving no trace upon the snow. Redemption cost, 4,000 villain points. To contend with his unreasonable, chosen brother, he resolved to become the fastest man of the ancient era. As soon as he sensed something amiss, he would make his swift escape. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for spending 4,000 villain points to successfully exchange for the first volume of Phantom Wanderer. Before Qin Feng, a figure materialized, moving with exquisite footwork, its form shifting in a dazzling manner that rendered it untouchable. He had taken another step closer to becoming the fastest man in the ancient world. Chapter 5. What malicious thoughts could a child possibly have? The following day, the news of Qin Feng breaking through to the open origin realm reverberated through the Qin family like thunder. A 3-year-old in the open origin realm was indeed unprecedented. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. My son Qin Feng truly possesses the potential of a great emperor. Qin Tian's exuberant laughter echoed throughout the Qin residence, his excitement compelling him to proclaim to anyone he encountered, my son Qin Feng has the potential of a great emperor. Witnessing this scene, Qin Feng felt a wave of anxiety surge within him. He recalled a memory of a villainous father who incessantly boasted about his son's imperial potential, ultimately drawing the attention of the protagonist. Fenger, you are remarkable. Yun Xie, her belly round with child, approached and affectionately ruffled Qin Feng's hair. She adored her diligent and sensible eldest son, who had never given her a moment of concern since his birth. While other children might wail and cause their parents distress, her son would never cry or fuss. When hungry or in need, he would gently remind her. As he grew, he dedicated himself to relentless training, embodying the ideal child. Qin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes, his mind racing with fervent thoughts. A 3-year-old prodigy tirelessly striving night and day for 3 years to break through to the first level of the open origin realm, was it a dream? Or a responsibility? Neither. It was simply the consequence of having an unreasonable younger brother, and he wished to avoid being dragged into an untimely demise. As the harmonious family of 3 enjoyed their time together, with a father cherishing his son, Yunse suddenly donned a mask of anguish, feeling a tumultuous pain surging within her. Simultaneously, outside, a tempest erupted, accompanied by thunderous roars and flashes of lightning, as dark clouds gathered ominously. The once ethereal figures of dragons and phoenixes solidified in the air. The lady was about to give birth. The members of the Qin family, recalling their previous experience, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. The well-trained maidservants sprang into action, while the elite disciples of the Qin family stood on high alert, prepared to thwart any threats to their family's future hopes. My foolish Odo, you are finally about to make your entrance into this world. Qin Feng, overwhelmed with excitement, found his breath quickening in anticipation of meeting his younger brother. Even their father, Qin Tian, was bursting with exhilaration, feeling a mix of anger and joy towards the second child. He was frustrated that the child had delayed his arrival by 3 years, yet elated at the prospect of having another promising son, unaware if he possessed the potential of an emperor. Thunder rumbled ominously as lightning illuminated the sky, while Yun Xie's cries of agony echoed within the room. The second child showed no signs of emerging, and the dragon and phoenix figures hovered anxiously in the air, as if foreboding an impending calamity. With the second pregnancy, why was it still so arduous? Qin Feng quickly recognized the severity of the situation, suspecting that his younger brother's ominous aura had awakened. Once such an aura was unleashed, calamities befell Qin. Another thunderous clap reverberated, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that bore down upon everyone, as if an enormous mountain had settled upon their shoulders, intensifying the challenges of childbirth. Who could it be? Qin Tian was instantly engulfed in fury, a torrent of violent energy surging forth from within him. The disciples of the Qin family were equally filled with rage, uniting their energies to withstand the overwhelming pressure. Yet, the intensity of this force was simply too terrifying. Even the combined might of the Qin family struggled to contend with it, just as it seemed they could no longer endure. The Qin family unleashed several terrifying waves of pressure. The cold voice of the second ancestor resonated. "Old eel, do you wish to provoke me into battle? Haha. I merely wish to test the cultivation of my esteemed nephews." A white-haired elder clad in a dragon robe materialized in the air. Were it not for witnessing his earlier display of power, one might find it difficult to associate his benevolent demeanor with any ulterior motives. A dragon robe? The emperor of the Great Xia. Qin Feng had long since shed his naivety. Over the past 3 years, in addition to his cultivation, he had gleaned some understanding of the ancient world. The ancient realm was rife with various factions, noble families, sects, tribes, gangs, and countless philosophical schools, all vying for supremacy in the acquisition of more cultivation resources. These factions often coalesced into nations. For instance, the Great Xia dynasty, the largest nation in the ancient realm, was composed of numerous noble families, with the Qin family standing as the mightiest among them, earning the title of the foremost family in the ancient world. This situation bore resemblance to the aristocratic families during the Sui and Tang dynasties, seen as thorns in the ruler's sides. Understanding the identity of the individual before him made it clear why he had acted as he did. The emergence of 2 prodigies from the Qin family could not be overlooked by the royal family of Great Xia. So, this must be the eldest son of the Qin family. The emperor of the Great Xia descended from the sky with an air of nonchalance, a smile gracing his features as he approached Qin Feng, unable to resist the urge to reach out and touch him. With a swift exclamation, Qin Feng immediately activated a shadowy escape, retreating rapidly to maintain a safe distance. Given his recent thoughts of harming his younger brother, he dared not make contact. The potential influence of the younger brother's aura could very well lead him to an untimely demise. This was a remarkable agility. The expression on the Great Xia Emperor's face shifted drastically, his mind swirling with unease. For a master of his caliber, Qin Feng's agility was not particularly impressive. No matter how deftly he dodged, a mere slap would suffice to end him. However, the astonishing fact remained that he was merely 3 years old. Achieving the opening origin realm at such a tender age was unprecedented, and to wield such fluidity in his movements was nothing short of extraordinary. This child possessed the makings of an emperor. Simultaneously, the emperor recalled the blood moon from 3 years prior, heralding the emergence of a prodigy. It was said that the arrival of such a being signified the decline of a nation, a harbinger of doom, posing a latent threat to the Great Xia dynasty. Could it be that this prodigy was none other than the eldest son of the Qin family? When had this occurred? Qin Tian, initially taken aback, soon felt an overwhelming joy. He had not anticipated his precious son mastering such agility. Though this technique did not originate from their family, he could discern its profoundness at a glance, undoubtedly derived from the laws of heaven and earth, a higher-tier skill. Apologies, the child is merely shy. The elders of the Qin family then appeared, offering a perfunctory remark as they instinctively shielded Qin Feng protectively. No harm done, no harm done. The Great Xia Emperor studied Qin Feng intently, lost in contemplation. At this moment, Qin Feng, perceiving the support he had, revealed his true colors. "Your Majesty? I have long heard tales of your sagacity and martial prowess, your noble character, selflessness, perseverance, tireless struggle, indomitable spirit, and your ability to embrace all. Today, I see that your reputation is indeed well-deserved." Qin Feng adopted an exaggerated expression akin to that of a starstruck admirer, showering the emperor with a barrage of flattery. Then he swiftly shifted the conversation, saying, "Your Majesty, as a paragon of wisdom and might, you wouldn't arrive at someone's home empty-handed, would you?" With that, Qin Feng blinked his innocent eyes, appearing as if he were merely a child with no ill intentions. Chapter 6. The Choices of the Talented, all for the children. The corners of the Great Xia Emperor's eyes twitched involuntarily, realizing that this little rascal was indeed quite mischievous. To claim he wasn't visiting the Qin family as a guest, wasn't that admitting to seeking trouble with them? With so many ancestors of the Qin family present, what was the difference between that and courting death? Yet, to say he was there as a guest would imply he had come unprepared, and surely he would not offer up his divine attire as a gift. Seeing the emperor's lack of response, Qin Feng immediately exclaimed in exaggerated astonishment, "No way, no way." The illustrious Great Xia Emperor actually came to visit empty-handed. The several ancestors of the Qin family felt an immense sense of satisfaction, showing no inclination to intervene. Given the chaotic display of authority from the emperor that nearly caused Yun Xia to face a dire situation, it was clear that the Great Xia royal family had begun to target the Qin family. Were it not for the potential consequences of recklessly declaring war, they would have truly considered charging at him without recognition. Simultaneously, this incident served as a poignant reminder for them that certain matters must be meticulously planned in advance. Otherwise, when the imperial family truly raises the blade, the Qin clan may find themselves in peril. How could one visit without bringing a gift? The emperor of the Great Xia was rendered quite embarrassed by Qin Feng's remarks. And upon realizing that no one from the Qin family was available to extricate him from his predicament, he could only muster a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Reluctantly producing a small wooden box. Upon opening it, he revealed 9 exquisitely crafted swords, each resembling a slender finger, radiating an intense aura of sword energy. The Longkong 9 swords. Several elders of the Qin family were visibly moved, inadvertently revealing the origin of these swords. These blades were once wielded by the legendary sword god of Ur, the Longkong sword god, and were divided into 9 distinct swords: Zhuxian, Shashan, Miefu, Fumo, Jianyao, Zhansheng, Zuihin, Duopo, and Pijuan. Each sword is a rare and formidable weapon in the world, and when united, they rank among the top 10 of ancient divine armaments. They can also be separated to form a sword formation capable of rivaling 1,000 troops. However, following the demise of the Longkong sword god millennia ago, the 9 swords scattered across the ancient realm, and it was unexpected that this old rascal had managed to collect them all. The expression on the Great Xia Emperor's face was one of turmoil, for he was reluctant to part with any of them. These 9 swords had required an immense investment of manpower, resources, wealth, and time to assemble, and he had yet to truly appreciate them before having to bestow one away. Yet, should he choose not to gift one, he would have to sacrifice his own divine attire. In weighing the 2 burdens, he resolved to select the lesser of evils. Sighing, he prepared to let Qin Feng choose one from the collection. Moreover, he firmly believes that it will not be long before this sword returns to his side once more, for the Qin family has produced 2 exceptional talents in succession, thereby not only posing a threat to imperial authority, but also disrupting the delicate balance among noble families. In this world, bustling with activity, all come for profit, and all depart for gain. The current pie is limited, and should these 2 prodigies mature, the resources available to other families will inevitably be depleted. Can the other noble families possibly acquiesce to such a fate? Yet, before the emperor of the Great Xia could even voice his intention for Qin Feng to make a choice, Qin Feng, wearing an innocuous smile, seized the small wooden box containing the 9 swords, remarking, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for bestowing the 9 swords." Although Qin Feng was still unaware of the origins of these swords, it was clear from the expressions of several elders of the Qin family that they recognized their value. Excellent treasures. Only the worthy would select them. Children, of course, would take them all. The emperor of the Great Xia hurriedly interjected, wishing to clarify that he intended to bestow only one. However, the elders of the Qin family appeared equally devoid of restraint, immediately showering compliments upon the emperor. "Your Majesty is truly generous, presenting the Long Sky 9 swords with such ease. Your regard for our Qin family moves this old man to tears. I would gladly offer myself as a daughter in return. Such a precious gift, I fear our Qin family cannot repay. Your Majesty is a true dragon among men, affluent beyond compare, and would not concern himself with trifles. Indeed, discussing monetary matters with the emperor would be a grave insult. As the saying goes, a light gift carries heavy sentiments. We merely wish to convey our intentions, which Your Majesty undoubtedly understands. The Qin family shall forever pledge allegiance to Your Majesty. Who dares to speak ill of you? The Qin family shall be the first to object. This impudent lad lacks decorum. He ought to promptly bow his head in gratitude." Qin Feng dutifully bowed 3 times, as if paying homage during a festival. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for embodying the villainous spirit, brazenly seizing another's rare divine weapon, the 9 swords of the sky, and acquiring 1,000 villain points. Brazenly seize. Who has seized anything? Do not slander the virtuous. It was clearly a gift. Qin Feng vehemently condemned the system, admonishing it to remain silent if it had nothing meaningful to say. This family, the emperor of the Great Xia, was nearly driven to exasperation, realizing the Qin family had lost all sense of propriety. Whether to validate his suspicion or because Qin Feng had tasted the sweetness of success, he gazed at him innocently, asking, "Your Majesty, have you ever heard of a rule in the martial world? When elders meet juniors for the first time, they bestow a gift as a token of meeting. Uft. The emperor of the Great Xia nearly spat out his vintage blood, declaring he had never encountered such shamelessness. It appears there is indeed such a rule. The elders of the Qin family, relishing in chaos, clearly intended to collectively challenge the wealthy today. Such audacity. The surrounding disciples of the Qin family felt a twinge of embarrassment. After so many years within the Qin household, they had yet to grasp its ultimate essence. Qin Feng began to exclaim exaggeratedly, "Heavens! The first and foremost power of the ancient world, the Great Xia dynasty, cannot even bear to offer a token of greeting to a junior. Goodness! Can this little rascal not possess a shred of dignity?" Had it not been for the presence of several esteemed ancestors from the Qin family, he would have certainly struck down that shameless little wretch. The emperor of the Great Xia felt a twinge of regret for not consulting the almanac before venturing out today, for he had encountered such a brazen individual. Not only had this audacious creature extorted his Long Kong 9 swords, but it also sought to extract yet another treasure. Nevertheless, in the interest of preserving his imperial dignity, he reluctantly retrieved a small jade gourd from his waist. Adorned with golden threads intricately etched with auspicious cloud patterns, it exuded an air of grandeur. The heavenly treasure gourd. The ancestors of the Qin family were momentarily dazzled, internally exclaiming how affluent the royal family truly was. This gourd was not merely an offensive or defensive artifact. When worn, it could enhance focus and tranquility. During cultivation, it could prevent one from falling into demonic paths and expedite the pace of refinement, swiftly consolidating one's cultivation base. Particularly in combat, it could rapidly replenish one's energy, making it a coveted treasure for practitioners. However, its manufacturing cost was exorbitant, and the success rate dismally low. Even the Qin family dared not attempt its creation lightly. The 5 remaining heavenly treasure gourds within their clan were all acquired through other means. "Thank you, your majesty." Qin Feng beamed as he boldly accepted the gourd. Ding dong. The system detected that the host was eager to assist others and had volunteered to safeguard the heavenly treasure gourd, earning 1,000 villain points. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, hoping the system would continue to speak its mind. Chapter 7. Seeking a pretext to strike his brother. Not at all. Not at all. The emperor of the Great Xia forced a smile that was more reminiscent of sorrow, genuinely reluctant to part with the heavenly treasure gourd. However, this was already the least valuable treasure he possessed. Surely, he wouldn't bestow upon this young man the divine armor painstakingly crafted over many years. Wait a moment. Why does that look in his eyes seem so familiar? The emperor of the Great Xia felt a sudden jolt in his heart, realizing that Qin Feng was gazing at him with an expression of innocence reminiscent of when he previously solicited a meeting gift. Good heavens, how can one be so shameless? Having already presented him with 2 treasures, this young man still appeared insatiable. The elders of the Qin family also found themselves at a loss, internally lamenting their misfortune. Having gifted 2 treasures, yet this young man's appetite remained unquenched. They couldn't help but ponder when they might collectively escort Qin Feng to the Great Xia imperial city, visiting every household in turn. The surrounding disciples of the Qin family looked on with envy, seemingly grasping a profound truth. In the world of martial arts, one's face is merely an external matter. Ding dong. Detection indicates that the host has adversely influenced the Qin family disciples, earning 200 villain points. Is this truly possible? Qin Feng's eyes suddenly sparkled, as if a new technique had been unlocked. At that moment, the emperor of Great Xia genuinely feared Qin Feng. Seizing the opportunity while he was momentarily distracted, he transformed into a beam of golden light and soared into the sky, exclaiming, "I suddenly recall that I have matters to attend to. Your Majesty, I have the leisure to bring my younger brother to visit you. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Please do not feel compelled to prepare any extravagant treasures. A few tomes of holy or divine techniques will suffice, and a dozen of those legendary heavenly gourds will do nicely. I must inform you, however, that I do not require more, for as a mere child, possessing such splendid treasures would be of little use to me." As Qin Feng regained his composure, he shouted towards the departing figure, and it seemed as if the golden light lost its balance, nearly plummeting from the sky. What audacity! The audience felt a collective embarrassment, silently acknowledging their own impatience. What do you all gaze upon? Have you never witnessed the unparalleled beauty of the ancient era? Qin Feng exclaimed proudly, tossing his head back with an air of celebrity. "Child, you are still young. I shall safeguard this sword for you," Qin Tian said with a mischievous grin, seizing the small wooden box from Qin Feng's hands. As one of the top 10 divine weapons of antiquity, no one could remain indifferent to the Long Kong 9 swords, not even the head of the first family of antiquity. The disciples of the Qin family felt a wave of embarrassment. They had not anticipated such behavior from Qin Tian. Was he truly safeguarding it? No. He was merely coveting his son's treasure. He professed his love, yet snatched away the prized possession, embodying the spirit of a dramatic performer. Qin Feng tearfully hurled himself into the embrace of an ancestor, seeking solace. What a pathetic display, even robbing his own son's treasure. The ancestor, filled with compassion, lifted Qin Feng and comforted him, while simultaneously delivering a kick to Qin Tian to assist in reclaiming the Longkong Nine swords. This act served as a solemn declaration to all present that the Longkong Nine swords rightfully belonged to Qin Feng. Regardless of how aggrieved Qin Tian, this unassuming father, may feel, the surrounding disciples of the Qin family gazed upon him with unabashed envy. A mere 3-year-old child, clutching a divine weapon ranked among the top 10 of the ancient world, adorned with the illustrious heavenly treasure gourd, a premier auxiliary artifact. Should word of this spread, it would undoubtedly incite the envy of countless practitioners. Thunder rumbled ominously in the heavens as a dragon and phoenix apparition surged downwards, entering the room where Yunxiye was laboring. Instead of the expected cry of a newborn, a young maid emerged with joyous tidings. It is done. A young master has been born, and both mother and child are safe. Qin Feng, who had felt a knot of anxiety in his throat, finally exhaled in relief. The sudden wave of pressure had nearly frightened him to death, fearing that his younger brother's ominous aura might activate unexpectedly. Soon, the second brother was cleaned and presented to the family. Qin Feng leaned in for a closer inspection, noting that the child bore a striking resemblance to their unassuming father, unlike himself who had inherited their mother's exquisite beauty. Yet, such details paled in significance compared to the fact that his younger brother was now in his grasp. Unlike the time spent in the womb, he could now engage with him endlessly. To his dismay, the infant seemed to sense Qin Feng's presence, instinctively becoming restless. Were he able to articulate his thoughts, he might exclaim, "You cannot see me, you cannot see me," or, "Please don't come closer." The elders of the Qin family exchanged glances, their brows furrowing as they perceived an unusual and enigmatic aura emanating from the second brother. Even with their millennia of existence, they found themselves at a loss for an explanation, realizing they would need to consult ancient texts for insight. As the elders gathered to examine the child, Qin Feng finally discerned the reason for his brother's unusual demeanor. Why isn't he crying at all? Could there be any complications? The crowd soon realized that they had not heard the child cry, which was entirely different from the births of other children. Just as they were about to investigate, a small hand reached out. With a resounding slap, the crisp sound echoed through the room. Qin Feng raised his tiny hand and delivered a sharp smack to his younger brother's bottom. The vivid red imprint on the skin clearly indicated that it was indeed a brotherly blow, and it was delivered with considerable force. Wah! The second brother, feeling the sting on his rear, let out a loud wail. "How could you hit your brother?" Qin Tian admonished Qin Feng sternly, hastily picking up the younger child to console him. "I was just worried something might happen to him." Qin Feng's face was a portrait of grievance, though his heart was already overflowing with delight. Ding! The system detected that the host had smacked the chosen one's bottom, awarding 100 points. Ding! The system detected that the host had caused the chosen one to cry, resulting in the release of a portion of his innate ancestral energy, equivalent to 3 years of arduous training, awarding 30,000 points. Ding! The system detected that the host had disrupted the chosen one's fortune, granting a chance to enter a lottery. Qin Feng was momentarily stunned, perplexed by the concept of innate ancestral energy. The system clarified. Humans receive the essence of heaven and earth at birth. There exists a period of primordial energy cultivated prior to conception, known as innate ancestral energy. Refining it is akin to 3 years of diligent training. Upon understanding, Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. Had he known the significance of this innate ancestral energy, he would not have acted so boastfully at his own birth. Perhaps this delineates the distinction between protagonists and antagonists. How could the second brother possibly know? Qin Feng gazed curiously at the weeping infant, doubting whether he might be the reincarnation of some powerful being. However, after several days of observation, he found no signs of intellect. The child behaved like any other baby, eating and sleeping, or crying incessantly, driving his poor father to the brink of madness and promptly extinguishing any thoughts of having a third child. Not every infant is named Qin Feng. Yet, the look his mother cast toward his father was distinctly peculiar, as if to suggest that her reason for marrying him was solely to bear him more sons as a form of retribution. That night, the flickering candlelight crackled intermittently. In the neighboring courtyard, Qin Feng, the eldest son, seemed to hear someone reciting poetry about geese. Chapter 8. Ignoring the words of the elderly. Enjoying happiness for years on this day, Qin Feng sat cross-legged in his small courtyard, practicing his cultivation. Ever since he had broken through to the first level of the Kaiyuan realm, his progress had slowed significantly, largely due to his inability to keep pace with the 33 Heavens creation method. It was as if he had acquired a new, more powerful vehicle. Yet the engine was outdated and lacking in strength, necessitating a swift comprehension of the second level to proceed. Fortunately, my foolish little Adudu has been born, allowing me to pursue my endeavors unrestrained. Qin Feng opened the system interface, revealing 32 for 100 villain points and a chance for a single draw. According to the system, only by disrupting the destiny of the chosen one could one gain the opportunity to draw, with prizes of remarkable caliber, including divine physiques, unique supernatural abilities, and exceptional skills. What could he possibly draw? Filled with anticipation, Qin Feng summoned the system to begin. With a resounding crash, the process commenced. Before Qin Feng appeared a rotating lottery wheel, densely adorned with prizes: the Supreme Body, the Celestial Overlord Body, the Battle Saint Body, the Chaotic Saint Body, the Dual Pupils, the Supreme Bone, the True Dragon Treasure Technique, the Transformation into Unfettered Heaven. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for drawing the Celestial Severing Sword Technique. A thunderous roar resonated in Qin Feng's mind, as if his soul had transcended to another realm. A figure clad in black emerged, uttering no superfluous words. With a nod, the sword was drawn. The sharp, resounding sound of the sword unsheathing echoed throughout the heavens and earth, revealing a breathtaking sword light that stood apart from the world. A chilling aura enveloped the entire expanse, the sword light soaring like a startled swan, agile as a swimming dragon, as if to cleave the sky in two. The terrifying strike imprinted itself deeply in Qin Feng's consciousness, leaving him entranced, unable to extricate himself for an extended period. How frightening! Upon returning to his senses, Qin Feng was drenched in cold sweat. True swordsmanship requires no ostentation. A sword drawn can cleave the heavens and obliterate the earth, distinguishing victor from vanquished. Yet, although the Celestial Severing Sword Technique was formidable, with Qin Feng's current cultivation level and age, even if he comprehended its usage, he would be unable to execute it. He needed to strengthen his cultivation and enhance his physical prowess. Time for training was of the essence. Qin Feng summoned the system in his mind to exchange for a month of comprehension aura. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for expending 30,000 villain points to successfully exchange for a month of comprehension aura. After 3 years, Qin Feng once again experienced that ethereal sensation akin to his soul leaving his body. Insights that had once eluded him in his cultivation now unfolded effortlessly before him. At that moment, an elderly figure appeared in Qin Feng's small courtyard. Upon closer inspection, it was the 10th ancestor of the Qin family, who, in terms of lineage, was Qin Feng's great-grandfather and the biological grandfather of his father. As for his biological grandfather, it was said that he had been on an expedition, and for several centuries, no news had returned, leaving the family in a perpetual debate over whether to hold a banquet in his honor. My dear great-grandson, your great-grandfather has come to see you. The 10th ancestor, with a face full of affection, lifted Qin Feng into his arms, expressing great fondness for this obedient, understanding, and diligent great-grandson. Ever since Qin Feng broke through to the open origin realm, the several ancestors of the Qin family had been both astonished and delighted. The joy stemmed from the emergence of a remarkable prodigy within the Qin family, while the astonishment arose from the fact that Qin Feng had achieved this breakthrough without any guidance, a perilous endeavor that could have led to dire consequences. Consequently, after deliberation, the ancestors decided to send the 10th ancestor to guide Qin Feng in his cultivation. Guidance. Qin Feng felt it was entirely unnecessary. He possessed the complete version of the 33 Heavens transformation technique, with the precautions clearly stated. As long as he followed the prescribed methods, no mishaps would occur. As for mastering martial skills and agility, he would prefer to borrow his second brother's rear end for 2 days, regardless of the difficulty of the techniques. He could assure that he would master them within that time frame. Cultivators must remember, pride should not take root in one's heart. The 10th ancestor sensed a hint of arrogance in Qin Feng and prepared to impart a valuable lesson, hoping to instill in him the understanding that beyond every mountain, there are higher mountains, and beyond every tower, there are more exquisite towers. The path of cultivation demands continuous progress, lest one regress. The 10th ancestor focused his energy in the dantian, stamping his foot forcefully on the ground. Several leaves sprang up and danced in the air, before he pointed his fingers at a nearby artificial mountain towering over 10 meters high. Swish, swish, swish. The falling leaves transformed into formidable weapons, slicing the mountain into fragments. The 10th ancestor solemnly imparted his wisdom. Do you see? This is the first celestial martial art learned by my esteemed elder. The falling leaves in flight. After years of humble practice at home, he achieved perfection and, upon stepping into the world, gained renown. Before he could finish boasting of his glorious deeds, he noticed Qin Feng imitating him. He first gathered his energy in the dantian, stamped his foot with vigor, causing several leaves to flutter into the air, and then pointed at a nearby stone table. Swish, swish, swish. The leaves shot forth like blades, embedding themselves into the stone. Had it not been for his cultivation being merely at the first level of the opening origin realm, he could have easily matched the 10th ancestor's prowess as a cutting machine. Does it really require years of arduous training? Qin Feng thought, feeling no semblance of difficulty, convinced he could attain perfection within a month at most. Whether it was due to the hundredfold comprehension aura he was currently experiencing or the inherent charm of the falling leaves reminiscent of martial arts, he felt no sense of limitation in this fantastical world. Regardless of the reason, the celestial level seemed unimpressive, while the allure of trading for divine martial arts by spanking his younger brother was undeniable. Meanwhile, the 10th ancestor stood silently by, feeling a profound sense of disappointment. Particularly stung by Qin Feng's remark about the decades of labor required, he experienced unprecedented emotional turmoil. I need a moment of solitude. The 10 ancestors continuously reassured themselves. Do not be angry. Do not be angry. He is my own child. Ding dong. The system detected the host's disrespect towards elders and awarded 100 villain points. How did I disrespect the elders? Qin Feng was instantly bewildered, doubting whether the system had malfunctioned. Soon, the system provided an explanation, disregarding the words of the elderly equated to showing disrespect. Qin Feng was left speechless, recalling a previous instance. What error was this? Still treating the words of the elderly as absolute truth. Are their words infallible? Never mind. It is a system. Whatever it says must be right. Disrespect or not. One must remember that ignoring the counsel of elders can lead to years of joy. At that moment, several other ancestors of the Qin family, with grave expressions, passed by Qin Feng and headed towards the small courtyard where his parents resided, without even glancing back. What was happening? Curiosity piqued, Qin Feng followed closely behind. Upon entering, he found several ancestors surrounding his second brother, comparing ancient texts with him. Within minutes, their excitement became uncontrollable, and they erupted into joyous laughter. The Supreme Bone. Indeed, that mysterious aura was the legendary Supreme Bone, found in a million. This child was a natural-born Supreme. The heavens had truly blessed the Qin family. This aura was overwhelming. Qin Feng instantly felt a sense of despair. The chosen one was indeed beyond reason. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for triggering the epic villainous mission of destiny. Unearth the Supreme Bone of your brother, with the reward of an invincible double pupil. Chapter 9. A Heart in Turmoil. Qin Feng nearly spat out a mouthful of vintage blood, increasingly convinced that this was no ordinary system. These are indeed his closest friends and brothers. The system temptingly stated, the Supreme Bone can be shattered and then reborn. Shattered and reborn. It would be disingenuous for Qin Feng to claim that he was unperturbed at that moment, yet he quickly shook his head in denial. If he were to truly excavate his younger brother's Supreme Bone, would his father and mother not flay him alive? The image he had painstakingly built over the years would be utterly destroyed. Inflicting harm upon an enemy while suffering significant self-damage is unwise. No, I must contemplate in solitude. Qin Feng shook his head, dismissing thoughts of the Supreme Bone, and returned to his secluded courtyard to commence his cultivation. He had initially thought that after dispelling his younger brother's innate ancestral energy, he would enjoy a period of ease. Little did he know that the younger brother, in defiance of reason, had unexpectedly manifested another piece of Supreme Bone. Thus, he must engage in relentless cultivation without respite, lest he inadvertently jeopardize his own life. In the courtyard, Qin Feng sat cross-legged in meditation, his mind instantly entering a state of tranquility. Unlike the comprehension required in the first layer of heaven, the second layer was evidently far more intricate. However, the results were markedly pronounced. In addition to an accelerated cultivation pace, his recovery ability was also significantly enhanced. Simultaneously, the heavenly treasure gourd hanging around his neck emanated a soft glow. It not only aided in his focus and tranquility, preventing him from succumbing to madness, but also fortified his cultivation at the first level of the open origin realm, hastening his breakthrough to the second level. With the heavenly treasure gourd, one could assert that his cultivation speed had at least doubled. Such rapid immersion into tranquility. The 10 ancestors, standing nearby, displayed expressions of astonishment, increasingly impressed by Qin Feng. He neither took pride in his enhanced potential due to 100 years of gestation, nor boasted about gaining an advantage from comprehending the techniques beyond the innate. He remained diligently committed to his practice. This young man's future holds great promise. As spring gives way to autumn, 5 years have swiftly passed. At the age of 8, Qin Feng, having comprehended the second tier of cultivation, experienced a meteoric rise in his abilities, breaking through to the 9th level of the opening Yuan realm in just 5 short years, standing merely a step away from the extraordinary realm. Unlike the opening Yuan realm, which involves the cultivation of the dantian and grants a lightness akin to a swallow, the extraordinary realm allows for the externalization of spiritual energy, enabling one to strike down foes from 1,000 meters away. At this moment, Qin Feng sat cross-legged in a specially prepared medicinal bath, a privilege afforded to him by his esteemed family, designed to enhance his physical refinement and solidify his foundation. A sudden pang of discomfort caused Qin Feng to frown involuntarily as he endeavored to project his spiritual energy. With a resounding bang, a deep thud reverberated within him, and as his body shuddered, a terrifying torrent of energy surged forth, scattering the items in the room in disarray. Had he truly broken through? The 10th ancestor, standing nearby, was left in utter astonishment, gazing blankly at Qin Feng in the bath. An 8-year-old in the extraordinary realm had shattered ancient records once more. However, the 10th ancestor quickly regained his composure, not due to a heart cultivated over a millennium, but because of the even more prodigious talent of Qin Feng's younger brother, Qin Hao. At the tender age of 3, Qin Feng had set the record for the fastest breakthrough to the opening Yuan realm, only for it to be surpassed by his brother, who achieved this feat at merely 2 years old. Now, at just 5, Qin Hao had reached the 5th level of the opening Yuan realm and was poised to easily eclipse Qin Feng's record for the fastest breakthrough to the extraordinary realm before the age of 8. Neither of these brothers could be considered ordinary. The 10th ancestor felt his confidence severely undermined, believing that in comparison to these two prodigies, his own existence was utterly trivial. Qin Feng rose to his feet and let out a thunderous roar, channeling his spiritual energy to shatter the bathtub. Though merely 8 years of age, his stature was akin to that of a 12 or 13-year-old child, and at such a tender age, he boasted 8 perfectly sculpted abdominal muscles, his entire being radiating a primal force of explosive vitality. The first matter he undertook after his breakthrough was to confront his younger brother. Despite sharing the same father and mother, and being descended from the same ancestors, that did nothing to deter him from delivering a sound thrashing. Over the past 5 years, he had frequently used their sparring sessions as an excuse to pin his younger brother to the ground and vigorously rub his face in it, accumulating a substantial fortune of villain points in the process, currently exceeding 240,000. However, his younger sibling proved to be quite unreasonable. The fights were becoming increasingly strenuous. Despite only possessing the 5th level of the opening Yuan realm, he could still challenge someone at the 9th level with considerable effort, enlightening him to the formidable nature of perfection in the realm. It truly was an invincible existence at the same tier. He had inquired with the system about methods to attain this ultimate state, and the response was straightforward. Simply purchase a card for the realm of perfection, available for a modest sum of 1 million villain points. To expedite his progress, he resolved to beat his brother as soon as possible. This child, the 10th ancestor, rubbed his forehead in exasperation, fully aware that chaos was about to ensue. However, he had no intention of intervening. His younger brother did not lose heart in defeat, but instead became increasingly diligent in his cultivation. Even if the elder brother emerged victorious, he would continuously spur himself to strive harder. Such a virtuous cycle was one they both relished. Young master, the disciples of the Qin family greeted Qin Feng with warm smiles. It was only when they sensed the unstable fluctuations of energy surrounding Qin Feng that their hearts were immediately stirred by tumultuous waves of astonishment. Surely, this must be a jest. He has truly broken through to the transcendent realm. In their understanding, even prodigies would typically reach such heights at the age of 15 or 16, having already begun to make a name for themselves in the ancient wilderness. Yet here was Qin Feng, achieving this at the tender age of 8. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would dare believe it to be true? What a monstrous talent. The disciples of the Qin family swallowed hard, utterly taken aback by Qin Feng's extraordinary gifts. Ignoring the astonishment of those around him, Qin Feng was solely focused on swiftly locating his younger brother for a good scolding. Ultimately, drawing upon 5 years of experience, he successfully found his brother at the entrance of the Qin family estate, where he discovered a small figure curled up and sleeping against the crooked tree at the gate. Indeed, he was here. Qin Feng circled the tree in confusion. His memories recalled that his brother often napped beneath its branches. While he might attribute such behavior to playfulness in other children, with his unreasonable younger brother, he sensed there was something extraordinary at play. The more trivial something appeared to others, the more likely it was to be the key to a protagonist's reversal of fortunes. Could it be that I am overthinking? After observing for a while without discerning any secrets, his gaze inadvertently shifted to his sleeping brother. To others, he might seem to embody the tranquility of a blissful life. Yet to Qin Feng, it felt as though his brother was enticing him to unearth the supreme bone. Originally, my aspiration was to become a debauched heir, indulging in a life of luxury and excess. Yet because of this little one, I am compelled to toil in cultivation for self-preservation. Qin Feng, increasingly agitated, raised his hand high. With a resounding slap, his hand landed heavily on Qin Hao's little bottom, causing the young lad to awaken instantly. To his surprise, Qin Feng was not angry. Instead, he was greeted with joyful calls of brother from Qin Hao. No matter how many times his elder sibling playfully swatted him, the little one still cherished their moments together. This left Qin Feng in a state of inner turmoil. It is a well-known adage that the more heartwarming the memories of childhood, the more tragic the fate in adulthood. Except for the female protagonist. Anyone who interacts with the main character tends to depart swiftly. As time unfolds and the realms awaken, the King of Hell smiles. Here he comes, my brother. Chapter 10. The Emergence of Talent's Brother. Let us venture outside. Qin Hao gazed at Qin Feng with eager anticipation, hoping for an outing. Outside, Qin Feng could not suppress a roll of his eyes, feeling somewhat insulted. As the future hope of the Qin family, he and his brother were under the comprehensive protection of their kin. At the age of 8, he had yet to step beyond the confines of their home. Of course, there was little necessity for him to do so. It was not that their ancestors forbade him from venturing out. Rather, the Qin family was simply too vast. The reason the Qin family held the esteemed title of the foremost clan in the ancient world was not solely due to the protection of their forebears, but also because of their staggering population of millions, all residing within a single city. Coupled with a family ethos centered on martial inheritance, every member of the Qin clan possessed martial prowess, solidifying their status as the preeminent family of the ancient era. Unless extraordinary circumstances arose, there was little reason to leave the Qin estate. Furthermore, due to the formidable strength of the Qin family, they were, in truth, the true rulers of the eastern realm of the Great Xia dynasty. In this locale, denizens may be unacquainted with the imperial family of Great Xia, yet they are invariably familiar with the Qin family. Such is the drawback of an empire co-ruled by royalty and influential clans. Brother, Qin Hao implored, pitifully tugging at Qin Feng's sleeve, attempting to achieve his aims through feigned distress. Alas, Qin Feng remained impervious to such tactics. Had it been a sister, he might have wavered. Nevertheless, to ensure his younger brother enjoyed a complete childhood, he acquiesced to his request, instructing him to await him outside the city while he informed their mother. Splendid. Qin Hao, yet unversed in the perfidy of human nature, skipped away joyously. Mother, your younger son has absconded. Qin Feng, transforming instantaneously from a gentle elder brother into a scheming youth, dashed into the residence to report the matter to Yun Xie. Ding. System detects the host falsely accusing the chosen one, awarding 200 villain points. The surrounding guards maintained impassive countenances, long accustomed to such occurrences. Over the past 5 years, Qin Feng had consistently ensnared his younger brother in various predicaments. If they were not mistaken, the eldest young master would soon present the madam with a feather duster. Before long, Yun Xie, resembling one carrying a chick, spiritedly brought Qin Hao back. Qin Feng reverted to his role as a tender elder brother, solicitously stepping forward to explain. Mother, please do not be vexed. It was I who promised to take my younger brother out to play. He did not intend to run away from home. Indeed, indeed. Qin Hao nodded vigorously, his gaze toward his elder brother brimming with gratitude. Yet, the more Qin Feng insisted, the less his mother believed him. Surmising that the eldest son was merely concerned for his younger brother and sought to shield him from an impending reprimand by proactively assuming responsibility, she simply could not comprehend how, despite being twins born of the same parents, there could be such a stark contrast between them. The elder sibling had always been sensible and obedient, while the younger one was perpetually mischievous, embodying that type of child who, if left unattended for 3 days, would wreak havoc. Why can't you learn from your brother? All you do is cause trouble. Yun Xie activated her strict maternal mode, delivering a lecture to Qin Hao. However, she remained oblivious to the playful grimace that Qin Feng, standing behind her, made at his younger brother, presenting a humor that a 5-year-old should not have to bear. Haha. Eventually, he could not contain his laughter, provoking Yun Xie's ire, which had been on the verge of dissipating. She began a relentless cycle of self-justification. He is my son, and I am his mother. I cannot lose my temper with him, nor can I strike him. If he cries, I must console him, and if he is hurt, I must tend to him. It has not been easy raising him. He was nearly a product of my difficult labor. His mistakes must stem from my shortcomings. I have not devoted myself to educating him properly. It is my inadequacy, my lack of methods. A diligent upbringing yields filial children, while neglect breeds rebellious ones. To endure a moment is to embrace vast horizons. To retreat may only lead to greater frustration. When tolerance reaches its limits, Silence can either lead to an explosion or demise. I can no longer contain the tempest within me. Observing Qin Hao still chuckling foolishly, Yun Xie conceded her attempt at self-persuasion was a failure. Mother, he is still just a child. Qin Feng hurriedly stepped in, attempting to play the peacemaker, only to find himself clutching a willow branch. Step aside. I must impart a proper lesson today. Yun Xie, in a fit of irritation, casually seized a willow branch, feeling it necessary to administer a few swats to that troublesome child. A willow branch. The expressions of the surrounding guards shifted slightly, revealing their surprise at the deviation from their expectations of a feather duster. Just as Qin Feng awaited the antagonist's arrival, the air was suddenly filled with melodious strains of music. In the distance, a grand procession approached, led by 9 colossal beasts drawing an opulent carriage, while the following entourage soared through the sky on their own magnificent creatures. If a reinforcement level of 10 glows, then this procession must boast a level of at least 20. The Lin family of Tianjin City. Qin Feng instantly recognized their origin, acknowledging them as the absolute rulers of the western region of the Great Xia. Unlike the Qin family's familial governance, the Lin family of Tianjin City operated as a feudal lord, enlisting numerous talented individuals to serve them, along with a formidable army of 100,000 armored soldiers, firmly establishing their dominance in the western territories. I shall deal with you later. Yun Xie glared at Qin Hao, pulling her brothers home. Simultaneously, the city of the Qin family resonated with the sounds of welcoming bells and drums, as hundreds of thousands of proficient disciples emerged to greet the esteemed guests from Tianjin City, simultaneously showcasing the Qin family's formidable heritage. Qin Feng and his brother were dressed in formal attire by Yun Xie, accompanying their adoptive father, Qin Tian, personally out of the city to extend a welcome. Unlike his usual playful demeanor, today Qin Tian exuded an aura of overwhelming authority, standing there like an invincible war god. Brother Qin Tian, it has been years. I have missed you dearly. A middle-aged gentleman clad in luxurious robes disembarked from the carriage and immediately approached Qin Tian with a warm embrace, embodying the essence of a cunning old fox. Lin Hao, how I deeply long for you. Qin Tian laughed heartily, though it was uncertain how much sincerity lay behind his mirth. These two must be the twins from Qin Tian's family, separated by a mere 3 years, correct? After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Hao's gaze shifted to the brothers, Qin Feng and Qin Hao. His journey to the Qin family, spanning countless miles, was solely for the purpose of these two brothers. To be precise, the Qin family sought to forge an alliance with Tianjin City by selecting one of them to be betrothed to his cherished daughter. Following the emergence of 2 prodigies from the Qin family and their consecutive breaking of ancient records, the royal family of Daxia grew increasingly anxious. To safeguard their imperial power, they began reaching out to various prominent families, preparing to take action against the Qin family. In light of their interests, the Qin family was compelled to seek allies. Indeed, the elder brother, Qin Feng, possessed the potential of an emperor, while the younger brother, Qin Hao, bore the rarest of supreme bones. Qin Tian proudly introduced his remarkable sons. It is a rare fortune for a family to produce even a single prodigy, yet his family had given rise to 2 extraordinary talents. The existence of supreme bones is well documented in ancient texts, yet the authenticity of imperial potential remains uncertain. At that moment, a haughty little girl emerged from behind Lin Hao. She was Lin Xiner, the little princess of Tianjin City. Though merely 6 or 7 years of age, she possessed eyebrows like emerald feathers, skin as white as snow, a waist as slender as silk, and teeth resembling pearls, clearly destined to blossom into a beauty. Xiner, you must not be disrespectful, Lin Hao admonished, reminding her to be mindful of the occasion. The haughty little girl, indifferent to the occasion, cast a challenging and confrontational gaze at Qin Feng, and with a snap of her fingers, summoned a strikingly handsome youth of around 14 or 15 years. He was my newly acquired servant, Lin San. Dare you to face him in a duel to prove yourself? Lin Xiner shot a defiant look at Qin Feng. Lin San? Qin Feng regarded the boy with curiosity, noting his remarkable presence, revealing he was no ordinary figure. Chapter 11. In an age of great strife, is he truly Lin San of Tianjin City? Whispers of intrigue rippled through the crowd, clearly aware of Lin San's reputation. It was said that his talents were extraordinarily formidable, and his swordsmanship was exceptionally refined, with experts predicting that he would be the foremost swordsman a century hence. Ding dong, a revelation of the chosen one, epic level. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with delight, for he was elated. Given that Qin Hao was his younger brother, he had always refrained from employing his full strength, fearing the repercussions from their parents, resulting in him accumulating merely 240,000 villain points over more than 5 years. Now, Encountering someone unrelated, he was eager to indulge in a true contest. If memory served him right, his younger brother was also an epic-level chosen one. Meanwhile, both sets of parents exchanged awkward smiles. Yet there was no indication of halting the impending duel. Although Lin Hao had come to forge an alliance, he did not wish for his daughter to wed a worthless individual. Qin Tian, eager for a successful alliance, naturally hoped to see his eldest son, Qin Feng, showcase his prowess. Defeat would not be a great concern. After all, he was merely 8 years old, while his opponent was already 13 or 14, boasting an extraordinary cultivation level of transcendent Tier 3. However, if victory is attained, it would indeed bring great honor. Very well, let us engage in this contest. Qin Feng grasped his father's intent, aligning perfectly with his own desires, as a profound aura surged around him, causing the fallen leaves on the ground to levitate gently. He had reached the first level of the transcendent realm. The expressions of Lin Hao and the other masters from Tianxin City shifted dramatically, their hearts exclaiming that this young man possessed the potential of an emperor. An 8-year-old in the transcendent realm is unprecedented. Particularly, his ability to make leaves float was unmistakably the renowned technique of the 10th ancestor of the Qin family, known as falling leaves dance. Who would dare believe that someone so young could master such an extraordinary skill without witnessing it firsthand? Simultaneously, Lin Hao finally comprehended why the royal family of the Great Xia had been so antagonistic towards the Qin family lately. If these two young prodigies were allowed to mature, they could easily usurp the royal family's position at any moment. Please offer your guidance. Lin San, a staunch advocate of martial ethics, reminded before engaging. Yet, he clearly overestimated Qin Feng's sense of honor. Faced with a chosen one, he dared not be careless, nor did he adhere to martial propriety, especially considering that his opponent's cultivation was 2 levels above his own. Before Lin San could react, he saw Qin Feng point decisively, causing the leaves to transform into sharp blades, hurtling towards him from all directions. Are you not adhering to martial ethics? Lin Xiner exclaimed, vehemently condemning Qin Feng's actions. Not only had he launched an attack without warning, but he had also unleashed his full strength with such a despicable technique. With a resounding clang, Lin San, with a leisurely grace, unsheathed his sword, thrusting it forward with a fluid motion that conjured a subtle glimmer of sword light. The blade danced like water beneath the moonlight, effortlessly swatting away the falling leaves, which shattered into fragments upon contact. With another thrust, a fierce gust of sword wind surged forth, causing the airborne leaves to lose their trajectory and descend helplessly. Lin San's figure, wielding the sword, flickered in and out of sight amidst the chaos. With a resounding crash, he unleashed a beam of sword light that scattered Qin Feng's flurry of leaves. Although his movements were ostentatious, they left him with several scratches, and the heaving of his chest bore testament to the considerable energy expended in that singular strike. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng, adhering to the principle of exploiting an opponent's weakness, gracefully maneuvered with the ethereal charm of his shadowy steps, swiftly closing the distance to Lin San without granting him a moment to react. His fist, as large as a sandbag, struck Lin San squarely in the face. Ah! Lin San cried out in agony as he was sent flying. Brother, that was amazing! Qin Hao exclaimed, dancing with joy in celebration of his brother's anticipated triumph. However, this exuberance irked Lin Xiner, who loudly cheered on Lin San. Ding dong! Congratulations, host! You have struck the chosen one and earned 200 villain points. Upon witnessing the influx of villain points, Qin Feng's spirit soared, invigorated to continue his efforts throughout the day. Yet, he had grossly underestimated Lin San's combat prowess. Before he could initiate a series of attacks, Lin San swiftly regained his footing, darting forward like a shooting star across the sky, a shadowy, water-like gleam emanating from his blade. Sword intent, gasped Qin Tian and his companions, their hearts exclaiming in awe at the prodigious talent before them. The essence of sword intent is a coveted realization for all sword practitioners. Once grasped, the potency of their swordsmanship elevates to remarkable heights, greatly enhancing their combat prowess. Alarmingly, Qin Feng perceived the formidable strength of this strike and had no intention of confronting it head-on. Instead, he sought to evade swiftly. However, Lin San had already emerged from his initial passivity, bolstered by a 2-tier advantage in levels and the supremacy of sword intent. With the grace of a gentle breeze, he unleashed a strike that conjured a flurry of sword shadows directed at Qin Feng. Despite the exquisite subtlety of Qin Feng's elusive footwork, he still resembled a small vessel navigating tumultuous waves, perpetually at risk of capsizing. Well done, Lin San. Teach this rascal a proper lesson. Lin Xiner exclaimed joyfully, clapping her hands in delight, while teasingly sticking out her tongue at Qin Hao. Go, brother. Qin Hao, his face flushed with indignation, shouted fervently in support of Qin Feng. The others paid little mind to the two youngsters, having been utterly astonished by their display. Reflecting upon their own childhoods, they acknowledged that at the age of 8, they could hardly transcend the extraordinary realm, and by 13 or 14, they were incapable of comprehending sword intent. The new generation was indeed surpassing the old. A collective sentiment swept through the crowd, an unspoken acknowledgement that the era of great conflict was imminent. Whenever these prodigies congregated, it heralded a reordering reminiscent of ancient times. Yet, at this moment, Qin Feng was devoid of thoughts about grand contests. His singular focus lay on how to defeat this opponent and accrue villain points. Is this what it feels like to be suppressed by the protagonist? Qin Feng thought, as he was forced to retreat repeatedly, finding himself entirely at a disadvantage and lacking any means of counterattack. There was simply no way out. The atmosphere has reached a fever pitch. He cannot afford to lose to this individual. He must unleash his ultimate technique and call upon the system to exchange for Volume 2 of Phantom Sojourn. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for spending 10,000 villain points to redeem Volume 2 of Phantom Sojourn. 10,000 points. Qin Feng felt a pang of anguish in his heart. How many days must he defeat his second brother to accumulate such a sum? He was now further from the prospect of a grand completion. No. Today, he must reclaim his losses from Lin San. As Qin Feng's body danced in synchrony with the figure in his mind, he transformed into a gentle breeze. Swaying amid the shadowy, water-like sword light, effortlessly soaring several hundred meters away. What? The expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically as they realized Qin Feng's movement had broken through during the battle. His speed was evidently swifter than before, and his footwork had become even more ethereal, allowing him to deftly evade Lin San's oncoming waves of sword light. Splendid, splendid. My son, Qin Feng, possesses the potential of an emperor. Qin Tian could not suppress his joy, nearly shouting triumphantly into Lin Hao's ear. Remarkable. Lin San displayed an unprecedented seriousness, aware that he could not triumph without revealing his true abilities. He stood with his garments billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, the dark, flowing sword light in his hand dancing in the breeze, the air tearing apart with mournful howls. Qin Feng sensed Lin San was about to unleash his full power. He raised his hand and shouted into the void. Sword, come forth. Chapter 12. If you love him, stab him in the heart. Buzz. The clear sound of swords resonated throughout the city where the Qin family resided, as 9 beams of sword light streaked across the sky like shooting stars. The 9 swords of the vast sky. Lin Hao and others were indeed connoisseurs, effortlessly recounting the origins of the 9 swords. They had heard tales of the hasty visit by the emperor of the Great Xia 5 years ago, during which he was duped by the shameless young master of the Qin family, losing the Longkong 9 swords and the Tianbao gourd. Initially, they thought it was merely a case of hearsay, but it turned out that his shamelessness was genuine. He insisted on carrying all 9 swords to embody that very essence. The 9 swords united. Qin Feng swiftly formed a gesture with his fingers, directing it towards the approaching 9 swords. A resonant hum echoed as the sword winds surged forth. Dust swirling, the momentum of the 9 swords growing ever more formidable, their roars reminiscent of furious waves reverberating in the void. When the wind subsided, a long sword glimmering with a cold light hovered before Qin Feng. This was the sword of the Longkong sword god from a millennium ago, one of the top 10 divine weapons of the ancient era, the Longkong divine sword. Since acquiring the Longkong 9 swords, Qin Feng had successfully refined them over the past 5 years with the assistance of the 10 ancestors. While he would not dare claim to replicate the grandeur of the Longkong sword god, nor did he possess the complete prowess to wield the Longkong 9 swords, they were nonetheless entirely suitable for combat. The Longkong 9 swords. Lin San gazed with fervor, his breath quickening. There was no alternative. His sword techniques were derived from the Longkong sword god of a millennium past. Accurately speaking, he had inherited the legacy of the sword god. If he could obtain the Longkong 9 swords, he would undoubtedly be able to revive the glory of the sword god. However, he was acutely aware that the Qin family was not to be trifled with. Attempting to seize them outright would be tantamount to courting death. So he could only wait for the opportune moment. Even with the divine sword's blessing, you could never hope to be my match. Lin San possessed unwavering confidence in the inheritance of the Longkong sword god. Amidst the swirling dust, he suddenly unleashed his power, and a brilliant beam of sword light cleaved through the void, stirring waves of turbulence. The Longkong sword technique. A divine sword art comprehended by the Longkong sword god from the laws of heaven and earth, bore the might to vanquish gods and Buddhas alike. Unrivaled in the ancient world, it was evident to Qin Tian and Lin Hao, both formidable figures, that they recognized the Longkong sword technique at a glance. Little did the Longkong sword god anticipate that, a millennium later, his sword technique would confront his own treasured blade. An alarming realization struck Qin Tian as he paled, intent on intervening. Although his son, Qin Feng, possessed imperial potential, he was merely 8 years old. How could he withstand the Longkong sword goddess technique? Yet, before he could voice his concerns, he beheld his son, Qin Feng, with fierce determination, assuming a stance to draw his sword. The heavenly slashing sword technique. With a nod, he unsheathed his blade. A resounding, crisp sound of the sword being drawn echoed through the heavens and the earth. A stunning sword light, standing apart from the world, erupted forth, enveloping the scene in a chilling aura. The sword light danced like a startled swan and soared like a wandering dragon, seemingly poised to cleave the sky in twain. What manner of sword move was this? The assembled crowd, well-versed in many arts, had never witnessed this technique from Qin Feng. Could it be an original creation? Stripped of superfluous embellishments, it was a pursuit of the ultimate, an invincible strike capable of severing the heavens and annihilating the earth, as well as determining victory and defeat. With a thunderous roar, the two beams of sword light collided violently, unleashing a cataclysmic resonance accompanied by a terrifying tempest of energy that swept through the arena. Mother, father, Qin Hao and Lin Xiner, with their insufficient cultivation, clutched the garments of their respective parents to avoid being swept away by the wind. How could this be possible? Lin San's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to fathom that an 8-year-old child could master such swordplay. He had believed his own cultivation to be superior and, armed with the legacy of the Longkong sword god and an understanding of sword intent, defeating a mere child would be effortless. Yet, to his dismay, the child imparted a lesson that revealed his sword was not the mightiest. With a resounding crash, Lin San's sword shattered, failing to withstand the sharpness of the Longkong divine sword. He possessed the Longkong sword technique, while Qin Feng wielded the heaven-slaying sword art. Though his cultivation was 2 minor levels above Qin Feng's, the latter was endowed with tenfold imperial talent, complemented by the heavenly treasure gourd's restorative properties. How could victory be anything but assured? What? Lin San's face was etched with disbelief. He had been defeated by an 8-year-old child. Throughout his journey, he had consistently triumphed over the strong, gradually forging an indomitable will. Yet today he fell to a mere child, causing a fissure in his once unassailable resolve and plunging him into self-doubt. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for causing a crack in the invincible resolve of the chosen one, earning 100,000 villain points. A mere crack yields 100,000. If I were to stab him in the heart, wouldn't that amount to billions in an instant? At this moment, Qin Feng was filled with indomitable spirit, his feet gliding upon the elusive shadows, while his divine sword lunged menacingly towards Lin San's chest. To love him is to pierce his heart. This is bad. Although Lin San's indomitable will had begun to take shape, he remained merely a 13 or 14-year-old child. After receiving a lesson from Qin Feng, his rhythm was thrown into disarray, resulting in a series of defeats. With every new sword scar etched upon him, Qin Feng's affection for him only grew. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for injuring the chosen one, earning 500 villain points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for injuring the chosen one, earning 500 villain points. Because Qin Hao was his younger brother, he had never relished the experience quite like today. My brother is the best. Qin Hao proudly lifted his small head, eager to proclaim to the world that this was his brother. Meanwhile, Lin Xiner was so furious that she stamped her feet, wanting to rush over and give this mischievous child a good thrashing, but she was instead lifted by Yun Xie, who was quite fond of the little girl. The outcome had been decided. Indeed, Qin Feng's son possessed the potential of an emperor. Lin Hao chuckled, waving his hand as he pulled Lin San back, just as Qin Feng was about to strike a fatal blow. What a joke! Lin San was hailed as the foremost swordsman of the century. He could not be allowed to fall prey to Qin Feng's attack here. Qin Feng was quite displeased with Lin Hao's intervention, as it had thwarted his opportunity to accumulate points. However, he refrained from voicing his frustration, understanding the enigmatic nature of the chosen one. If he were to insist, it would surely trigger some powerful force to intervene. It was better to withdraw gracefully and avoid attracting trouble. Haha. Upon hearing someone praise his eldest son, Qin Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Knowing that the alliance and familial ties were almost certain, the welcoming ceremony continued as Qin Tian led Lin Hao into the Qin family stronghold. A row of profoundly skilled disciples from the Qin family evoked immense envy in Lin Hao. If given the choice, he would prefer to invest additional resources in nurturing a blood relative rather than cultivating an individual entirely unrelated to him, unless that person exhibited unwavering loyalty. Yet, who can definitively ascertain loyalty? Soon, the parents from both sides commenced discussions regarding the matrimonial affairs of their offspring. It was anticipated that Lin Hao would select Qin Feng, who had just showcased his imperial prowess. However, to everyone's astonishment, he chose Qin Hao, who had been merely observing from the sidelines, as his son-in-law. By heavens! Qin Feng exclaimed upon learning the news, his expletive reflecting a newfound understanding of the capriciousness surrounding the so-called Chosen One. A fierce battle may be likened to a tiger. Yet discussions of marriage seemed to lack such fervor. Chapter 13, the new application of the Chosen One. However, Qin Tian and Yun Xia exchanged incredulous glances. Equally taken aback. Logically, Qin Feng had just demonstrated his capabilities. What 8-year-old could possess such terrifying combat prowess? In contrast, while Qin Hao possessed the rarest of supreme bones, his abilities remained dormant, leaving his true potential unknown. Lin Hao merely smiled, offering no explanation. His choice of Qin Hao was far from arbitrary. It was a decision made after careful consideration of the pros and cons. It is widely acknowledged that Qin Feng and Qin Hao are twins, with their talents unlikely to differ significantly. The fact that as soon as the elder brother Qin Feng shattered various records, the younger brother Qin Hao is poised to break them as well, suggests that Qin Hao's innate abilities may indeed surpass those of his brother. In the context of both individuals receiving identical education and upbringing, he naturally favors his younger brother, who possesses the supreme bone. Most significantly, recent rumors have circulated regarding the Blood Moon prodigy, born 8 years ago, who is none other than Qin Feng, a significant threat to the Daxia royal family. Investing in Qin Feng carries substantial risks, whereas supporting his brother, Qin Hao, seems a safer choice. Should calamity befall the Qin family, Qin Hao would inevitably align himself with the interests of Tianjin City. Qin Tian refrained from probing further, as his intent was to forge an alliance through marriage. If the two dominant powers of Eastern and Western Daxia could unite, even the Daxia royal family would have to contemplate the repercussions of allying with other noble houses. If this alliance could provide the two young ones with time to mature, then the Qin family would emerge victorious. Ultimately, amidst the tacit understanding of both families, an alliance based on mutual interests was established. However, the two principal parties remained blissfully unaware that Lin Xner was exploring the Qin family's territory in the company of the two brothers, along with Lin San. Why do I feel as though my life is in constant peril? Qin Feng pondered. As a fated antagonist, being alongside two epic chosen ones, even within the protective confines of the Qin family stronghold, provided him with no sense of security. He feared that they might inadvertently unleash their powers and erase his entire family in one fell swoop. Wow, it's so lively here, Lin Xner exclaimed, her excitement palpable as they arrived at the Qin family market. Unlike the mundane vegetable markets of ordinary folk, this was a marketplace for cultivators, where one could find an array of treasures including spiritual herbs, medicinal pills, and magical artifacts essential for their cultivation. Given that the Qin family is the absolute sovereign of the eastern regions of the Great Xia dynasty, the security of their city is unequivocally guaranteed. Each day, a multitude of external cultivators flock here to engage in trade, which the Qin family relies upon to strengthen their disciples, thus gradually forming a vibrant marketplace of free commerce. At that moment, both Qin Hao and Lin San's eyes sparkled with intrigue as they simultaneously fixed their gaze upon a dilapidated little cauldron. Qin Feng also perked up, as if he had unlocked a new technique. Rather than worry about being overshadowed by these two chosen ones, he thought it wiser to exploit their unpredictable fortune to uncover treasures. If both of these fated individuals were captivated by the same modest cauldron, it surely must possess extraordinary qualities. It was I who spotted it first. It was I who saw it first. Qin Hao and Lin San exchanged fierce glances, each unwilling to concede their claim to the little cauldron. However, as they engaged in their silent standoff, Qin Feng, the opportunistic bystander, inquired of the vendor how much it would cost. Originally priced at 1,000 spirit stones, the vendor hastily proposed a new figure of 888 spirit stones. Should the eldest son desire it? The stall owner cautiously revealed this offer, keenly observing Qin Feng's reaction, as if a mere furrow of his brow would prompt an immediate price reduction. After all, the Qin family, as local overlords, commanded respect. Who would dare to slight them? 888 spirit stones? Passers-by among the cultivators paused in disbelief, exclaiming that the stall owner must have lost his senses to demand such a sum. It is worth noting that the value of a single spirit stone could sustain a commoner for a lifetime without worry, while for cultivators, it equated to a week's worth of arduous training. Yet here was a humble cauldron daring to command a price of 888 spirit stones. At this moment, the stall owner too began to feel the weight of anxiety. He certainly did not regard Qin Feng as a fool. Rather, the origin of this small, shabby tripod was exceedingly peculiar. Once a minor leader of the Tiger Head Gang, boasting a following of over 100,000, He had accompanied his gang to excavate a site of rumored relics after their leader learned of its location. Tragically, this endeavor cost the lives of over 100,000 members before they finally reached the depths of the ruins. Contrary to their expectations of a dazzling treasure, they found only a small, decrepit tripod enshrined upon a stone pedestal. The leader, whether due to prior injuries or some other cause, inexplicably spat out blood and perished, leaving him as the sole survivor. The meager tripod, obtained at such a tremendous cost, was already priced at a mere 888 spirit stones, a paltry sum. Very well. I shall accept the 888 spirit stones. Fearing that the night might bring unforeseen complications, Qin Feng instructed the vendor to fetch the money from the Qin family. As the eldest son of the esteemed Qin family, it was quite reasonable for him to venture out without carrying any money. Thank you so much, young master. The vendor expressed his gratitude repeatedly, hastily handing the small tripod to Qin Feng. Lin San was utterly astonished, taken aback by Qin Feng's audacity. Without even glancing at the item or negotiating the price, he had simply accepted the deal for 888 spirit stones. Surely, one would not exhibit such reckless abandon with their wealth. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt a sense of foreboding, an instinctive belief that this small tripod held great significance. A conviction that had largely guided him to his current standing. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for disrupting the destiny of the chosen one. You have earned a chance for a lottery draw. Indeed, this was a remarkable treasure. Qin Feng took the small tripod into his hands and scrutinized it carefully. Yet he could discern no extraordinary features. What on earth? Should such distinctions truly be made? Why is it that the protagonist, relying solely on intuition, can discern the treasure, while he can merely perceive it as a mere broken ding in his grasp? He is dissatisfied, and so is the antagonist. Brother, may I have it, please? Qin Hao began to tug at Qin Feng's arm, attempting to win the small ding through charm and feigned helplessness. However, Qin Feng was never swayed by such antics. Only his sister could potentially coax a concession from him. Yet, he simply could not perceive any extraordinary qualities in the ding. Rather, he could activate it through his younger brother, the chosen one. Very well, Qin Feng stated earnestly, I just purchased this insignificant ding for 888 spirit stones. As your brother, I will contribute 2 eighths. If you pay the remaining 8, I shall lend it to you for a few days. What say you, brother? You are so kind. Qin Hao, clearly still processing the situation, happily produced a cloth pouch. It was a storage bag commonly used by cultivators, containing the allowance he had saved over the past few years, which Qin Feng had long coveted. Soon enough, under Qin Feng's persuasion, Qin Hao extracted an 8, equating to 800 spirit stones. The onlookers were utterly speechless. Anyone possessing a kindergarten diploma would not fall for such a trick. Chapter 14. The antagonist desolate. Ding dong. The system detects the host deceiving the naive chosen one, earning 500 villain points. Qin Feng, with great satisfaction, tucked away the 800 spirit stones and kept his promise to lend the ding to his younger brother for a few days, intending to reclaim it once successfully activated. To this, Qin Hao felt not a sense of loss, but rather an impression of profit. His elder brother spent 88, while he merely spent 8, which is a full 80 less. Truly foolish, Odo. Qin Feng gazed at his naive younger brother, utterly perplexed as to why, despite his own high emotional intelligence and intellect as a villain, he would ultimately be trampled upon. What purpose does this small cauldron serve? Lin Xiner, curious, approached to inspect the peculiarities of the cauldron. However, Qin Hao, as if guarding against a thief, swiftly concealed the cauldron in his embrace, showing not the slightest regard for his future bride, which infuriated Lin Xiner to the point of stomping her feet. As the little princess of Tianqin City, no one had ever dared to treat her with such indifference. I don't even care, she declared. Lin San, let us go. Lin Xiner epitomized the typical tsundere little girl. In her lexicon, the word ask simply did not exist. She continued to wander through the Qin family market with Lin San in tow. After tasting the sweetness of the excursion, Qin Feng shamelessly followed along, keenly observing Lin San's changing expressions. Why does this young master of the Qin family keep stealing glances at me? Lin San felt a chill run down his spine from being scrutinized, his heart racing with anxiety. As a servant to the little princess of Tianqin City, he had certainly heard whispers of certain nobles with peculiar tastes, those who favored delicate servants like him. Especially among the exceptionally refined young nobles, the wildness of their pursuits was astounding. Could it be that Qin Feng belonged to such a category? It seemed that to prove his suspicion, whatever goods Qin Feng's gaze lingered upon for even a moment, he would purchase with extravagant ease. It was as if a domineering CEO was out shopping with his delicate young wife, in a bid to showcase his wealth. She purchased everything her gaze fell upon. How unreasonable! Qin Feng looked at the pile of items he had acquired, none of which could rival the treasures possessed by Xiao Ding. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for seizing the celestial herb of the chosen one, gaining 300 villain points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the elixir of the chosen one, gaining 300 villain points. Although these were indeed rare treasures that could yield villain points, Qin Feng was evidently more interested in obtaining the system's lottery opportunities. I refuse to believe that in such a vast Qin family market, I cannot unearth true treasures. For the following days, Qin Feng, undeterred by any inclement weather, insisted on dragging Lin San along for shopping excursions. Lin San was so frightened that goosebumps covered his skin. He increasingly suspected that Qin Feng was lusting after him, losing sleep night after night, ever vigilant with a sword in hand, terrified of inadvertently losing his purity. He was determined to be an exceptional servant, not a premium plaything. Is this truly the eldest son of the Qin family? The denizens of the Qin family market pointed and whispered about Qin Feng, for the name of this eldest son of the Qin family resonated far and wide. Previously, they had only heard tales of his imperial potential, but had never witnessed his prowess firsthand until the arrival of talents in Tianqin City, which finally unveiled the extent of his terrifying abilities. Breaking through the extraordinary realm at the age of 8, achieving a breakthrough in movement during battle, and creating the celestial sword technique, he defeated the heir of the Longkong sword god with a single stroke. In the entire archaic world, it seemed unlikely that any other prodigy could boast such remarkable achievements. His imperial potential was indeed well-deserved. Simultaneously, some individuals noted the items purchased by Qin Feng. Connoisseurs could discern at a glance that they were rare treasures with not a single oversight. Remarkable! The entire assembly was left astounded, their admiration for the eldest scion of the Qin family reaching unprecedented heights. Accurately distinguishing such an array of treasures is not merely a matter of formidable cultivation. It necessitates profound knowledge and years of genuine expertise. The fact that an 8-year-old child could achieve such a feat was truly astonishing. A few days later, the Qin and Lin families publicly announced their engagement, signifying the formal alliance between the Qin family and Tianqin City. Lin Hao, accompanied by a retinue, prepared to return to Tianqin City. Brother Qin, we part ways here. Lin Hao clasped his fist, his expression tinged with reluctance. Brother Lin, travel safely. Qin Tian mirrored the sentiment, his eyes filled with sorrow as he wished to continue accompanying him for several more hundred miles. As they departed, Qin Feng cast a lingering gaze towards Lin San, imbued with a sense of loss, for his dual-core treasure-seeking device was now reduced to a single core. Although the dual-core device had only unearthed an inconspicuous small cauldron, the other treasures had nonetheless yielded him a substantial profit. The entire Qin family market buzzed with legends about him, and everyone was eager to learn how he discerned such treasures. Lin San, sensing Qin Feng's wistful gaze, inwardly lamented his inability to endure it any longer. He yearned to distance himself from this man, fearing that remaining in his company would lead to an unforeseen change in his own inclinations. That night, Qin Feng found himself unable to sleep, for Lin San's presence had introduced him to the exhilarating joy of playing the villain. In just a few short days, he had extracted a staggering 150,000 villain points from him, along with an opportunity for a draw, an excitement that his second brother could not provide, igniting a profound desire within him to flee home in search of Lin San. Yet, perhaps he should first indulge in the lottery. Qin Feng shook his head and summoned the system to commence. With a whoosh, the spinning lottery wheel reappeared before him, densely populated with prizes: Supreme Body, Celestial Tyrant Body, Battle Saint Body, Chaos Saint Body, Double Pupils, Supreme Bone, True Dragon Treasure Technique, and Transcendental Sky. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for winning the Divine Level Buddhist Technique. Great Might Heavenly Dragon. A thunderous roar echoed in Qin Feng's mind, akin to a soul departing its vessel, transporting him to another realm. With a mighty roar, a colossal golden dragon, 100 feet in length, spiraled through the sky, emitting a reverberating dragon's chant that stirred the air, causing the very ground to tremble beneath its majestic presence. Before Qin Feng could react, the dragon surged towards him, piercing directly into his body. Gasping for breath, Qin Feng awoke in a cold sweat, discovering a golden dragon pattern coiling around him and newfound techniques filling his mind. By harnessing the dragon pattern, he could unleash the Divine Level Buddhist Technique, Great Might Heavenly Dragon. This technique boasted formidable power, inflicting double damage upon the demon race, rendering it a bane to their kind. Furthermore, it augmented his own defensive capabilities and endowed him with the ability to discern human from demon at a mere glance. Creak. The door to Qin Feng's room swung open. His younger brother, Qin Hao, peeked in, and upon seeing Qin Feng still awake, he joyfully clutched his small pillow, scampered up onto the bed with his bare little feet, declaring that he wished to sleep with his brother that night, in the quiet of the night. While others find solace in the presence of their elder brothers, I, inexplicably, have assumed the role of the younger sibling, a chosen one no less. Qin Feng gazed in silence at his younger brother, who had succumbed to slumber, perceiving a sense of disrespect towards him as the antagonist, as if he were being tempted by the allure of supreme power. Chapter 15. An imminent storm within the grand palace of the Great Xia. The emperor was engaged in his morning court. The entire assembly of civil and military officials had received news of the alliance between the Qin family and the city of Tianjin, and they were also aware that the eldest son of the Qin family had, at the tender age of 8, transcended to the extraordinary realm, having self-created the heaven-slaying sword technique to vanquish Lin San. Lin San, the heir of the sword god of Chongkong, was heralded as the foremost swordsman of the century to come, showcasing that the prodigious growth of the two talents from the Qin family was far beyond what anyone had anticipated. The alliance between the Qin family and the city of Tianjin clearly indicated their disregard for the imperial court. Their ambitions warrant punishment. Such intentions must not go unchallenged. I propose an immediate military response, to strike swiftly before their alliance solidifies and eradicate them. Do you truly believe the Qin family and the city of Tianjin are mere paper tigers, easily subdued? If they were so easily dealt with, would the court have allowed them to dominate the eastern and western territories for so many years? I advocate for diplomatic negotiations. In recent years, celestial phenomena have become increasingly frequent, heralding an era of great contention. We must not engage in internal strife. A century ago, the Yin dynasty underwent reforms and has since grown ever stronger, its ambitions no longer concealed. Recently, they have elevated two prodigies to the status of holy sons. They are now our foremost adversaries. I beseech your majesty to consider the greater picture. This is not the time for discord among ourselves. The emperor of the Great Xia gazed down at the two factions of ministers forming below, momentarily at a loss regarding whom to choose. To resist the encroachment of the Yin dynasty, the unity of the prominent families within the Great Xia was imperative. However, the cost of such unity had afforded the two prodigies of the Qin family the time to grow. If only the imperial family of Great Xia could produce a few exceptional talents, this predicament would be unnecessary. The emperor lamented the twilight of heroes, fully aware of the root of the dilemma. Though he accepted the relentless march of time, it was tragic to see the elder waves recede without successors in sight. In the Qin household, Qin Feng sat cross-legged in his modest courtyard, enveloped in a dense aura of spiritual energy. Ever since he transcended to the extraordinary realm, the third 3 levels of the creation decision had become insufficient. He could only expend 30,000 villain points to activate a month-long enlightenment halo to comprehend the 3rd level. Such terrifying insight. The 10th ancestor stood nearby, visibly astonished, acutely sensing the transformation within Qin Feng's body. This metamorphosis stemmed from his cultivation. As one delves deeper into the profound principles of the technique, it manifests physically. Now, Qin Feng's physique not only grew increasingly robust but also exhibited extraordinary self-healing capabilities. While one could not claim he could resurrect from death, regenerating severed limbs should pose little challenge. What celestial laws had this child comprehended? The 10th ancestor remarked that he had never encountered such a technique. Merely grasping the 3rd level enabled limb regeneration. If fully understood, would he not become indestructible? Reborn from a drop of blood? With a resounding crash, a deep, resonant sound emanated from within Qin Feng as the runes surrounding him erupted in a dazzling golden light. His aura intensified, signifying not only his comprehension of the 3rd heaven, but also his breakthrough into the 2nd tier of the transcendent realm. Truly remarkable. The 13th ancestor couldn't help but exclaim, reminiscing about the moment of Qin Feng's birth. He was indeed a prodigy capable of stirring the very winds and clouds of the world, a level of genius beyond ordinary imagination. Clang, clang. The sound of bells reverberated throughout the entire Qin family city, causing a palpable shift in the expressions of all present. This was the urgent bell that had not sounded for centuries, signaling that the Qin family faced a grave crisis. Every clan member was required to prepare for an immediate state of battle, as a conflict determining the survival of the Qin family was imminent. What has transpired? The 13th ancestor's countenance grew solemn as he transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. The life and death of the family? I suspect this matter is somewhat related to my second brother. Qin Feng seized the opportunity to chastise his younger brother, Qin Hao, and rose to seek him out. In truth, he never wished for such turmoil. His original aspiration was merely to revel in a life of extravagance and indulgence, basking in the vibrant glow of luxury. Yet, because of this little imp, he was compelled to diligently cultivate for self-preservation, now faced with the looming threat of annihilation. It was impossible to quell his frustration without teaching him a lesson. Within the grand hall of the Qin family, Qin Tian, as the head of the family, sat in the elevated position, while below him were the leaders of the various branches of the Qin family, numbering 13 in total, commonly referred to as the 13 Guardians of Qin. Reports from their informants within the Daxia imperial palace indicated that after much deliberation, the emperor of Daxia had resolved to take action against the Qin family. With an air of defiance, the burly leader could hardly contain his fervor, his eager blade yearning for action. Logically, one would expect that having just forged an alliance with the City of Heavenly Hearts, and with the looming threat of the Yin Moon dynasty, the imperial family of the Great Xia would exercise greater prudence. Yet, another leader, resembling a scholar, furrowed his brow, expressing profound concern over the impending conflict. Should they resort to warfare as their sole means to victory, the inevitable outcome would be mutual destruction, ultimately benefiting the Yin Moon dynasty. The most prudent course of action would be to delay, allowing the brothers Qin Feng and Qin Hao the necessary time to grow stronger. The Great Xia imperial family was indeed making a grave sacrifice. Qin Tian, with a serious demeanor, articulated, given the prestige of the Qin family within the Great Xia, once we attain sufficient strength, we shall supplant them. Thus, they aim to strike before our family has fully matured, seeking a swift resolution. Should we become embroiled in a protracted struggle, we can at least defend our territory. Their ambition for the throne was indeed relentless. The 13 leaders bore solemn expressions, fully aware that this battle was now unavoidable. However, warfare could not simply be initiated at the whim of the Great Xia Emperor. It necessitated the cooperation of the noble families, who must be promised certain benefits. Without such assurances, who would be willing to risk their lives? This indicated that a conflict would not erupt in the immediate future, granting them ample time to prepare for battle. Was war truly on the horizon? Qin Feng could distinctly sense the transformation within the Qin family, an oppressive atmosphere resembling the calm before a storm. In the past, every member of the Qin family radiated with confident smiles, yet now their faces are etched with solemnity, devoid of any expression. The streets, once graced by the graceful figures of young ladies and brides, are now lined with rows of armored warriors. Will this battle be victorious? Qin Feng is no naive child. He can discern the current predicament. Although the Qin family has allied with Heavenly Heart City, claiming half of the Great Xia Empire, the powerful clans led by the Emperor of Great Xia are not to be underestimated. Even if they manage to achieve a stroke of luck and emerge victorious, the looming threat of the Yin dynasty remains ever vigilant. Most critically, they possess a chosen one. It is well known that the chosen one does not necessitate the support of a formidable family. Even if born into one, various circumstances may lead to their estrangement. Either the family faces annihilation or a rift occurs. Thus, the likelihood of their success in this battle is virtually non-existent. The pressing question arises, should he flee post-haste? No, that cannot be. They are all my dear friends and brothers. Qin Feng shook his head vigorously, contemplating how to turn the tide in their favor. The ultimate solution would naturally be to summon the max-level red-haired old monster, but suddenly an idea struck him. He recalled the system's task of excavating his brother's supreme bone. Perhaps he could transparently unearth his brother's supreme bone. Chapter 16. Almost moved to tears at the ancestral hall of the Qin family, where the valiant spirits of ancestors who fought for the Qin clan are venerated. There are densely packed plaques numbering in the tens of thousands. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, sat cross-legged upon a mat. He was the revered ancestor of the Qin family. Behind him stood 9 other venerable ancestors, as well as Qin Feng's adoptive father, Qin Tian. The situation unfolded thus. Qin Tian knelt respectfully upon the ground, recounting the sequence of events. Without turning his head, the ancestor spoke slowly, since this battle is unavoidable. Let us engage in combat. Indeed, the crowd's expressions turned solemn, pledging to fight to the bitter end. At that moment, a youthful voice pierced the gravity of the atmosphere. Ancestor, that cannot be. Fenger, leave at once. Qin Tian, observing Qin Feng sprinting in with his short legs, hastily reprimanded him for his audacity to question the ancestor's decree within the ancestral hall. Such behavior was utterly disrespectful. Silence. The ancestor did not chastise Qin Tian. Instead, he reproached him, then turned with a beaming smile to beckon the approaching Qin Feng. Yes, Qin Tian felt a deep sense of injustice. Why was there such a disparity among the descendants of the ancestors? Was it merely because he lacked the potential of a great emperor? Fenger, what did you mean by that cannot be? The ancestor gazed at Qin Feng with affection, deeply fond of this young one who had always been particularly astute, frequently bringing delightful treats to visit him. Unlike the other unfilial descendants, who seemed only to seek confrontation, Qin Feng's small face was serious as he declared. Only a fool would think to achieve victory through war. Winning would deplete our energy, and losing would place the Qin family in peril. A fool. The elders present all turned their gazes towards Qin Tian, as if to convey that they would not bear the responsibility for this matter. After all, he was the head of the Qin family. Qin Tian's eyes involuntarily twitched, and a profound astonishment welled up within him. How could he possibly propose a method to achieve victory without resorting to war? The progenitor, intrigued, desired to hear the insights of this mere 8-year-old child. This was not a conflict instigated by the Qin family. Rather, it was the imperial clan of the Great Xia that aimed to strike against them. A war concerning their own interests. There was no right or wrong, and the prospect of negotiation was utterly non-existent. Indeed, Qin Feng, brimming with confidence, stated, "The root of this entire affair lies in the disruption caused by my younger brother and me, which has made the royal family feel threatened. If we can devise a means to conceal ourselves, the war shall lose its justification." Is that all? Such a childlike perspective. Even if they were to hide the two brothers now, the royal family of the Great Xia would undoubtedly not relent unless the brothers were incapacitated or, heaven forbid, dead. Precisely. Qin Feng's expression turned solemn as he produced a weathered ancient tome, one he had exchanged from the system. It contained descriptions of rare physiques, and within its pages lay detailed accounts of the supreme bone, including the correct method to unlock its potential, to excavate the bone, and, through immense willpower, to dismantle and then reforge it into the supreme position. The elders could not help but gasp in astonishment at the revelation of the proper method for awakening the supreme bone. In other families, such a treasure would be cherished and revered, but who would be cruel enough to extract a child's supreme bone, only to rely on sheer determination to dismantle and subsequently elevate it to the level of supremacy? The ancestor fell silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. This method is indeed viable. What? The assembled elders gasped in astonishment, unable to believe the ancestor had acquiesced. "I oppose this," Qin Tian exclaimed anxiously. "Howard is merely 5 years old. He is still a child, and this burden is far too great for him to bear at such a tender age." The ancestor replied with a calm demeanor, "To attain the supreme position, one cannot rely solely on a piece of supreme bone. Immense willpower and great ambition are also required. There are predetermined fates in the cosmos." Predetermined fates in the cosmos. The elders exchanged incredulous glances, questioning whether the ancestor had glimpsed some celestial truth. However, Qin Tian understood the reasoning, yet when it involved his own son, he found himself at a loss. The ancestor disregarded Qin Tian's protest, and, with keen interest, turned to Qin Feng, inquiring, "Howard may conceal himself by excavating his bone, ultimately breaking through to achieve the supreme position. What about you? How do you intend to hide yourself and later reveal your imperial potential?" With righteous fervor, Qin Feng declared, "The eldest son of the Qin family, envious of my second brother's talents, personally excavated his supreme bone for his own use. Upon discovery by the Qin family, he fled in desperation. Enraged, the Qin family ancestor expelled this unfilial son forever and issued a death warrant throughout the entire ancient wilderness." As soon as his words fell, the room was plunged into shock. They could scarcely fathom that the child before them was only 8 years old. He was not only ruthless towards others, but also merciless towards himself. While Qin Hao might endure only physical pain from the excavation, Qin Feng would bear the dual torment of both body and spirit. Not only was he branded as a traitor of the Qin family, but he also lost their protection, becoming the target of relentless pursuit. Only when Qin Hao grew up could he hope to clear his name, provided he could survive until that day. In this regard, Qin Feng felt no pressure. The fully matured red-haired elder was not a mere ornament. However, Qin Tian, as a father, could not accept such an arrangement. His eldest son would bear the weight of the family's expectations while struggling to survive in the outside world, and his youngest son would endure unimaginable suffering. Growing step by step, no parent would wish for their children to endure such hardship, to act heroically, to bear the scorn of generations for the sake of the family. "I am willing." Qin Feng stood resolutely, nearly moved to tears by his own words. In mere moments, the utterance of a few brief phrases nearly left the ancient ancestor, who had lived for thousands of years, speechless. He was but 8 years old. He was still a child. Unwavering in his resolve to protect his family from the ravages of war, he was willing to shoulder the infamy of eternity. With such descendants, how could the Qin family fear a future devoid of strength? Ding dong. Such a hypocritical villain deserves applause. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a personal space. Qin Feng immediately sensed the presence of this personal space, estimated to be around 1,000 square feet, a must-have for home, travel, or even for more nefarious deeds. The ancestor struggled to contain himself, his voice trembling as he spoke. "The ancestor knows you are a good child, But do you understand the consequences of your actions? There will be no opportunity for regret. I do not regret it. The edge of a treasured sword is honed through hardship, and the fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from bitter cold. Without experiencing storms, how can one behold a rainbow? Qin Feng's eyes shone with clarity and determination. However, at this moment, his thoughts were tumultuous. 5 years. Do you have any idea how I have spent these 5 years? Enough of the incessant chatter. Let me delve into the supreme bone. I must complete my mission. I desire the invincible double pupils. I refuse to remain a docile child at home. I long to venture beyond the novice village in search of beautiful ladies and a charming wife. Very well. The ancestor labored to utter a single word, as though it drained every ounce of his strength. He understood that the plan proposed by Qin Feng was the most prudent, capable of minimizing the losses to the Qin family. Even in the worst-case scenario, it would merely cost the life of Qin Feng. Yet, if he could endure until that day, the Qin family would emerge even more formidable because of him. Ancestor, I beseech you. Qin Tian, in a fit of desperation, knelt and bowed his head, his eyes brimming with humble entreaty. He simply could not bear to watch his beloved son being hunted while he maintained a facade of indifference. This was an unbearable torment for a father. Fear not, father. Your son will return safely. Qin Feng, moved, helped his adoptive father to his feet, and, for the first time in 8 years, sincerely called him father. This address was a promise that he would indeed return to personally remove the oxygen tube from him. Chapter 17. Supreme Bone, I accept it. As night descended, the Qin family fell into a profound silence. With the urgent tolling of war bells, the Qin family suspended all nighttime activities, dedicating themselves to enhancing their cultivation. Only the strong would survive the impending conflict. Creak. The door to Qin Hao's room was gently pushed open, and Qin Feng sauntered in. Gazing through the faint moonlight streaming in from beyond the window, I observed my younger brother, cradling his dilapidated little cauldron, fast asleep. His innocent and untainted countenance rendered me incapable of harming him. Brother is doing this for your own good. I repeatedly consoled myself, for I was left with no alternative. Only by extracting my brother's supreme bone could I preserve the vitality of the Qin family, allowing us to lie low and bide our time. It would also enable my brother to mature rapidly through adversity and assist me in completing my mission. Most importantly, father would no longer be able to proclaim, my son Qin Feng possesses the aptitude of a great emperor. A quadruple win. Forgive me, my foolish little brother. Brother. Qin Hao groggily stirred, rubbing his eyes as he awoke to find Qin Feng standing before his bed. Yet, before he could ecstatically leap into his brother's embrace, he felt a sharp pain emanating from his chest. Looking down, he beheld his brother's hand plunged into his body. Brother. Qin Hao lifted his head in disbelief. No longer met with the familiar smiling face of his elder brother, but instead, a visage of cold ruthlessness. The supreme bone, I shall claim it. In the end, Qin Feng steeled his heart and extracted the supreme bone from his brother's living flesh. Ding. Congratulations, host, for grievously wounding the chosen one, leaving him on the precipice of death. You have been awarded 800,000 villain points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for extracting the supreme bone of the chosen one, disrupting his destiny. You have been granted a chance to draw a reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, for extracting the supreme bone of the chosen one, completing the epic mission of a villain against destiny. You have been awarded the invincible heavy pupils. A cascade of 3 successive rewards left Qin Feng in a daze. Simultaneously, his eyes underwent a transformation, with his pupils splitting into 2, as if capable of perceiving the very essence of the world, yet able to retract into normalcy at will. Clang. The small cauldron in Qin Hao's hand fell, and he collapsed onto the bed. Was this the invincible dual pupils? Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the cauldron. Unlike the last time he beheld it, he now discerned what appeared to be a frail soul within, presumably the exclusive spirit of the protagonist's esteemed grandfather. It must be an illusion, undoubtedly a falsehood. Qin Hao struggled upon the bed, unable to accept that his brother would betray him in such a manner. However, no amount of disbelief could alter the reality before him. He could only watch helplessly as his brother, clutching the supreme bone, departed without a backward glance. As for the cauldron, Qin Feng chose not to take it. Setting aside whether the grandfather would acknowledge him as the master, even if he did, it was unnecessary. His own system was far more formidable than that of the grandfather. It was better left for his younger brother. Exchanging a mere bone for a grandfather was indeed a bargain. After Qin Feng's departure, a sigh emanated from the cauldron. The dual pupils were meant for an invincible path. Why then rely on another's bone? Upon finishing these words, the cauldron emitted a gentle glow, enveloping Qin Hao in a healing light. Meanwhile, in the room of Qin Feng's parents, a heart-wrenching plea escaped Yun Xiye's lips as she listened to the fates of her 2 sons. No, please, no, she cried, shaking her head in despair. As a mother, she could not bear to witness her children suffering in the world outside. He is merely 8 years old. He is still but a child. Moreover, the truth of the matter could not be revealed to her younger brother, Qin Hao. This meant that she might one day witness her two sons turning against each other, a profoundly cruel fate for any mother to bear. We must have faith in him. Qin Tian struggled to suppress his emotions, holding his wife tightly in his embrace. He was acutely aware of the unbearable anguish that came with parenthood. Yet as the head of the Qin family, he could not passively watch his kin march toward their demise, nor could he allow the Qin family to suffer mutual destruction. The current dormancy of the Qin family serves only to prepare for a future resurgence. Thud, thud, thud. Outside, the sound of 3 respectful bows echoed. As Qin Feng stood before his parents' door, bowing deeply 3 times. Fenger, Yun Xie could no longer contain herself, yearning to open the door for one last glimpse of her son. However, Qin Tian restrained her, knowing that allowing Yun Xie to see Qin Feng now would surely lead to chaos. It would attract unwanted attention, jeopardizing all their efforts. Father, mother, I am leaving. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng rose and departed from the Qin residence without looking back. My son. Yun Xie wept in Qin Tian's arms, her cries heart-wrenching as she pounded against his chest. He was a piece of her heart, and now she was forced to watch him suffer, pursued by relentless foes. How could she possibly endure this? Upon reaching the entrance of the Qin home, Qin Feng felt the cool night breeze and turned back for one last look at his family. After 8 years in this world, he had experienced warmth and love from relatives and friends. To protect this home, he knew he must leave. In the ancient wilderness, Miss, my dear wife, Qin Feng, have arrived. Upon seeing the crooked tree at the entrance, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Previously, like Xiao Ding, he had been unable to discern any issues. But now, with the aid of his dual pupils, he perceived an extraordinarily terrifying energy emanating from it. Ruinous and desolate, it seemed to belong to another realm, having traversed countless epochs. What an astonishing revelation! The Chosen One truly defies reason. Qin Feng stared in silence at the supreme bone in his hand, which appeared to be the least significant when compared to the venerable Xiao Ding and the enigmatic crooked tree. At that moment, the ancestor's voice resonated in Qin Feng's ear. Child, dawn is approaching, and the Qin family's decree to hunt you down will soon echo throughout the ancient wilderness. Where do you intend to go? To the Yin dynasty. Qin Feng declared resolutely, gazing ahead, signifying his intent to venture into the most perilous of places. Ever since the reforms of the Yin dynasty a century ago, it had diverged from other dynasties, resembling a presidential system rather than the hereditary rule of yore. As a trader of the Qin family, he believed they would take great interest in him. Most importantly, the Yin dynasty had grown increasingly powerful following the reforms, making it inevitable that they would challenge the once dominant Xia. By acting as an undercover agent, he could provide some assurance for the future of the Qin family. As for the fact that 3 of the 4 renowned beauties of the ancient world hailed from the Yin dynasty, he professed to have no interest whatsoever. Child, you must return alive. The ancestor struggled to contain his emotions, deeply moved by Qin Feng's selflessness. At merely 8 years old, he was already considering the family's welfare. The family truly owed him a great debt. Ding dong, such a hypocritical villain. Applause is in order. Congratulations to the host for doubling the space at their disposal. Who the hell is being hypocritical? He is the hope of the Qin family. Qin Feng harbored deep disdain for the system, wishing it would refrain from speaking altogether. Just then, an exclamation rang out from the Qin family. Help! Someone come quickly! The second young master has been attacked. Chapter 18. Exile from the Qin family. The previously tranquil night was suddenly filled with uproar. Upon hearing that the second young master, Qin Hao, had been assaulted, the entire Qin family immediately suspected the imperial family of the great Xia of engaging in underhanded tactics, their anger boiling over as they brandished weapons, ready to rend the assailant limb from limb. When they laid eyes on Qin Hao, their fury reached new heights. How could such a heartless individual exist in this world? One who had so brutally extracted the supreme bone from a 5-year-old child? This was not merely cruelty. It was a decisive blow to the future hopes of the Qin family. This was intolerable. It could not be borne. While some might endure, I cannot. Yet when the crowd heard the identity of the perpetrator, they were utterly dumbfounded. Qin Feng, how could this be possible? Everyone was well aware that the eldest young master of the Qin family was courteous, refined, diligent, and exemplary in both character and academics. Having exhibited exceptional jarre, Qin Tian's face was a tumultuous tapestry of anguish and fury, his body trembling uncontrollably. He once possessed a blissful family, yet the malevolence of the Daxiao royal family had torn him apart from his son. He could only watch helplessly as his 8-year-old son struggled to survive in the world, unable to offer any aid, while his 5-year-old son endured the excruciating pain of betrayal and the agony of rebirth. As a father, how could he not be enraged? Suddenly, Qin Tian could no longer restrain himself, spitting out a mouthful of blood. As the patriarch of the Qin family, he bore an unbearable weight, one he could not share with others, and thus he trudged on, laden with sorrow. The members of the Qin family were taken aback, finally realizing that it was indeed Qin Feng's doing. As the head of the ancient and esteemed Qin clan, Qin Tian's cultivation was unfathomably profound. Yet he was driven to the brink of collapse by rage, revealing the depth of his pain. The bonds of kinship, though filled with flesh and blood, had turned into a source of mutual harm. No parent could withstand such a burden. At that moment, the voice of the second ancestor of the Qin family rang out. Driven by envy, Qin Feng has committed an unspeakable crime, seeking to usurp the supreme bone of his brother. Now that his deeds have come to light, he shows no remorse, even injuring the guards in his escape from the Qin family. In the name of the second ancestor of the Qin family, I hereby declare that Qin Feng, the wayward son, is to be expelled from the family, with a bounty placed upon his head. Life or death, it matters not. Expelled from the family? Life or death, it mattered not. The members of the Qin family were struck with shock, hoping that the second ancestor would show mercy. With Qin Hao's supreme bone now rendered useless, if they were to lose Qin Feng, a talent of imperial caliber, what hope would the Qin family have in the grand contest of the world? This child's character was unworthy of being a disciple of the Qin family. The second ancestor, suppressing his trembling voice, uttered the most disingenuous words of his life. If Qin Feng is unworthy, who then is deserving of being a disciple of the Qin family? At that moment, the sun gradually ascended above the horizon. The founders of the Qin clan stood atop the family's grand tower, gazing at the distant silhouette of the child. He would carry the weight of the entire Qin family's hopes, enduring numerous trials and tribulations, akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade, where a moment's misstep could lead to utter destruction, plunging him into an abyss of despair. Yet, they were powerless to assist him. Everything depended solely on him and the fragile shoulders of his youth. Was this decision not excessively cruel? He was merely 8 years old. The 10th ancestor could no longer contain his sorrow, tears welling in his eyes. As Qin Feng's great-grandfather, who had nurtured him since childhood, his bond with the boy was profound. Observing the child's struggle for survival in the world filled his heart with anguish akin to being torn apart by knives. Great talents have always faced adversity. Indeed, he was only 8, but his intellect and cultivation far surpassed that of an ordinary child. The ancestor fixed his resolute gaze upon the vanishing figure, believing wholeheartedly that this child would return safely, bearing the expectations of the Qin family and bringing back unparalleled honor. Rest assured, do not forget, he was born under the blood moon. The second ancestor spoke to console the others, evoking memories of Qin Feng's birth. The emergence of the blood moon heralded chaos in the ancient world, and the era of great strife was imminent. Soon, the tragedy of the Qin family spread, leaving the world in shock. The eldest son of the Qin family, consumed by jealousy of his brother's talents, had personally excavated the supreme bone. Unrepentant, he was cast out from the family and faced a decree for pursuit in the ancient realm. A sensational revelation, akin to a colossal stone cast upon a placid surface, swiftly reverberated throughout the ancient realm. It reached the ears of the emperor of the Great Xia, who promptly summoned his ministers and military officials. Is it true? Is this merely a ruse by the Qin family? The news has been confirmed. The second son of the Qin family has indeed had his supreme bone extracted. And the family head, Qin Tian, is so enraged that he spews blood and collapses. The eldest son of the Qin family is undeniably ruthless, capable of turning against his own brother. In the realm of cultivation, it is indeed a survival of the fittest. What a fraternal bonds! The two prodigies of the Qin family, one incapacitated and the other in flight, are truly a boon for the Great Xia. With the Qin family no longer a threat, war can be averted. Yet, the eldest son remains alive, possessing the supreme bone. He continues to pose a danger that must be extinguished for true safety. This individual is not to be feared. From the moment he extracted the supreme bone, it was destined that he would never reach the pinnacle of power. Indeed, he harbors doubts about his own strength. His invincible spirit has waned, rendering him insignificant. The emperor of the Great Xia sat upon his dragon throne, and everything felt surreal. Just last night, discussions with his ministers revolved around strategies to swiftly dismantle the Qin family. Little did they know that by morning, the Qin family would collapse without a fight, and both prodigies would fall from grace, while the imperial lineage of Great Xia remained in its prime. Haha, splendid. The emperor could not contain his laughter and resolved to select a consort to celebrate this fortuitous turn of events. Meanwhile, Qin Feng leisurely rode his little donkey along the path to the Inu dynasty. At last, he had amassed the requisite 1,000,000 villain points. As Qin Feng gazed upon the system displaying 156,500 villain points, he decisively expended 1,000,000 points to exchange for the state of great fulfillment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 1,000,000 villain points to obtain the Perfect Harmony card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for utilizing the Perfect Harmony card, achieving a 100 compatibility with the 33 Heavens transformation art. In Qin Feng's mind, a thunderous explosion rang out, plunging him into a state of unconsciousness, where he could distinctly perceive the laws of the universe and gained a profound understanding of the 33 Heavens transformation art. To put it simply, he had previously only been able to harness 60% of his strength, but now he could wield a full 100%, marking a qualitative leap in his power. This was the essence of the great fulfillment state. Regaining his senses, Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, finally experiencing the joy of being the chosen one. Should he encounter Lin San again, he was confident that, without resorting to the celestial blade technique, he could utterly defeat him, provided Lin San had not encountered any fortuitous opportunities during this period. At that moment, a cackling laugh echoed from ahead. "Little girl, do not be afraid. If you allow us brothers to have a little fun with you, we shall let you go. How does that sound? A hero saving a damsel in distress." Qin Feng stood frozen in place, contemplating the peculiar benefits a villain like him could enjoy. Chapter 19. Release that girl with a swift motion. Qin Feng leaped from the small donkey and landed atop a large tree several hundred meters away. In the distance, a group of burly men surrounded a young lady clad in purple, her features exquisite and captivating. The violet gown she wore enveloped her form, shimmering like moonlight cascading gently upon the ground, revealing delicate, fair calves through the side slit. A wave of nostalgia washed over Qin Feng, nearly bringing him to tears. It had been years since he had encountered such attire. Ever since he arrived in this fantastical realm, he had not seen a maiden adorned in such refreshing garb, reminiscent of those featured on lesser-known platforms. Mediocre dance, subpar music, yet a figure of unparalleled allure. How utterly base. With a resounding thud, the purple-clad maiden launched her attack first. Executing a palm technique reminiscent of Tai Chi, however, the force was not as formidable as anticipated, merely causing one of the men to stagger back a couple of paces, without inflicting any substantial harm. Third level of the extraordinary realm. One of the men sneered, his robust frame barreling toward the young woman. This was Dyer. The maiden, evidently still youthful and lacking in practical experience, became flustered upon witnessing the aggressor's ferocity, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Just as Qin Feng prepared to intervene, poised to shout for them to release the girl, a sharp, ringing sound pierced the air, the unmistakable sound of a sword being drawn, accompanied by a surge of menacing sword energy. That sound was eerily familiar. An image of Lin San flashed in Qin Feng's mind, the resonance of the sword's unsheathing strikingly similar. But wait, Lin San had accompanied Lin Xiner back to Tianqin City. How could he still be lingering in the eastern regions of Daxia? A shadow abruptly sliced through the air, and as the sword light passed, hot blood splattered. A burly man, caught off guard, was instantly dispatched. When the shadow descended, it revealed none other than Lin San. Indeed, it was him. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with recognition, his heart exclaiming, "Lin San, I adore you." He had anticipated that after leaving the Qin family, he would languish in despair for an extended period, for after all, a chosen one is not as easily found as a common vegetable in a field. Yet, under the aura of the antagonist, the protagonist had unexpectedly presented himself. Wait, this sounds rather peculiar. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, how dare you bully a young girl? Lin San, wielding his 3-foot sword, struck a pose of an overly self-righteous hero, standing atop the moral high ground to denounce the scoundrels before him. "You dare to harm my brother." The other burly men, their anger surging, charged forward to avenge their comrade. Roar! They descended like fierce tigers, their assault swift and forceful. "Seek death." Lin San's gaze was razor-sharp as his sword shot forth. With a hiss, the sword transformed into a streak of light, piercing one of the men. The terrifying force erupted at the sword's tip, cleaving through the man's chest. Blood gushed forth, the acrid scent of iron quickly permeating the air, inciting even greater fury among the remaining men. However, Lin San showed no fear. He strode forward with purpose, drawing his sword to continue his onslaught, unleashing a torrent of blood that erupted once more. Transcendental fourth layer. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, realizing that Lin San's cultivation had reached a new pinnacle. Moreover, his swordsmanship has become sharper and swifter compared to the last time, indicating that he has not been idle during this period. However, He is perplexed as to why Lin San did not accompany Lin Xiner back to Tianqin City. What could he possibly be aiming for by remaining on the territory of the Qin family? Young man, we have indeed underestimated you. The remaining 3 burly men finally realized that they were facing a prodigy, one who could challenge opponents far beyond his level with ease. Without a moment's hesitation, the trio consumed a pill, the berserk pill. Lin San's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly charged forward with his sword. He was aware of the berserk pill's effects, which could double a person's combat strength, albeit at the cost of 10 years of lifespan. Originally, these men were only slightly stronger than him, and with the advantage of the protagonist's aura, defeating them shouldn't be too difficult. However, if they consumed the berserk pill, even a victory would come at a significant cost. He needed to eliminate them all before the effects of the pill took hold. Just then, a sword chi that seemed capable of cleaving the heavens and the earth surged forth, the fierce gust of wind striking Lin San's face with force. Before he could react, Qin Feng's figure flashed past, akin to a solitary swan gliding through the sky. As the Long Kong divine sword in his hand unleashed a sword light as dark and fluid as water. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng's sword was sheathed once more. You. The pupils of the 3 burly men constricted sharply, their massive forms crashing to the ground. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for slaying 3 opponents and earning 300 villain points. What a terrifying sword technique. A bead of sweat slowly trickled down Lin San's forehead. Even though it was not his first encounter with the sword technique of Heaven's Severance, he still felt the terrifying power of that strike. Had Qin Feng aimed it at him just moments ago, he would have scarcely had time to react. In truth, Qin Feng had contemplated eliminating Lin San with a dramatic explosion, yet the probability of unforeseen circumstances was excessively high. Thus, it was far safer to remain by his side, subtly delivering occasional strikes. Brother Lin, what a coincidence. Qin Feng turned with an air of nonchalance, presenting an innocuous smile. Brother Qin, I did not expect to meet you again so soon. Lin San, evidently unaware of Qin Feng's notorious exploits, naturally clasped his fists in greeting. I am grateful to both gentlemen for your rescue. I, Ziyuan, extend my heartfelt thanks. The young woman in purple hurried over, performing a deep bow, her gaze toward Lin San imbued with the spark of infatuation. As for Qin Feng, he chose to disregard her. What could a mere child possibly comprehend? Goodness, this is quite the disparity in treatment. Qin Feng was utterly speechless, gaining a fresh perspective on the protagonist's unreasonable behavior. Miss Ziyuan, you are too kind. It is the duty of us cultivators to address injustice. Lin San struck a pose of righteous indignation, prompting Qin Feng to roll his eyes repeatedly. Meanwhile, Ziyuan was utterly captivated, her eyes sparkling with admiration, nearly declaring her devotion. Suddenly, a robust man, still clinging to life, loosed an arrow toward the heavens, which exploded into a massive character for tiger, visible for miles around. This was the emblem of the Weihu gang, as the future hope of the Qin clan. Qin Feng was intimately familiar with the powers that reigned over his territory. The Weihu gang is a minor faction operating within the territory of the Qin family, boasting a following of several thousand. The gang leader possesses extraordinary prowess, being at the spirit martial realm, above the ordinary. Each year, they pay tribute to the Qin family, which results in the latter's indifference towards them. As he coughed up blood, the brawny man laughed maniacally. Our leader is at the 3rd level of the spirit martial realm. Regardless of how talented you may be, you shall all perish. The words 3rd level of the spirit martial realm filled Ziyuan's eyes with trepidation. She wished to flee from this perilous situation as swiftly as possible. Rest assured, Miss Ziyuan, we shall be unharmed, Lin San declared confidently, patting his chest in assurance. Had he not encountered Qin Feng, he might have hastily escorted Ziyuan away. However, now faced with the eldest son of the Qin family, escape was no longer an option. They would have to await their approach and kneel in supplication. Such bravery you possess. Keep it up. Qin Feng resolutely denied the chosen one any opportunity to show off, swiftly grasping Miss Ziyuan's hand as they made their escape. Chapter 20. My success is solely due to my own efforts. Lin San stood awkwardly in place, momentarily at a loss as to what to do. To abstain would be mere bluster. Yet, to engage would be tantamount to delivering oneself to death. Ultimately, upon weighing the pros and cons, Lin San prioritized his life, thickened his skin, and followed Qin Feng in flight. Witnessing this scene, disappointment flooded Ziyuan's expression. No young girl is devoid of romantic dreams, nor is there one who does not admire heroes. She had thought she had encountered her destined prince, only to discover he was merely a boastful youth. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for interrupting the chosen one's display of arrogance, preventing him from gaining the goddess's favor and earning 500 villain points. This is truly remarkable. Qin Feng immediately regained his spirits. akin to a virtuoso unlocking a new skill. Lin San, wishing to salvage his own image, inquired, "Brother Qin, I fail to comprehend why, with your stature, you would choose to flee." "Quite simply," Qin Feng responded earnestly, "I am not the type to rely on my family's influence. Living off the remnants of my ancestors does not constitute true manhood. My achievements today are solely the result of my own endeavors. I shall carve out my own path." "Brother Qin," Lin San felt a burgeoning admiration for Qin Feng, a second-generation individual unlike any he had previously encountered. Meanwhile, within the Qin family, the elders convened. Ever since Qin Feng's departure, they had discovered that 30 million spirit stones had vanished from the storeroom. These were not mere spirit stones, but exquisite ones, refined to a quality that rendered one equivalent to 1,000 ordinary stones. Even the esteemed Qin family, the undisputed rulers of the eastern region of the Great Xia, would require 5 years to amass such wealth. The 10th ancestor reported, according to the storeroom manager, only Feng visited the storeroom that day. Then it must be him. The patriarch's expression remained inscrutable, as he had long anticipated the culprit's identity. The 10th ancestor pondered. But the question remains, how could he have emptied the storeroom of 30 million exquisite spirit stones? That is akin to a mountain. Even the largest storage bags would require hundreds to contain such a quantity. If he lacked the requisite skills, he would not dare to conceive such an audacious plan. The patriarch chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind. After all, it is for our own child's use. Let us refrain from further publicizing this matter." "Indeed." The 10th ancestor nodded in understanding, hesitating before speaking again. "There is one more matter." After Xiao Tian coughed up blood. "His spirit has been in a constant state of despondency, and this child, Shiyu, has been weeping incessantly. Alas, as parents, their plight is truly distressing." The primordial ancestor sighed, contemplating thoughtfully. Given Xiao Tian's current mental state, he is hardly fit to assume the role of family head. It would be prudent to find someone to take his place, allowing them the peace and quiet to live their lives without disturbance. "I hope they can recover swiftly. I shall take care of it." The 10th ancestor nodded and turned to leave. Before long, the Qin family announced the selection of a new family head, prompting speculation that this decision was linked to Qin Feng. With the loss of 2 prodigies, Qin Tian, as both father and family head, bore significant responsibility. The once lively family estate now fell into an unusual silence, with no visitors daring to pay their respects. "Great tree, I have come to see you." Qin Hao, his face pale, approached the crooked tree. Relying on his tenacious vitality, he had finally pulled through, shedding some of his previous youthfulness. His gaze now imbued with a newfound resolve. He would demonstrate to his brother that he was mistaken, grievously so. True strength lies in an unwavering belief in oneself, rather than in doubts about one's own power. "Look, isn't that the useless second young master?" A few children could not suppress their laughter upon seeing Qin Hao. The former Qin Hao had been an unattainable figure to them, but now, having fallen into the mire, they felt emboldened to step forward and mock him. The fury within Qin Hao seemed to ignite, urging him to confront the group before him. Yet suddenly, he recalled his brother's words. Even if a dragon roams in shallow waters, it remains a true dragon, destined to soar once more to the heavens. "Brother, why?" Qin Hao pouted, on the verge of tears, as memories of that fateful night flooded his mind. At that moment, Qin Feng could no longer suppress his curiosity and inquired of Lin San why he had not returned to Tianqin City with Lin Xin. "I intend to undergo some training before returning," Lin San replied swiftly, as if rehearsed. "Training?" Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, clearly skeptical of his tale. As a seasoned bookworm for a decade, he could confidently assert that the words of protagonists are often mere fabrications. They claim to seek training. Yet their true motives lie in treasures, relics, and charming maidens. They never return empty-handed after their excursions. "I, too, am out for training," Ziyuan said, her tone betraying a hint of guilt. "You are training as well?" Qin Feng cast a sidelong glance, still unconvinced. In his extensive experience as a reader, he discerned that most damsels rescued by the protagonist were merely headstrong young ladies who had run away from home, often lacking self-sufficiency and burdened with numerous frivolous traits. It is precisely because the protagonist remained devoted to the inept young lady that he later gained the audacity to live off her. "It is getting late. Let us find a place to rest for the night." Lin San observed that Qin Feng showed no intention of departing, so he proposed they seek shelter in a cave for the night. "Sounds good." Ziyuan clapped her hands in delight. After witnessing the malevolence of the martial world, she realized just how lacking her own strength was. Yet she still harbored the spirit of a wandering heroine, compelled to cling stubbornly to these 2 individuals. A classic case of being inexperienced yet playful. Soon, as night descended, the campfire was ignited. Lin San, as the chosen one, maintained an air of aloofness, roasting a nameless chicken by himself, entirely oblivious to the fact that Ziyuan was utterly incapable of fending for herself. While Ziyuan stood awkwardly, twirling her fingers, unsure of what to do, Qin Feng handed her the roasted chicken, transforming into a warm-hearted companion, saying, "Here, enjoy my chicken." "Thank you," Ziyuan exclaimed with excitement, disregarding any semblance of ladylike decorum as she eagerly devoured the chicken. Clearly, she was ravenously hungry. Anything would taste exquisite at this moment. Having consumed my chicken, perhaps I could indulge in her future favors? Qin Feng felt a flicker of anticipation regarding this investment and proceeded to open the system, preparing to utilize the lottery opportunity he had obtained from the supreme bone of his younger brother. With a whoosh, the lottery wheel materialized before him and began to spin languidly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine skill of stealth, allowing for the remote retrieval of objects. Qin Feng's expression turned dreamy as he distinctly sensed the shifting of space around him, as if he could grasp whatever he desired with a mere outstretched hand. Even items heavily guarded could be effortlessly seized. Was this enlightenment? Lin San, noticing the change in Qin Feng, was genuinely astonished. He had always considered his role as a servant to be a manifestation of life's carefree attitude, for he was a rare gem among men, possessing his own pride. However, since meeting this young master of the Qin family, he realized how utterly laughable his pride truly was. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, on successfully undermining the confidence of the chosen one, earning 10,000 villain points. Qin Feng seemed oblivious to the announcement, remaining in a daze. When he finally regained his senses, he discovered that Lin San and Ziyuan had finished their meal and were now seated on the ground, meditating in silence. Whether out of curiosity or a desire to experiment with newfound abilities, he reached out toward Zin and, with a swift gesture, conjured a red apron adorned with a duck motif, still radiating warmth from its recent use. Chapter 21. Excluding the correct answer, what on earth? Qin Feng immediately straightened up, insisting that he was not the sort of person to engage in such frivolities. At that moment, Ziyuan trembled slightly, as if sensing a loss. Concerned for his image as a gentleman, Qin Feng hastily stowed the little duck into his personal space, then feigned a state of enlightenment, appearing lost in thought. Upon opening her eyes, Ziyuan panicked, clutching her chest. What is happening? Why has her intimate garment vanished? Aside from her, only Qin Feng and Lin San remained in the cave. It was clear that Qin Feng, being merely an 8-year-old child, was not capable of such acts. Moreover, he was currently deep in contemplation, making it even less plausible. Therefore, the only possible culprit could be Lin San, still pretending to meditate here. Ziyuan glared at Lin San, her cheeks flushed with anger. Her fury, the small universe of Ziyuan, ultimately erupted. She rose and swiftly rewarded Lin San with a resounding slap. What on earth? Lin San awoke, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Ziyuan's sudden aggression. Sister Ziyuan, what has Brother Lin done to you? Qin Feng, also awakened, inquired innocently, his face a picture of confusion. Ziyuan found it difficult to articulate that it was due to her undergarment, and in a fit of anger, she stamped her foot and fled the cave, vanishing into the night. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully framing the chosen one, inciting the disdain of the female populace, and earning 500 villain points. Fortunately, I am quite astute. Qin Feng sighed in relief, increasingly convinced that the system was rather frivolous. Despite being aware that he was a reputable gentleman, it bestowed upon him such unbecoming skills, seemingly intent on tarnishing the illustrious image he had cultivated over the years. A scream from Ziyuan pierced the air, clearly indicating she was in peril. This is bad. Something has gone awry. Lin San, disregarding the reason for Ziyuan's slap, seized his sword and hastily dashed out of the cave. Seriously? Just as one opportunity for disdain arises, another presents itself, the chance to heroically rescue a damsel and elevate his standing. Qin Feng found the chosen one's unreasonable behavior increasingly exasperating. He decided to abandon pretense. Propelling himself forward with a sudden push, his figure darting out of the cave like an arrow released from its bow. Aspiring to become the swiftest man of the ancient times, his speed was no mere boast. Even if Lin San were to sprint 100 meters ahead, he would effortlessly catch up. What kind of movement technique is this? Lin San watched in astonishment as Qin Feng glided effortlessly above him. In the realm of normal extraordinary cultivation, one's agility may only enhance speed. However, Qin Feng's technique is not merely light as a swallow, leaving no trace upon the snow, but also grants him the remarkable ability to glide through the air for several hundred meters. With a delicate push from his toes, he can soar again for an additional distance. It is fair to assert that Qin Feng's skill has, to some extent, begun to embody the essence of flight. A powerful roar reverberated through the night sky, sending ripples through the air and causing tremors across the ground. A beast of monstrous proportions. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, alighting upon the treetops. From his elevated vantage point, he beheld a scene unfolding 100 meters away. The violet kite was being forced to retreat repeatedly, confronted by a ferocious beast resembling a tiger, which roared with a savage intensity, measuring 2 meters in length. Its formidable jaws sported 2 half-meter-long fangs that gleamed with a metallic luster, undeniably sharp. Most striking was its long fur, as resilient as steel. The toothed tiger beast, a formidable large feline creature, its aura suggesting a power level of extraordinary rank 9. Brother Qin, we must join forces. Lin Sen finally arrived, his expression grave at the sight of the toothed tiger beast. Due to variations in physiology and habitat, beasts of the same rank possess significantly greater strength than humans, particularly carnivorous creatures that are not only more potent than cultivators, but also far more ferocious. With Qin Feng at extraordinary rank 2 and himself at rank 4, alongside a seemingly useless young lady of rank 3, confronting the extraordinary rank 9 toothed tiger beast would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. Must we truly join forces for this? Qin Feng had no intention of playing the supporting role for the so-called Chosen One, especially given his penchant for heroics and charming escapades. Moreover, his formidable heavenly dragon technique is a bane to the demon race, necessitating no hesitation. One simply acts decisively. In an instant, Qin Feng leaped from the tree, landing gracefully before Miss Ziyuan. Young Master Qin. Her voice trembled with excitement, and as she gazed upon the not-so-imposing figure ahead, her frantic heart inexplicably found tranquility. Roar. The toothed tiger demon beast emitted a powerful roar upon sighting Qin Feng, its chilling aura swiftly enveloping the woods, surging towards him like a relentless tide. Suddenly, as though sensing impending danger, Qin Feng wrapped his arms around Miss Ziyuan's slender waist, and with a forceful stomp, he ascended like a wild goose, alighting upon a sturdy tree in the rear. Boom! The enormous form of the toothed tiger demon beast leaped with tremendous force, crashing down upon the very spot where Qin Feng had stood moments before, causing trees as thick as a person's waist to splinter into a flurry of wood shavings. Such terrifying speed. Miss Ziyuan could not suppress a gulp. Had it not been for Qin Feng's swift action in clutching her to evade, she surely would have become the demon beast's midnight snack. Roar. After missing its target, the toothed tiger demon beast became visibly agitated. Lunging once more toward Qin Feng, Lin Sen, from the sidelines, shouted urgently, "Brother Qin, stop being reckless. We must join forces to defeat it. You're quite bothersome." Qin Feng retorted, his gaze fixed on the toothed tiger demon beast as it charged at him like a colossal mountain. A chill began to rise in his dark eyes. Where his earlier stare had been sharp as a blade, it now turned venomous, akin to a striking serpent. As the sharp claws of the toothed tiger beast were about to strike Qin Feng, the Lokong sword in his grasp was drawn with the swiftness of lightning. The technique known as the Sword of Heaven's Pull. The resonant sound of the sword's unsheathing echoed through the forest, briefly illuminating the darkness, while the oncoming toothed tiger beast appeared momentarily frozen in time. Gasping for breath, Qin Feng could not suppress the heavy panting, his arm beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Suddenly, a deep gash, revealing bone, erupted from the toothed tiger beast's body, blood gushing forth as if it were a ceaseless torrent. However, due to the vast disparity in their levels, this strike did not slay the beast but rather awakened its ferocity. With a furious roar, the toothed tiger beast stirred the air, its massive form charging towards Qin Feng, uprooting trees as thick as a man's waist along its path, instilling a profound sense of pressure. "Young Master Qin, be careful," exclaimed Ziyuan, her heart racing. "Brother Qin, do not panic, I am coming." Lin Sen rushed forward with his sword, evidently intent on claiming the glory for himself. "Damn it, trying to steal my thunder." Qin Feng cursed internally, no longer concealing his prowess as he executed a series of intricate hand seals. Great might heavenly dragon, world-honored earth store. Chapter 22. Betraying allies. A dragon's roar reverberated through the forest, golden light illuminating the night sky. With a formidable strike, Qin Feng gathered his energy and unleashed a powerful palm, a thunderous sound resounding through the woods. The charging toothed tiger beast fell like a severed kite, crashing to the ground and stirring a whirlwind of fallen leaves, convulsing a few times before ultimately succumbing to death. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for thwarting the Chosen One's pretentiousness, rendering him incapable of gaining the favor of the fairer sex, and earning 500 villain points. What manner of technique is this? Lin's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had encountered a ghost. He had thought that Qin Feng's sky-slaying sword technique was already formidable. Little did he know that this grand might heavenly dragon move surpassed it in terror. effortlessly dispatching a formidable ninefold toothed tiger beast in a single blow. Even though the toothed tiger was gravely injured at that moment, the ability to annihilate a ninefold beast with mere second-order prowess was an unprecedented shock to him, the foremost swordsman of a century later. Qin Feng is truly remarkable. Ziyuan's gaze brimmed with intrigue, her admiration for him significantly heightened. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for preventing the chosen one from showing off, thus hindering him from earning the goddess's favor and acquiring another 500 villain points. Phew, these 500 points were hard-earned indeed. Qin Feng exhaled deeply, utterly exhausted as he collapsed to the ground. The Grand Might Heavenly Dragon's damage to the demonic race was indeed substantial, yet its consumption was equally formidable. Akin to enduring a relentless series of cold wars with an ex-girlfriend, leaving his legs weak and feeling as if he were floating. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause echoed, prompting the trio to immediately adopt a defensive posture. Emerging from the thicket was a scar-faced man accompanied by a band of underlings. Their attire clearly indicated their affiliation with the Wubang. Young hero, truly impressive skills. The scar-faced man surveyed the trio with a cold gaze and queried, "If I am not mistaken, you are the ones responsible for the demise of my Wubang's disciple. If you do not provide an explanation today, I fear you will not be able to leave." An explanation? Before Lin San could utter a word, Qin Feng arrogantly declared, "You have something to explain to my elder brother Lin San, do you not? Let me make it clear, this is how we conduct our affairs." Lin San nearly choked on his own blood, indicating that he was hardly acquainted with Qin Feng. "Brother, I shall take my leave for a while to rest. These few scoundrels are yours to deal with." Qin Feng grasped Ziyuan's delicate hand and turned to depart, not forgetting to raise a defiant middle finger as he left. Such audacity. The scarred man's expression darkened instantaneously, feeling an uncontrollable surge of anger. Initially, witnessing Qin Feng's battle against the formidable tiger beast, he recognized him as an extraordinary talent, a rarity among a million. All he needed was a mere pretense, a way to save face in front of his subordinates. Yet, not only did Qin Feng refuse to show him respect, but he had also humiliated him in front of his followers. This was something he could not endure. Misunderstanding. Lin San hastily interjected. "Actually, this brother of mine is well known to you. He is your master, the eldest son of the Qin family, Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Qin Feng. He is Qin Feng." The members of the Weihu gang erupted in astonished exclamations. As a minor faction in the eastern region of the Great Xia, they were hardly privileged enough to behold the visage of the eldest son of the Qin family, yet they were well aware of his legendary exploits. Tales of his imperial potential, being the hope of the Qin family, breaking through to the extraordinary realm at the tender age of 8, and creating the unparalleled heaven-slaying sword technique to defeat the successor of the Sky Sword God. Each story spoke volumes of his terrifying potential. Perhaps the most notorious incident associated with him is the betrayal of the Qin family, known as the Supreme Bone of the Excavation Brother. Now, the Qin family has issued a kill order against him. Anyone who manages to slay Qin Feng may claim a reward of 1 million premium spirit stones upon presenting his corpse to the Qin family, while capturing him alive will earn an additional celestial treasure gourd. Upon the announcement of this news, chaos ensued across the ancient realm. Those who consider themselves capable are hastily making their way here, yet they did not anticipate encountering such a plump target. What does this mean? Lin San pondered, sensing something amiss. Upon hearing the illustrious name of Qin Feng, they exhibited no inclination to kneel and plead for guidance. Instead, their eyes sparkled as if they had encountered an unparalleled beauty. "Leave this person to me. You pursue Qin Feng." The scarred man fixed his intense gaze upon Lin San. Having witnessed Qin Feng's terrifying prowess in defeating a transcendent 9th-level beast, he dared not underestimate these extraordinary talents. Moreover, he was the man whom the Qin family's prodigious young master referred to as brother. One could only imagine the extent of his formidable strength. To capture a lion, one must exert their utmost effort. Yes, the disciples of the Tiger Might gang accepted their orders and swiftly set off to pursue Qin Feng and his companion. With a fierce aura emanating from him, the scarred man caused the surrounding air to tremble, and a phantom of a roaring tiger emerged behind him. Damn it! He is at the 3rd level of the spirit martial realm. He is the leader of the Tiger Might gang. Lin San exclaimed, his heart sinking in despair. Without granting Lin San a moment to react, the scarred man lunged forward, initiating his attack. The tiger descends from the mountain, a remarkably common technique. Yet the scarred man wielded it with exceptional mastery, evoking an overwhelming sense of terror with even the simplest of moves. Wherever he passed, the sands and stones were thrust backward, fissures sprawling across the ground. The clash of metal rang out like thunder through the woods, the air vibrating violently. an incessant hum filling the atmosphere. Lin San swiftly drew his sword to defend himself, both combatants colliding with tremendous force. The impact leaving his right arm slightly numb and causing his long sword to slip from his grasp. Indeed, he was no ordinary practitioner. The scarred man was equally astonished. To think that a mere cultivator of the fourth tier could withstand his strike from the third tier of spiritual martial arts. He immediately intensified his offensive, determined to resolve the confrontation swiftly. This was untenable. The foe was too formidable. Was he left with no choice but to resort to that move? At that moment, Lin San harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Qin Feng, cursing the treacherous backstabber. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for outsmarting the chosen one, earning 2,000 villain points. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was sprinting through the forest with Ziyuan, fervently hoping that Lin San could muster some strength to buy them more time. What will happen to young Master Lin if we continue like this? Ziyuan's face was etched with concern, her disdain for betraying a comrade palpable. Do not worry. He shall be fine. In stark contrast, Qin Feng showed no qualms about sacrificing a teammate, unfazed by the prospect of facing multiple chosen ones. However, before Ziyuan could articulate her thoughts, a resounding sword cry erupted from behind, accompanied by a blinding flash of sword light and a fierce gust of sword energy sweeping through the forest. Neither the pursuing members of the Weihu gang nor Qin Feng and Ziyuan could react in time, as they were directly struck by the tempest of sword energy. With a sudden gasp, Ziyuan expelled a mouthful of blood, succumbing to unconsciousness in Qin Feng's embrace. To subject a cadre to such a trial? Qin Feng, gazing at the unconscious Ziyuan in his arms, felt he had reached his limit, collapsing onto the ground, unwilling to stir. Soon, the forest was once again enveloped in darkness. Beneath the trees, the grass began to teem with vitality as small creatures frolicked and played, producing faint rustling sounds. By morning, a few delicate white flowers would bloom, their petals dancing in the breeze, occasionally revealing the vibrant red of their cinders, a testament to the hues of life. Chapter 23. The transplantation of supreme bone. The following day, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the branches, illuminating Ziyuan's porcelain face. Smack, smack. Ziyuan stirred, rubbing her eyes awake. But in the next moment, she froze, seriously questioning her senses. To her astonishment, she found herself lying in Qin Feng's arms in a rather compromising position, his hand resting in an inappropriate place. If her memory served her correctly, she was certain that her little duckling was not adorned in attire. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the tranquil morning, startling a flock of birds and beasts in the forest. Why such a loud outcry? Qin Feng jolted awake from his sweet dreams, entirely oblivious to the impropriety of the situation. What could a mere child comprehend? What wicked thoughts could he possibly harbor? Ziyuan, stifled and at a loss for words, found herself utterly powerless against the small boy. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for taking advantage of a girl, earning 200 villain points. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, sensing an approaching presence. Hastily, he rushed forward to cover Ziyuan's mouth, pulling her swiftly into the thicket. Recalling the sudden flash of sword light from the previous night, he still felt a lingering dread. It harbored an extraordinarily terrifying sword intent, seemingly otherworldly. Was it Lin San's hidden card? A thought stirred in Qin Feng's mind, an inexplicable sense that it was indeed Lin San. It was widely known that Lin San had inherited the legacy of the Sky Sword God, and it was only reasonable for him to retain some means of self-preservation to ensure the safety of his disciples. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps approached. 5 members of the Weihu gang arrived, but unlike the previous night, they bore various injuries, indicating they too had suffered from the sword energy storm. The leading thug spoke. It must be that girl from last night. They likely haven't gone far. Let us hurry back and call for help yet. Before he could finish, Qin Feng surged forth from the thicket like a bolt of lightning. After a night of recovery, his energy was fully replenished, ready for action once more. With a nod, he drew his sword. The crisp sound of steel echoed, and an icy chill swept through the forest. Whoosh! A shadowy sword light darted towards him, accompanied by a fierce gust of sword wind. In an instant, 5 torrents of blood erupted as the 5 figures plummeted to the ground like kites severed from their strings, their eyes narrowing slightly before gradually losing their color. Clutching Ziyuan's delicate hand, Qin Feng hastened their departure, acutely aware of the impending, comprehensive search that the mighty Tiger Gang would undoubtedly launch. Meanwhile, upon a distant knoll, the mighty Tiger Gang's chieftain, distinguished by a prominent scar, stood with a countenance as dark as a thundercloud. His right sleeve billowed in the breeze, starkly revealing its emptiness, a testament to the loss of his most cherished appendage. In the instant Lin San unleashed his sword, the scarred man had finally grasped the true essence of a prodigy. Had he not made the decisive sacrifice of his right hand, he would have surely met his demise. These paragons of talent were truly formidable. A shiver of lingering apprehension ran down the scarred man's spine, yet a strange exhilaration stirred within him. Qin Feng's value is undeniable, and Lin San possessed an extraordinary inheritance. To acquire it would guarantee a place of prominence in this desolate wilderness. As for Ziyuan, with wealth and power, a beautiful woman was a natural complement. Fortune favors the bold. After a moment of internal conflict, the scarred man resolved to take the gamble. Victory would bring him beauty and unbridled freedom. Defeat, however, would leave his fate to the whims of others. A subordinate arrived, bearing news. Chieftain, the boy named Lin San has been located. Our brothers witnessed him activating an ancient site and entering it. A relic exists here. The scarred man was utterly bewildered. He had reigned as the local tyrant for decades and had never heard of any such place. Why had Lin San discovered it upon his arrival? Was he deemed unworthy? Swiftly, the scarred man rallied the entire mighty tiger gang, numbering tens of thousands of disciples, leading a select group of his most trusted followers. He set off to investigate the ancient site, while the remainder were dispatched to scour the forest for Qin Feng and Ziyuan. Does it not seem that they hold me in rather low esteem? Qin Feng and Ziyuan traversed the path, encountering only a throng of insignificant figures. The highest among them possessed merely the cultivation of the 7th or 8th rank of the extraordinary, devoid of any celestial attributes. They required no mastery of the celestial severing sword technique. The technique of the 10 ancestors, falling leaves in flight, sufficed to handle them with ease. Ziyuan remarked, "It must be due to young Master Lin's sword strike last night that they redirected their main forces to contend with him." Lin San, Qin Feng's brow arched, revealing a moment of realization. Logically, the scarred man should have devoted all efforts to capture him for the Qin family's bounty. Yet he had chosen instead to focus on Lin San, a decision that appeared illogical. Unless, at this moment, Lin San possessed greater value. A mischievous grin spread across Qin Feng's lips as he muttered, "If my assumptions are correct, Lin San's aura must have activated. The reason he remained behind instead of returning to Tianxin City with Lin Shiner is likely to pursue these treasures." "What are you murmuring about?" Ziyuan inquired with curiosity. "Nothing. Let us proceed," Qin Feng said, determined to validate his hypothesis. He grasped Ziyuan's hand and began retracing their steps, knowing he must locate Lin San swiftly before his aura fully manifested. "Are you out of your mind? Knowing they are hunting for us, you still want to return?" Ziyuan cautioned urgently. Yet, Qin Feng disregarded her concerns, encircling her waist and employing the shadowy mirage to glide through the woods. Ziyuan, powerless to resist, allowed the young imp to lead the way. Before long, they arrived at the location where they had encountered the scarred man the previous night. The trees within a kilometer radius lay severed at the waist, and a sword marked dozens of meters deep marred the ground, a testament to the terrifying power Lin San wielded. This is indeed the masterpiece of Lord Lin. Ziyuan couldn't help but swallow, struggling to fathom the nature of such power. The chosen one is far more terrifying than I had imagined. Qin Feng silently rejoiced that he had not confronted Lin San head-on. Otherwise, even with his dual pupils as a trump card, he might not have been able to contend with him, unless he resorted to the experience scroll of the red-haired old monster. No, I must find a way to strengthen myself. Qin Feng retrieved the supreme bone of his second brother from his spatial pouch, where mysterious runes pulsated, faintly hinting at the earth-shattering power contained within. If he could implant it into his own body, he would harness this force of nature. "What is this?" Ziyuan gazed curiously at the supreme bone, eager to inquire about its nature. However, before she could utter a word, she witnessed Qin Feng's gaze sharpen like a blade as he drew the sky sword and plunged it into his own chest, excising his original bone to implant the supreme bone. Despite the blood flowing incessantly, he gritted his teeth and remained silent. "You." Ziyuan was taken aback by the scene before her, unable to comprehend how a mere child could be so ruthless to himself. Chapter 24. Let the bullets fly for a while as brothers born of the same mother. The supreme bone should not reject me, right? Qin Feng's face contorted in pain, yet he persisted through the agony, aware that to thrive in this world, one must be merciless not only to others, but even more so to oneself. If he could not endure such pain, how could he ever hope to roam freely in the future? "Have you lost your mind? Who uses a sword to stab themselves?" Ziyuan finally emerged from her state of shock and hurriedly stepped forward to tend to Qin Feng's wounds. However, before she could even make a move, the injuries on Qin Feng's body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, completely mending within mere minutes, leaving no trace of scars behind. Ever since he comprehended the third tier of the 33 Heavens transformation technique, Qin Feng's self-healing abilities had become increasingly extraordinary. While it may not equate to the regeneration of severed limbs, the revival of lost fingers was well within his capabilities. "What manner of monster are you?" Ziyuan gasped in astonishment, her heart tumultuous and restless. It was one thing for an 8-year-old child to challenge opponents beyond his level. It was another to possess terrifying skills such as the heaven-slaying sword technique and the great dragon of destruction. Now, he also exhibited formidable self-healing abilities. Goodness! Each of these powers, if displayed individually, would leave even ancient titans of the past trembling in fear. Yet they all converged upon a single individual, a mere child of 8. Moreover, recalling Lin San's terrifying sword strike from the previous night, it was evident that a grand era of conflict had truly arrived. The talents of this generation were exceedingly formidable. You are the true monster, and your entire family is monstrous, Qin Feng muttered disdainfully, rolling his eyes as he began to trace Lin San's escape route from the night before. Wait for me, Ziyuan exclaimed, hastily following him, unwilling to venture alone. She needed to remain close to Qin Feng to seize any opportunity to cling to his coattails. Before long, the two evaded the searching disciples of the Weihu gang and arrived at a stone wall deep within the forest. There, they beheld a black vortex upon the surface of the stone, resembling a black hole capable of devouring everything. A relic. Qin Feng's eyes brightened, his heart racing in exhilaration. Regarding the relics, he had heard from the 10 ancestors that they were miniature worlds crafted by powerful beings, typically housing legacies of the mighty and artifacts they once wielded. Even in the absence of such inheritances and treasures, these places could still give rise to heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a villainous quest. Seize the fated child's opportunity and treasure with a reward of 1 golden chest. No wonder they disregard me and seek Lin San instead. Qin Feng could not help but lament that the chosen ones are truly unreasonable, as if the heavens were feeding them directly, while he, as the antagonist, must rely solely on his own efforts to complete tasks. What are we waiting for? Let us enter at once, Ziyuan exclaimed with unusual excitement. As a female hero venturing into the world, how could she resist the allure of a relic? Now is not the time. Qin Feng glanced at the hour and found a secluded spot to meditate and cultivate. As a seasoned bibliophile of a decade, he could confidently assert that accompanying the protagonist on a dungeon raid was far more challenging than enduring the 9 heavens tribulation. Allies were often sacrificed, and foes were mere pawns. Once the halo activated, distinctions between friend and foe vanished. It would be prudent to let the situation unfold for a moment. Haste makes waste. What do you mean? Ziyuan hurriedly pursued him for clarification. However, Qin Feng showed no inclination to respond, having entered a meditative state. As the surrounding spiritual energy began to flow gradually into his body, the supreme bone, previously implanted within him, exhibited no signs of rejection. The mysterious runes pulsating upon it commenced traversing through his being, giving rise to a divine ability known as the Heavenly Calamity Radiance. Is this the power contained within the supreme bone? The month-long enlightenment aura that Qin Feng had previously exchanged for still lingered. As he began to delve into the celestial calamity light within the supreme bone, suddenly, a resounding impact reverberated through the void, and an immense force of nature surged towards Qin Feng, rendering all things in the world insignificant in comparison. He found it difficult to breathe, akin to a climber advancing upwards, with each step accompanied by an overwhelming pressure, his footing precarious and his body swaying. Yet, this struggle deepened his understanding of the power of the universe, and the clarity within his heart grew ever more pronounced. Although the celestial calamity light of the supreme bone held great promise, it could only serve as an auxiliary means. Qin Feng refrained from investing excessive energy into the supreme bone, redirecting his focus towards his unparalleled. Due to his limited cultivation at present, many of his abilities remained undeveloped. Apart from the ability to perceive the essence, he had only unlocked the capabilities of decomposing actions and slowing down speed. Do these prodigies have nothing else to do besides cultivate? Sighed Ziyuan, resting her chin on her hand, seated nearby. She wished to embark on an adventure within the ruins, but lacked the courage to do so. Thus, she could only wait for Qin Feng to awaken and take her inside. Her stomach growled audibly, stirring her desire for Qin Feng's chicken once more. Within the ruins, Lin San held a sword with vigilance in one hand and a map in the other as he advanced. Initially, he had intended to return to Tianxin City with Lin Xiner, but halfway through, he inadvertently stumbled upon a tattered map that, coincidentally, completed the one he possessed. The target ruins were conveniently located within the territory of the Qin family. Was this serendipitous? Adhering to the principle of finders keepers, he resolved to return alone in search of the ruins indicated on the map. He encountered Qin Feng midway, and considering the Qin family's formidable influence in the east, he hesitated to explore the ruins, fearing that the Qin family would monopolize the treasures within. Fortunately, with Qin Feng having fled with Ziyuan last night, He was afforded the opportunity to delve into the ruins. In the distance, a cacophony of anguished cries echoed. Lin San merely cast a casual glance behind him, aware that the members of the Wei Hu gang had already infiltrated the ruins. Unlike the Qin family, which wielded absolute power in the east, the Wei Hu gang posed no significant threat to him. The traps within the ruins would be sufficient to ensnare them. He needed to hasten his pace. If discovered by the Qin family, it would spell trouble. Following the guidance of the map, Lin San skillfully navigated through the traps, making his way directly to the treasure trove within the ruins. Outside the ruins, Qin Feng had been seated in meditation for quite some time, and the energy within him had reached a critical point. With a resounding thud, a deep sound resonated from within, accompanied by a surge of energy that swept outward. It was over. His cultivation had concluded. The previously listless Ziyuan was instantly invigorated, eagerly anticipating the roasted chicken Qin Feng would prepare for her. He had reached the third tier of the extraordinary realm. Qin Feng exhaled a deep breath, distinctly sensing the transformation within his body. Where he once could project his spiritual energy 5 meters beyond his body, he could now extend it 10 meters, with a potency far superior to before. It was akin to a middle-aged man, once unsteady and hapless, suddenly rejuvenated into a vigorous youth of 18. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps erupted, as thousands of Wei Hu gang disciples charged from all directions. This was bad. They had been discovered. With a face full of panic, Ziyuan urgently pulled Qin Feng to flee. Despite Qin Feng's exceptional talents, he could not withstand the sheer number of adversaries. Chapter 25. This is a place of great misfortune, everyone. We harbor no grievances from the past nor enmities in the present, so there is no need for this. Ziyuan observed the thousands of disciples from the Wei Hu gang surrounding them. She realized that the odds of escape were virtually non-existent. She could only muster a smile to communicate that they had not harmed any Wei Hu gang members. It was entirely Lin Sang's doing. Yet, this was of little consequence now. Our objective is Qin Feng. The disciples of the Wei Hu gang were exhilarated, their gazes toward Qin Feng akin to that of a lecher beholding an unparalleled beauty. Why are they targeting you? Ziyuan, hiding behind Qin Feng, felt bewildered. It was one thing to kill a few Wei Hu gang members, but to rally thousands against Qin Feng seemed excessive. After contemplating, Qin Feng remarked, "It must be because of my handsome appearance." Ziyuan could not suppress an eye roll, surprised by the boy's vanity. The leading squad captain spoke up, "Young Master Qin, you have been encircled by us, and there is no escape. I advise you to surrender promptly to avoid an unfortunate fate. Are you certain it is you who have surrounded me?" Qin Feng faced the 1,000-strong entourage with unwavering composure, even feeling an inexplicable thrill. Ever since he had refined the Chang Kong 9 swords with the help of the 10 ancestors, he had been employing the Chang Kong Divine Sword in battle, neglecting its potential to divide into 9 swords for group combat. Is this child unwell? The 1,000 disciples of the Wei Hu gang could not help but burst into laughter, finding the young master of the Qin family somewhat eccentric for believing he was truly surrounded. Could it be that he single-handedly surrounded thousands of them? Since they refused to surrender, then let us charge. At the command of the leading squad leader, a sea of black surged towards Qin Feng. This is disastrous. Ziyuan, in despair, closed her eyes, her heart heavy with sorrow, especially since her stomach was grumbling. It seemed she would not even have the chance to taste Qin Feng's chicken before her demise. Buzzing. A series of piercing sword cries suddenly resounded. Qin Feng swiftly formed a hand gesture, and the Longkong Divine Sword before him split into 9 miniature blades, floating gracefully around him. The 9 swords were unleashed. Qin Feng executed another hand gesture and pointed towards the advancing throng. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A chorus of wind-splitting sounds erupted as the 9 swords, like meteors, streaked through the void, devoid of any flamboyant maneuvers, directly and relentlessly claiming lives. What is this? The crowd quickly sensed something amiss, their terror growing as they witnessed more and more individuals fall. The 9 swords, being diminutive and elusive, rendered any defense futile, and in no time, they had claimed over 100 lives, with none able to approach Qin Feng. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for slaying one, earning 100 villain points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for slaying one, earning 100 villain points. As heads continued to roll, the system's notifications echoed incessantly. Run. He is a demon. Finally, someone could no longer bear the weight of their fear, turning to flee in terror, realizing that the ferocity of the Qin family's eldest son had nothing to do with his age. The swift and decisive strike of the sword proves futile against the multitude. Once the first individual flees, others inevitably follow, second, third. The pervasive emotion of fear begins to spread, and no one contemplates the bounty placed by the Qin family. All that occupies their minds is the urgent desire to escape this formidable demon. Heavens! Ziyuan gasps, her hand covering her mouth, utterly astonished by the scene before her. Is this truly the legendary prodigy? Even when besieged by thousands, he remains unconquerable. With a deep exhale, Qin Feng summons back the 9 small swords with a wave of his hand, though he dispatches these minions with the ease of harvesting chives. The exertion required to control the 9 swords is considerable. Even with the rapid replenishment from the heavenly treasure gourd, it cannot be sustained indefinitely. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a total of 232 individuals, earning 200 villain points. With another breath, Qin Feng steadies his emotions. While the rewards of slaughter are indeed substantial, the act can become addictive, leading one down a treacherous path. Thus, cultivators exercise great restraint to avoid succumbing to the allure of demonic practices. Of course, some may choose to embrace darkness for the sake of power. Yet, he possesses a significant background and external aids. There is no need to paint himself in a grotesque manner, foregoing his humanity. At that moment, figures emerge in the sky, gliding gracefully upon flying swords. Cultivators of the entry realm. Ziyuan cannot contain her astonishment, questioning the origin of these formidable beings. The practitioners of the entry into the Tao realm are formidable beings, transcending the spirit martial realm. The very term entry into the Tao signifies their comprehension of the essence of the Tao, marking their authentic initiation into the pursuit of cultivation and immortality. I have found you, Qin Feng. A dozen practitioners of the entry into the Tao realm cast their gaze upon Qin Feng, their eyes gleaming with an insatiable desire akin to that of a lecherous man beholding a breathtaking beauty. What brings you here again? Ziyuan hastily concealed herself behind Qin Feng, acutely sensing the malevolence emanating from the approaching crowd. It was evident, Lin San must be brazenly using my name to deceive others. Analyzing the situation from the perspective of a seasoned bibliophile, Qin Feng was all too familiar with the shameless tactics employed by the protagonist. They often resorted to tarnishing the reputation of others when faced with insurmountable odds, invoking the name of the villain to incite animosity, all while refusing to acknowledge their status as a wanted criminal. Who would have thought that young Master Lin was such a person? Ziyuan, having yet to grasp the treachery of the world, naively believed the words of this villain. Let us depart, Qin Feng declared, observing the dozen entry into the Tao practitioners charging towards them. He swiftly took Ziyuan's hand, propelling them both into the ruins, intending to complicate matters for Lin San, or rather, to grant the protagonist a formidable challenge. The ruins. The eyes of the dozen practitioners of the entry into the Tao realm brightened at the mention of the ruins, their resistance crumbling as they hastily summoned their flying swords, plunging into the depths of the ancient site. As a whirlwind of chaos enveloped them, Qin Feng and Ziyuan found themselves within the ruins, where the environment mirrored that of the outside world, with mountains, rivers, forests, and the cyclical dance of the sun and moon. Is this the realm conjured by a great adept? Qin Feng was utterly astonished by the scene before him, struggling to fathom the level of cultivation required to manifest such a miniature world. Let us hasten our departure. Those individuals are swiftly closing in on us. Ziyuan expressed little surprise at this urgency, firmly grasping Qin Feng's hand as they dashed into the depths of the forest. Concurrently, the cultivators drawn by the assassination order against the Qin family began to arrive, easily extracting information about Qin Feng's whereabouts from the fleeing members of the Weihu gang, and soon stumbled upon the ruins. In a moment, news of the ruins spread like wildfire, attracting countless treasure-seeking cultivators. Old man, I foretell that this place is fraught with peril. Qin Feng observed the throngs entering the ruins in search of treasures, and without a doubt, he surmised that the difficulty of the dungeon would be exceedingly high. Coupled with Lin San's protagonist aura, those who emerged alive would be exceedingly rare, perhaps 1 in 10. Can you truly predict the future? Ziyuan inquired with curiosity. Nay. Qin Feng shot her a sidelong glance. This place is indeed a harbinger of doom. Chapter 26. Do not show mercy. Nay, and yet you continue to feign ignorance? Ziyuan could not help but roll her eyes at Qin Feng, her youthful demeanor already exuding an aura of infinite charm. You do not comprehend. Qin Feng was imbued with unwavering confidence. Whenever a protagonist entered a dungeon, the greater the number of participants, the more unforeseen dangers would arise. Ultimately, only a scant few would manage to escape, haunted by their experiences and fervently recounting the protagonist's audacious exploits. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of frantic combat echoed in the vicinity, unmistakably indicating a struggle for treasures. Given the protracted closure of these ruins, a plethora of rare materials had flourished within. Upon entering the forest, Qin Feng and Ziyuan had also discovered some, albeit they were of ordinary quality, far from warranting any significant conflict. Shall we take a look? Qin Feng tentatively inquired, eliciting an excited series of nods from Ziyuan. To ensure anonymity, he smeared some dust on his face and body, presenting the appearance of a weary traveler rather than a scion of a wealthy family. Before long, the duo stealthily approached the scene, where numerous factions had already descended into a frenzy, the ground strewn with dozens of lifeless bodies, and the earth itself stained crimson with blood. Not far from them stood a vine, adorned with dozens of small, tomato-like fruits that emitted a flickering red glow. It was the blood bodhi. Ziyuan was nearly unable to restrain herself from exclaiming in joy, only managing to control her excitement by pinching Qin Feng's arm. Her exuberance was entirely warranted. Blood bodhi was exceedingly rare. If one were to classify celestial treasures into 4 tiers, heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, then blood bodhi would undoubtedly belong to the heavenly tier, and more specifically, to its rarest variety. Consuming it not only healed wounds, but also enhanced one's internal strength, offering benefits such as solidifying the foundation and nurturing the essence. Remarkably, it could be consumed without limit, devoid of the diminishing returns often associated with such treasures, making it the coveted prize of cultivators. However, once the blood bodhi is harvested, its vine rapidly withers, rendering cultivation and transplantation impossible. Only those with exceptional fortune may encounter it, further contributing to its rarity. This is outrageous. Qin Feng observed his arm, now tinged red from Ziyuan's grip, indicating that he bore no grudges. Grievances were typically addressed in the moment. Ouch, that hurts, ease up a bit. Before Ziyuan could fully comprehend the situation, Qin Feng had pinched her thigh. As fierce battles ensue before them, she can only stifle her cries, casting a pitiful glance at Qin Feng, silently conveying her remorse. Vowing never to antagonize him again. I'll let you off this time. Qin Feng released his grip, and it must be said, the sensation was indeed delightful. Ahem. But I digress. The strength of the opposing factions was formidable, comprising not only those of the spirit martial realm, but also practitioners of the entry into Tao realm. Even though he had just broken through to the 3rd level of the extraordinary realm, utilizing his supreme bone and invincible heavy pupils as trump cards would still render him no match for them. Unless he employed a fully leveled experience scroll from the red-haired old monster, yet such an approach would be overkill for this mere band of extras. Truly a bothersome younger brother. Ziyuan mumbled in grievance, the pain almost bringing her to tears. However, in the next moment, her discomfort was forgotten. She watched in astonishment as Qin Feng fixed his gaze upon the blood bodhi, extending his hand and, astonishingly, grasping a blood bodhi from afar. How did you do that? Ziyuan hurriedly rubbed her eyes, ensuring she was not mistaken, and when she looked at Qin Feng again, her sparkling eyes brimmed with wonder. It's a secret. Qin Feng offered no explanation. After confirming the efficacy of his telekinetic grasp, he began to fervently pluck the blood bodhi, visibly reducing the quantity on the vine. Yet, the more Ziyuan observed, the more she felt something was amiss, a strange familiarity washing over her. Suddenly, she recalled that night when the belly band had vanished, and her cheeks flushed crimson. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance. Thus, the perpetrator that evening was not Lin San, but rather the mischievous young Qin Feng. Originally, one might have thought him to be an ignorant child, yet it is now evident that he possesses knowledge that surpasses hers. Truly, he is a mischievous younger brother. No wonder Aunt often remarks that no man is worth a dime. With a flushed face, Ziyuan scoffed softly, and inexplicably recalled the next phrase Aunt had uttered, though the meaning of a good thing about men eluded her. What are you talking about? Qin Feng inquired, turning his head. Nothing. Ziyuan replied, her cheeks still aflame, hastily adding, is it really all right to take so much? Do not be too lenient. Adhering to a mindset of seizing every opportunity, Qin Feng had no intention of leaving any behind. Wait, stop fighting. The various factions engaged in battle soon sensed something amiss. The once bloodied vines had dwindled to but a few, showing no signs of cessation. Before their very eyes, they diminished until the last one vanished, causing the vines to wither as well. Who did this? The factions were filled with rage, their frustrations boiling over. After such a prolonged conflict, with so many brothers sacrificed, to end up with nothing in return was unbearable. Who are you people? A group soon realized that Qin Feng and Ziyuan were attempting to flee, immediately surrounding the two. So, it turns out they are merely 2 extraordinary realm youngsters. The crowd, upon seeing their cultivation, wore expressions of disappointment, believing that no extraordinary being could strip them of all the blood bodhi right under their noses. Wait, someone furrowed their brow, scrutinizing the disheveled Qin Feng, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity. What are you staring at? Do you know who my elder brother is? Qin Feng, unruffled and audacious, proclaimed. To reveal it would frighten you. My brother is none other than the illustrious Lin San, the esteemed heir of the Longkong sword god. We are sworn brothers, albeit of different parents. Lin San. The crowd gasped in unison, evidently familiar with the name. Renowned as the foremost swordsman of the century, and the successor of the Longkong sword god, he had recently engaged in a confrontation with Qin Feng, the scion of the Qin family, who was said to possess imperial potential. Lin San was thus a figure of considerable repute, a rising star in an era of strife, bolstered by the formidable backing of Tianjin City. Such a figure is not to be trifled with. They murmured, taken aback. Sworn brothers of different parents? Zi Yuan could not help but roll her eyes, recognizing the absurdity of Qin Feng's claims. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng fanned the flames of intrigue, declaring, I am not afraid to tell you that this relic was opened by my brother 3 days ago. The blood bodhi was deemed unworthy by him. Should you offend me, you may ponder the consequences. The crowd exchanged glances, swiftly disregarding the latter part of his statement. They had learned from the disciples of the Weihu gang that indeed, a certain Lin San had unlocked the relic, lending credence to Qin Feng's words. One could infer that Lin San had discovered unparalleled treasures within the relic, deeming even the blood bodhi insignificant. With a rush, the crowd dispersed in search of Lin San, like startled birds fleeing. Chapter 27. I can tell at a glance you are not human. What a troublesome younger brother. Zi Yuan observed from the sidelines, utterly bemused, pondering what grievance Lin San could possibly have incurred from him. Soon, news of Lin San acquiring an unparalleled treasure spread throughout the ruins, prompting all cultivators to seek his whereabouts. Infuriated, Lin San could not help but curse, wondering which ungrateful soul had divulged the truth. Ho! Qin Feng sneezed uncontrollably, suspecting that someone was speaking ill of him from behind. However, his attention was swiftly captured by the blood bodhi he had obtained, 32 in total. Upon consuming one, a surge of immense energy erupted within him. The restorative effect solidified the somewhat unstable foundation resulting from his recent breakthrough to the 3rd level of the transcendence realm, rendering it more robust and powerful. Truly, it is a rare celestial-grade treasure, indeed formidable. After consuming one, Zi Yuan was also astonished by its effects. At that moment, a woman clad in ancient white garments appeared, casting a complex gaze upon the blood bodhi in Qin Feng's hand. What brings you here, sister? Zi Yuan inquired with curiosity. Sister. Qin Feng grasped Zi Yuan's arm, his expression stern as he admonished, You demon. I can tell at a glance that you are not human. Not human? Then that makes you a demon. Zi Yuan gasped in surprise, hurriedly retreating behind Qin Feng. Unlike the toothy tiger demon they had encountered previously, this shape-shifting beast was undoubtedly a powerful entity among demons, its strength terrifying beyond measure. Indeed, she is a demon. Ever since Qin Feng mastered the great mighty heavenly dragon technique, he had developed the ability to discern between humans and demons, and he could assert with certainty that the woman in white before him was a shape-shifting demon. Do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions. The white-clad woman expressed her astonishment, realizing that Qin Feng had instantly recognized her true nature. Do you think we would believe it? Qin Feng did not dare to relax for even a moment, his fingers deftly forming the intricate gestures of the great demon dragon. He had long heard from the 10 ancestors that in the ancient era, myriad races flourished, with the human and demon clans engaged in the fiercest of conflicts. It was certainly not a matter that could be resolved over a drink without malice. The woman in white hesitated for a moment before speaking. In truth, I entered the ruins to seek heavenly materials and earthly treasures for my newborn child. However, I am still quite weak after giving birth and unable to compete with others for the blood bodhi. I do not require much, merely 10 will suffice. Upon finishing her words, her gaze was filled with earnest entreaty directed at Qin Feng. As a transformed great demon, revealing her recent childbirth was an exceedingly perilous revelation. It is well known that great demons are treasures in themselves. Should outsiders learn of her vulnerability, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to capture her, skin her alive, and either forge her into a magical artifact or concoct her into elixirs. If she were to encounter beast tamers, the situation would be even graver, as she would be forced to wear a beast collar and lose her freedom. Thus, she was gambling, hoping that Qin Feng was not of such a disposition. Gazing into the pleading eyes of the woman in white, Qin Feng momentarily envisioned his mother. For 8 years, Yun Xiezin nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon realizing how wicked Qin Feng truly was. While he proclaimed humanitarianism, his heart was solely focused on profit. I have no spirit stones. The woman in white displayed a troubled expression, genuinely feeling the constraints of her finances. Lack of funds is no obstacle. We can discuss resources. Qin Feng, with a cheerful demeanor, produced a small notebook, confident that a shape-shifted great demon must possess some valuable items. For instance, there were places rich in heavenly materials, remnants of powerful beings, and secrets best left undisclosed. The woman in white still found herself in a quandary, entirely unconvinced by Qin Feng's proposed resources. Goodness, I have encountered the impoverished before, but never have I seen a great demon so destitute. Qin Feng was thoroughly astounded, utterly baffled as to how she had transformed into a great demon. At that moment, a distant exclamation echoed. "We've found Lin San, along with an extraordinary treasure. How swiftly they have located it." Qin Feng's eyes brightened, and he hastily urged Ziyuan to follow. Before departing, he glanced back at the woman in white, noticing the confusion of her future and the self-reproach of a mother in her gaze. Ultimately, he could not restrain himself and tossed her a small parcel. It wasn't merely the awakening of his inner rogue, but rather an instinct of the antagonist suggesting a potential profit. Upon opening the parcel, the woman's face lit up with joy as she discovered it filled to the brim with blood bodhi. Unlike the tin she had previously mentioned, Qin Feng had generously provided her with 15. The extra 5 would enable her to swiftly regain her vitality. "Thank you," she called out in the direction of Qin Feng as he departed, her heart alight with happiness as she quickly turned and left the ruins. "Did you really just give it to her?" Ziyuan asked, somewhat perplexed. "Let us consider it a kind gesture," Qin Feng replied, offering no further explanation. Even though a transformed great demon might be financially destitute, its formidable strength remained intact. Rather than enhancing one's fortune in the future, it was far more prudent to provide timely assistance in the present. Perhaps, one day in the future, this benevolent act might save his life. Before long, Qin Feng followed the crowd to find Lin San, who was currently surrounded by a throng of people. Not far behind him stood a stone platform encased in a barrier, upon which rested an exquisitely crafted jade box. It was evident that the treasure within was the most valuable artifact in the ruins, and it was Lin San's ultimate objective for coming here. However, it seemed he could not retrieve it. Qin Feng attempted to use his telekinesis to grasp the jade box, but his inadequate cultivation level rendered him incapable of penetrating the barrier. Damn it! Lin San seethed as the crowd continued to swell. He had initially anticipated a straightforward task, leveraging the advantage of the map to easily collect the treasures within the ruins. All that was needed was to break the barrier and seize the ultimate treasure before retreating in triumph. However, some well-intentioned soul had spread news of his pursuits, prompting an entire expedition to converge upon him. Just as he was about to act and breach the barrier, he was discovered. It was now clear that he could not claim the treasure alone. Even if he revealed all his trump cards, he would be outmatched by the numerous Spirit Martial Realm and Dao Initiation Realm practitioners. He would have to resort to cunning instead. "Lin San, this treasure is not destined for you." Dozens of Dao practitioners, noticing the absence of anyone from Twinqin City, hovered above on their flying swords, urging Lin San to vacate the premises. "Then feel free to proceed at your leisure," Lin San retorted, choosing to silently step aside. That's odd. When has a chosen one ever been so amenable? Based on his decade of avid reading, if a chosen one doesn't display a strong reaction when someone snatches food from their mouth, it usually means someone is about to face dire consequences. Qin Feng frowned, realizing the matter was more complex than it seemed, and silently retreated behind the crowd with Ziyuan. Chapter 28. The cunning Qin Feng, heir to the sky-piercing divine sword? The foremost swordsman in a century? Dozens of nascent cultivators couldn't help but scoff, finding the assessment of Lin San to be an egregious exaggeration. Were it not for the backing of Skyheart City, they would have stripped him bare, leaving him with nothing. Esteemed cultivators, to acquire the treasure, we must collaborate to breach the barrier. Someone proposed joining forces to break the barrier first, after which they could each vie for the jade box within based on their own capabilities. Agreed. Agreed. The other nascent cultivators nodded in agreement, fully aware that if they didn't quickly join forces to break the barrier, they would have no say once stronger individuals arrived. Let's commence. Someone took the lead, executing a hand seal, and violent energy immediately surged forth from their body. Seeing someone take the initiative, the others followed suit. In an instant, countless streams of energy fell from the sky like shooting stars, causing the void to tremble violently, rippling outwards in continuous waves. Rumble. The collective attack struck the barrier without fail, unleashing a deafening roar. In stark contrast to the fragmented scenes envisioned by the masses, an astonishing phenomenon unfolded as boundless energy was absorbed by the barrier, resulting in a vibrant tapestry of colors. Alarm bells rang in the minds of the onlookers, their eyes widening in terror as they sensed the energy coalescing and expanding. Without a moment's hesitation, they hastily assumed defensive postures. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens as the amassed energy within the barrier was unleashed, accompanied by a terrifying energy storm that swept across the entire ruins. The aftermath was one of utter devastation, particularly for those in the front rows, the spectators who had come merely to observe. Those with formidable cultivation barely managed to survive with half their lives intact, while the weaker ones met their demise instantaneously. How terrifying! Purple Kite gasped, her heart racing uncontrollably as she clutched Qin Feng's hand tightly. Had it not been for Qin Feng pulling her back behind the crowd, her fragile frame would have surely succumbed to such ferocious onslaught. I knew this fellow harbored ill intentions. Qin Feng couldn't help but glance at Lin San, who wore a smug smile, clearly reveling in the chaos. Damn it, damn it. A chorus of frustrated cries erupted from dozens of Taoist cultivators in the sky, caught off guard by the barrier's counterattack effect. To breach it forcefully, they would need to unleash energy that matched the barrier's threshold, a feat clearly beyond their capabilities. At that moment, jagged fissures suddenly appeared around the barrier, spreading menacingly, while the void itself became riddled with web-like cracks. It was evident that these were trials set by the master of the ruins, should no one be able to unravel the barrier through skill, but instead resort to sheer brute force. The ruins would activate their self-destruction protocol. His treasure can only be entrusted to a genius, not inherited by the mediocre. Alas, the ruins are about to collapse. Panic-stricken, the crowd hurriedly fled. Damn it! The dozens of adept cultivators were on the verge of losing their composure, feeling as if they had been tantalized by a feast but left with naught. Yet, it was too late for lamentation, to escape death. They had to vacate the premises swiftly. Why are you still standing there? Let us depart at once. Ziyuan urgently pulled Qin Feng away, but he seemed disinclined to leave. His gaze fixed intently on Lin San. Qin Feng. Lin San was taken aback by Qin Feng's presence, leading him to suspect that the one behind his troubles was none other than Qin Feng. However, there was no time to validate this suspicion. He had to hasten to open the barrier and seize the jade box. With swift precision, Lin San formed a series of hand seals and forcefully struck a corner of the barrier. Boom! The barrier shattered like glass, erupting in a radiant burst of light, accompanied by an aura of sanctity that enveloped the entire ruin. The barrier was breached. The cultivators who had been poised to leave immediately turned back, racing towards the jade box on the stone platform. Yet, their distance was insurmountable. Lin San smirked, grasping the jade box in one hand while producing a yellow talisman inscribed with runes. A spatial teleportation talisman. The adept cultivators cried out in alarm, unleashing their most formidable attacks in an attempt to obstruct him. However, the gap was still too vast. Lin San had already activated the spatial teleportation talisman, runes swirling around him, and he cheekily waved goodbye to them. Now is the moment. Qin Feng's gaze was firmly fixed on the jade box as he exerted his power to seize it from a distance. However, he did not grasp the box itself in Lin San's possession. Rather, he snatched the treasure contained within and unceremoniously cast it into his spatial realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the villainous task and acquiring one golden treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for disrupting the chosen one's fortune, earning a chance to draw a lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for seizing the chosen one's treasure, receiving 1 million villain points. 1 million villain points. A shiver coursed through Qin Feng's body. He could only imagine the extraordinary nature of this treasure. The mere rewards totaled 1 million villain points, and it would undoubtedly require over 100 million villain points for redemption within the system. Boom. The attack from the Dao realm finally arrived. But it was merely a lonely explosion, for Lin San had long since utilized a spatial teleportation talisman to escape. The teleportation talisman could not take him far, and the pursuit ensued. Dozens of Dao realm cultivators cried out in frustration, astonished that so many had been outsmarted by a mere child. We must leave at once. After securing the treasure, Qin Feng wasted no time, hastily pulling Ziyuan towards the exit as the earth around them continued to collapse, giving way to an abyss of darkness that would obliterate anything caught within its grasp. Help! The ruins echoed with cries of despair, as countless souls were consumed before they could flee. Once again, his words proved prophetic. This place was indeed a harbinger of doom. Ziyuan swallowed hard, her heart racing as she witnessed the harrowing trials of humanity unfold around them. Some individuals, in their quest for survival, do not hesitate to use their companions as stepping stones, while others choose to embrace death alongside their loved ones. In moments of crisis, couples may abandon each other. Suddenly, as Qin Feng and his companion are about to reach the exit, the ground beneath them gives way, causing them to lose their balance and plummet. Ziyuan lets out a piercing scream, hiding in Qin Feng's embrace, too frightened to open her eyes. Damn it! Qin Feng mutters under his breath, utilizing his agility to the fullest as he leaps from the falling stones, striving to ascend. Unfortunately, the surrounding area continues to collapse, leaving him with no escape. Such a scenario would be a tremendous waste not to exploit for romantic pursuits. With determination, Qin Feng propels Ziyuan towards the exit, while he himself smiles as he descends, ready to summon his ultimate form to save himself. Qin Feng Ziyuan cries out with a heart-wrenching plea, yearning to grasp his falling figure, but the distance between them only widens, stirring within her a complex array of emotions towards this young lad. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a white figure rushes into the ruins, hastening toward the descending Qin Feng. Chapter 29. Purely a matter of circumstance, it's her. The delight on Ziyuan's face is unmistakable. The newcomer is indeed the great shape-shifting demon. You truly are my sister by a different mother. Arriving at the most opportune moment, Qin Feng, overwhelmed with emotion, nearly sheds tears, almost resorting to his ultimate transformation, which would mean a decade of restraint from adventure. The woman clad in white, unencumbered by any magical artifacts, soared gracefully through the air, swiftly seizing Qin Feng and dashing out of the entrance of the ruins. In her wake, the entire structure crumbled dramatically, vanishing from existence. You scared me to death, you horrid little brother, Ziyuan exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears as she rushed toward Qin Feng, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Having endured so much alongside him, and witnessing him unhesitatingly offer her the chance to survive in perilous moments, their bond had transformed profoundly. Ding dong. A notification resonated, indicating that the host had deceived the goddess's affections and gained an advantage over her, thus earning 1,000 villain points. Who has taken advantage of her? Qin Feng vehemently denounced the system's absurd claims. It was clearly Ziyuan who had taken liberties with him, holding him so closely that he could scarcely breathe, his head nearly buried in her embrace. Just then, an inexplicable chill ran down Qin Feng's spine. He glanced up to see that only a few hundred had survived, some expressing relief at their fortunate escape, while others regarded him with peculiar stares. Indeed, he was Qin Feng. A voice suddenly cried out, drawing the attention of the crowd. The image of Qin Feng had already circulated widely, and their true purpose for being here was to capture him, having fortuitously encountered the opening of the ruins. Although Qin Feng appeared disheveled, a closer inspection confirmed his identity. Want to catch me? Come on, come on, Qin Feng boasted, standing confidently before the woman in white, reveling in the thrill of wielding borrowed authority. Everyone just witnessed the white-clad woman descending to rescue Qin Feng, a feat beyond their capabilities, even if they were to summon assistance. Damn it, the survivors couldn't help but curse under their breath, observing Qin Feng's impudent demeanor. They had initially hoped to capture Qin Feng for a reward, having narrowly escaped death, but it turned out he was guarded by a formidable expert who could crush them as easily as ants. Enough jesting, let's depart, Ziyuan urged Qin Feng, signaling him to cease his buffoonery. Why should we leave? Qin Feng retorted, casting a displeased glance over his shoulder. He noticed that his stepsister's forehead was beaded with perspiration, indicating her postpartum weakness. No wonder she had remained silent, merely observing his pretense. Some survivors also noticed her condition, and their hearts began to stir with malicious intent. Third brother, I regret this, but circumstances compel me. Qin Feng apologized to Lin San in his thoughts, while continuing to boast arrogantly. What are you staring at? Let me tell you, my sister's intervention is unnecessary to deal with you all. I also have a step-sibling, Lin San, who seized the opportunity to open the barrier and obtain the treasure. His strength will ascend to new heights in the future. Lin San obtained the treasure? After swiftly weighing the pros and cons, someone turned without hesitation to search for Lin San. They were uncertain of Qin Feng's sister's combat prowess, but they were certain that Lin San lacked a sister to fight on his behalf. Upon witnessing the departure of another, the remaining individuals became increasingly indecisive, none daring to venture forth as the first to take a perilous step, especially with Qin Feng having illuminated a path to prosperity for them. In essence, they even possessed a means of retreat. How could they possibly confront Qin Feng barefooted? Let us depart, Qin Feng declared, dismissing these individuals and turning to leave the scene. After a moment of internal conflict, no one dared to impede his progress, merely watching helplessly as he and his companions made their exit. However, just as the onlookers prepared to disperse, a figure plummeted from the heavens, positioning themselves before Qin Feng and his companions. With a resounding thud, the individual landed, stirring up a cloud of dust. It was he. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. It seemed they were old acquaintances. This was the local underworld leader, the scar-faced chief of the Weihu gang. Unlike his previous spirited demeanor, he now bore the marks of battle. His right hand was severed, his left eye blinded, and his body adorned with numerous scars. It was evident that he had fared poorly at the hands of Lin San and had found no fortune within the ruins. Young Master Qin, you shall not escape today, the scar-faced man growled, his gaze fierce, clearly prepared to fight to the death. He had anticipated that entering the ruins would yield treasures. Little did he know that Lin San, that shameless rogue, had led him into one trap after another. resulting in the loss of many lives without the promise of riches. Just moments ago, he had narrowly escaped a collapse within the ruins, leaving him with nothing but dread at the thought of encountering Lin San again. Thus, he found himself at Qin Feng's doorstep, willing to take a gamble. Given your current predicament, do you still dare to capture me? Qin Feng scoffed, dismissively curling his lip, not regarding the scar-faced man as a threat at all. Had he been a fully formed third tier of the spirit martial realm, I might have sought assistance from my third brother. However, he is currently nothing more than a cripple, and a severely injured one at that. Thus, there is no need for my brother's intervention. I can handle you myself. The scarred man's gaze suddenly sharpened, emanating a terrifying aura that caused the air around him to ripple, behind him faintly materializing the silhouette of a roaring tiger. How formidable! The onlookers immediately held their breath, turning their eyes towards the woman in white, eager to ascertain whether she had sustained any injuries and to what extent. Yet, Qin Feng did not grant them this opportunity, as a mysterious aura began to swirl around him. What is this? The crowd sensed the anomaly, their gazes swiftly shifting to Qin Feng, who possessed the potential of an emperor. However, Qin Feng appeared as if in a daze, standing motionless with his eyes closed, while the scarred man clenched his fist, the size of a sandbag, preparing to strike him. Just as the scarred man's fist was about to descend upon Qin Feng, and the crowd braced for what they believed to be a fatal blow, Qin Feng's eyes abruptly flew open, a mysterious golden light erupting from within him. Celestial calamity light. The radiance was as sharp as a sword capable of cleaving gold and stone, striking towards the scarred man with the speed of lightning. Bang! A heavy sound reverberated through the silence as the charging scarred man seemed to freeze in time, before slowly collapsing to the ground, akin to a mountain crumbling, stirring up a cloud of dust. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment, followed by a surge of exclamations. What was that light? What kind of martial technique was that? Incredible, it could annihilate a third-tier spirit martial practitioner in an instant. A mere bumpkin, that was no martial skill, it was divine power. Divine power? The extraordinary abilities possessed solely by those with unique constitutions. If my intuition serves me correctly, this is the divine power inherent in the supreme bone. It is utterly terrifying. No wonder he could resort to such measures against his own brother. After witnessing Qin Feng's formidable prowess, none dared to obstruct him any longer, watching as the trio departed. Meanwhile, Lin San seethed with anger, cursing under his breath, vexed by the scheming of a certain morally deficient individual who had disseminated news of his acquisition of treasures through the barrier. Chapter 30. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Qin family. Any information pertaining to Qin Feng would swiftly reach the hands of the 10 ancestors and others. The annihilation of the leader of the Tiger Gang in an instant. The 10 ancestors could not contain their astonishment, overwhelmed by Qin Feng's terrifying capabilities. They were aware of his exceptional talent, but never anticipated it would reach such staggering heights, effortlessly vanquishing a being at the third level of spirit martial, transcending an entire realm. It was simply unprecedented. No wonder he was regarded as a prodigy with imperial potential. Unlike the joy displayed by the other elders, the ancestor's countenance was marred by concern. Judging from the reports received, Qin Feng had harnessed the power of the supreme bone. Should he become infatuated with this external force, it could significantly impact his temperament. It should not happen. The 10 ancestors reflected, stating, I have mentored Qin Feng for many years. This boy possesses a unique pride and has always believed himself the strongest, unlikely to be easily swayed by the allure of the supreme bone. Let us hope that is the case. The ancestor remained troubled. After all, Qin Feng was merely an 8-year-old child, and his state of mind could shift at any moment. However, once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. One can only choose to trust this child. At this moment, Qin Feng and Ziyuan followed the elder demoness to a secluded thicket. The elder demoness gently parted the grasses, revealing a bamboo basket containing 3 newly born, pure white rabbits. Unlike the rabbits Qin Feng remembered, these creatures resembled anthropomorphic beings from cartoons, capable of walking on 2 legs, with round, plump heads that were utterly adorable and large, sparkling eyes. What delightful little rabbits! Ziyuan exclaimed, her eyes brimming with affection as she couldn't resist the urge to pick one up. These are my children. The elder demoness radiated happiness, noticing that the little ones appeared utterly free of fatigue. Children? Qin Feng was taken aback to discover that the individual before him was a rabbit demoness, uncertain if she could transform into a rabbit-eared maiden. If you like, you may adopt one. The elder demoness implored Qin Feng, selecting the plumpest rabbit to place into his hands. Both Qin Feng and Ziyuan were rendered speechless. They merely complimented the cuteness of her offspring, yet she immediately offered them a child. Was it their ignorance of local customs, or was it the rabbit's fearlessness? Confident in its ability to reproduce, Before Qin Feng and Ziyuan could voice their refusals, the elder demoness swiftly shouldered the bamboo basket and soared into the sky. As she departed, she glanced back at the little one in Qin Feng's hands with evident reluctance, but ultimately steeled herself to leave. As a mother, who would willingly part with their offspring unless faced with dire necessity, it was only by relinquishing this child that she could ensure the survival of the remaining two along with herself. The little creature seemed to sense the abandonment by its mother and incessantly called out towards the direction in which she had departed. However, when Qin Feng placed a blood Buddha in front of it, the little one instantly forgot about its maternal figure and began to relish the delicacy. What is happening? Qin Feng felt utterly bewildered, unexpectedly thrust into the role of a caretaker. He had heard of people nurturing stray cats and dogs, but he had never encountered someone raising a mighty demonic rabbit. Ding dong. The system detected that the host had acquired a beast cub with epic-level potential, and the binding was successful. Though this rabbit lacked the fate of a protagonist, its abilities were on par with those of his second brother. Qin Feng instantly perked up. Even if the elder sister of the demon returned, he wouldn't part with it. Yet, he quickly regretted his decision. This little one was far from an ordinary beast. It was a rare breed among demon beasts, one that was seldom seen in a millennium. Unlike other cubs, it did not drink milk but instead consumed rare treasures of heaven and earth, with a single blood Buddha sustaining it for only a day. Goodness. It was practically a bottomless pit. Qin Feng mournfully glanced at the remaining blood Buddhas, now reduced to 7, of which he had only consumed 1. The rest had all been devoured by this little glutton. Simultaneously, he finally understood why its mother had entrusted it to him and why, despite just giving birth, she had been tirelessly searching for rare treasures. Even a wealthy family could not afford to raise it. From this day forth, you shall be named Glutton. Qin Feng designated a name for the little creature, earning a significant eye roll from Ziyuan. Let us call it Bunny. No, Glutton. How about a Bao? No way, you fool. Call me Xiao Bai. Very well, I shall be known as by Fan Tong. Regardless of what Ziyuan says, the name Fan Tong has been firmly established by Qin Feng. Even if Jesus himself were to intervene, it would be futile. Suddenly, Qin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing an influx of people surrounding him. It was evident that they were drawn by the bounty placed on the Qin family, now that the great demon sister had departed. Their intimidation tactics would no longer hold sway over them. It wouldn't be long before a fierce pursuit would commence. Strength must be augmented. Qin Feng swiftly pulled Ziyuan to shake off their pursuers, seeking refuge in a concealed cave, where he activated the system. This time, he not only amassed 1,000,000 villain points, but also secured a golden treasure chest, a chance for a lottery draw, and a precious item within a jade box. Let us open the golden treasure chest first. Qin Feng summoned the system and opened the golden chest. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the golden treasure chest and acquiring sword intent. A sudden chill enveloped him, and before Qin Feng's eyes, a figure seemed to materialize. He bowed his head and drew his sword. Buzz. The clear sound of the sword echoed in Qin Feng's mind, imbued with a proud solitude that made one's heart tremble. The dazzling sword light, standing apart from the world, emerged with stunning elegance, magnificent yet unpretentious, light yet imbued with a graceful charm. It captivated the senses, ensnaring one in its allure. Qin Feng felt as if he were transforming into a moth, yearning to break free from the cocoon before him to become a butterfly. Ultimately, a surge of momentum enveloped him, as sharp as a sword drawn from its sheath, capable of cleaving gold and stone, causing the surrounding weeds to crumble. Sword intent. Ziyuan gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, her heart exclaiming that Qin Feng was no ordinary human. If she recalls correctly, Lin San was revered as the foremost swordsman of the century due to his profound comprehension of sword intent at the tender age of 12, shattering the unprecedented record set in the ancient era. Yet, astonishingly, this record stood for merely 2 years before being eclipsed by the 8-year-old Qin Feng. My goodness. The current era of contention is teeming with extraordinary talents. Sword intent. Qin Feng's eyes abruptly widened, his obsidian gaze igniting with a spark of palpable brilliance. With the addition of sword intent, his sky-slicing sword technique has become even more formidable. However, he found himself dissatisfied, calling upon the system to exchange for a card that guarantees a perfect match. Although he had mastered the sky-slicing sword technique, its efficacy had yet to reach the pinnacle of perfection, thereby limiting the potential for maximum damage enhancement. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 1,000,000 villain points to exchange for the perfect match card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for utilizing the perfect match card. The sky-slicing sword technique has now attained the realm of perfection. Qin Feng's expression began to blur as he delved deeper into the intricacies of the sky-slicing sword technique. Meanwhile, Lin San, having exhausted all efforts to elude his pursuers, eagerly opened the jade box. Huh. The expression on Lin San's face froze instantly, sensing that he must have opened it incorrectly. Close it. Open it. Close it. Open it. After repeatedly verifying, it remained empty. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin San could hardly accept this reality, pondering where the process had gone awry. Chapter 31. You actually believe such nonsense. In the cave, Qin Feng's enhancement was far from over, and he called upon the system to initiate a lottery. With a loud crash, the grand lottery wheel reappeared, beginning its gentle spin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the invincible sword heart. The invincible sword heart, the ultimate form pursued by sword practitioners, where one's heart is devoid of distractions. And drawing the sword becomes instinctive, yielding a tenfold increase in sword technique damage. The edges of Qin Feng's garments began to flutter as if caught by an unseen breeze. His aura transforming instantaneously, exuding a solitary majesty akin to a snow lotus standing resolutely against the wind on a precipice, radiating a profound and stirring power. What is happening? Ziyuan hastily rubbed her eyes, inexplicably feeling that she could influence Qin Feng's sword-drawing speed. Sword intent, sword heart. Qin Feng realized his remarkable affinity with the sword. Consecutively activating two buffs that doubled his sword technique damage, coupled with the 100% compatibility he had just exchanged for. It was truly unimaginable how fearsome the heavenly slashing sword technique had become. He yearned to find someone to test his sword skills. Qin Feng suppressed the surge of excitement within him and waved his hand, retrieving a scroll from his spatial pouch. This was the treasure obtained from Lin Sanyu's box, completely devoid of inscriptions, yet exuding an aura that compelled tranquility and focus. Could this be the sage's bamboo scroll? Ziyuan, her delicate face serious, took the scroll and examined it repeatedly for confirmation. Indeed, it is the sage's bamboo scroll. It is said that the sage's bamboo scrolls were bequeathed by the sages of ancient times, comprising 3 volumes: Heaven, Earth, and Humanity. Those of destiny may discern the supreme path from the scroll, while the unworthy perceive not a single character. Is this truly the sage's bamboo scroll? Qin Feng had also heard the 10 ancestors mention it, aware of its immense desirability. Every occurrence in this world invariably stirs a tempest of bloodshed and chaos. Those who can extract wisdom from such turmoil are invariably renowned paragons of history. Yet, despite having gazed upon it for an extended period, he gleaned nothing. It defies logic. Qin Feng found this utterly perplexing. His aura of comprehension had yet to expire after a month, and with his astute intellect coupled with 100-fold understanding, how could he possibly fail to discern anything? Ziyuan responded, the sage's bamboo scrolls do not merely require high comprehension, they also demand fate. Akin to the Buddhist notion of having a connection with the Buddha. Nonsense. Qin Feng regarded the sage's bamboo scrolls with disdain, deeming anything he could not utilize as worthless. Yaya. Xiao Bai seemed to sense something, approaching unsteadily on its diminutive legs, and then nestled upon the sage's bamboo scroll, displaying a look of utter contentment. What a creative little creature to use the scroll as a cooling mat. Qin Feng had no intention of intervening, allowing Xiao Bai to treat the scroll as a mere resting place. Ziyuan observed in bemusement, unable to comprehend how he could repurpose a treasure that others had fought for with their lives into a mere mat for a rabbit. Ding! Ding! A cacophony of battle erupted outside the cave, accompanied by faint calls for someone named Lin San. What a fortuitous coincidence. Qin Feng's spirit soared. He had missed Lin San immensely. Ever since their parting, he had been unable to eat or drink, his mind consumed with thoughts of Lin San. Let us go investigate. Qin Feng placed Xiao Bai and the sage's bamboo scroll into a basket, slinging it over his shoulder, and took Ziyuan's hand as they ventured forth to ascertain the situation. Soon, the duo arrived at the scene. Under the moonlight, Lin San found himself besieged by a group of extraordinary realm cultivators, who relentlessly pressured him to surrender the jade box he had acquired from the ruins. I have stated numerous times that the jade box is empty, having endured countless battles. Lin San's body was battered and bruised, yet, empowered by an undeniable protagonist's aura, he stood his ground and returned the assault with vigor. Do you truly believe such deceitful words? One of the assailants scoffed, intensifying their onslaught. This young Master Lin is indeed speaking nonsense. Ziyuan observed the scene with a shake of her head, incredulous that he would risk his life for a mere treasure. Qin Feng responded gravely. I believe Lin San speaks with sincerity. The jade box is genuinely empty. Do you also believe this drivel? Ziyuan couldn't help but roll her eyes, realizing how naive Qin Feng truly was. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the air, signaling a shift in the battle. 2 figures charged into the fray. One delivered a powerful punch while the other executed a sweeping kick, sending Lin San hurtling away, crashing into several trees before finally coming to a halt. It was the Shiman brothers, De Lang and Erlang. The surrounding extraordinary realm cultivators were infuriated after such arduous efforts to corner Lin San. They were thwarted by the unexpected arrival of these two formidable warriors, both at the third level of the spirit martial realm, helplessly watching their prize slip away. Damn it! Qin Feng could not contain his frustration as Lin San landed beside him. It's Qin Feng. The Shiman brothers' eyes lit up, inwardly exclaiming their fortune for the day. They had succeeded in knocking Lin San away and had inadvertently revealed the presence of Qin Feng, who had been watching from the sidelines. Oh, I mentioned that I am not well acquainted with him, merely passing by. Do you believe me? Qin Feng inquired timidly. What do you think? The brothers of the Shiman family, akin to infatuated admirers beholding a transcendent beauty, eagerly surrounded the two. Brother Lin, let us join forces, Qin Feng stated with earnest sincerity. I fear being sold out. Lin San rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, always suspecting that the cunning sixth brother behind him was Qin Feng. Qin Feng vehemently protested, this is a grave injustice. Brother Lin, I have always regarded you as a brother of different parents. What benefit would I gain from betraying you? This. Lin San inexplicably found a semblance of reason in Qin Feng's words. After all, no one rewards him for being bullied. With a swift motion, the Shiman brothers propelled themselves forward, their figures darting towards the two. Having heard tales of the prowess of these two prodigies, the brothers dared not display even a hint of negligence and immediately unleashed their respective deadly techniques. How uncivilized! Qin Feng could not restrain an expletive, his form soaring several yards like a wild goose. If a battle is to ensue, then let it be. A glint of madness flickered in Lin San's eyes as the long sword in his hand shimmered with dazzling light. Instantly, a fierce and unrelenting sword aura surged through the forest like a torrential flood, turning the fallen leaves in midair to mere dust, as dozens of overwhelming sword strikes cascaded towards the two warriors of the Wu family. Is this the same sword from that night? Qin Feng's heart involuntarily raced, acutely aware of the terror emanating from this strike. Swish, swish, swish. The fierce sword energy surged forth like an overwhelming tide, seemingly tearing apart the very air itself. Wherever it passed, it obliterated everything in its wake, a spectacle of immense grandeur. Alarmed, the second son of the Shiman family felt a sudden change in his countenance, as a wave of terrifying energy surged around him. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided, creating a tempest of sword energy that swept through the forest. Gasp! The second son of the Shiman family spat out a mouthful of blood, instantaneously losing all combat capability. Is this the legacy of the Sky Sword God? The preeminent sword of a century? The surrounding extraordinary beings hastily attempted to resist the sword energy storm, yet they were thoroughly intimidated by Lin San's formidable presence. Heaving with exertion, Lin San cast a smug glance towards Qin Feng, as if to imply that his previous defeat at the Qin family was merely an act of courtesy, a concession to social niceties. In response, Qin Feng retreated behind Lin San, provocatively challenging the second son of the Shiman family. Come on, you little brat. If you have the guts, face my third brother. He claims he could handle 10 of you. Chapter 32, United Against Adversity. Gasp. Lin San nearly coughed up a mouthful of vintage blood, utterly astonished by Qin Feng's utter lack of decorum. They had agreed to join forces to fend off their adversaries. Yet Qin Feng merely opened his mouth without contributing any effort. Did he truly believe there was no cooldown period for his ultimate move? Even if the cooldown had passed, each use would cost him a decade of his lifespan. It was, in essence, a gamble of life for the sake of bravado, one he would never employ unless faced with a dire situation. Damn it! Across from them, Shiman Dalong paid no heed to Lin San's thoughts. Upon witnessing his brother's injury and Qin Feng's provocation, his fury surged to an unparalleled peak. A formidable surge of spiritual power erupted from within him, causing the void to ripple with intensity. With a swift motion, Dalong's fingers, as sharp as eagle talons, sliced through the air, producing a piercing sound that heralded his intent. Each strike aimed directly at Lin San's vital points, merciless and relentless. The veins in his arms throbbed violently, exuding an indescribable aura of pressure. Under this oppressive force, the air within several meters became solidified. Damn it! Lin San could not suppress a curse as he swiftly raised his long sword to defend himself. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of sword and claw resonated with the sound of metal striking metal, sparks flying in all directions. Yet, having just expended his ultimate technique and facing an opponent of significantly higher cultivation, he could only endure for a mere 3 seconds before succumbing. With a flash of the eagle's talon, blood gushed forth. Lin San's face contorted in agony as deep gashes marred his body. Was this the end? The onlookers held their breath, uncertain if Lin San still had any hidden cards to play. Qin Feng, what are you waiting for? Act swiftly. With each retreat, Lin San accumulated more wounds. Shimin Dalong, seemingly lost in his own arrogance, scoffed derisively. He is nothing without the Qin family, merely a fool flaunting his brother's supreme bone. It appeared that unless some true strength was exhibited, Lin San was not affording him the respect he deserved. The corners of Qin Feng's garments began to flutter of their own accord, and his entire presence transformed instantaneously. Exuding an air of aloofness akin to a snow lotus standing defiantly against the wind atop a sheer cliff, emanating a profound and heart-stirring power. As the fabric danced, an unparalleled sword intent surged forth from his being, while the Longkong divine sword in his hand erupted with a resplendent beam of sword light, cascading like the Milky Way. This was sword intent. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, scarcely believing their own eyes. An 8-year-old child had comprehended sword intent. How could this be? This was a full 4 years ahead of Lin, who grasped it at the age of 32. Could there be any mercy left for ordinary cultivators? Yet, what no one anticipated was that Qin Feng's prowess had not yet reached its zenith. A fierce and unstoppable sword momentum burst forth from within him, rampaging through the forest as if countless blades were slicing across the faces of the crowd. This was the sword heart, an invincible sword heart. Some in attendance recognized this phenomenon and gasped in disbelief. While sword intent can be sought, attaining the sword heart is a formidable challenge. Countless individuals have devoted their lives to mastering the sword, only to remain ignorant of sword intent. Many have grasped sword intent yet failed to forge that indomitable sword heart. If comprehending sword intent allows one to become a renowned sword master of the age, then manifesting an invincible sword heart elevates one to the status of an ancient sword deity. Throughout the countless ages of antiquity, those worthy of the title sword deity are few and far between, yet each has been an unparalleled and formidable figure of their time. The most recent being the Longkong sword deity from a millennium ago. Since the fall of the Longkong sword deity, the world has known no sword deity. Who could have imagined? Who could have foreseen? Today, they unexpectedly witnessed the grandeur of the sword god, embodied in a mere child of 8 who had already comprehended the essence of the sword. The concepts of sword intent and sword heart seemed utterly unfathomable. Lin San was left utterly dumbfounded, his mind a blank slate. As the heir of the Longkong sword god, who grasped sword intent at the age of 12 and was lauded as the foremost swordsman of the century to come, all his illustrious titles paled in comparison to the brilliance of this 8-year-old prodigy. Flee! The Shimin brothers were consumed by panic, hastily turning to distance themselves from this monstrous talent. As a disciple of Confucianism, I have a saying for you both. Since you have come, you might as well remain at ease. A faint smile graced Qin Feng's lips as his hand rested upon the hilt of his sword. Clang! The resounding sound of the sword being drawn echoed, akin to a galaxy emerging from the vast expanse of clouds, descending upon the forest with an inexhaustible sword intent. What kind of sword technique is this? Shimin Dalong's pupils constricted sharply, devoid of any room for negligence, as his fingers, sharp as eagle talons, stirred the air with a piercing sound. Ding! The powerful clash of metal rang in the air, sparks flying as the ground was littered with fallen leaves, while an astonishing storm erupted in the sky, dazzling sword light flashing by. Drip! Amidst this overwhelming display, a drop of blood fell from the Longkong divine sword. As the last of the leaves settled, a cascade of blood splattered from the Shimin brothers, who collapsed into a pool of crimson. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for slaying 2 foes, earning 200 villain points. Since you have arrived, let your final resting place be here. Qin Feng cast a fleeting glance, seizing the storage bags of the 2 individuals. Within, he discovered not only concealed weaponry, such as flying daggers suited for traversing the martial world, but also a tome entitled The Secrets of Out-Awe. With a scrutinizing gaze, Qin Feng stowed the items away, shouldered his bamboo staff, and led the still-dazed Ziyuan away. Gulp! The onlookers collectively swallowed hard, none daring to pursue Qin Feng any further. He was the prodigy who had comprehended the invincible sword heart. To offend him was tantamount to challenging the future sword deity, a wrath no faction could withstand. Soon, sensational news regarding Qin Feng spread like wildfire, igniting excitement throughout the desolate ancient realm. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Upon receiving the news, the progenitor of the Qin family erupted in boisterous laughter from the comfort of his bed. Initially, he had feared that Qin Feng's use of the supreme bone would compromise his invincible heart, yet the delightful surprise arrived so unexpectedly. The invincible sword heart, a symbol of the sword deity representing unparalleled might. Now, only Qin Hao remained. The elders of the Qin family felt no trepidation for Qin Feng. Instead, They worried whether Qin Hao could emerge from the shadows and establish himself in the realm of supremacy. In the Daxiao Imperial Palace, the Emperor of Daxiao was issuing decrees to bolster the harem, believing himself still youthful and vigorous. However, before he could indulge in the joy of selecting consorts, he was urgently summoned by a group of ministers for a meeting. Initially, he found their frantic demeanor disconcerting. Yet upon hearing that Qin Feng had slain a third-level practitioner of the spirit martial realm with a single stroke, having grasped the sword heart and sword intent, he became utterly unsettled. After all, Qin Feng was a member of the Qin family. His return to the clan was not beyond the realm of possibility. The comprehension of the invincible sword heart could overshadow even the gravest of mistakes. The supreme bone, the invincible sword heart, and the unparalleled gifts of a great emperor converge within a single individual. How unimaginable this is for an old minister. Currently, the Qin family's decree to hunt down Qin Feng remains unrevoked, allowing us to lawfully eliminate him. Your Majesty, to hesitate is to invite chaos. The Emperor of the Great Xia's countenance shifted continuously before he ultimately commanded, at any cost, to slay Qin Feng. Chapter 33. The Gathering of Influential Figures by the Banks of a Small Stream. Lin Sen gazed with a complex expression at the water, where Qin Feng was frolicking and playing with Ziyuan. He could scarcely believe that an 8-year-old child had surpassed him in the art of swordsmanship. The amalgamation of sword intent and the invincible sword heart in his heaven-slaying sword technique was utterly terrifying. It is worth noting that his own powerful moves were derived from the Sky Sword God. While Qin Feng had independently created the heaven-slaying sword technique at such a tender age, how could he avoid sinking into self-doubt? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for undermining the confidence of the Chosen One, instilling self-doubt, and earning 100,000 villain points. Is there truly a reward of 100,000 points? Qin Feng's spirits lifted immediately as he turned with a beaming smile and asked, Brother Lin, your swordsmanship is so formidable. Could you teach me the fundamental techniques of swordplay? Fundamental sword techniques? Lin San immediately erupted in anger, shouting, Qin Feng, enough. You've already grasped the invincible sword heart, yet you ask me to teach you the basics? Is this some kind of humiliation for me? Ziyuan's sister, he is bullying me. Qin Feng, with a pout and tears in his eyes, nestled into Ziyuan's embrace, expressing his grievances. I truly do not possess any foundational sword techniques. All I know is how to draw my sword. Draw the sword? The legendary sword technique of heaven's slashing? Lin San's eyes involuntarily twitched, and his heart echoed with the howls of a groundhog. Good heavens! Must one be so demoralizing? A person who can only draw their sword, without even the basic techniques, has somehow comprehended the fabled invincible sword heart. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for undermining the confidence of the Chosen One, instilling self-doubt, and earning 100,000 villain points. Lin San, why do you appear so fierce? He is merely a child. Ziyuan, akin to a protective mother tiger, gazed at Lin San with increasing disdain. It was one thing to lack gentlemanly decorum, but to possess a treasure yet refuse to acknowledge it, while also desecrating relics and causing numerous deaths, and now to dare bully her future husband, whom she intended to nurture herself? Did he truly believe that the backing of the heavenly city made him untouchable? Others may fear the heavenly city, but she had never regarded it with any trepidation. That is not what I meant. Lin San, realizing his words were excessive, felt quite vexed. I merely did not anticipate that he could grasp the invincible sword heart, yet lacked even the foundational sword techniques. It is indeed hard to believe. Qin Feng approached to offer comfort. Brother Lin, you needn't wear such an expression. You are the foremost swordsman of the century. I believe you too can comprehend the invincible sword heart. After all, I only had to pass gas last night to achieve my understanding. I wondered why you bore that expression last night. It was simply to disguise your flatulence. Ziyuan's face was filled with disdain as she began to playfully tussle with Qin Feng once more, without any consideration for Lin San's feelings. It was one thing to flaunt affection and bully the single souls, but why approach him for consolation? And why mention the first sword of a century? Does he even deserve it now? To describe the comprehension of the invincible sword heart as trivial is utterly absurd. How could one be so cruel? As if pouring salt into a wound. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for undermining the confidence of the Chosen One, instilling self-doubt, and earning 100,000 villain points. By the way, Lin brother, Qin Feng turned to him and said, I comprehended the sword intent first last night, followed by the invincible sword heart. It's actually quite simple. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for undermining the confidence of the Chosen One, instilling self-doubt, and earning another 100,000 villain points. Lin Sen picked up his long sword and silently turned away. He needed to distance himself from this troublesome child, Staying any longer might overwhelm his heart. Lin brother, where are you going? Qin Feng hurriedly ran ashore, donned his shoes, and chased after him. What a joke. Earning 400,000 villain points with just a few words, he couldn't simply let him escape. He had to cling to him like a tenacious adhesive plaster. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted across the sky, as clouds surged like a tidal wave, enveloping the heavens. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure filled the vast emptiness for thousands of miles, causing violent turbulence in the void. Under the command of the Emperor of the Great Xia, Lord Changri, Chang Kuan, was dispatched to claim Qin Feng's head. A towering figure rode a mysterious beast, floating in the air, accompanied by thousands of well-trained armored guards, exuding an imposing aura that even the gods and demons dared not confront. Lord Chang Kuan, nearby cultivators, who were pursuing Qin Feng, gasped in astonishment at the sight before them. They were all too familiar with Chang Kuan, the leader of the royal city guard and the personal protector of the Emperor of Great Xia, whose formidable prowess needed no embellishment. Now, the entire royal city guard was mobilized, personally led by the formidable Chang Kuan, all for the sake of confronting an extraordinary young boy of merely 8 years, possessing a third-tier cultivation. Truly, what an outrageous spectacle. Qin Feng realized that this matter could not be resolved amicably today and prepared to summon the full might of the legendary red-haired elder. Thunderous roars echoed through the heavens as yet another contingent descended like clouds, their terrifying pressure unabashedly enveloping the realm. The overwhelming force bore down on the royal city guard. Qin Feng is one of my Qin family. There is no need for the royal family to intervene, as the Qin family, a dominant force in the eastern territories, was well aware of the royal city guard's arrival and intentions. The 10 ancestors personally brought along the 13 protectors. Should their anticipated plans falter, they would ensure Qin Feng's safe return to the Qin family. Chang Kuan, undaunted, declared, His Majesty does not wish to take action himself, yet Qin Feng has committed treachery, harming his own kin, and fearing that you, Qin family, would hesitate, has thus entrusted this task to me. Who says my Qin family lacks resolve? The 10th ancestor's gaze was piercing as he declared, Today, I shall take him back to enforce the laws of the Qin family. Enforce the family laws? Chang Kuan retorted with unabashed mockery. If your Qin family truly had such intentions, Qin Feng would not have survived to this day. It seems that either you are nurturing a hidden menace or harboring some unspeakable secret. Say what you will. The 10th ancestor, dismissing the banter, reached out to seize Qin Feng. You shall not. Chang Kuan's eyes turned steely, and he conjured a battle spear, urging the beast beneath him to charge forward. With a thunderous crash, the two forces collided, unleashing a tempest of energy that shook the heavens and the earth, fissures spreading menacingly across the ground. Run! The nearby onlookers fled in terror, caught in the crossfire of a divine clash. I had foreseen that your Qin family would not acquiesce easily. Fortunately, I was prepared. A cold smile crept upon Chang Kuan's lips as he produced a piercing arrow, firing it into the sky. With a resounding boom, the arrow exploded in midair, revealing the character Kuan. With a deafening roar, an overwhelming pressure descended as flags representing various factions appeared: Eastern Depot, Western Depot, the Imperial Guards, along with numerous prominent families, numbering at least tens of thousands. What? The 10th ancestor's expression shifted dramatically, taken aback by the sheer number of arrivals. This was clearly a prelude to war should Qin Feng survive this day. Qin Feng, today I shall ensure your demise. No one can intervene. The imposing Chang Kuan, wielding his battle spear, pronounced the death sentence of Qin Feng to the entire ancient realm. Chapter 34. I acknowledge my impulse for gambling, oh my. The onlookers trembled in fear, utterly unaccustomed to such a grand spectacle. To execute a single Qin Feng, the Emperor of the Great Xia had mobilized such overwhelming force, underscoring his profound trepidation towards the Qin family's eldest scion, who possessed the potential of an emperor. What a magnificent display! The clouds above swirled ominously, as chilling laughter echoed from afar. On the distant horizon, a formidable throng of over 100,000 approached relentlessly. Each step they took sent tremors through the earth. At the forefront flew a black banner emblazoned with the character for Qin, exuding an aura of impending slaughter. Simultaneously, 5 additional figures stood beside the 10 ancestors of the Qin family, the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th ancestors. This scene left Lin Sen utterly astounded. He had believed the commotion he had caused to be considerable, but in comparison to the uproar surrounding Qin Feng, it seemed merely the playful antics of children. Tension crackled in the air, as both sides stood poised for battle. Chang Kuan scoffed. It appears your Qin family is determined to protect Qin Feng at all costs. Qin Feng has violated clan rules and must be brought back to face punishment. The fifth ancestor, the highest-ranking elder present, responded indifferently, dismissing Chang Kuan and his imperial city authority as inconsequential. The eastern and western censors, as well as the imperial guards, were deemed utterly trivial in comparison. These are merely deceptive institutions established by the imperial family of the Great Xia. In this realm dominated by noble clans, no clan would regard these organizations with any seriousness. They merely seek validation among the common folk. It is only the clans present that truly command their apprehension. What merit is there in judging these beasts who harm their kin? It would be better to eliminate them outright. One clan spoke up first. Their intentions towards the Qin family shrouded in mystery, as they cared little for the details. They knew only that the moment to eliminate Qin Feng was opportune. To let this chance slip away would be regrettable. Yet, they hesitated to act directly. The reputation of the foremost clan was not to be trifled with. Instead, they encouraged the imperial family to take the lead, while they merely waved their banners in support. Harming one's own kin. Ziyuan furrowed her brows slightly, wholly unconvinced. During her days in Qin Feng's company, she had heard whispers of the alleged extraction of his brother's supreme bone. However, she preferred to trust her own observations. In her eyes, Qin Feng, when faced with the plea of an unfamiliar great demon sister, he unhesitatingly offered her 15 blood bodhi for assistance. In the face of life and death circumstances, he chose to grant her the chance to survive. Furthermore, when the great demon entrusted her child to his care, he bore no grievances, instead showing tender attentiveness to the little one. Each incident, every act, stood as testament to Qin Feng's pure-hearted and benevolent nature. She firmly believed that Qin Feng was a victim of slander, and she must devise a way to rescue him. He must not fall into the clutches of the Great Xia imperial family or the Qin clan. This matter shall not trouble you. The five ancestors exhibited an extraordinary assertiveness, preparing to forcibly take Qin Feng away. Today, if Qin Feng does not perish, a battle between the two sides is inevitable. Chang Kuan's gaze sparkled with a chilling light, and a terrifying energy surged around him, causing the surrounding void to tremble. The war spear in his hand erupted with a blinding cold radiance. Fight, fight, fight. The thousands of imperial city guards behind Chang Kuan shouted in unison, conjuring a palpable aura of bloodlust that enveloped the arena, evoking a sensation akin to plunging into an icy abyss. Perhaps influenced by Chang Kuan and his companions, the elite warriors from the eastern and western censors, as well as the brocade guards, swiftly entered a state of combat readiness, poised to charge at a moment's notice. In contrast, the experts from the various noble families exchanged glances, each recognizing the unspoken intent of waiting for an opportunity. They decided to let the royal family take the lead in the fray. Should they succeed in eliminating Qin Feng, it would be a cause for celebration, and they could subsequently join hands to feast at the Qin family banquet. Conversely, if they failed to vanquish Qin Feng, they would have no choice but to engage themselves, ultimately standing shoulder to shoulder at the royal banquet. It was a gamble they had to take. The several elders of the Qin family sharpened their gazes, preparing for an all-out war. Initially, they had intended to conceal their two outstanding heirs as per Qin Feng's plan, revealing them only when they possessed absolute strength. Yet, who could have anticipated that the emperor of the Daxia dynasty harbored such profound apprehension towards the Qin family? To eliminate the potential threat that Qin Feng posed, he had mobilized an overwhelming number of elite fighters, compelling the Qin family to respond. No way, no way. Observing the two sides poised for battle, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. After 8 years of being the obedient child, he had finally managed to break free and embrace his independence. Now, if warfare erupted, it would mean confronting the formidable red-haired old monster and returning home to resume a decade of dutiful obedience. So let it be. Let the battle commence. The monstrous beasts under Chang Kuan's command lunged fiercely towards Qin Feng. Kill, kill, kill. The deafening roar of slaughter reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, as each side's troops surged forward, driven by a frenzied spirit. In the midst, Lin San and others trembled with fear, their hearts already cursing their fate. Qin Feng was indeed a calamity, but they were innocent. I dare anyone to harm Qin Feng. Ziyuan resolutely positioned herself before him, tightly clutching a purple jade token. It was a life token. Both armies gasped in astonishment, instantly halting their assault. The life token, bestowed by a powerful being to their descendants, was akin to a golden decree granted by an emperor to his subjects, signifying the authority of the sovereign himself. The sole distinction lay in the fact that while the golden decree relied solely on the emperor's intimidation, the shattering of a life token could summon the presence of the powerful being who had bestowed it, tearing through the void to arrive. I admit there was an element of chance in my gamble, yet I never anticipated it would pay off. Qin Feng silently rejoiced, realizing he had struck gold. He now had a lifeline. After all, it was merely a life token. Chang Kuan, however, remained obstinate, dismissing Ziyuan's threat. The life token was an artifact crafted by only the mightiest, but that did not imply the Great Xia lacked such formidable figures. Their current sovereign, the reclusive former emperor, and the first and second ancestors of the Qin family were all of that caliber, and among the finest. Is that so? Ziyuan, unyielding, hurled the life token to the ground. With a crack, the token shattered. What the hell? Chang Kuan erupted in expletives, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Though there exists a rivalry among them, is it not prudent to sit down and engage in dialogue? To allow a mere disagreement to escalate into hostility seems rather hasty. Suddenly, a deep, resonant roar reverberated through the air as a colossal claw emerged from the void, unleashing thunderous fury. Ancient patterns manifested upon its surface, intertwining to form the very trajectories of cosmic laws, radiating a dazzling light as if torn from the fabric of primordial time itself. A deafening rumble echoed across the heavens and the earth, a force so immense it threatened to engulf the very essence of existence, crushing all in its wake. As the true form of the enormous claw became visible, the onlookers collectively held their breath. Behold, a gargantuan tortoise enveloping the entire realm. More accurately described as the legendary divine beast, Xuanwu. Perched upon the head of Xuanwu stood an enchanting fairy clad in resplendent red, her gaze dreamy and her lips slightly parted, exuding a captivating allure with every subtle smile and frown, radiating infinite charm. Chapter 35. The Fated Confrontation. Yin Dynasty Moon Goddess. Chang Kuan and the others felt their pupils constrict in shock. They had not anticipated that the visitor would be her. The Moon Goddess ranks among the top 5 masters of the Yin Dynasty, and with her ancestral divine beast, Xuanwu, even the emperor of the Yin Dynasty must approach her with utmost respect. Moreover, the Moon Goddess is one of the 4 ancient beauties pursued by countless admirers, including many formidable experts. This is the pinnacle of power in the ancient world. Lin San was struck by the Moon Goddess's overwhelming strength and realized the long journey that lay ahead of him. With her singular might, she exerted pressure over hundreds of thousands on both sides, including formidable figures of the Qin family's ancestral lineage. The elders of the Qin family exchanged astonished glances, bewildered by how Qin Feng had befriended a young lady capable of summoning the Moon Goddess of the Yin Dynasty. Yet, this unexpected turn of events suited their intentions perfectly, as it provided a legitimate opportunity to send Qin Feng abroad for his studies in the Yin Dynasty. How lively it was! Observing the throngs of people below, the Moon Goddess delicately parted her crimson lips, her sultry voice causing a ripple of shock among the male audience. Moon Goddess, this is the territory of the Great Xia, and you have no authority to act so recklessly. The thunderous voice of Chang Kuan resounded, jolting the males back to reality, their hearts racing as they marveled at her legendary beauty. Truly, she was one of the 4 renowned beauties of antiquity. A mere sigh from her nearly ensnared their souls. Oh, I am so frightened. The Moon Goddess feigned a delicate demeanor, raising her slender hand to lightly flick at Chang Kuan. With a splatter of blood, Chang Kuan crashed to the ground from the air, his breath faint, teetering on the brink of life and death. The gathered crowd flinched, terrified by the display of her powers. A mere quarrel had escalated to violence. Even the leader of the Royal City Division could not withstand her casual strike. My lord, the members of the Royal City Division rushed forward to assist Chang Kuan. It's hopeless, the prominent families murmured among themselves, contemplating their upcoming feast at the Royal City Division. Ziyuan, where are you going? The Moon Goddess glanced down to see Ziyuan attempting to stealthily escape with Qin Feng. With another flick of her exquisite hand, the pair was abruptly lifted into the air. It was over. Ziyuan realized escape was futile, much like a child caught in wrongdoing. Fidgeting with her garment, she called out, "Auntie." However, it was evidently an affectionate term for an elder. Qin Feng couldn't help but examine the Moon Goddess, internally lamenting his lack of motivation. One must cast a long line to catch an auntie. You still recognize me as your auntie, do you? The Moon Goddess playfully tapped Ziyuan's head, irked. Running away from home without a word is one thing, but to evade me. You've come all the way to the Great Xia Dynasty. If anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it to my sister and brother-in-law? Auntie, I was wrong. Please, stop tapping my head. Ziyuan quickly pleaded, pulling Qin Feng into the fray to divert attention. My gains this time are substantial. This is Qin Feng. Not only has he comprehended the essence of the sword, but he has also grasped the indomitable sword heart. Qin Feng. The Moon Goddess's hand froze mid-air, her interest piqued. News of a prodigious talent from the Qin family, with the potential of an emperor, had reached the Qin Moon dynasty long ago. They had recently learned of Qin Feng's pursuit of his brother's supreme bone, issuing a decree for his capture. Initially, they believed the child had faltered, his indomitable spirit lost, and thus inconsequential. Yet, he had now grasped an even more formidable indomitable sword heart. Qin Feng earnestly declared, "Sister Moon Goddess, do you believe in love at first sight? Such a young lad understands love at first sight." The Moon Goddess couldn't suppress a laugh, covering her mouth. "I see you are merely infatuated. How did you know?" Qin Feng responded with utmost sincerity. "Indeed, I am smitten. I have resolved to marry you when I grow up." What a promising future. The ancestors of the Qin family were fervently urging Qin Feng to capture the Moon Goddess. Ideally, they hoped to present the ancestral divine beast, Xuanwu, as a dowry. If that proved impossible, they would even consider delivering it as a son-in-law to the Qin clan. Amused, the Moon Goddess could no longer contain her laughter, blooming like a vibrant flower. As one of the four great beauties of ancient times, she was accustomed to countless suitors. Yet being publicly confessed to by an 8-year-old boy was a first. The Moon Goddess smiled, and the male audience was utterly entranced, feeling as if they had no regrets left in their lives. However, Zi Yuan, standing nearby, puffed her cheeks in frustration, wishing to kick Qin Feng off the stage. She had worried excessively for her odious little brother, even exhausting her precious life token, only for him to set his sights on her aunt. The Moon Goddess inquired playfully, "Little brother, I find you rather small in stature, yet your confidence is quite remarkable." Qin Feng responded earnestly, "A man's confidence does not stem from his height, but from an unyielding spirit within, and the mastery of skills that may descend from the heavens. Such a little rogue, yet I find it appealing." The Moon Goddess's lips curled into a knowing smile, growing increasingly intrigued by this young boy. At that moment, the aged voice of the Qin family's progenitor resonated from afar, stating, "The Moon Goddess has graced us with her presence, indeed a loss on our part for not welcoming her properly. However, Qin Feng has harmed his kin. I hope the Moon Goddess can show leniency and hand him over to us. What if I refuse?" The Moon Goddess's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, clearly indicating her unwillingness to release him. Setting aside the questionable character of Qin Feng, who has harmed his own kin, his innate talent alone warrants that any power should welcome him with open arms, including the Qin Moon dynasty. Thus, do not blame this old man for not extending the hospitality of a host. The ancestral figure of the Qin family suddenly appeared on the scene, lacking the grandiose effects typically accompanying other prominent figures. He resembled an ordinary elderly man on the brink of death, yet none dared to underestimate him. The founder of the Qin family was one of the architects of the Great Xia dynasty and its foremost powerhouse. Had it not been for the Qin family's insufficient foundation back in the day, the royal lineage of Great Xia would undoubtedly have belonged to them. I am eager to witness the prowess of the greatest warrior of Great Xia. The Moon Goddess's eyes sparkled with intensity, and the edges of her garments began to flutter without wind. A low, thunderous roar erupted from the divine beast Xuanwu, unleashing a terrifying aura that swept across the expanse, rendering the faces of the hundreds of thousands below ashen, as if their lives hung by a thread. At that moment, a youthful voice rang out, "Grand Ancestor, wait." The crowd turned in curiosity to see a pale little figure, accompanied by Qin Tian, arriving at the battlefield. This was Qin Hao, another principal character in the tragic events that had unfolded. "Grand Ancestor, I wish to fight this battle myself." Despite his tender age, Qin Hao's gaze was resolute as he looked up at his elder brother, convinced that even without the supreme bone, he could triumph over him. "Are you certain?" The ancestral voice was calm, yet his heart brimmed with joy akin to that of a 200-pound man. Not only had he successfully sent Qin Feng abroad for studies, but he had also ignited Qin Hao's fighting spirit, thereby averting a war and laying a solid foundation for future aspirations of usurpation. "I am certain," Qin Hao nodded vigorously, declaring, "I must let my brother know what true power is." Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering a fateful duel. The level of the task will be determined by the psychological shadow left on his younger brother, with the potential to earn a mythical epic prize. "System, I find you quite audacious." Qin Feng initially intended to refuse, yet the rewards were simply too enticing. The strongest power. In an instant, Qin Feng immersed himself in the role, revealing a maniacal grin reminiscent of the Uchiha 4. "The mightiest power is the one I possess, atop the pinnacle of immortality. I reign supreme, for where there is Qin Feng, there is heaven." His maniacal laughter reverberated through the cosmos, and Qin Feng shed his pretenses, laying his cards on the table. The intent of his sword startled the onlookers. The celestial calamity light changed their expressions dramatically, and the invincible sword heart elicited gasps from the crowd. However, when they beheld the depths of Qin Feng's eyes, they descended into madness. Chapter 36, Foolish Ododo. Do you feel despair? The double pupil is an ancient rarity. The audience's eyes widen like bronze bells, their hearts in turmoil. Goodness! Is there no respite? Born with the potential of an emperor, breaking through the extraordinary realm at 8, comprehending the intent of the sword, and consolidating the heart of the sword, he possesses the potential to overshadow contemporary prodigies. Yet this is not even his full strength. The supreme bone coupled with the ancient double pupil conjures a sense of terror. Heaven above, what kind of monstrosity is this? The moon goddess was equally astonished, left speechless, fervently thinking that no matter the means, this little brat must be taken back to the Qin Moon Empire. The ancestors of the Qin family were utterly astonished, seriously questioning whether they had merely awoken from a dream. 8 years. Qin Feng had been within the Qin household for a full 8 years. To their dismay, they were completely unaware of his extraordinary physique, a rare ancient double-eyed being of unparalleled lineage. Realizing this, the Qin ancestors simultaneously turned their gazes towards Qin Tian, only to find him equally stunned, leading them to immediately contemplate subjecting him to severe punishment. How could it be? While it was somewhat excusable for the ancestors to remain oblivious, it was utterly inconceivable for his own father to be ignorant of such matters. It was a dereliction of duty. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Below, Lin Sen shook his head in disbelief, unable to accept that Qin Feng possessed such hidden prowess. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for shattering the confidence of the chosen one, instigating self-doubt, and earning 100,000 villain points. Quite intriguing. Qin Feng cast a glance at Lin Sen below, unexpectedly finding an additional reward. How could this be? Below, Qin Hao felt his body begin to tremble. Sensing the psychological shadow cast by his brother, it was as though a giant were bearing down upon him, rendering him breathless, as he felt utterly insignificant in his brother's grasp. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for showcasing his strength, amplifying his brother's psychological shadow, triggering task progress to 90, leaving just 10 until completion. Only 10 left. The mythic epic level prize was on par with the experience scroll of the red-haired old monster. Qin Feng could not easily relinquish such an opportunity. He activated the spiritual energy within him, and immediately, golden runes surged forth around him. Only by cultivating a supreme divine technique and reaching the state of consummation can one manifest these golden runes. The divine level consummate technique. The eyes of the crowd widened in astonishment, teetering on the brink of madness. They had long heard that the eldest son of the Qin family began to comprehend the accompanying technique while still in the womb. Yet they were astounded to discover it was the most powerful divine technique. They had fought tooth and nail for a mere celestial level technique, while he had grasped the divine accompanying technique even before birth. The pinnacle they could never hope to attain was merely the starting point for him. How could the chasm between individuals be so vast? Qin Hao felt a jolt of shock within, his body trembling even more violently. Although he too had comprehended an accompanying technique in the womb, his current level was only sacred, requiring further development to progress to the divine level. In stark contrast, his brother emerged wielding a divine technique, and the gap between them had widened immensely. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for achieving a task completion rate of 95. Damn it, they've left me with no cards to play. Qin Feng couldn't help but curse inwardly, fully committing as he unleashed a golden sword imprint. This golden sword imprint, only achievable through the cultivation of a divine consummate sword technique, signified that his heavenly slaying sword art was also divine in nature. The arena fell into silence, leaving everyone at a loss for words. Good heavens, is this truly an 8-year-old child? Others desperately sought a divine technique. Yet he had created 2 divine techniques of his own, not to mention various buffs. Let alone subduing his contemporaries, he could effortlessly suppress even the ages. Oh, my foolish Odo, do you feel despair? A wicked smile crept across Qin Feng's lips, almost compelling him to erupt into a sinister chuckle. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for instilling an indelible psychological shadow in his brother's mind. The task progress has reached 100. The reward is an epic mythological treasure chest, which can only be obtained by triumphing in the fateful duel. How could this be? Qin Hao gazed at Qin Feng in sheer terror, instinctively retreating a few steps. He was overwhelmingly powerful, so formidable that it extinguished any flicker of resistance and obliterated all hope of victory. With a sharp clap, Qin Tian placed his hand on Qin Hao's shoulder, uttering not a single word, yet conveying an encouraging smile that said, I believe in you. I can do it. I will surely conquer you. Qin Hao, infused with a profound sense of paternal love, felt his small face flush with determination as he boldly proclaimed to the world. Even if his voice was barely a whisper, It resonated with unwavering resolve. Yet, the spectators collectively shook their heads, harboring little faith in Qin Hao. Not only had his supreme bone been extracted, but even if it had not, the prospect of defeating a monster like Qin Feng seemed exceedingly bleak. However, the ancestors of the Qin family expressed their satisfaction, finally igniting the child's fighting spirit, making their collective efforts to accompany him in this charade worthwhile. Particularly, Qin Feng's performance was exceptional. To the unknowing observer, he appeared to be a truly nefarious villain. Qin Feng. Zi Yuan gazed at Qin Feng in disbelief, feeling an inexplicably unfamiliar sensation. The Qin Feng she once knew was gifted, yet pure of heart. However, the current Qin Feng has resorted to unscrupulous means in his pursuit of power, even willing to harm his own younger brother. What manner of person has he become? This incited within her a profound curiosity, prompting her to delve into the depths of Qin Feng's true nature. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended, rending the very fabric of the void. From within the fissure emerged two elderly figures clad in dragon robes, the reigning emperor and the grand emperor of the great Xia dynasty. The arrival of these two immortal beings signified trouble. With only the ancestor of the Qin family present, she would have found it a trivial matter to extract Qin Feng, but with the addition of the two imperial sovereigns, even with her divine beast, Xuanwu, she would be compelled to kneel and yield. Old Qin, does your descendant intend to betray the great Xia? The Grand Emperor's accusation cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere, thickening the tension in the air. The Qin ancestor replied coolly, Qin Feng has harmed our kin and is no longer one of us. His actions bear no relation to the Qin family. Excellent, that is precisely what I wish to hear. The Grand Emperor wasted no time, unleashing a fist that struck with the swiftness of lightning, each blow resonating like the cataclysm of mountains and tsunamis, one after another, piercing through the void, threatening to shatter the very space around them. A thunderous roar erupted, the surrounding void seeming to collapse under the weight of their confrontation, ripples of spatial distortion surging forth. I shall join you. The Emperor of Great Xia entered the fray, resolute in his determination to capture Qin Feng. Wait for me, you two immortal wretches. The moon goddess gritted her teeth in frustration, realizing a strategic retreat was her only option. As the instigator, Qin Feng seized the opportunity to cling to the moon goddess's long leg, exclaiming, Sister Moon Goddess, save me. Chapter 37. The music plays on, the dance continues. This fellow. Zi Yuan could not help but roll her eyes, her mind racing with sarcastic remarks. Just moments ago, he had boasted of being at the pinnacle of immortality, defying the world. Now, he was pleading for his aunt to rescue him, truly lacking any semblance of dignity. Boom. Another resounding roar erupted. The supreme emperor of the great Xia and the current sovereign radiated boundless brilliance, akin to ancient deities, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the moon goddess. A deep roar suddenly erupted from the divine beast Xuanwu, swiftly carrying the moon goddess and others as they tore through the fabric of space, lightning striking all around to clear their path. The majesty of divine power loomed over the cosmos, casting an all-encompassing gaze upon the myriad of living beings, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. Everyone, why do you hesitate to act? The supreme emperor and the reigning monarch of the great Xia were growing anxious, acutely aware of the grave consequences should Qin Feng escape. The great Xia dynasty was already in decline. Allowing Qin Feng to return to the Qin family posed a direct threat to their throne, while the Yin dynasty would gain a formidable ally in him, jeopardizing the safety of the great Xia. Thus, under no circumstances could Qin Feng be allowed to see the dawn of another day. Yet, the prominent families lingered, each calculating their own interests. Qin Feng was a ruthless individual who would even turn against his own brother for power. If they could eliminate him permanently today, it would be fortuitous. However, should he escape, the repercussions would fall upon them. Moreover, the rise and fall of dynasties had little bearing on their families. A change in rulers merely meant the continuation of their revelries and dances. Upon this realization, the prominent families eagerly joined the fray. However, their actions, swift and fierce as a tiger, yielded a mere 0.5 in damage, demonstrating their mastery of the art of idleness. They fulfilled the royal family's orders while simultaneously granting Qin Feng a favor. Those cunning old foxes, the ancestors of the Qin family, though fully aware of the ruse, chose to remain silent. Clearly, as leaders of their respective families, they were no strangers to the art of slacking off. What were these old-timers scheming? The moon goddess cast a sidelong glance at the Qin family's elders, noting their apparent disinterest in engaging in battle. This, however, alleviated some of her pressure. Facing 3 ancient beings would be daunting, yet contending with merely 2 seemed manageable. Damn it, Although the two emperors fought valiantly to obstruct her, they still felt a sense of helplessness against the moon goddess, primarily due to Xuanwu's formidable defenses. After enduring relentless bombardment for an extended period, Xuanwu remained unscathed. Furthermore, their idle allies were hardly a source of support. Ultimately, they could only watch as Xuanwu tore through the void, elegantly vanishing from sight. Let us depart. The Emperor of the Great Xia wore an expression of deep discontent as he left with the royal city guard and other factions. Although he yearned to order an immediate declaration of war against the Qin family, he recognized the slim likelihood of such an outcome. Setting aside the lack of justification, even if he fabricated a baseless accusation, the families would be reluctant to lend their support. Previously, he could invoke the excuse of the Qin family having produced two prodigies, thus paving the way for a division of future benefits. Now, however, with the second heir incapacitated and the eldest pursuing opportunities abroad, the prospect of sharing profits was non-existent. It would be a marvel if they were to offer their allegiance instead. Let us also take our leave. The ancestral figure cast a reluctant glance back at the direction in which Qin Feng had departed, realizing that henceforth he must traverse the path of the Yin Moon dynasty alone, for even their desire to assist him would prove futile. Brother, I shall surely surpass you. Qin Hao's youthful visage was etched with an unusual solemnity, having resolved to devote himself to relentless training. Qin brother, I will not be outdone by you. Lin San's eyes shimmered with an unprecedented determination, vowing that during their next encounter, he would transcend this extraordinarily formidable man. In the Moon God Palace of the Yin Moon dynasty, the Moon God returned, riding the Xuanwu and tearing through the void, accompanied by Qin Feng and Ziyuan. We humbly welcome the Moon God and the Divine Maiden. The entire palace was filled with women, kneeling in reverence before the Moon God and Ziyuan. Divine Maiden? Qin Feng could not restrain himself from turning to look at Ziyuan, who proudly lifted her chin, as if to declare, indeed, I am the Divine Maiden of the Moon God Palace, the next Moon God. Alas, the Moon God Palace was destined for decline. Qin Feng recalled the images of Ziyuan in battle, which resembled an excited child delivering blows to a villain, leaving him unable to fathom what would become of the Moon God Palace under her stewardship. What did you say? Ziyuan, incensed, stamped her foot, vowing that today she would teach this little brat a lesson, and the two soon engaged in a playful chase within the Moon God Palace. The female disciples of the Moon God Palace found this utterly astonishing. The Moon God had actually brought back a young boy. Since the palace's inception, it had been an unyielding rule that no man could enter, and the very fact that the Moon God had personally brought a male, even if he was just a boy, was nothing short of remarkable. Stop fooling around. The Moon Goddess intervened to halt the playful tussle between the two youngsters, revealing a captivating smile as she said, Qin Feng, how about you join my Moon Palace from now on? Of course, Qin Feng nodded enthusiastically, adding, according to the rules of the martial world, you saved me, so I should indeed marry you. This audacious remark left Ziyuan gritting her teeth in frustration, as she had not anticipated that this little rascal had taken a fancy to her aunt. Giggles erupted from the Moon Goddess. She found him utterly amusing. You are truly an interesting young lad. I hereby officially appoint you as the divine son of the Moon Palace. Your Excellency, the Moon Goddess. The entire Moon Palace exclaimed in unison, promptly reminding her that the palace rules prohibited the acceptance of male disciples. I am fully aware of what I am doing. The Moon Goddess's eyes sparkled as she focused intently on Qin Feng. Anyone who had witnessed his extraordinary talent would surely break the rules for him. The Moon Palace was no exception. What do you intend to do? Qin Feng felt a shiver run down his spine under the piercing gaze of the Moon Goddess. Suspecting she might be deceiving him into joining the Moon Palace merely to harvest his kidneys, and without any anesthetic at that, in the Great Xia Imperial Palace. Upon his return, the Emperor of Great Xia was seething with rage. Since the reforms of the Yin dynasty a century ago, its rapid development had become a colossal threat to the Great Xia dynasty, and now with the emergence of the unprecedented prodigy, Qin Feng, the mere thought sent shivers down his spine, robbing him of sleep. Below, the ministers began to deliberate. The fact that the Moon Goddess managed to escape with Qin Feng placed the primary responsibility on the Qin family. The Qin family, holding on to the hope of familial ties, still anticipated Qin Feng's eventual return to the clan. The Qin family is nothing but a calamity and must not be spared. Such words are easily uttered. Yet the annihilation of the Qin family is far from simple. The venerable ministers, risking their lives, beseech your majesty to widely recruit talented individuals from humble origins, nurturing prodigies from the lower classes to strengthen our Great Xia. The call to gather the downtrodden is a daunting task, as it threatens to undermine the very foundation of noble families. How could they possibly consent? The detrimental influence of these aristocratic families has seeped into the marrow. Only through a thorough and uncompromising remedy can the great Xia hope for salvation. Your Majesty, the common folk have long suffered under the oppression of the nobility. The Emperor of Xia gazed upon his loyal ministers, fully aware of the validity of their words. Yet, dismantling the aristocracy is no easy feat. They follow you solely because you can safeguard their interests. Should you deprive them of their gains, they would not hesitate to overthrow you and support a new regime. Just then, a young eunuch arrived with tidings. Your Majesty, Princess Nanfeng has sent word that she recently encountered an intriguing young man who possesses a method to dismantle the power of the aristocracy. Chapter 38. Men. The presence of men in the Moon God Palace. Ever since Qin Feng's formal induction, the maidens have gone wild. A man. They finally have a man in the Moon God Palace. Why do I feel they are more exhilarated than I am? Qin Feng felt as though he had entered a den of silk-spinning spiders, checking the locks on his door repeatedly each night before sleep. Meanwhile, the little white fox leaped onto Qin Feng's shoulder, nuzzling him like a kitten. The message was unmistakable. It was time to eat. Even the landlord's household cannot withstand such indulgence. Qin Feng helplessly extracted a small pouch, within which remained a solitary blood bodhi. Once consumed, he would have to either purchase another or venture into the wilderness to seek one out. However, the forest was the domain of ferocious beasts, and even if rare treasures existed, formidable monsters guarded them, making the pursuit exceedingly challenging. Suddenly, the system interjected. The host can exchange for Spirit Pet Feed. Spirit Carrot, a specialized feed for rabbit-type spirit pets. Long-term use can enhance various attributes with an exchange price of 10 villain points. 10 points for a single carrot. Qin Feng inwardly exclaimed at the exorbitance, deeming it akin to robbery. His gluttonous companion required at least 4 or 5 carrots daily, amounting to 40 or 50 points, which would total 400 to 500 points in 10 days, or 1,000 to 2,000 points in a year, far more than he had ever lavished on his own parents. Times had changed. Before encountering the next victim, Cough, the chosen one, he had to conserve his villain points. He opened the system, noting he currently possessed 692,500 villain points. Since he had not reached 1 million, he could not exchange for the Great Perfection card to elevate several divine martial arts to their utmost level. Nonetheless, spending 30,000 points monthly for a 100-fold comprehension halo was still feasible, sufficient for a year or two. He hoped that within this time frame, he might encounter the chosen one. Qin Feng snatched the last blood bodhi from Little White's grasp and tossed it a carrot acquired from the system at the cost of 10 villain points. I'm a rabbit. No, I refuse to eat this. Little White retorted, exasperated and speaking in human language. Indeed, these carrots are edible, yet they pale in comparison to the blood bodhi. It's akin to comparing mundane kibble to succulent spare ribs. A child's discerning palate, though often attributed to indulgence, can be redirected. With a swift motion, Qin Feng brandished the azure sky divine sword, positioning it menacingly at Little White's neck. The diminutive creature, duly intimidated, devoured the carrot with remarkable alacrity, its tiny mouth working furiously until not a trace remained. Even the verdant leaves were consumed. Excellent, Qin Feng remarked with satisfaction, retrieving the azure sky divine sword and consuming the final blood bodhi in one swift gulp. A thunderous tremor coursed through his frame as he promptly assumed a meditative posture upon his bed. The energy unleashed by the blood bodhi surged through his veins with unrestrained ferocity, akin to a river breaching its banks, relentlessly permeating his very essence. Yeah, Little White whimpered plaintively, summoning the sage bamboo scroll, an innate, self-contained pocket dimension. Clutching the scroll, it nestled beside Qin Feng, seeking solace in slumber. Meanwhile, in the city of heavenly intent, Lin San, having weathered arduous trials, returned safely, bearing tidings of Qin Feng's complete transformation, his sword intent, unwavering resolve, supreme bone, ancient double pupils, and self-authored divine techniques and swordplay. Upon hearing this, City Lord Lin Hao was consumed by remorse, his heart heavy with regret. Had he chosen Qin Feng as his son-in-law, given his current predicament with the Qin family, he would have directly sought refuge under his protection. Alas, such musings were futile now, for Qin Feng had already been escorted to the Yin Moon dynasty by the Moon Goddess. Furthermore, his erstwhile favored son-in-law, Qin Hao, had been reduced to a mere shell, his supreme bone pilfered, and Qin Tian had been stripped of his position as head of the family. Their lives now steeped in utter misery. I married my daughter for the sake of benefits. Yet now I find myself at a loss as to how to proceed with the marriage. Lin Hao felt an overwhelming headache, torn between the desire to cancel the engagement and the fear of doing so. The Qin family is, after all, the foremost clan of the ancient era. To cancel the engagement in person would be akin to slapping the Qin family in the face. For a prominent family, reputation holds more significance than life itself, and a misstep could easily lead to open conflict. Yet, the thought of marrying his daughter to a worthless individual left him deeply dissatisfied. Time flew by. 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout these years, prodigies continued to emerge, and the intensity of competition grew ever fiercer, showcasing talents that were terrifyingly powerful. The records set by Qin Feng at the age of 8, breaking through to the extraordinary realm and comprehending the essence of the sword, were successively surpassed by numerous prodigies. Since being appointed as the son of the Moon God Palace 7 years ago, Qin Feng had remained remarkably low-key, seldom appearing in public, with no news of any battles involving him. However, the sword intent, sword heart, supreme bone, and ancient abilities he displayed during his time in the Great Xia dynasty had astonished the entire ancient world, earning him the title of the greatest prodigy of the ancient era. Even after 7 years of absence, the title of the foremost prodigy remained unchallenged. At this moment, in the back mountain of the Moon God Palace, a magnificent waterfall cascaded like a silver river. A strikingly handsome young man, with bright eyes and slanted brows, sat cross-legged beneath the waterfall, his bare torso adorned with a golden dragon tattoo. He allowed the torrent to crash upon him, the sound of the impact reverberating around him. This young man was none other than 15-year-old Qin Feng, whose cultivation had ascended to the 9th level of the extraordinary realm. It was not merely the allure of the Moon God Palace, which could easily undermine one's will, but rather a pursuit to solidify his own foundation. Indeed, it is solely to reinforce one's own foundation. Although his cultivation has not significantly advanced, other abilities have been profoundly developed. The divine calamity has intensified, and the dual pupils, aside from slowing speed, disassembling movements, and perceiving the essence, have also comprehended the divine light of yin and yang. With a plethora of lethal techniques at his disposal, eliminating cultivators of the Tao realm has become effortless. The only regret is that over the past 7 years, he has yet to encounter a chosen one, with nearly 700,000 villain points. No matter how frugally he manages them, they have long been expended. He can now only earn meager villain points through interactions with the ladies of the Moon God Palace to barely make ends meet, which makes him increasingly nostalgic for Lin San, to the point of longing sickness. Having been wounded by wine and indulgence for 7 years, his cultivation has suffered greatly. From this day forth, he resolves to abstain from alcohol. Qin Feng secretly vows to quit drinking. Although he has hardly consumed any, he is certain the drink is to blame. Don't crowd, let me see. A group of ladies from the Moon God Palace nearby are secretly observing, and upon seeing Qin Feng's abdominal muscles, they erupt into excited shrieks. The only man of the Moon God Palace has finally grown up. Buy tickets, buy tickets. With a ticket, you can watch the man for 5 minutes. A youthful voice rings out, and upon closer inspection, it is a delightful little white rabbit. The pet Qin Feng has raised for 7 years. Ever since Qin Feng began feeding it carrots 7 years ago, it has learned to raise its own rabbits in hopes of tasting the authentic treasures of heaven and earth. Initially, the endeavor was fraught with challenges, as such treasures are not easily obtained. However, under Qin Feng's guidance over the years, it soon discovered a lucrative opportunity. Men are a rare commodity in the Moon God Palace. Every time Qin Feng came to practice beneath the waterfall, it began selling tickets, 5 spirit stones for 5 minutes, with no deceit towards the young or old. Of course, Qin Feng did not frequently showcase his physique at the waterfall, so it would often auction off the original, unwashed underwear he had worn, supplementing the household expenses. Chapter 39. The Emperor's Disciple. Truly a diligent and frugal rabbit. Little White gleefully counted the spirit stones earned, pulling out the original underwear stolen last night, knowing that auctioning it would allow him to purchase rare treasures. The starting bid for Qin Feng's adolescent undergarments was 20 spirit stones. I bid 25 spirit stones. The ladies of the Moon God Palace took men seriously, and the appearance of the original underwear immediately elicited screams throughout the venue. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind echoed through the vast forest, causing Qin Feng beneath the waterfall to open his eyes abruptly, exuding an air of fierce determination, as invisible sword energy surged around him. With a resounding crash, the invisible sword energy tore through the waterfall, colliding with an incoming force, sending the water splashing everywhere. 2 beautiful figures, one tall and one petite, appeared beside the waterfall, none other than the moon goddess and Ziyuan. Unlike the youthful Ziyuan of 7 years prior, she had since shed her innocence. Every smile and frown radiated an irresistible charm. It was said that during these years of training with the moon goddess, she had mastered formidable techniques only women could cultivate. Indeed, your comprehension of sword intent, and sword heart has deepened considerably. The moon goddess gazed at Qin Feng with great satisfaction, feeling justified in her decision to break palace rules and appoint him as the divine son of the Moon Palace. Undoubtedly, this choice would render the Moon Palace even more formidable in the future. Not strong enough to win the heart of the moon goddess sister? I possess at least that level of awareness, Qin Feng remarked with a playful lift of his brow, showcasing his physique before the moon goddess. With a sudden splash, Ziyuan, incensed, marched forward and kicked Qin Feng into the waterfall, fuming, "You've been fixated on my aunt since childhood. Am I not a stunning beauty standing right beside you?" Indeed, quite impressive. Qin Feng surfaced, scrutinizing Ziyuan closely, pondering what she had consumed over the years. She could easily warrant a referee's judgment for crashing into him. Roke. Ziyuan's cheeks flushed crimson from the teasing, and soon they were playfully tussling again. "Enough of your antics, you two." The moon goddess, accustomed to Qin Feng's flirtations, interjected calmly. "Qin Feng, in a few days, the 10-yearly death elimination tournament of the Yin Moon Dynasty will commence. Are you interested in participating?" Death elimination tournament? Qin Feng furrowed his brow, having heard of this contest. Since the reforms of the Yin Moon Dynasty a century ago, the death elimination tournament had become pivotal to its rise. It could be likened to a gaokao, where various factions within the dynasty send forth their most exceptional talents to compete. Those who succeed will receive focused training from the Yin Moon Dynasty, benefiting from a powerful faculty and abundant cultivation resources, truly everything one could desire. The sole distinction from the college entrance examination lies in the fact that, after traversing the narrow bridge amidst a throng of competitors, one may retake the examination if they falter. However, the death elimination contest, as its name suggests, only allows those who survive the crossing to proceed, leaving many forever ensnared within the examination hall. Qin Feng, indifferent to the gravity of life and death, is more concerned with the possibility of encountering his beloved chosen one. At that moment, a jubilant cheer from a nearby young lady pierced the air, as if she were celebrating her acquisition of a pair of undergarments for a mere 100 spirit stones, a veritable rice bucket. Qin Feng, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, gracefully alighted behind the young lady. Upon hearing that name, she immediately erupted in fury, exclaiming, "I am Qin Xiaobai, Qin Xiaobai. If anyone dares to call me a rice bucket again, I shall surely take a bite out of them." "Very well, rice bucket." Qin Feng nodded, acknowledging her words. Yet he had no intention of altering his habits. He lamented the disappearance of his undergarments, which had vanished without a trace, only to discover that this rabbit had brazenly put them up for auction. "It's the moon goddess." A group of young ladies, akin to frightened elementary students encountering a strict teacher, hurriedly fled the scene. "Xiaobai, you've gone too far." Ziyuan, visibly agitated, vehemently condemned Xiaobai's actions. "I didn't want it to come to this, but I am hungry." Xiaobai displayed an expression of profound grievance, lamenting the hardships of her existence. Though once there were no celestial treasures to consume, at least there had been a steady supply of carrots. Yet, of late, for reasons unknown, even the carrots had ceased to flow. If she did not procure something to sell soon, she feared the rabbit would starve to death. Sigh. Qin Feng let out a weary breath. It was not that he was unwilling to feed the rabbits, rather, he found himself devoid of any antagonistic points. His current existence was particularly arduous, and should he fail to locate a victim, nay, a chosen one, he was contemplating a career change to that of a flower thief. Though the earnings would be meager, it would suffice to make ends meet. Just then, a young lady approached with news. "Your Excellency, a prodigy from outside seeks to challenge you." "Here we go again." Qin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. Ever since he had been declared the foremost prodigy of the ancient era, challengers had been incessantly arriving at the Moon God Palace. Yet none of them were the chosen one he sought, rendering him utterly disinterested. The young lady continued, "Your Excellency, this individual is no ordinary contender. He hails from the royal lineage of the Great Xia dynasty." "The royal lineage?" Qin Feng furrowed his brow, familiar with the term. If memory served him correctly, during the Tang dynasty, the imperial examination system and the royal disciples had brought an end to the era of aristocratic dominance, significantly enhancing the central authority's power. What was the emperor of Great Xia attempting to achieve with this move? Was he seeking to exploit the opportunity to weaken the aristocracy? Soon, Qin Feng unearthed the pertinent documents. 7 years prior, the emperor of Great Xia had unexpectedly declared his intention to take disciples, proclaiming that all chosen prodigies would become royal disciples. Upon the announcement, the entire Great Xia was abuzz. The notion of being the emperor's disciple was deemed an unparalleled honor, and even the prominent aristocratic families found it challenging to resist the allure of the title royal disciple. Thus commenced a grand selection of the emperor's disciples, wherein, as anticipated. The illustrious scions of noble families emerged victorious, yet a considerable number of talented commoners also made their presence felt. The emperor of the Great Xia honored his promise, accepting the noble prodigies as his pupils, while the talented commoners were not overlooked, being designated as prospective disciples of the emperor. This old schemer was indeed targeting the noble families. Qin Feng discerned the emperor's ulterior motives at a glance. The term emperor's disciples appeared to be of immense prestige. Yet in reality, it served as a mere instrument for the emperor of the Great Xia. The commoners, devoid of any backing, could only rely on the emperor, becoming his sword against the noble families. The noble disciples, having obtained the title of pupil, would face insubordination charges should they refuse to comply. Thus, morally speaking, the emperor had already secured victory. At the same time, he was profoundly curious about the individual orchestrating the emperor's strategies, for with his decade-long experience as a bibliophile, he surmised that this person might very well be the fated child he had sought for 7 long years. A thunderous sound erupted from the main hall, accompanied by the raucous shouts of the emperor's disciple. Qin Feng, if you possess the audacity to be a traitor, then summon the courage to show yourself. I know you are at home. Do not cower in silence. Outside the moon goddess palace, a group of young ladies clad in white emerged, their faces aflame with indignation, encircling a robust man. This individual was none other than Zhu Tu, the emperor's disciple who had come to challenge Qin Feng. Upon realizing that Qin Feng was tardy in accepting his challenge, he brazenly resorted to assaulting the gates of the moon goddess palace, hurling insults at their divine son in the process. He truly believes he is still within the realm of the Great Xia dynasty, supported by the might of its emperor. Yet, this is the Yin dynasty, and it is not his place as a disciple of the Great Xia sovereign to act recklessly. How audacious! The maidens of the moon god palace wore expressions as frigid as ice, drawing their long swords in unison, aimed directly at Zhu Tu. What? Is Qin Feng too timid to emerge and confront him, attempting to overwhelm with sheer numbers? Zhu Tu, however, remained unabashed, showing no regard for his adversaries. After all, he was a member of the Great Xia envoy, dispatched by imperial decree to observe the decade-long life and death elimination tournament of the Yin dynasty. To slay him, a disciple of the sovereign, would equate to a declaration of war against the Great Xia dynasty. The Great Xia envoy is indeed formidable. This divine maiden shall teach him a lesson. Zi Yuan, clearly incensed, rolled up her sleeves, ready to engage in battle. Wait. Qin Feng raised his hand to halt Zi Yuan, pondering with suspicion. Is it possible that he is merely a pawn in someone else's scheme? A pawn? Zi Yuan, not one to be easily fooled, furrowed her delicate brows and inquired. Are you suggesting that someone is setting a trap for you? Not for me, but for the aristocratic families of the Great Xia. Qin Feng stroked his chin, contemplating further, and the more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed. Now that the emperor of Great Xia has introduced the notion of sovereign disciples, it appears that the noble families are elevated above all, yet ultimately, they must support the rise of the common-born prodigies to replace the aristocracy's dominion. Thus, how to manage these noble heirs has become a vexing dilemma for the emperor of Great Xia, exemplified by assembling them into an envoy to observe the life and death tournament in the Yin dynasty. If any issues arise in the midst of it all, the blame shall undoubtedly be placed upon the Yin dynasty. Should this incite a conflict between the noble families and the Yin dynasty, it would be most advantageous, allowing the Xia royal family to reap the benefits. A trap has been laid for the Xia families. The little head of Zi Yuan was filled with questions, unable to comprehend what Qin Feng was articulating. Perhaps, the only way to know is to try. With a gentle push from his feet, Qin Feng floated out of the moon god palace, determined to draw out the mastermind behind the scenes, who might very well be the fabled chosen one he sought. Qin Feng, it is indeed Qin Feng. Outside the moon god palace, a throng had gathered, and upon witnessing Qin Feng's emergence, they erupted into excited screams. Ever since Qin Feng had showcased his complete form 7 years ago, everyone had yearned to witness the combat prowess of this ancient prodigy. Unfortunately, after becoming the son of the moon god, he had never accepted a challenge from anyone. But today, he has arrived, striding in with an undeniable flair. All hail the sun. The ladies in white respectfully bowed, their gazes towards Qin Feng laden with something peculiar. At this moment, Qin Feng had shed the naivety of his youth, inheriting his mother's striking beauty. Undeniably a handsome man, coupled with his unparalleled talent that suppresses the ages and being the only man in the moon god palace. He was the object of admiration for all the female disciples. Qin Feng, you have finally emerged. Zhu Tu, brimming with excitement, nearly let out a pig-like squeal, exuding a robust energy that transformed into a sharp-toothed, tusked black wild boar, brandishing a hefty butcher's knife. With a resounding thud, the butcher's knife crashed onto the ground, causing the surrounding floor to shatter instantaneously. With a face full of disdain, Qin Feng remarked, "I expected to encounter a formidable expert. Yet you are merely a trifling figure at the 4th level of spiritual martial arts. So what if I am at the 4th level?" Zhu Tu retorted defiantly. "I am a disciple of the Son of Heaven. Even at the 4th level, I surpass the 9th level of spiritual martial arts in significance." Nodding in agreement, the crowd found Zhu Tu's argument compelling. However, when compared to Qin Feng, this so-called disciple of the Son of Heaven seemed to fall woefully short. 7 years ago, Qin Feng had already attained the 3rd level of the extraordinary realm, and with his prodigious talent, no one could fathom the heights he might have reached by now. Had he perhaps entered the Tao, or even surpassed it to attain the heavenly sect? After a lengthy exchange, Zhu Tu anxiously inquired, "What is your current cultivation level?" "Extraordinary 9th level," Qin Feng proclaimed with pride, unabashedly showcasing his prowess. The venue fell into a profound silence. Everyone gazed at Qin Feng in disbelief, their minds echoing the cries of groundhogs in shock. What on earth? The proclaimed first prodigy of the ancient era, destined to suppress the ages. How could he only be at the extraordinary 9th level? On average, it takes more than a year to ascend a minor rank. What has he been doing all these years? Could it be that he has been lost in the floral embrace of the Moon God Palace? Zhu Tu was left utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Qin Feng's audacity to disdain his 4th level status while being at the extraordinary 9th level. Qin Feng then inquired, "How shall we proceed with the duel? Shall it be a one-on-one confrontation, or a brawl?" "Of course a one-on-one," Zhu Tu responded, somewhat perplexed. "Understood." Qin Feng gestured to the young ladies, signaling them to step forward for a duel with Zhu Tu. With a resounding gasp, the onlookers were taken aback, their minds swirling with disbelief as the reality diverged starkly from their preconceived notions of the legendary figure from ancient times. The white-clad maidens, undeterred by notions of fairness, executed the commands of their divine master with unwavering fidelity, their gleaming swords slicing through the air with dark, watery ripples directed towards Zhu Tu. In a fit of rage, Zhu Tu exclaimed, "Qin Feng, you shameless scoundrel. We agreed on a one-on-one duel, yet you resort to a gang assault." "Indeed," Qin Feng retorted innocently, flashing a grin that revealed his teeth as proof of his humanity. The onlookers were rendered speechless, astonished to discover that Qin Feng lacked even a semblance of the dignity one might expect from the so-called champion of ancient times. With a sudden crash, Zhu Tu found himself utterly outmatched, succumbing to the white-clad maidens in mere moments. "I refuse to accept this," he shouted, his face aflame with indignation. "Why should I care whether you accept or not?" Qin Feng sighed, rolling his eyes at Zhu Tu's absurdity. He then produced an abacus larger than that of Xiao Bai and began calculating the reparations owed for the damage inflicted upon the Moon God Palace, arriving at a staggering total of 1 million premium spirit stones. Zhu Tu could hardly believe his ears. 1 million? And premium spirit stones at that? Adding everything up, it barely amounts to 1 spirit stone. Qin Feng, with a face of utmost sincerity, replied, "Precisely. I aim to have you compensate me with an additional 99,999 premium spirit stones." The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, leaving the crowd momentarily at a loss for words. "This is robbery. I have no money." Zhu Tu vehemently condemned the situation, yet stubbornly resisted. "Money is of no concern." Qin Feng chuckled with a hint of mischief, perhaps a fleshly recompense. Chapter 41. The slightly plump is the ultimate delight. Fleshly recompense. The expressions of those gathered turned peculiar, uncertain if they were contemplating the same notion. Before long, Qin Feng had stripped Zhu Tu of his garments, binding him to a cart for public display, a sign draped over him detailing his identity as a disciple of the emperor and the future heir of the Zhu family. "Qin Feng, such humiliation. The Zhu family will not let this go, nor will his majesty." Zhu Tu had never endured such degradation, desperately struggling to confront Qin Feng. Yet, Qin Feng disregarded his threats, parading the cart through the streets, banging drums and calling out, "Do not miss the opportunity. Authentic, robust men from the Great Xia. No need for 998 or 888, just 98 spirit stones for a chance to take one home for breeding." The onlookers, having never witnessed such a spectacle, flocked to witness the brawny men from the Great Xia. "Oh my, a disciple of the emperor, a true prodigy, and a scion of a noble family. How extraordinary. I have a friend who has longed for a healthy child, yet has been unsuccessful. 98 is quite reasonable. A worthy investment. If it's a boy, he could inherit the family fortune. The Moon Goddess Palace's son vouches for this, so it's trustworthy." As time progressed, the crowd swelled increasingly, Given the world's intermingling of immortals and mortals, many are bereft of the ability to cultivate, to ameliorate their lineage. Affluent individuals often beseech cultivators of great talent to bestow upon their families a touch of immortality, namely, through intimate relations with their daughters. Such favors, of course, are reserved for daughters of surpassing beauty. Now, Qin Feng's explicit pricing has stirred the hearts of wealthy men without comely daughters. Divine son, behold my daughter. A magnate paid his respects to Qin Feng with trepidation, presenting his daughter, a woman of considerable girth, resembling a flower in no way. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Anyone with a modicum of conscience would decline such an offer. You are being rather excessive. Qin Feng, unable to bear the sight, pivoted, stating, the price must be increased. No problem. The tycoon nodded fervently, indicating that no sum was too great. He had toiled his entire life, but what use was wealth when, before cultivators? He was but a dog without dignity, compelled to offer his riches at their mere gesture. He realized that only strength could safeguard wealth. Release me, release me. Zhu Tu struggled vehemently, asserting his unwavering resistance. Seeing Zhu Tu's aversion, Qin Feng entreated, do not wear such a face. This is a pleasantly plump maiden I have meticulously chosen for you. Know that pleasantly plump is the epitome of perfection. Pleasantly plump. The onlooker's eyes twitched uncontrollably, yearning to ask if his conscience was clear. To consummate this transaction, he dared to call a hefty woman of 200 pounds pleasantly plump. Qin Feng, you shall not prevail, Zhu Tu exclaimed, his entire spiritual energy surging, rendering him impervious to mortals. The affluent man's countenance reflected disappointment, recognizing that celestial affinity could not be coerced. Fear not, Qin Feng reassured the magnate with a genial smile. Integrity is paramount in my dealings. He produced a small jade vial, emblazoned with the words, even so's go wild. This concoction, derived from the formulas within the convex-concave grand method, was designed to expedite the practice of said method. The assembled throng's expressions underwent a dramatic transformation, recoiling in trepidation. Good heavens, they inwardly exclaimed. It was the fabled, top-tier aphrodisiac. Even so's go wild. Rumor had it that even the slightest exposure could render a so as alluring as Jiao Chan in a man's eyes. Simultaneously, their gazes towards Qin Feng shifted entirely. This was no primordial paragon. He was, in essence, the primordial lecher, carrying such a substance on his person. Qin Feng, wearing an innocent mien, queried, why these expressions? As one who traverses the mortal realm, carrying some means of self-defense is only reasonable, is it not? Reasonable, you say? What upright individual would carry such items while journeying the world? The entire assembly rolled their eyes, disbelieving Qin Feng's preposterous claims. They knew only that Qin Feng was to be avoided at all costs, possessing strength, talent, and background, and, to boot, utterly shameless. Grateful thanks to the divine son for his fulfillment. The flower-like plump maiden was already in a state of feverish excitement, departing with even so's go wild and Zhu Tu to return home. Qin Feng, known as Brother Feng, I implore you, spare me, spare me. I will compensate with 1,000,000 exquisite spirit stones. I was wrong, I was wrong. Zhu Tu, once brimming with arrogance, now cried out in desperation, pleading for Qin Feng's forgiveness. However, Qin Feng had no intention of acknowledging him. He was awaiting the emergence of the mastermind behind the scenes. If he were to kill Zhu Tu, he would unwittingly fall into the opponent's trap, not only eliminating this prodigy of the Zhu family, but also attracting the hatred of the Zhu clan onto himself. Conversely, if he chose not to kill Zhu Tu and instead subjected him to various humiliations, the hidden figure would be compelled to intervene to rescue Zhu Tu, as they had been sent together to the Yinyu Empire. With a companion being humiliated, how could one not come to their aid? Still, there was no chosen one to be found. Could it be that I am merely overthinking? Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings, but received no system notification. No, please don't come near. Zhu Tu's mournful cries echoed from the courtyard, prompting those present to observe a moment of silence for him. The illustrious disciple of the Emperor of the Great Xia, a scion of a prestigious family, was, astonishingly, debased by an ordinary individual like Hua. This psychological trauma would likely remain irreparable henceforth. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for insulting another's dignity, earning 1,000 villain points. Qin Feng instantly perked up, akin to an enthusiast unlocking a new technique. Suddenly, a clear sound of a gong resonated as a procession approached along the distant street, with grand and opulent carriages, accompanied by servants and guards, all signifying the formidable identity of the approaching figures. At the forefront stood a dozen men and women, their faces etched with anger, garbed in attire reserved exclusively for the esteemed disciples of the great Xia dynasty. The Princess of South Wind has arrived. As the carriage came to a halt, The guards proclaimed her title. The beloved youngest princess of the great Xia Emperor, the Princess of South Wind, was also the representative of the great Xia's envoy to the Yin dynasty, the Princess of South Wind. Qin Feng's gaze fixated on the opulent carriage, sensing more than one presence within, deducing from the heavy breaths that a relatively young man was among them. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for discovering the chosen one. Of epic level. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled instantly, his heart racing with excitement. After 7 long years, destiny had finally orchestrated their meeting. Whether someone was plotting against him from the shadows had become inconsequential. What mattered now was that he would begin to scheme against this chosen one. A cool, feminine voice emerged from the carriage. Qin Feng, as a traitor of our great Xia dynasty, how dare you humiliate the disciples of our emperor? What punishment do you deserve for this offense? Chapter 42. Kneel such arrogance from the great Xia princess. Qin Feng could not help but scoff. In the territory of the Yin dynasty, questioning the son of the moon god, am I truly so ignorant? Or has the great Xia already conquered the Yin dynasty? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the expressions of those around him turned icy, all collectively sensing that the great Xia princess was overestimating her significance. To utter such words on their sovereign ground was to show utter disdain for the Yin dynasty. Presumptuous. Princess Nanfeng, filled with indignation, commanded, "Bring me Qin Feng's head." Yes. The princess's guards swiftly drew their long swords, while the prodigies of the entourage brandished their weapons. Who grants you the audacity to kill within my domain? Qin Feng couldn't help but admire the protagonist's unwavering loyalty to his incompetent allies. Before he could voice his thoughts, dozens of maidens from the moon god palace emerged from all directions, encircling their adversaries. A spectacle was about to unfold. The onlookers, intrigued, quickly retreated to a safe distance to enjoy the unfolding drama. A sigh emanated from within a carriage. A finely dressed gentleman lifted the curtain and stepped out, clasping his fists in greeting. You must be the illustrious Qin Feng, renowned as the foremost prodigy. I apologize for the princess's earlier indiscretion. I, Feng Chang, extend my apologies on her behalf. It was him. Qin Feng instantly recognized him as the chosen one. Based on his decade-long experience as a bookworm, he discerned that this individual was unlike Lin San, the archetypal servant protagonist, nor was he akin to Qin Hao, the passionate and inspirational hero. Instead, he resembled a favored minister of the emperor, likely either to marry a princess or groom her into an empress-type protagonist. This further solidified Qin Feng's suspicion that this man was the architect of his tribulations, the one orchestrating events behind the scenes. Without a hint of deference, Qin Feng unleashed his scathing words. I had assumed the princess of the great Xia was a paragon of virtue. Instead, it appears she conceals a man within her carriage, leading a life of indiscretion. The entire assembly nearly choked with disbelief, astonished by Qin Feng's audacity. He brazenly insulted the great Xia princess in public, showing no restraint even in her presence. Dare to repeat that? Princess Nanfeng, unaccustomed to such affront, emerged from her carriage, radiating regal splendor. Her eyebrows resembled delicate emerald feathers. Her skin was as pure as freshly fallen snow, and her teeth were like lustrous pearls. Truly, she was a peerless beauty. Indeed, it has been ages since I encountered a woman of this caliber. Qin Feng mused inwardly, acknowledging the protagonist's discerning taste. Complying readily, Qin Feng, with disarming sincerity, stated, I said you are a harlot. Insolence. Princess Nanfeng, utterly incensed, drew her sword and lunged towards Qin Feng. However, before her blade could reach him, the white-clad maiden of the moon god palace deflected it effortlessly. Simultaneously, several swords were positioned at her throat, poised to strike at Qin Feng's command. Humph. If you have the courage, then kill me. Princess Nanfeng's eyes flashed with disdain, convinced that Qin Feng would not dare to harm her. As an emissary of the great Xia dynasty to the Shadow Moon dynasty, her murder would ignite conflict between the two nations, rendering even Qin Feng's status as a moon god palace prodigy inconsequential. Such a request is unprecedented, Qin Feng remarked, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent, a sharp aura of swordsmanship enveloping him. Not good. Feng Chang, standing nearby, paled instantly, hastily channeling his spiritual energy to shield Princess Nanfeng. The intangible sword energy struck Feng Chang, sending him flying backwards several paces before he finally came to a halt. He is truly serious. Princess Nanfeng trembled involuntarily. She had just begun to sense Qin Feng's murderous intent. Had it not been for Feng Chang shielding her with his body, she might have already been pierced by his invisible sword energy. But how could this be? She is a princess of the great Xia, a representative of the envoy. How could Qin Feng dare to kill her? He is a person who operates outside the bounds of reason. Feng Chang's expression grew grave. forcing him to take Qin Feng seriously. He had always believed that he could manipulate the ancients at will. Indeed, the ancients. He hailed from a planet named Hongxing. Living in a modern civilization, and by an unexpected twist of fate, he had traversed to this ancient realm. Despite this being a fantastical world, he had managed to easily ascend to the position of chief advisor to Princess Nanfeng, even proposing strategies for the great Xia Emperor to defeat the aristocratic families. He had anticipated that everything would proceed according to his plans. But who could have foreseen encountering Qin Feng, a person who defies all logic? He had encouraged Zhu Tu to challenge them, hoping to use him as a pawn to frame others. Yet Zhu Tu was instead sold for profit, compelling them to resolve the matter themselves. When tasked with apologizing on behalf of Princess Nanfeng, a reasonable person would choose to de-escalate the situation. Yet he had instead unleashed a torrent of words, disregarding the tensions between the two nations, audaciously daring to slay the envoy-s princess in the streets. Should he be deemed arrogant and dismissive of others? Or is it that he has seen through everything? Truly, there are those who fear not death. Qin Feng's gaze was sharp as lightning, his right hand slowly resting on the hilt of his sword, clearly annoyed by the other party's attempts to obstruct his lethal intentions. What? Feng Chang's body suddenly stiffened, a sense of inexplicable panic rising within him. At that moment, he felt akin to the Monkey King in the grasp of the Buddha, struggling in vain to escape from the Five-Finger Mountain. Enough! An ancient voice resonated explosively in the ears of the crowd, as an elder swiftly approached. His gaze toward Qin Feng imbued with an undeniable authority. Clearly, this individual was a concealed master within the envoy. Old fool, what do you think you are? Qin Feng still showed no respect, his eyes widening as he bellowed. Kneel. Impudent. The elder's fury surged to its peak, a terrifying energy erupting from within him. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, shattering the energy the elder had summoned, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure descending from above. Kowsi, your excellency, moon goddess. Feng Chang hastened to interject. Zhu Tu's actions were his own and do not reflect the sentiments of our delegation. I offer my sincerest apologies and am prepared to make full restitution on his behalf. If apologies were sufficient, what need would there be for the courts? Qin Feng continued to fuel the flames. What is it you desire? Princess Nanfeng, suppressing her fury, acknowledged the unfavorable circumstances. Kneel. Qin Feng's gaze met hers, his voice soft yet resolute, brooking no dissent. Chapter 43. Kneel or perish. You dare demand that I, a princess, kneel before you? Princess Nanfeng was incensed, taken aback by Qin Feng's audacity. As a princess of the great Xia dynasty, she would never deign to kneel before the Qin family, especially not before Qin Feng, a turncoat. Even as the moon goddess palace's divine son, he was unworthy of such deference. Kneel, or face your demise. A chilling resolve emanated from Qin Feng's crystalline eyes, his hand hovering over the hilt of his Chongkong divine sword. It was evident that he was not jesting. Should she utter another word, he would unleash the heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique without hesitation. Empowered by his invincible sword heart, the moment he grasped his sword, all sentimentality vanished, save for an appreciation for comely, affluent women who might bestow their favor upon him. A hush fell over the scene. The aura of the primeval era's foremost prodigy was palpable, a stark contrast to his previous unreliable and flippant demeanor. Qin Feng had transformed into an absolute autocrat, demanding complete obedience. The onlookers were captivated, eager to witness Qin Feng in his fullest, most formidable state. With his extraordinary cultivation at the 9th level, the disparity between him and his contemporaries was insurmountable. Apart from revealing his complete form, it seemed that there were no other means to achieve victory. Gulp. Princess Nanfeng could not help but swallow hard, acutely aware of the terrifying pressure that Qin Feng exerted upon her. However, given the pride of the princess of the great Xia dynasty and the dignity of the empire at stake, she could not easily submit and kneel before Qin Feng. Yet, Qin Feng had made his intentions unmistakably clear: kneel or perish. Moreover, the moon goddess showed no inclination to mediate, which implied her tacit approval of Qin Feng's actions. Feng Chang stepped forward, resolutely declaring, even if we were at fault, demanding that Princess Nanfeng kneel and apologize is utterly excessive. The princess embodies the honor of the great Xia dynasty. Your humiliation of us could provoke an all-out war. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the heavens and the earth. With a sharp clang, Qin Feng tightened his grip on the sword hilt, and the long-sealed Chongkong divine sword shot forth like a soaring dragon, its momentum akin to thunder, casting a cold light that sent shivers down the spines of all present. This is bad. Feng Chang's pupils dilated in shock. He had not anticipated Qin Feng's overwhelming arrogance. Ignoring their diplomatic rebuke, He was prepared to draw his sword and initiate battle if they did not comply with his demands. Confronted with the formidable presence of Qin Feng, who had comprehended the invincible sword heart, Feng Chong dared not underestimate him. He summoned his strongest defensive technique, manifesting a golden bell around himself. The Buddhist technique, golden bell shield. By sheer happenstance, he acquired an ancient Buddhist technique, which, if fully comprehended, would culminate in an indestructible golden body. He was confident that this skill could withstand the onslaught of an extraordinary ninth-level attack with relative ease. Buddhism? Nay, I adhere to Confucianism. Confucius once remarked, "I have yet to witness a man of such fortitude that I cannot break him." A faint smirk graced Qin Feng's lips as the half-drawn blade surged towards the golden bell shield. With a resounding crash, the golden shield encasing Feng Chong shattered instantaneously, as if struck by a tremendous force, sending his body crashing to the ground. The blade returned to its sheath, and the chilling aura dissipated. The street fell into an eerie silence, the fluttering of garments in the wind the only sound lingering in the air. What had transpired just now? Before they could even grasp the unfolding events, Qin Feng had already concluded the confrontation. How could this be possible? Feng Chang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Qin Feng, unable to fathom that a mere half-drawn sword had dismantled his prized Buddhist shield. Feng Chang, are you all right? Princess Nan Feng rushed forward in a panic, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon confirming his safety. There was indeed something illicit between these two. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, fully aware of how to deal with Feng Chong. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for inflicting severe injury upon the chosen one, earning 5,000 villain points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for uncovering the chosen one's scheme, earning 5,000 villain points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for thwarting the chosen one's pretense, earning 5,000 villain points. At last, a substantial influx of villain points had been acquired. Qin Feng was nearly moved to tears, for it had been 7 long years since he had witnessed such a bounty of villain points. Remain low-key, remain low-key. The image of a male deity must not be tarnished. Though Qin Feng's heart was in turmoil, he maintained an icy demeanor, rendering the maidens of the moon god palace utterly smitten, wishing to proclaim to the world that he was their divine son, whom they had watched grow. Qin Feng, you have gone too far. We are the envoys of the great Xia. The other prodigies within the envoy were equally incensed, taken aback by Qin Feng's audacity. It was a stark ultimatum, kneel or perish. Without uttering another word, Qin Feng's hand rested firmly on the hilt of his sword. An unmistakable aura of menace emanated from him, palpable to all present. Should anyone dare utter dissent, it would not merely be a matter of drawing his sword halfway. They would witness the true might of his swordsmanship. The first prodigy of the ancient era, a reputation well-deserved. The onlookers quivered with excitement, astonished by the formidable prowess of Qin Feng, who had reached the profound level of the 9th realm. They could not help but fervently cheer. The great Xia envoy must stand with dignity. They refused to believe that Qin Feng would truly unsheath his blade. The princess, with her unparalleled status, would never kneel before you. I shall kneel in her stead. Feng Chong, embodying loyalty and courage, knelt before Qin Feng on behalf of Princess Nan Feng, his gaze reflecting a modern spirit of defiance, unyielding to heaven or earth. There was no other option. He recognized that Qin Feng would not relent today, and being within the confines of the Yin Moon dynasty, despite his hidden cards, he could not contend with the unseen support from the moon god behind Qin Feng. Princess Nan Feng was profoundly moved, her animosity towards Qin Feng swelling to an overwhelming degree. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for compelling the chosen one to kneel, earning 100,000 villain points. Adaptability is paramount. It is not the fervent, impetuous chosen one that stands out, but rather the cunning strategist. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, growing increasingly vigilant of his opponent. It is not the passionate chosen one that poses a threat, but rather the protagonist who, like a cunning fox, strikes from behind. Just as Qin Feng contemplated further mischief, a voice, resonant and authoritative as if echoing from ancient times, interrupted. The farce must come to an end. Princess Nan Feng, please manage your delegation. Should anyone continue to disregard the rules, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Me. The gravity of those 2 syllables left the audience in shock. It was none other than the 6-path sovereign of the Yin dynasty, the very ruler who had elevated the dynasty to unprecedented glory within a mere century. We pay our respects to the sovereign. The crowd collectively knelt, their eyes brimming with fervent devotion. Qin Feng had long been aware of this individual, yet had never had the opportunity to meet him. However, despite the sovereign's might, interfering with his business dealings was an egregious offense. With this thought, Qin Feng produced a small notebook, inscribing a record of the date when the six-paths sovereign disrupted his trade, demanding a compensation of 1 million top-tier spirit stones. Let us depart. Princess Nan Feng cast an indignant glance at Qin Feng before boarding her carriage, taking her entourage back to the foreign envoy's inn. Concurrently, several disciples of the great Xia swiftly surged into the courtyard, rescuing their companion Zhu from captivity, though he emerged disheveled, eyes vacant, bearing the look of one who has suffered a profound defeat, devoid of any will to live. Alas, how cruel! The onlookers shook their heads in dismay, unable to fathom the horrific scene that had transpired. Chapter 44. A withdrawal from engagement? Cursed be Qin Feng. This princess shall ensure your dismemberment. Upon returning to the foreign envoy's lodge, Princess Nan Feng was consumed by fury, hurling anything within reach. Throughout her life, she had never endured such humiliation nor faced such indignity. How naive I was to underestimate Qin Feng. I never anticipated his audacity. Beside her, Feng Chong was equally enraged, yet he endeavored to temper his emotions. He pondered the reasons for their failure. He had assumed that someone audacious enough to excavate the supreme bones of his own brother would undoubtedly eliminate Zhu Tu without hesitation when confronted with provocation. If only a few more prodigies from the noble families could perish, it would be an opportune moment to elevate several talented individuals from humble backgrounds upon his return, thereby orchestrating a scheme to frame Qin Feng and incite the noble family's animosity toward him. However, he never anticipated that Qin Feng would display his arrogance at the most inappropriate times and exhibit restraint when it was warranted. He even dared to slay a princess of the Daxia envoy in broad daylight. A turn of events he had not foreseen. What now? As Princess Nan Feng regained her composure, she inquired about their next course of action. Ever since Qin Feng revealed his complete form 7 years ago, her father had been sleepless with worry over Qin Feng's growth and the potential threat he posed to the Daxia dynasty. Thus, her mission to the Inu dynasty was not only to weaken the power of the noble families but also to seize the opportunity to eliminate Qin Feng, thereby solidifying her standing in her father's eyes. Yet, Qin Feng seldom ventured from the Moon God Palace, and when he did, he was invariably surrounded by protective maidens and constantly watched over by the Moon God, making the prospect of assassinating him in the Inu dynasty seem nearly insurmountable. After a moment of silence, Feng Chong finally spoke. I have heard that Qin Feng will participate in the life and death elimination tournament. This is unacceptable. Princess Nan Feng declined without a moment's hesitation. In the life and death elimination tournament, it would indeed be permissible to eliminate Qin Feng openly. The six-paths sovereign would likely acquiesce to the participation of the emperor's disciples, recognizing the opportunity to weaken the great Xia. However, she had personally experienced Qin Feng's formidable power, which was utterly terrifying and suffocating. Moreover, the competitors included not only Qin Feng, but countless cultivators, each needing to engage in fierce battles for survival. The matter of the elimination tournament could be addressed later. Feng Chang shifted the topic. Before my envoy mission to the Inu Empire, I had left a contingency plan that could sow discord between the Qin family and the city of Tianqin. Are you suggesting? Princess Nan Feng seemed to have an epiphany, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Aside from manipulating the aristocracy through the emperor's disciples, Feng Chang was also devising ways to create rifts among the noble families. After 7 years of scheming, fissures had indeed begun to appear among them. At the Qin family, the little princess of Tianqin City, Lin Xiner, arrived with a cadre of formidable experts, specifically to annul the engagement. 7 years prior, her father, Lin Hao, had betrothed her to Qin Hao, primarily due to his possession of the supreme bone, his status as the head of the Qin family, and his mother being the former saintess of Taibai Xianshan, along with a brother endowed with imperial potential. However, now that his supreme bone had been extracted, his father had lost his position as head, and his brother had defected to the Inu Empire. Qin Hao himself had made little progress in the past 7 years. In contrast, the little princess of Tianqin City had risen to become one of the emperor's disciples, making it inconceivable for her to accept marrying the useless Qin Hao. Ultimately, influenced by Feng Chang's long-term, subtle teachings that women should seize their own happiness and pursue their own love, she found herself resolute in her decision, without informing her father. Lin Hao, she brought a group of royal experts to the Qin family to annul the marriage. Annul the marriage. Qin Tian's countenance instantly darkened, nearly losing control of his formidable power. For aristocratic families, reputation is of utmost importance. Moreover, the fact that the woman herself had come to terminate the engagement was a blatant affront to the Qin family. If word of this spread, how could the Qin family maintain their standing among the elite? Furthermore, his son, Qin Hao, was not truly inept. Rather, he had endured and sacrificed for the sake of strengthening the Qin family. Indeed, the annulment Lin Shiner showed no signs of fear. In the past, their Tianqin city might have hesitated to provoke the Qin family's might, but now she was a favored disciple of the emperor, backed by the royal family. With the support of these two formidable forces, she had no reason to fear the Qin family. Outrageous. Qin Tian slammed the table and rose, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. This was dire. The group of royal experts' expressions changed dramatically, hastily shielding Lin Shiner behind them. However, Qin Tian's power was too great. Even united, they struggled to withstand it. What should they do now? Lin Shiner's face betrayed a hint of panic, clearly unprepared for such a scenario. At that moment, a youthful yet resolute voice rang out. "Father, may I take charge of my own marriage?" All eyes turned toward the entrance of the great hall, where a young man with sharp brows and a striking demeanor stood tall. His physique was already beginning to exhibit the traits of a formidable beast, and his gaze held an unwavering determination beyond ordinary imagination. He was Qin Hao, now 12 years of age. Evidently, over the course of these 7 years, he has matured considerably, especially in his demeanor, remaining unperturbed in the face of the broken engagement. "Hao, what brings you here?" Qin Tian concealed his imposing aura, and an expression of tenderness involuntarily appeared on his face. Both of his sons are unfortunate souls. The elder son bears the family's disgrace, venturing alone in a foreign land, while the younger son endures physical torment, enduring a grueling regimen of training that no ordinary person could fathom. And now he faces the humiliation of the engagement being called off by the other party. As a father, he feels utterly powerless. Qin Hao fixed his gaze upon Lin Xiner and spoke evenly. "I recall my brother telling me in our youth that fortunes can change. 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Do not despise the youth in poverty. I may be downcast now, but that does not signify I will not rise again." "Is that so?" Lin Xiner, startled by the earlier scene, feigned composure and replied, "Very well, let us meet in 3 years in the imperial capital for a duel. If you lose, you shall publicly annul the engagement. Why complicate matters to dissolve the engagement?" Qin Hao strode to the table and swiftly penned a letter of divorce. "You dare to divorce me?" Lin Xiner exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief, seriously questioning whether she was still ensnared in a dream. Given Qin Hao's current plight, neglected by his uncle and unloved by his grandmother, how could he possibly have the audacity to cast aside the engagement with her, the little princess of Tianqin City? Does he not realize that his only value within the Qin family lies in his betrothal to her? "In 3 years, we shall meet in the imperial capital." Qin Hao's gaze was resolute, undeterred by any challenge. However, Qin Tian, overwhelmed with emotion, wept tears of joy, knowing that his second brother's indomitable spirit had been forged. The next step would be to dismantle the old and rise anew to reclaim the throne of supremacy. This also led him to reminisce about his elder brother, Qin Feng, pondering whether he was being bullied in solitude outside. At the Moon Goddess Palace, the music began to play, followed by a captivating dance. Qin Feng, devoid of any pre-examination pressure, was instructing the young ladies in the art of ancient-style home dance. Just then, one of the young ladies delivered a piece of information regarding his brother's broken engagement. "What? A broken engagement?" Qin Feng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, exclaiming that the plot felt alarmingly familiar. Hadn't he already extracted the supreme bone from his younger brother? How could a broken engagement possibly surface now? Was this merely stacking buffs or something of the sort? Moreover, when had he ever uttered the phrase about 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west, cautioning against underestimating the youth and poverty? What he had actually said was about the deceased being of utmost importance. Chapter 45. A proper gentleman does not use poison. Only aphrodisiacs. This infuriated the divine maiden. Upon noticing Qin Feng watching the young ladies dance, Ziyuan's face turned red with indignation. And then there was the little white rabbit, which, after receiving 2 carrots from Qin Feng, joyfully joined the young ladies in their dance. Clutching the carrots, it wiggled its short tail and flapped its ears, embodying the adage that a pet reflects its owner. Could it be that this little one has developed feelings for Qin Feng? The moon goddess appeared nearby, her expression tinged with concern as she observed Ziyuan. In the past, she had not paid much attention to Qin Feng's youth, merely thinking that Ziyuan had a fondness for this little brother, but now it seemed her affections ran much deeper. She had never doubted Qin Feng's extraordinary talent and firmly believed that he could bring unparalleled glory to the Moon Goddess Palace. However, she could not reconcile herself with his character. How noble could a person be who would dare to excavate the supreme bone of his own brother in pursuit of power? Indeed, he was not a suitable match. At this moment, within the palace of the Six-Paths sovereign in the Yinyu dynasty, Princess Neifeng had come to pay her respects to the Six-Paths sovereign, expressing her desire to participate in the life and death elimination tournament of the Yinyu dynasty. Initially, After witnessing Qin Feng's terrifying prowess, she had no intention of entering such a perilous competition. Yet, upon further reflection, she realized that if she took the lead in participating under the pretext of redeeming the honor of the great Xia, the talented scions of noble families would surely follow her into the fray. If a few of them perished, it would conveniently meet her objectives. If she triumphed, it would perfectly restore her dignity, enhancing her standing in her father's eyes and her influence among the civil and military officials, thus paving the way for her future ascension to the throne. Regardless of the outcome, she stood to gain, so why not seize the opportunity? The Great Xia delegation intends to partake in the life and death elimination tournament. Upon receiving this news, the six-path sovereign felt little surprise. The Great Xia dynasty had dispatched disciples of the emperor as a delegation to showcase their strength, a clear display of might. And participating in the tournament was the most direct means of demonstrating their prowess. Without a moment's hesitation, the six-path sovereign nodded in agreement, allowing them to compete. As the leader of the Qin dynasty, he had absolute confidence in his own prodigies, unafraid of any challenge. And the prospect of vanquishing a few disciples of the Great Xia was precisely to his advantage. "Thank you, sovereign." Both parties laughed heartily, reveling in their delightful collaboration. Meanwhile, the esteemed scions among the disciples of the Great Summer Dynasty remained blissfully unaware that they had already been sold out, eagerly preparing to subdue Qin Feng. Soon, the registration for the life and death elimination tournament of the Qin dynasty commenced. Due to the exceptionally high mortality rate, participation was voluntary, with no coercion involved. However, even after registering, one could not guarantee participation in the tournament. A preliminary selection round was required to demonstrate one's capability to compete. The Qin dynasty sought true prodigies, not reckless cannon fodder driven by impulsive fervor. Given the multitude of participants each year, the dynasty established over 10,000 battle zones, each selecting 10 representatives to compete, ultimately narrowing down from more than 100,000 candidates to 1,000 individuals for intensive training through the art of nurturing. Those particularly outstanding prodigies might even be bestowed with the title of Holy Son of the Qin dynasty, akin to the princes of the Great Summer Dynasty, with the potential to inherit the imperial throne and wield actual power within the dynasty. Holy Son? How does it seem that this title is not as noble as that of my own divine son? Qin Feng couldn't help but murmur, just as Ziyuan pulled him over to register. Despite currently holding the esteemed title of divine son within the Moon God Palace, he possessed no privileges, needing to first compete in the selection round to earn his place. Ziyuan, with a haughty tilt of her head, declared, "Of course, in the Qin dynasty, the moon goddess is revered as a guardian deity, and the divine maiden is the future inheritor of the moon goddess's legacy. The holy son is merely a prince. How could he possibly compare to the divine son and divine maiden of my moon god palace?" Qin Feng was utterly perplexed, a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. Given the exalted status of his divine son identity, why would he participate in the deadly elimination tournament to vie for the position of the Holy Son? Was this not a diminishment of his own standing? Truly, what folly! Ziyuan stole a glance at Qin Feng, her cheeks flushed, and remarked, "In the future, you shall be the emperor, and I, the moon goddess. It would be more convenient for us to converse privately." Suddenly, the little white creature perched on Qin Feng's shoulder exclaimed, "This is what they mean by collusion, complicity, and mutual protection among officials." Such treacherous words. Ziyuan, exasperated, rolled her eyes, the previously rosy atmosphere being thoroughly disrupted. At that moment, a wave of gasps erupted from the registration area, all eyes turning toward Qin Feng. "Look, it's Qin Feng from the Moon Goddess Palace. Is he participating as well? I recall he is only 15. Isn't that a bit too young?" The age limit for the life and death elimination tournament is 25, and the disparity is indeed considerable. Word has it that this year alone, there are over 1,000 individuals at the entry realm, and his 9th level of extraordinary cultivation hardly seems sufficient. With age not in his favor and his cultivation lacking, it appears he is acting too hastily. He ought to wait for the next edition, for in a decade he will be 25, and the title will undoubtedly be his. Youth and low cultivation do not equate to weakness, as one might forget the terror unleashed when the half-drawn sword emerged days prior. In the realm of fame, no weakling exists. This is indeed the foremost prodigy of the ancient era. As many in attendance witnessed Qin Feng sign up, they hastily made their way to other battlefields to register. The names of men, the shadows of trees, the complete form of Qin Feng is indeed terrifying. Few wish to encounter such a monster in the selection competition. Yet, some remain undeterred, eager to confront Qin Feng head-on. After all, participants in this life and death elimination contest are all below the age of 25. And their youthful fervor instills a misguided sense of invincibility. believing they are masters of their own fates. Only upon reaching middle age do they realize they are merely here to make up the numbers. A resounding clang. The crisp sound of a gong echoed, heralding the arrival of Princess Nanfeng's opulent carriage, accompanied by several students of the celestial lineage. However, the presence of Zhu Tu was conspicuously absent. What brings them here? Ziyuan pondered. We have come to register. Princess Nanfeng, clad not in her usual sumptuous attire, but in a practical martial arts uniform, declared, We are here to reclaim our honor. The young scions of noble families echoed her sentiments, their eyes betraying an uncontainable desire for vengeance. Particularly, the thought of Zhu Tu's disgrace fueled their animosity toward Qin Feng. Their fates intertwined, they rose and fell together, utilized as pawns, yet still posturing. Qin Feng could not help but scoff inwardly, recognizing the naivety of these young elites. It was astonishing how easily they were swayed by Princess Nanfeng's words, charging forth with reckless abandon. Did they not comprehend that she could withdraw from the competition at any moment? However, upon seeing Feng Chang also participating, he immediately felt invigorated. A thunderous clang. The ear-splitting sound of the gong silenced the crowd, marking the conclusion of registration and the commencement of the selection competition. A stern-faced man clad in black hovered in the air, deftly forming a hand gesture and forcefully pointing towards the earth below. With a resounding rumble, the ground began to tremble violently, and hundreds of arenas gradually emerged from the depths. The selection competition had commenced. Countless cultivators flocked from all directions to witness the spectacle. Some stood on flying swords suspended in midair, others perched atop roofs and trees, while a few utilized spells to project the scene across vast distances, as if broadcasting live. Soon, thousands of candidates entered the arena area, preparing to draw lots for their respective platforms. Is this truly the extent of the participants? The black-clad man furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on the figure of Qin Feng standing on the stage. Historically, this battleground selection events attracted tens of thousands of competitors. But the presence of Qin Feng and the disciples of the great Xia Emperor had reduced the numbers to less than a tenth of previous years. After all, the disciples of the great Xia Emperor hailed from prestigious families, their strength beyond question. Those who remained were merely gambling on luck. Hoping to avoid encounters with Qin Feng and the Emperor's disciples, upon meeting them, a swift concession was inevitable. I concede. Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words. This marked his 8th consecutive victory. While others engaged in back-and-forth combat, he had triumphed 8 times without even breaking a sweat, seamlessly advancing to the top 16. It seemed as though the heavens had heard his silent plea, for in the 9th match, he faced a youth named Wang Ping, a disciple of the great Xia. Unlike the others, he chose not to concede. Instead, he charged at Qin Feng with an iron rod in hand, displaying the fierce prowess befitting a disciple of the emperor. Qin Feng could distinctly sense the immense force behind the strike, his form darting away like a wraith, while he deftly hurled a few concealed silver needles at his opponent. Despicable. Wang Ping's eyes brimmed with disdain, astonished that Qin Feng would resort to such underhanded tactics. With little time to evade, he swiftly raised his arm to shield himself, resulting in several needles embedding into his flesh, though they inflicted minimal harm. You have lost, Qin Feng remarked coolly. Lost? You poisoned me. Wang Ping's countenance shifted dramatically as he hurriedly removed the needles for inspection. I am a true gentleman. How could I possibly resort to poisoning? Qin Feng replied with utmost seriousness. Wang Ping exhaled deeply, relieved that no poison had been administered. Yet, Qin Feng's subsequent words incited a furious outburst from him. I did administer an aphrodisiac. Even a sow would go wild. Chapter 46. He truly is degenerate buffed. The audience erupted in laughter, taken aback by Qin Feng's audacity. The illustrious first prodigy of the ancient realm, capable of defeating his opponent through sheer strength, had opted instead for such base methods. Where's the morality? Where's the dignity? Where's the integrity? They gazed upon him with critical eyes, vehemently condemning the use of such a potion. What? Even a sow would go wild. Wang Peng turned pale, his mind involuntarily conjuring the image of his companion, Zhu Tu, upon being rescued, his gaze vacant, clothes disheveled, utterly devoid of hope. Referee, I protest. Wang Ping hastily raised his hand to lodge a complaint against Qin Feng for employing such vile tactics during the match. A man clad in black floated in the air, furrowing his brow as he spoke. Qin Feng of the Moon Goddess Palace, the life-and-death elimination match is a realm devoid of rules, where survival reigns supreme. Here, one may employ any means to secure victory. However, this is a selection competition, emphasizing fairness and justice. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he declared, I shall assist him in neutralizing the poison. Qin Feng nodded eagerly, like a dutiful child, and with a powerful push of his feet, He surged forward like a leopard in pursuit. The sharp sound of the wind slicing through the air startled Wang Peng, who beheld Qin Feng appearing before him, accompanied by a fierce gust. Before he could react, Qin Feng executed a devastating kick. With a resounding crack, chaos ensued. Wang Peng's eyes widened in shock, a searing pain enveloping his entire being. From that moment forth, he would be known as Wang Peng. The man in black felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his eye, his mind echoing with the anguished cries of a groundhog. Is there truly such a method of detoxification? He thought in disbelief. This was not merely a cure, it was a complete eradication. Yet, considering that Qin Feng had the moon goddess silently supporting him, as the referee, he could only turn a blind eye, pretending he had seen nothing, especially since the victim was not one of their own from the Yin Moon dynasty. Wang Peng's wretched screams reverberated throughout the arena, sending a chill down the spines of all male spectators present. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for severing progeny. You have earned 1,000 villain points. Qin Feng's eyes instantly sparkled, as if he had stumbled upon a new frontier. Unlike the meager 100 villain points earned from taking a life, shattering an egg garnered a staggering 1,000 points. Reflecting on the countless opportunities missed over the years, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. It was an entire tenfold increase. Princess Nanfeng, disregarding her dignity, bellowed like a shrew. Qin Feng, you shameless scoundrel, how dare you launch a sneak attack? To which Qin Feng retorted sharply, who is truly shameless? Who has indeed launched a sneak attack? I have already offered to assist him in detoxification. If you doubt me, feed him a kilogram of sow's milk and see if he responds. If he does, I shall concede defeat. I extend my goodwill towards you. Yet you insult me without gratitude, truly lacking in refinement. The audience was rendered speechless, their understanding of shamelessness profoundly altered. If he still has a reaction, that would be your loss. He has been thoroughly cured by you. Any further reaction would indeed be extraordinary. Simultaneously, they silently vowed never to oppose Qin Feng. Others might be wealthy but ungracious. He was genuinely contemptible. Princess Nanfeng took several deep breaths, terrified that Qin Feng might drive her to a fit of rage. The man in black glanced at Wang Peng, who had transformed into Wang Peng, and expressionlessly declared, Wang Peng, disciple of the Emperor of the Great Xia, is unable to continue the fight. Qin Feng of the Moon Goddess Palace emerges victorious. As soon as the words left his mouth, a chorus of murmurs filled the arena. Was this truly the legendary first prodigy of antiquity? After such a long wait, they had anticipated a grand battle, yet, unexpectedly, it was a far cry from that. The use of aphrodisiacs in combat had dramatically broadened my horizons. The subsequent antidote phase was nothing short of a stroke of genius, entirely unforeseen. I now comprehend how he earned the title of the first prodigy of antiquity. As tales of Qin Feng's indiscretion circulated, doubts began to arise regarding his claim to being the foremost prodigy of antiquity. What sword intent, invincible sword heart, the light of heavenly tribulation, the ancient heavy pupil, and the two self-created divine arts have all gone unnoticed. All that remains is the observation of how he transcends the shameless limits of humanity. Soon, the round of 16 concluded, paving the way for the quarterfinals. It is uncertain whether it was due to the scarcity of participants in this region or the undeniable prowess of the disciples of the Great Xia. But apart from Wang Peng, who was transformed into Wang Peng by Qin Feng, everyone else advanced to the top 16, including the Southern Wind Princess. Qin Feng, await our reckoning. The disciples of the Emperor cast glances at Qin Feng filled with a desire to devour him whole. In response, Qin Feng merely regarded them with indifference, allowing his gaze to drift downward before abruptly pausing at a certain spot. A wicked smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. The disciples shuddered, feeling an unexpected chill beneath them, prompting a sudden urge to concede and distance themselves from this devil. At that moment, a man clad in black hovered in midair, his expression devoid of emotion as he announced, in the first match, Qin Feng of the Moon God Palace faces the Southern Wind Princess of the Great Xia. It was he. It was she. Both were taken aback, unable to suppress their glances toward one another. The Southern Wind Princess looked at Qin Feng with a hint of panic in her eyes. Despite her fervent desire to eliminate him, she dared not engage in combat, contemplating a timely concession. Conversely, Qin Feng's gaze toward the Southern Wind Princess was laced with mockery, confident that competing against this princess would yield a plethora of villain points. Be careful, Feng Chang, somewhat anxious, urged the Southern Wind Princess not to overexert herself. I understand. The Princess of the South Wind nodded obediently. After witnessing the arrogance and terror of Qin Feng, she understood that she was unequivocally no match for him, especially given his utter lack of shame. Go, Princess of the South Wind, cheered the spectators beneath the arena. Even though they recognized her as the princess of the great Xia, none rallied for Qin Feng, imparting upon him the lesson that beauty is indeed justice. The competition commenced. As the cloaked man signaled the start, the two opponents took their positions and the clash began. With a swift whoosh, the princess of the south wind surged towards Qin Feng like a leopard, her dagger glinting with a piercing light as it plunged fiercely toward his chest. Aware that she was far from being his equal, she resolved to give her all from the outset. What astonishing speed! Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he perceived the princess's sudden approach. Despite his lifelong aspiration to be the fastest man of the ancient wilderness, he was taken aback by her velocity. It surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Should he employ his heavy pupil technique? The thought barely emerged before being dismissed. His ability remained undisclosed, a hidden card for battles yet to come. He could not reveal it unless in a life-or-death scenario. He resolved to endure. With determination, Qin Feng extended his arm to shield his chest. Thud! The dagger pierced through, and blood spattered forth. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment at the scene before them. The princess had struck first, wounding the most celebrated figure of the ancient wilderness, marking the first time Qin Feng had ever been injured since his debut. The so-called pride of the ancient wilderness was not as formidable as it seemed. After successfully landing a strike, Princess Nan Feng revealed a contemptuous smile. Swiftly withdrawing her dagger to maintain distance, poised to launch another rapid assault on Qin Feng. Is that so? The wound on Qin Feng's arm healed at a visibly remarkable pace, and he suddenly produced a pink belly band adorned with a duck, wiping the blood from his arm right before Princess Nan Feng's eyes. Such extraordinary thievery, a feat of remote acquisition. The princess, in a state of panic, clutched her collar, bewildered as to when Qin Feng had seized it from her. With a wicked grin, Qin Feng provocatively inquired if anyone wished to glimpse what lay beneath Princess Nan Feng's attire. Chapter 47. The spirit of the rogue Chow. Goodness, how shameless. The onlookers erupted in condemnation, yet their gazes were laced with anticipation. They were also intensely curious about how Qin Feng had managed to procure the belly band from Princess Nan Feng. Her expression made it clear that it was indeed hers. Truly, this rogue. A blush crept onto Ziyuan's delicate face as she recalled her initial encounter with Qin Feng 7 years prior, when her own red belly band had vanished in a similar manner. However, the thought of Qin Feng employing this trick on other women ignited an unnameable fury within her, prompting her to seize Little White and relentlessly squeeze it. Oh dear, I, the rabbit, am innocent. Little White's round face was distorted under her grasp, struggling to produce a small notebook in which it recorded, "On this day, I, the rabbit, suffered on behalf of Qin Feng and demand 10 carats in compensation." Qin Feng, you are utterly shameless. Feng Chong voiced a vehement condemnation from the sidelines, resolutely refusing to allow anyone to tarnish the image of the noble princess residing in his heart. The man in black cast a nonchalant glance and remarked, though the methods are base, they are not deemed illegal. How outrageous. Is this truly not against the rules? The disciples of the emperor of the great Xia erupted in protest, casting serious doubts on the impartiality of the black-clad referee, suspecting he was merely indulging in his own desires. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for sullying the goddess in the heart of the chosen one, earning 10,000 villain points. Qin Feng, noticing Feng Chang's anxious demeanor from the arena's edge, understood he had seized upon his vulnerability. Princess, concede. Feng Chang could not bear to witness the noble princess being so mistreated by Qin Feng, recognizing that the Southern Wind Princess was no match for him. Conceding and withdrawing was indeed the wisest course of action. I understand. The Southern Wind Princess's face flushed with indignation, her desire to conclude the contest palpable. Yet, before she could voice her thoughts, Qin Feng's shameless voice rang out. Would you prefer to concede quickly, or shall I strip you of your garments even faster? What do you intend to do? A look of panic crossed the Southern Wind Princess's face, as she perceived Qin Feng's smile to be that of a devil. The swift manner in which he stealthily removed her belly band indicated that he would have no difficulty disrobing her in mere seconds. This meant that the moment she uttered the words of concession, she would be exposed before the eyes of the world. Such a fate was utterly intolerable for a princess of her stature, especially one from the esteemed imperial lineage of the great Xia. As her words fell, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. Good heavens, Qin Feng is utterly shameless. I refuse to believe he would dare to strip her. Indeed, Princess Nan Feng, you must have faith in yourself. Qin Feng would never dare to strip you. You are the princess of the great Xia. What is Qin Feng compared to you? His words are nothing but empty bravado. While I can believe that Qin Feng is capable of violence, the notion that he would undress you is utterly implausible. Should he ever have the audacity to do so, I, Wang Yang, solemnly swear to turn my surname backwards. A friend of mine has inquired, Where did Qin Feng acquire such skills? The male audience erupted into fervent cheers, persistently urging Princess Nanfeng not to bow to the forces of evil. Qin Feng, do you dare? Feng Chong, thoroughly agitated, shouted in fury, ready to confront Qin Feng. However, the black-clad man in the sky fixed his gaze, and an overwhelming aura descended, immobilizing Feng Chong and preventing any disruption during the contest. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for tarnishing the image of the chosen one in the eyes of his goddess, earning 10,000 villain points. If there is an opportunity to gain, seize it. Out of the corner of his eye, Qin Feng glanced at Feng Chong, disregarding his murderous glare, and approached Princess Nanfeng directly. What do you intend to do? Princess Nanfeng feigned calmness as she watched Qin Feng advance, wishing she could sink her teeth into this scoundrel. Despite being the noble princess of the Great Xia, she felt utterly powerless against Qin Feng's threats, which was incredibly stifling. What do you think? Qin Feng's lips curled into a devilish smile, and before the astonished crowd, he leaned in and kissed her. Princess Nanfeng's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her mind blank. Good heavens! Her maiden kiss was thusly forfeited, purloined by that scoundrel Qin Feng. Hold! What deviltry is this he perpetrates? He extends his tongue. He dares to kiss that woman. From the audience, Ziyuan erupted in fury, seizing Little White and subjecting it to a torrent of squeezes. Woe is me! I am innocent. Little White's rotund face contorted further as it painstakingly produced a small notebook, inscribing therein. On this date, Qin Feng engaged in promiscuous dalliances, causing this rabbit to endure tribulations beyond its years, necessitating recompense of 15 carats. A chorus of condemnation arose from the assembled spectators. In broad daylight, under the clear heavens, he dares to. The world is deteriorating. Such are the youth of today. The code of the pugilistic world dictates that possession is 9/10 of the law. Not only was Ziyuan incensed, but also Feng Chong, the chosen one. Witnessing his beloved goddess being wronged, Feng Chang's inner cosmos ignited instantaneously. His fifth-level spirit martial prowess erupted, and through sheer willpower, he gradually rose to his feet despite the oppressive aura of the man in black. Qin Feng, I shall slay you. Feng Chong roared skyward, unleashing a terrifying golden light from within. What? The man in black's countenance shifted abruptly, finally realizing that Feng Chong was no ordinary prodigy, but a peerless genius of immense fortune and unwavering resolve. How formidable! Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they recoiled in awe. If any could challenge Qin Feng in this battle zone, it would undoubtedly be Feng Chong, the favored disciple of the heavens. Shameless! Princess Nanfeng, her face flushed with embarrassment, forcefully pushed Qin Feng away, wishing she could bite this man to death. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, for tarnishing the image of the chosen one's goddess, instilling a sense of resentment, and earning 100,000 villain points. Resentment? How dare he, the scoundrel? He knows all too well that these chosen ones harbor some sort of complex. The disdain on Qin Feng's face was palpable, as he believed that the epitome of a true gentleman still resided within him, capable of cherishing the youthful charm of the Eastwu. He also possessed the ambition of a formidable prime minister in the Wei Kingdom. Roar! Feng Chong unleashed a thunderous roar, radiating a golden light that coalesced above him into the form of a majestic Buddha, resonating with celestial chants. Is he truly underestimating me? Qin Feng gazed at the seething Feng Chong, who was on the verge of losing his sanity, and with a flick of his wrist, summoned his Long Kong divine sword from his spatial realm. His pupils transformed into two distinct black orbs, one larger than the other. Behold, the ancient has emerged. The spectators around him erupted into ecstatic cheers upon witnessing the transformation in Qin Feng's eyes. Ever since the legend of Qin Feng as the foremost prodigy of the ancient era spread 7 years ago, everyone yearned to witness his full potential. However, when he reappeared in the public eye after 7 years, it was not the terrifying prowess of the ancient prodigy they encountered, but rather the rise of the ancient rogue. Now, he was finally prepared to demonstrate his true strength, and they were about to witness the legendary ancient. Chapter 48. The Temptation of Another's Wife. Feng Chong erupted with an extraordinarily terrifying wave of energy, remaining as steadfast as a mountain, yet moving with the swiftness of lightning, his form surging forth with tremendous force. The golden Buddha behind him bore down with an overwhelming momentum towards Qin Feng. How formidable! The spectators gasped, recognizing the might of this strike. It appeared that it was time for an upgrade to my own agility, utilizing the ability of his to slow down time. Qin Feng effortlessly tracked the rapidly moving Feng Chong. However, the latter's speed was astonishingly swift, making complete evasion challenging. Resolutely, he called upon the system to exchange for the third volume of Phantom Evasion. In truth, He had yearned to enhance his agility for 7 years, but had not encountered a chosen one, nor had the opportunity to engage in combat, thus temporarily shelving his dream of becoming the fastest man of the ancient era. Now, with wealth in hand, he was ready to upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 100,000 villain points to successfully exchange for the 3rd volume of Phantom Evasion. Before Qin Feng's eyes appeared a figure, moving with an exquisite and unparalleled grace akin to a celestial being. Whoosh! Feng Chang's speed was astonishing, and in an instant, he found himself directly in front of Qin Feng. The ferocious gusts of wind caused Qin Feng's clothing to flutter violently, yet his expression remained utterly composed. His lips pressed together. His figure became ethereal, leaving behind fleeting shadows as he retreated several paces, his swaying white garments resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. What a bewitching agility! Another gasp arose from the crowd, recognizing the extraordinary nature of Qin Feng's movements. However, at this moment, Feng Chang was consumed by fury. Upon realizing he could not lock on a Qin Feng, he unleashed a terrifying barrage of firepower. Even with his immense speed, there would be no escaping the range of this onslaught. Boom! Behind Feng Chang, the Golden Buddha erupted with terrifying energy, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the region where Qin Feng resided. Countless waves of formidable energy enveloped Qin Feng, creating a dense web that rendered him akin to a fish ensnared, unable to evade. Qin Feng, Zi Yuan's heart clenched tightly, beads of perspiration forming in her palms. Truly, he is the chosen one. Without demonstrating his prowess, it would indeed be impossible to contend with him. Qin Feng, like a tempest, surged forth from the flames, his ghostly agility instilling fear as he successfully evaded the onslaught. This time, I shall see where you can hide. Feng Chang, witnessing Qin Feng leap into the air, seized the opportunity to follow suit. Who told you I would retreat? With eyes like lightning and an imposing presence, Qin Feng emanated an overwhelming aura that left others breathless. The fierce winds whipped his long hair about him. A fierce and indomitable essence radiated from his being, as his fair right hand gently descended upon the hilt of his sword. Heavenly blade technique. Could this be the union of man and sword? All eyes in the arena were drawn to Qin Feng, perceiving him at that moment as an unparalleled sword. With a resounding clang, the divine sword of the long sky sprang forth from its sheath like a soaring dragon, its crisp ringing echoing through the heavens and the earth. A brilliant and blinding sword light surged forth with astonishing speed, trailing a terrifying torrent of sword energy, imbued with a chilling intent and coldness. As if it were a gentle breeze parting the clouds across the sky, it was utterly unstoppable, beyond compare. Such a magnificent sword! The hearts of the onlookers raced furiously, threatening to leap from their throats, their eyes wide in astonishment, breath forgotten, captivated by the awe-inspiring spectacle of the heavenly blade technique. Thunderous roars filled the air. The long sword resembled a dragon, its sword energy akin to a radiant rainbow. The golden Buddha statue was crushed by an invisible force, disintegrating into nothingness amidst the sword light, while a powerful wave surged forth, accompanied by a deafening sound of the wind that sent shivers down one's spine. Suddenly, Feng Chang coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, a deep sword wound appearing on his chest. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have severely injured the chosen one, earning 20,000 villain points. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have instilled a psychological shadow in the chosen one, earning 100,000 villain points. Not bad. Qin Feng could not help but praise, saying, "You are the first to survive my celestial/sword technique." As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd erupted in excitement. This was the divine sword art that Qin Feng had created, the celestial/sword technique. It had long been rumored that this technique was terrifying, but no one expected it to be of such magnitude. Many claimed that Qin Feng, being young, was unfit for the life and death elimination tournament, but that was utter nonsense. Indeed, Feng Chang, with his 5th level of spiritual martial arts and extraordinary talent, had still been defeated by the extraordinary Qin Feng, who was at the 9th level. This young man was truly formidable. If they were of equal standing, this disciple of the heavenly sun, known as Feng Chang, would undoubtedly have perished. Agreed. The audience gazed at Feng Chang with regret. It was not that he lacked strength or capability, but rather that he was unfortunate enough to coexist in the same era as the prodigious Qin Feng. Feng Chang, are you all right? Princess Qin Feng rushed forward anxiously, producing healing medicine to tend to his wounds. Only Feng Chang's demeanor had undergone a subtle transformation. His gaze towards Princess Qin Feng no longer exuded the boundless affection of the past, but instead bore a hint of estrangement, as though he were deliberately evading something. He recognized that this matter could not be blamed on Princess Qin Feng, yet he found himself unable to reconcile it within his heart. Since his arrival in this world, he had regarded Princess Nan Feng as his personal possession, pouring forth the deepest of his affections, viewing her as the embodiment of his unattainable ideal. Yet now, he had not even had the chance to hold this ideal's hand before Qin Feng had intervened, leaving him with a sense of reluctance. "It's nothing at all." Princess Nan Feng forced a smile, proclaiming that all was well, though the glimmer of disappointment in her eyes revealed her awareness that Feng Chong still harbored concerns regarding the earlier incident. Ding. Congratulations to the host for disrupting the white moonlight in the heart of the Chosen One, earning 100,000 villain points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering a quest. Inherit the Chancellor's will and covet another's wife. Qin Feng resolutely rejected this notion, asserting that he was not that kind of person. The system continued. Quest requirement. Successfully separate the two. Reward. 1 divine treasure chest. I shall give it a try? Qin Feng stepped forward and inquired. Princess Nan Feng, did you just stick out your tongue? As soon as the words left his mouth, the venue fell into silence. All eyes converged on the two, the flames of gossip igniting fervently. You shameless creature. Princess Nan Feng's face flushed with anger, wishing she could bite Qin Feng to death. How could you not know whether I have a tongue or not? Qin Feng, filled with grievance, remarked. After such an extensive kiss, I suspect you could count the number of my teeth. Good heavens, how utterly shameless. They had never encountered a person so brazen. The audience's eyes were fixed intently on Feng Chong, eagerly anticipating his reaction upon hearing this. However, Feng Chong did not respond as they had imagined. Instead of losing his composure and engaging in a fierce confrontation with Qin Feng, he merely cast a deep glance at him before turning away and leaving the scene. A biting dog does not bark. Qin Feng watched Feng Chang's retreating figure, aware that his opponent still held cards close to his chest. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for sowing discord between the two parties. The task is now 5 complete. Chapter 49. On a dark and windy night. Teasing a married woman only 5. Qin Feng was evidently dissatisfied with the progress of the task. Yet he could discern that Feng Chong was not as composed as he appeared. At that moment, the man in black, floating in the air, maintained an expressionless demeanor and stated calmly, Princess Nan Feng of Daxia and Qin Feng of the Moon God Palace are to duel. Qin Feng emerges victorious, and the competition shall proceed. However, after witnessing the battle between Qin Feng and Feng Chong, the audience found the other matches utterly uninteresting. The two were simply not on the same level. The disciples of the Daxia Emperor exchanged glances, beginning to hesitate about whether to continue the competition. Their purpose for participating was straightforward, to defeat Qin Feng and redeem the honor of their esteemed families. Yet who could have anticipated the sheer terror of the extraordinary Qin Feng at the 9th level? In truth, Qin Feng's formidable combat prowess was no trivial matter. As scions of noble families, the disciples of the emperor were not merely boastful. It was merely Qin Feng's boundless shamelessness that instilled fear in them, making them apprehensive about associating with Zhu Tu and Wang Peng. After a period of deliberation, the disciples of the great Xia emperor collectively conceded defeat. Regaining face for their companions seemed trivial compared to preserving their own dignity. A chorus of disdainful murmurs erupted from the audience, ridiculing these imperial disciples. Let us go. Princess Nan Feng, nearly overwhelmed with fury, harbored an intense hatred for Qin Feng. She had initially intended to leverage the life and death elimination match to enhance her influence and eliminate a few prominent heirs of noble families. However, she never anticipated that Qin Feng would not only seize her first kiss, but also create a rift in her relationship with Feng Chong. It felt as if she had lost both her husband and her soldiers. Are we leaving just like this, Your Highness? Qin Feng remarked with a mischievous grin. Licking his lips. In a brazen manner before Princess Nan Feng, he took out a pink cloth to wipe his mouth. The audacity was utterly infuriating. The surrounding spectators could hardly bear to watch any longer, yearning to deliver a resounding slap to Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Princess Nan Feng suppressed her seething anger as she departed, vowing that he would pay dearly for his actions. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for sowing discord between both parties. The task has been completed at 10. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, surprised that animosity could arise unilaterally. Unlike the demure and virtuous girls from his past life, the females here also adhered to principles of propriety, albeit lacking in martial skills. Humph. Ziyuan huffed in indignation, clutching her little white companion as she returned to the Moon God Palace. Is the goddess feeling jealous? The crowd exchanged glances, unable to suppress their awareness of Ziyuan's evident anger. According to the rumors they had heard, it was Ziyuan who had prompted Qin Feng to join the Moon God Palace, as they had grown up together as childhood sweethearts. It seemed only natural for the goddess to be emotionally affected. In contrast to Qin Feng's formidable talent, the public was more intrigued by his sensational gossip. With a childhood sweetheart like the goddess Ziyuan and a public kiss with Princess Nanfeng of the Great Xia, one could only wonder with whom he would be linked next. They firmly believed that Qin Feng was not a man capable of enduring solitude. Meanwhile, the man in black in the sky felt an overwhelming headache. Due to Qin Feng, Feng Chang had stormed off, Ziyuan had also taken her leave, and the once dominant disciples of the Great Xia were now too frightened to continue, turning the selection competition's top 16 into a farce. It appeared that a fresh start was the only option. After a moment of contemplation, the man in black reserved a spot for Feng Chang. Sensing that the conflict between Qin Feng and Feng Chang was far from over, the grievance of dishonor would surely demand resolution. And a life-and-death elimination match seemed an apt venue. As for Ziyuan, her participation was unnecessary. Any unfortunate incident would be difficult to explain to the moon god. On a moonless night, under the cover of darkness, as Qin Feng indulged in mischief, he resembled a parched old bull who, after 7 years of drought, had unexpectedly encountered the chosen one, eager to quench his thirst. This must be the envoy's resting place, he thought. Following the guidance of experts, Qin Feng arrived at the location where the Great Xia envoy was lodged. Channeling his spiritual energy, he leapt effortlessly over the several-meter-high wall, his figure gliding through the envoy's residence with an ethereal grace akin to that of a celestial being. "Why are we awake at such a late hour?" Xiaobai, perched upon my shoulder, yawned and could not resist the urge to jot down a note, recording that on a certain date, Qin Feng had disturbed my slumber and owed me 3 carats as compensation. Of course, we are here to make money. Qin Feng, intrigued, glanced around and noticed the serene ambience of Princess Nanfeng's courtyard. Making money? Xiaobai's spirits were instantly lifted, asserting familiarity with this line of business. Without awaiting Qin Feng's response, it swiftly vanished into the depths of the night. "White rice bucket, where are you headed?" Qin Feng hurriedly pursued. Before long, Xiaobai arrived at a brightly lit attic, where Princess Nanfeng was opening a window, her face adorned with melancholy as she gazed at the moon, intermittently obscured by clouds. "Rabbit, a rabbit?" Startled by the sudden appearance of this creature, Princess Nanfeng's initial shock quickly transformed into affection for the fluffy little darling. Xiaobai blinked its large, innocent eyes and innocently inquired, "Miss, do you lack love? Do you need a man?" "Lack love? Need a man?" Princess Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback by such blunt inquiries, and the image of Feng Chang inadvertently surfaced in her mind. Could this little creature have been sent by Feng Chang? The more she pondered, the more convinced she became. Feng Chang was indeed quite enigmatic, often presenting her with inexplicable wonders. It seemed entirely plausible that he would dispatch a talking rabbit to convey affection. Shyly, Princess Nanfeng nodded and admitted, "Yes. I lack love, I need a man. Where there is a demand, there exists a market. This is precisely the business in which we rabbits engage." The leporine creature, brandishing a gilded abacus, articulated, in complete candor, "Your humble servant has been anticipating the culmination of this transaction for a septennium." Despite possessing the temperament of a philanderer, the subject in question feigns the guise of a virtuous gentleman. Princess Nanfeng offered a subtle nod. Though the rabbit's pronouncements were partially incomprehensible, she conceded that her acquaintance with Feng Chang spanned 7 years. Had Feng Chang not insisted upon protracted coquetries, her maiden kiss would not have been bestowed upon Qin Feng. The reprobate. The rabbit continued, now impoverished to the point of being unable to sustain a rabbit. He has finally seen reason, and you, too, have embraced enlightenment. A veritable match made in heaven. As for the caliber of service, rest assured, his proclamation of indigence is to be taken literally. Its deeper implications, however, elude my grasp. Enough. I shall refrain from further verbosity. As an intermediary rabbit, my fee is a mere 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. Princess Nanfeng was utterly bewildered by this discourse. She observed the rabbit's incessant prattling and the rapid clicking of its paws upon the abacus, followed by its outstretched paw soliciting 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. Was this an insinuation of exorbitant pricing? The rabbit, in a gesture of resignation, brandished an exquisitely crafted jade vial. As a rabbit nurtured by the very hand of Qin Feng, it is only fitting that it should possess a vial capable of inciting porcine frenzy. This shall assuredly amplify the euphoria. Surely, now, payment shall be rendered. The rabbit propelled the delicate jade vial toward Princess Nanfeng, urging her to expedite the remittance of the 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones that it might arrange for Qin Feng's arrival and the subsequent enrichment of the rabbit's coffers. Oh. Princess Nanfeng remained in a state of bewilderment, and in her confusion, she yielded the 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. It was only after she had completed the payment that her curiosity compelled her to open the small jade bottle and take a sniff, prompting an inexplicable warmth to envelop her entire being. Chapter 50, The Dark Transformation times 10. What is happening? A faint blush graced the cheeks of Princess Nan Feng as her heart began to race. Suddenly, a swift sound pierced the air. Qin Feng had pursued the rice barrel all the way to the attic. Qin Feng. The expression on Princess Nan Feng's face shifted dramatically as she hastily drew her sword, pointing it at Qin Feng. Yet, she was perplexed. In the past, the mere sight of him had incited a desire to devour him whole, but now, she found herself with an overwhelming urge to do the same. No. What am I thinking? Startled by this thought, Princess Nan Feng quickly shook her head to regain her composure. At last, I have caught you. Qin Feng leaped into the room, seizing the rabbit by its ears. He had nearly been terrified to death moments ago. After all, it was a rabbit he had nurtured for 7 years, and it must have weighed several pounds. If it were to escape, it would be a tremendous loss. Just in time, my rabbit has finalized the deal, and now it is your turn to make an appearance. Xiao Bai hastily presented the spirit stones to Qin Feng, eager to boast about the monumental transaction he had accomplished. Make an appearance. Qin Feng was utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the meaning. The master you speak of is Qin Feng? Princess Nan Feng seemed to have an epiphany, discarding the small bottle in her hand and frantically distancing herself from Qin Feng. Otherwise, Xiao Bai feigned innocence. You. Princess Nan Feng was utterly terrified, her soul nearly escaping her body, as she hurriedly channeled her internal spiritual energy to suppress her fear. She could never have imagined that this rabbit was, in fact, raised by Qin Feng, and that she had been so easily deceived by it. A myriad of exquisite spirit stones are inconsequential, should one truly lose control. Demise would be preferable. Alas, Princess Nan Feng's cultivation was evidently insufficient to resist, and after merely a few seconds, she seemed to transform entirely. Qin Feng. Her gaze was replete with affection, akin to a princess of a land of women beholding a revered monk. Halt, regain your composure. Qin Feng demurred, indicating that he was not one to be so easily swayed. At that very moment, Feng Chong, bearing a bouquet of crimson roses, arrived at the foot of Princess Nan Feng's abode. After a day of contemplation, he had finally come to terms with the fact that it was merely an unforeseen incident. In life, if it is to be endured, inevitably holds its share of surprises. Simultaneously, he resolved to partake in the life-or-death elimination contest to personally tear Qin Feng, that scoundrel, limb from limb, and thereby expunge the ignominy from his existence. However, just as Feng Chang's countenance relaxed into a smile, poised to reconcile with Princess Nan Feng, thus reconciling with himself, the scene before him rooted him to the spot. Princess Nan Feng and Qin Feng were entwined as if a pair of young lovers, appearing so well matched in the resplendent moonlight. Impossible, utterly impossible. The smile on Feng Chang's face instantly ossified, unable to accept the veracity of the spectacle. Feng Chang. Qin Feng, looking down upon Feng Chang from his elevated position, was immediately overcome with mischievous intent. He reached out, drawing Princess Nan Feng into his embrace. Her figure yielding and voluptuous, her slender waist like a delicate willow, eliciting an expression of irresistible allure from Princess Nan Feng. He then deliberately inquired in her ear, "You avowed your affection for me earlier. Is it indeed true?" Indeed, it is true. The Southern Wind Princess was filled with love, ensnared in its depths with no means of escape. Feng Chang felt as though his mind had been struck by a mighty hammer, his body losing balance as he staggered back several paces. How could this be possible? They had met only twice, and how could that ever rival their 7 years of affection? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing 50 of the Chancellor's ambition task. Ding. Congratulations to the host for taking action against the Chosen One's beloved, earning 200,000 villain points. What a surprise. A direct 50 completion plus 200,000 villain points. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leaned closer and inquired, "Between Feng Chang and me, who do you dislike the most?" Feng Chang. Upon hearing his name, the Southern Wind Princess's body froze momentarily, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, her gaze regaining a flicker of rationality. However, Qin Feng's question, combined with her utterance of Feng Chang's name, transformed into an answer for Feng Chang's ears regarding whom she disliked. A thunderous boom resonated in Feng Chang's mind. The red rose he held fell to the ground as if his very soul had been siphoned away, leaving him a mere husk of his former self. Ultimately, he had misplaced his affections. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the Chancellor's will task. Receiving a divine treasure chest 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making the Chosen One lose faith in love, earning 500,000 villain points. 500,000. What an explosion of points. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with golden light, overwhelmed with exhilaration. Ah! Feng Chang departed like a soulless apparition, having long since lost the vibrant spirit he once possessed. Especially upon hearing the excited cries of Qin Feng from the attic, Feng Chang, unwilling to accept the reality, threw his head back in a fit of impotent rage. Why? Why was their 7-year relationship overshadowed by mere encounters with Qin Feng? Qin Feng, I shall rend you to pieces. Feng Chang let out a furious roar, his disheveled hair rendering him quite terrifying. In an instant, his aura morphed into something exceedingly malevolent. The energy within him surging severalfold, transforming the originally radiant golden Buddha into a dark entity. It is arduous to cultivate virtue, yet effortless to succumb to evil. A millennium of cultivation pales in comparison to a single night of falling into darkness. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for compelling the chosen one to embrace darkness, thus granting a chance for a lottery draw. Is this how one falls into darkness? Qin Feng felt utterly bewildered, a profound incredulity swelling within him. In the past, protagonists would typically descend into darkness only after being relentlessly ground under the heel of life. Yet now, a mere romantic entanglement provoked such a transformation, even leading to the destruction of the world. Who, I wonder, is truly the villain here? However, the transformed Feng Chang was indeed fearsome, even from a distance. One could sense a terrifying aura emanating from him. The potency of his darkened state was tenfold. Qin Feng could not help but exclaim. As a seasoned reader of 10 years, he was all too familiar with the horrors of such transformations. The next time he encountered Feng Chang, he would have to muster every ounce of his spirit. Qin Feng, you despicable wretch! Princess Qin Feng, upon hearing Feng Chang's name, finally broke free from the effects of the drug. She forcefully pushed Qin Feng away, desperately striving to maintain her clarity. What does this have to do with me? Qin Feng felt utterly wronged as he grasped the rabbit's ears, his expression filled with indignation. It was you who insisted on trading with the rabbit. You took so much advantage of me just now. Am I not the victim here? What does this mean? Is this transaction nullified? Xiaobai emitted a despairing wail, resolutely declaring that there would be no refunds, not even in death. Get away from me. Princess Qin Feng gritted her teeth in fury, wishing only for Qin Feng to maintain his distance. As if anyone would care for you. Qin Feng recalled an impressive elder within the great Xia envoy. Now that the mission was accomplished, it was best to return swiftly to upgrade his weaponry, and once he had enhanced his abilities, he would find time to return and teach Princess Qin Feng a lesson. The rabbit would not issue refunds. However, it was a rabbit that adhered to rules. In matters of trade, virtue is secondary, but I can assist you in detoxifying. Xiaobai, feeling a pang of regret, placed a carrot on the table before vanishing into the night alongside Qin Feng. A carrot can detoxify. Princess Qin Feng, her expression conflicted, picked up the carrot and tentatively took a bite, opting for internal consumption. Chapter 51. Upgrading weapons in the Moon God Palace. Zi Yuan sat fuming at the entrance. The earlier side of Qin Feng being affectionate with Princess Qin Feng during the day had already infuriated her, and now, to her dismay, he had sneaked out at night with Xiaobai. It was evident that he had gone to see that little vixen, Princess Qin Feng. She could not comprehend how, despite possessing beauty, figure, status, and rank, she was still overshadowed by that wildflower of a princess. This divine maiden would certainly not forgive him this time. Ziyuan sat at the entrance, her demeanor sulky, waiting for Qin Feng to approach her and initiate a conversation. Oh, what brings you here? Upon returning, Qin Feng was taken aback by Ziyuan's presence at the doorway, and in that moment, he realized how much she had matured. If 7 years ago Ziyuan was a budding flower, now she was a perfect bloom, her figure soft and voluptuous, her waist as slender as a willow, her skin fair, and her legs elegantly long, ideal for shouldering burdens. While people pursued poetry and distant dreams, they often overlooked the beauty that lay beside them. Ziyuan sensed the mischievous glint in Qin Feng's eyes, and a blush crept onto her cheeks, dissipating much of her ire. However, recalling Qin Feng's late-night escapades, she retorted with indignation, "Where have you been wandering off to at this late hour?" Qin Feng, confronted by Ziyuan's regal tone, dared not confess that he had spent the night in aimless pursuits, teasing another's wife while accompanied by a rabbit. "I went to fetch you a midnight snack." He produced a meat sandwich, devoid of salt. "Really?" Ziyuan's eyes brimmed with skepticism as she accepted the sandwich and took a bite. "There is no salt." Just as she expressed her bewilderment, Qin Feng retrieved a bouquet of purple roses from the system, his gaze imbued with profound affection as he declared, "Love requires no salt." With a soft gasp, Ziyuan's face flushed crimson, akin to a locomotive starting up, her heart racing wildly under Qin Feng's flirtatious gaze. How annoying! Blushing, she playfully scampered away, snatching the purple roses in the process. As for the saltless meat sandwich, it turned out to be surprisingly delectable. I believe this venture is quite promising. As Xiaobai gazed at the retreating figure of Zi Yuan, her greatest aspiration in this life was to sell Qin Feng for profit. Should I intervene? The moon goddess hovered in the air, having witnessed all that transpired, her heart torn between the desire to prevent Zi Yuan and Qin Feng's actions. As Zi Yuan's aunt and elder, she naturally wished for her happiness, yet Qin Feng was a conundrum she could not decipher. His act of extracting his brother's supreme bone revealed a ruthlessness that surpassed mere cruelty. However, during her 7 years in the moon goddess palace, he had only occasionally teased the disciples and had not committed any egregious acts, while that troublesome rabbit frequently stirred up trouble, earning the title of the palace's foremost cautionary tale. Recently, however, Qin Feng had exhibited a brazen audacity, daring to auction off the student of the great Xia emperor in public, compelling the princess of the South Wind to kneel, and even exhibiting disrespect during their competition. Ultimately, matters of the young should be left to the young. The moon goddess soon found peace with her thoughts, considering that allowing Zi Yuan to experience the pangs of love might not be entirely detrimental. At that moment, Qin Feng returned to his chamber, ready to exchange his resources. His villain points had reached 1,047,000, sufficient to redeem a card for the Great Perfection Realm, along with a divine treasure chest for completing a task, and a lottery chance obtained after Feng Chang's corruption. First, he would redeem the Great Perfection fitting card. Qin Feng began to call upon the system, invoking the Great Perfection of the Divine Dragon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 1,000,000 villain points and successfully redeeming the Great Perfection fitting card. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for utilizing the Supreme Convergence card. The Great Dragon has attained the realm of perfection. Roar! A crisp dragon's roar resonated within Qin Feng, and the golden dragon tattoo on his body became even more vivid, resembling a living dragon coiling around him. It was that dragon. Xiaobai immediately became alert, a hint of inexplicable fear flickering in its eyes. It was aware of the golden dragon tattoo on Qin Feng, but throughout the 7 years of accompanying him, it had never witnessed him wielding it, leaving it oblivious to its significance. Yet, every time it beheld the golden dragon, a sense of dread would envelop it, as if it had encountered a formidable nemesis. Just a moment ago, that fear had intensified. I should just go to sleep, Xiaobai thought. Pulling out the sage's bamboo tablet and laying it beside Qin Feng, yawning before dozing off. It did not comprehend the nature of the sage's tablet. It merely knew it had used it as a mat since childhood, carrying it as its bedding, often dreaming of transforming into a student rabbit, with an old man murmuring obscure texts in its ear. Next up was the divine treasure chest. Qin Feng summoned the system to open the divine treasure chest. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the divine treasure chest and receiving a sword intent upgrade card. A sword intent upgrade card. Qin Feng's expression momentarily froze, perplexed by its meaning. The system elucidated. Sword intent exists in levels, and the understanding of the sword path varies. Naturally, the accumulated damage differs accordingly. I see. Level 2 sword intent inflicts greater damage than level 1. Qin Feng nodded in understanding, opting for direct action without unnecessary elaboration. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for utilizing the sword intent upgrade card. The sword intent has ascended to level 2. A resonant voice echoed in his mind, revealing 8 golden characters. Before him materialized a figure, executing the familiar sky-slaying sword technique, yet it now bore the formidable essence of sweeping through the 6 realms and swallowing the 8 desolations, evoking awe and trepidation in onlookers. Suddenly, the slumbering Xiao Bai was jolted awake, perceiving Qin Feng radiating the brilliance of an unparalleled sword. Sword intent. Xiao Bai's interest piqued immediately, and it scrambled onto Qin Feng's lap, mimicking his posture, endeavoring to comprehend his swordsmanship, aspiring to become an extraordinary sword rabbit. Time passed, and as the sword energy surrounding Qin Feng gradually receded into his being, he became increasingly alert. With the elevation of his sword intent to level 2, his sky-slaying sword technique grew even more formidable. Should he encounter Feng Chang from earlier that day, he would possess the confidence to shatter his Buddha and seize his life. Alas, Feng Chang had succumbed to darkness. Reflecting on the darkened Feng Chang, Qin Feng pondered whether his level 2 sword intent could triumph over him. Nonetheless, facing him directly was not in his nature. He preferred to embody the spirit of the sly, striking from the shadows. Suddenly, Qin Feng felt a presence on his thigh. Glancing down, he discovered Xiao Bai nestled comfortably, snoring softly, with bubbles of snot rising and falling with each breath. Indifferent to the little creature, Qin Feng called upon the system to initiate a lottery. With a flourish, the grand wheel materialized before him, beginning its slow rotation. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for drawing. Chapter 52, Gathering the 7 Chosen Ones. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine physique, the Tsang Tian Ba Ti. Tsang Tian Ba Ti, a supreme combat physique, bestowing unparalleled strength upon its possessor, known as the indestructible golden body. The more battles fought, the more formidable one becomes. Upon reaching mastery, it grants the astonishing power to slay saints and vanquish immortals. It is indeed a unique physique. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he playfully patted Xiaobai's rear. During his 7 years in the Moon God Palace, he had maintained a low profile not only to solidify his own foundation, but also because the entire ancient wilderness was aware of the true nature of his complete form. While he could easily crush others, facing a chosen one, an entity governed by capricious fate, without a trump card could lead to perilous consequences. Now, with the Tsang Tian Ba Ti, he had an additional layer of security. Smack! Xiaobai merely licked its lips, showing no signs of awakening. After feeling the playful pat, it skillfully shifted its position and continued to slumber. Thunder rumbled in Qin Feng's mind, as if his consciousness had transcended to an ancient battlefield. The air was filled with the cacophony of slaughter. Blood, searing and hot, erupted and splattered everywhere. The earth trembled, dark silhouettes rampaged across the battlefield. Their combined might Qin Feng could not help but utter a curse, his consciousness returning to reality. The celestial dominance body, indeed, epitomized the essence of combat. It seemed to exist solely for the purpose of battle. Regardless of the number of adversaries before him, he alone would suffice. Is this the celestial dominance body? It is utterly terrifying. Qin Feng clenched his fists, acutely aware of the surge of power coursing through him. His physique had grown even more formidable. Should Princess Nanfeng attempt to stab him with a dagger, she would likely struggle to pierce his skin. Furthermore, with the cultivation of the 33 Heavens transformation technique, which endowed him with extraordinary healing abilities to bring about his demise, one would need to gather no less than 7 chosen ones. Even one less would render them incapable of inflicting a lethal wound upon him. Suddenly, a bell tolled, if memory served correctly. It heralded the commencement of the decennial life and death elimination tournament. From over 1 million young cultivators, 10,000 would be selected to compete, marking these 10,000 as prodigious talents amidst the throngs. Yet, in the eyes of the Moon dynasty, this was evidently insufficient. They sought to employ a method of nurturing to extract 1,000 individuals from these 10,000 geniuses for further development. The aim was to cultivate these 1,000 into true paragons, who would become the backbone of the Moon dynasty's future. The path to ascendancy within the Moon dynasty lay clearly before them. As long as one possessed the requisite talent, they could climb to the pinnacle. Has it begun? Qin Feng was deeply intrigued by this life and death elimination tournament, having heard that the mortality rate could soar to 50%. This implied that of the 100,000 participants, only 50,000 would emerge alive. However, even if one were not selected by the Moon dynasty in the end, these 50,000 would undoubtedly become coveted recruits for the various major factions. As the bell tolled for the deadly elimination match, projections illuminated the grand cities of the Inu Empire, casting live images of the event across various locales. Prior to the commencement of the match, a comprehensive power ranking was unveiled, meticulously evaluated by a council of martial arts masters. At present, Qin Feng found himself languishing beyond the 30,000th position. Is it true that Qin Feng ranks so low? A chorus of disbelief erupted from the crowd, incredulous at the sight before them. Despite having little to show for his 7 years of endeavor, and while he may lack advantages in cultivation and age, surely the foremost prodigy of the ancient era could not be relegated to such a lowly standing? In response to the rising skepticism, a projection emerged in the cities, featuring a young woman accompanied by an elderly man with flowing white hair. This venerable figure, known as Master Ma Daigua, is a distinguished martial arts master in the Inu Empire. The young woman, with a melodious voice, addressed the crowd in light of the doubts raised. We have invited the esteemed martial arts master, Ma Daigua, to provide an analysis regarding why Qin Feng occupies such a low rank. Greetings, everyone. I am Ma Daigua, the founder of the mixed element technique. After introducing himself with a wave, he proceeded to elucidate. The conclusion regarding Qin Feng's placement beyond the 30,000 mark is the result of rigorous analysis by our martial arts experts. Distilled into the phrase diverse yet superficial, diverse yet superficial? The young woman echoed, clearly puzzled. Indeed, the esteemed Ma Daigua continued. It is widely acknowledged that Qin Feng possesses a myriad of abilities, each capable of driving countless formidable individuals into a frenzy. However, It is precisely this convergence of talents within a single individual that has led to a dispersion of his focus, as evidenced by the fact that it took him 7 years to transcend to the 9th level of the extraordinary. The audience suddenly comprehended, realizing that this insight was indeed more enlightening than a decade of study. Modicum, seemingly possessed by the spirit of Kulan, elaborated, "Furthermore, we can discern from the battle between Qin Feng and Feng Cheng that his sword intent has yet to advance beyond the 2nd level. For a prodigy who grasped sword intent and an invincible sword heart at the tender age of 8, it is evident that his inability to attain the 2nd level of sword intent after 7 years is a direct result of his scattered energies." Nodding in agreement, the audience found his arguments quite persuasive. Modicum continued, "In this life and death elimination tournament, Qin Feng is at a disadvantage both in age and cultivation. His abilities are broad yet lacking in depth, and with over 1,000 participants having entered the Dao realm, and an overwhelming number, around 20,000, at the 7th and 8th levels of spiritual martial arts, it is reasonable to position Qin Feng at the 9th level of the extraordinary. Among the lowest ranks, a young lady could not restrain herself from inquiring, do you believe Qin Feng might emerge as a dark horse, ultimately claiming victory in the life and death elimination tournament? Absolutely impossible." Modicum declared with the confidence of an expert, with his cultivation at the lowest tier and his age similarly disadvantaged. Combined with his broad but shallow skills and limited combat prowess, how could he possibly stand out among so many masters? The audience nodded in unison, affirming the expertise of the speaker. The esteemed elder of the Ma Dai kingdom solemnly advised, "I implore you all to understand that the essence of martial arts lies in refinement, not in quantity. For instance, my self-created techniques, the Hunyuan Jin and the 5 continuous whips, suffice to dominate the world." The audience nodded in agreement, feeling as though they had gained wisdom surpassing a decade of study. At this moment, in the battlefield where Qin Feng was situated, out of the 10 contestants, only 8 had arrived, and Qin Feng, accompanied by the little white rabbit, arrived belatedly. Qin Feng, Princess Nanfeng glared at him with gritted teeth, wishing fervently to annihilate him, and she thought little of the rabbit as well. Despite its claims that carrots could detoxify, her attempt had proven futile, and she ultimately required the assistance of 2 maidservants to recover. Chapter 53, We Are All Adults. Regarding last night's events. Qin Feng, it's really Qin Feng. The spectators gasped in astonishment. Following the elder's commentary, everyone had dismissed Qin Feng's chances of participating in the life and death elimination match, yet here he was. What is happening? Qin Feng, perplexed, touched his face, unable to comprehend the curious gazes directed at him. Had he perhaps become more handsome once again? Is this rabbit your spirit companion? A man in black approached Qin Feng, scrutinizing the little white rabbit perched on his shoulder. According to the rules of the elimination match, there were no regulations. Spirit companions could indeed participate, provided their level did not exceed a certain threshold, or else it would be deemed cheating. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded. A rabbit. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unable to fathom the antics of this ancient prodigy. To achieve victory through underhanded means is one thing, but to bring a rabbit to a life and death elimination match is another. It seems this individual is aware of their inability to secure a commendable position and has subsequently chosen to give up. Extraordinary level 9, eligible to compete. The man in black instantly discerned the rabbit's cultivation level, recognizing it to be extraordinary level 9, akin to Qin Feng. Yet, unlike others, he did not underestimate this adorable creature, for he perceived it as an anomalous variant among demon beasts, possessing formidable potential and capabilities, coupled with its deceptively endearing appearance. Anyone who dares to belittle this rabbit may find themselves in grave peril. 9 have arrived, yet 1 is still missing. The man in black surveyed the crowd, aware that they awaited the final participant, Feng Chang. Would he make an appearance? Princess Nanfeng anxiously scanned her surroundings, searching for Feng Chang's figure. After enduring the previous night with the assistance of 2 maidservants, she had intended to seek out Feng Chang to share her grievances, only to discover that he had already departed, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. Was he still bothered by the events? The princess felt a wave of dejection wash over her, attributing her misfortune to the despicable Qin Feng. Suddenly, a figure descended from the heavens, landing heavily before the assembly. Feng Chang. Gasps of disbelief erupted from the crowd as they struggled to comprehend the sight before them. Feng Chang appeared disheveled, adorned with smoky makeup, radiating a distinctly sinister aura, marking a stark contrast to the sunny boy they once knew. Has he succumbed to darkness? Princess Nanfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Her mind spun as she struggled to maintain her balance. She could hardly believe that, merely because Qin Feng had kissed her, Feng Chang had succumbed to madness. Surely his character was too fragile. After a millennium of cultivation, he had fallen into darkness in a single night. The crowd around them sighed collectively, lamenting for Feng Chang. While entering madness could grant immense power in a short span, such strength often led one to lose themselves, ultimately becoming a true fiend, a ruthless killer, and a pariah in the ancient world. Has he truly fallen into madness? The man in black furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. According to the rules of the life and death elimination match, those who have succumbed to madness are permitted to participate. However, considering that the opponent is a disciple of the Emperor of the Great Xia and has been specially permitted by the Six Paths Emperor to compete, allowing him to enter and slaughter might not be prudent. Yet, upon reflection, Feng Chang's terrifying talent could mean that if he were to perish in this contest, it would serve to eliminate a formidable rival for the Yin dynasty's future. What an absurdly melodramatic atmosphere. Qin Feng scrutinized Feng Chang and found him increasingly trivial. Qin Feng, I shall rend you to pieces. Feng Chang's gaze was as tranquil as water, yet it bore an undercurrent of murderous intent. In response, Qin Feng turned to the Princess of the South Wind, speaking gravely, let us consider ourselves all adults. Let us regard last night as if it never transpired. You. The Princess of the South Wind exhibited profound anger, though her eyes betrayed a sense of evasion. Suddenly, the crowd erupted, demanding Qin Feng elaborate. They were eager to uncover what had transpired between him and the princess the previous night, as well as what warranted the reminder that they were all adults. Qin Feng. Feng Chang was nearly driven to madness by Qin Feng, with a surge of malevolence enveloping him. Do you think I fear you? Qin Feng retorted, unwavering in his resolve. Regardless of whether one succumbed to madness or divinity, there was nothing that 100 bottles of Mother Pig's frenzy could not resolve. For this life and death elimination contest, he had meticulously prepared over 1,000 jane. As the participants gathered, the life and death elimination contest commenced. A man clad in black, sensing the palpable tension between the two, hastily announced the beginning of the contest, swiftly forming a hand seal and forcefully pointing into the void. With a thunderous roar, a black hole abruptly tore open in the air, its powerful suction drawing all 10 individuals into its depths. When Qin Feng, after experiencing a dizzying whirlwind, finally opened his eyes again, he and Xiao Bai found themselves in a dimension resembling ancient ruins, shrouded by a vast expanse of forest, with the occasional roar of ferocious beasts echoing around them. According to the rules of the life and death elimination contest, slaying beasts of varying ranks would yield different points. The higher the rank of the beast, the greater the points awarded. Should one kill a fellow contestant, the points they had accumulated would be claimed by the victor. The contest would last for 3 days, with the top 1,000 scorers emerging victorious. So, this is the battlefield of life and death? Xiao Bai perched on Qin Feng's shoulder, surveyed their surroundings, but could not spot Feng Chang and the other 9. They must have been randomly teleported into the battleground. Simultaneously, it sensed the presence of numerous terrifying beasts nearby. With their extraordinary 9th-tier cultivation, neither it nor Qin Feng could even qualify as cannon fodder here. The life and death battlefield truly lived up to its formidable reputation. Qin Feng lowered his gaze, observing the numerous skeletal remains scattered about, some belonging to humans, others to monstrous beasts. The entire battlefield was permeated with an inexplicable aura of foreboding chill. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed nearby, accompanied by the sounds of fierce combat. The clash had already begun. Frowning, Qin Feng shifted his gaze and turned to retreat in the opposite direction. With a multitude of candidates entering the fray, a formidable horde of beasts lurked menacingly nearby. Engaging in battle now would yield minimal rewards and could plunge him into a chaotic melee. It was prudent to avoid confrontation in the early stages, conserving strength for a later, more fervent harvest. As the candidates continued to pour into the life and death arena, various skirmishes were projected for all to witness, inciting fervent excitement. The leaderboard was rife with competition, with participants vying for supremacy. Yet, the individual hailed as the foremost prodigy of the ancient era, Qin Feng, remained utterly still. A full day had elapsed, and his score stood at an unyielding 0. Compelling observers to concur with the critiques from Mad Country, Qin Feng was indeed incapable of stirring significant waves. Occasionally, a fleeting glimpse of Qin Feng appeared on the screen, revealing him fishing by the riverbank with a rabbit, entirely detached from the life or death elimination contest, resembling more of a leisurely outing than a fierce battle. On the following day, Qin Feng calculated the passage of time and deemed it approximately time to engage. Are we to fight now? Little White exclaimed excitedly, rushing to assist Qin Feng in retrieving the long sky divine sword. What have I taught you since childhood? Confucius said, a gentleman is not a tool. Qin Feng felt a pang of disappointment. A true gentleman would disdain the notion of using a weapon to slay his adversary. After an entire day of fierce battles yesterday, those proud warriors must be parched. If they were to casually toss a few kilograms of wild boar into the water source, they could simply await the points to flow in effortlessly. Chapter 54. Never have I encountered such shameless individuals, nor such audacious tactics. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai's eyes sparkled with realization. The path ahead was still long. With a splash, Qin Feng retrieved a jar from his spatial storage and cast it into the river, containing at least a dozen kilograms of wild boar. At that moment, the live broadcast focused on Qin Feng, and all viewers erupted in excitement. Astonishingly, he carried such a hefty load with him. This was no mere ancient prodigy. He was, in fact, the most despicable individual of the ancient era. No wonder he lingered by the water source yesterday. He had this scheme in mind all along. One must admit, the plan was remarkably successful. However, it is not certain that those who survived yesterday's tumultuous skirmish would fall for such a ruse. Seasoned hunters might not, but these were merely young adults in their 20s. How much experience could they possibly possess? Were the subsequent scenes something I could witness without payment? A vehement protest against Qin Feng's actions. I advise you to mind your own business. As some beastly creatures approached the riverbank to quench their thirst, they immediately became alert. Beasts. Faced with the points presented to them, the candidates eagerly brandished their weapons and charged into battle. They have evidently underestimated the distress of the monstrous beasts at this moment. After being subjected to the candidates' assaults, the creatures launched a ferocious counterattack, intent on swiftly eliminating their adversaries to attend to more pressing matters. In an instant, the area within a 20-mile radius of the water source erupted into a cacophony of skirmishes, large and small. Wow, the battles are incredibly intense. Qin Feng could distinctly perceive the ferocity of the conflicts, far surpassing the chaos of the first day. Indeed, it was quite fierce. Little Bai nibbled on fresh carrots, nodding its small head, while the anguished cries occasionally echoed from the forest. Some disheveled candidates could be seen at the riverbank. After the tumult of the first day and the recent onslaught from the beasts, they were utterly parched and rushed to the water to drink voraciously without a second thought. Wait, why do I feel something is amiss? After quenching their thirst, the candidates exchanged glances, noticing that their companions appeared unexpectedly handsome. It must be an illusion. Startled, the candidates hastily diverted their gazes. However, when several enchanting figures appeared by the riverbank, they could no longer suppress their urge to approach. What do you intend to do? A few young ladies raised their delicate brows, sensing the ill intentions of the newcomers. No need to be anxious. We merely wish to make friends. The men's eyes glowed with a sinister light, unable to suppress their cackling laughter. This is bad. Retreat quickly. The young ladies were well aware of their intentions, yet they found themselves encircled. Just as despair began to envelop them, a voice filled with righteousness descended from the heavens. Bold ruffians, release those girls. In his flowing white robes, Qin Feng appeared as if he had descended from the heavens, embodying the very essence of righteousness. It was indeed Qin Feng. The young ladies, perceiving him as their savior, instinctively sought refuge behind him. Stand back. The men, consumed by jealousy, disregarded Qin Feng entirely. Suddenly, a piercing gust of wind sliced through the air, its force momentarily restoring a semblance of reason among the men. Without hesitation, they lunged backward, desperate to escape. Yet, the invisible sword energy released by Qin Feng was swifter than their retreat, flashing past them and leaving a vivid splash of crimson in its wake. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully shattering eternity, earning 1,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully shattering eternity, earning 1,000 villain points. Each system notification resonated like the sound of shattering glass. A dozen men lay groaning on the ground, while Xiao Bai seized the opportunity to collect their storage bags. Little money. Xiao Bai's eyes sparkled with avarice, exclaiming internally about the impending wealth. After reaping his harvest, Qin Feng, with an air of righteous authority, proclaimed, in light of the heaven's benevolence towards living beings, I shall deliver a light punishment, hoping you will mend your ways. So handsome. The young ladies gazed at him with hearts in their eyes, wishing to offer themselves to him. The onlookers were left speechless, having never encountered such unabashed audacity. Were it not for their knowledge that Qin Feng was the true instigator, they might have genuinely believed him to be a gallant hero rescuing the distressed. Thank you. A man clasped his fists in gratitude towards Qin Feng, acknowledging that had it not been for his timely intervention, he would have surely committed a grave error. The spectators outside were rendered utterly speechless, silently exclaiming in disbelief at the absurdity of the situation. It was a classic case of being sold out while dutifully counting the money for others. Had he truly become foolish in his cultivation? Ultimately, a dozen men, gravely injured, were compelled to forfeit the life and death elimination match, with all previously amassed points now conferred upon Qin Feng, resulting in a swift ascent in his ranking. In the palace of the Yin dynasty, within the domain of the six-path sovereign, a man clad in a black robe sat at the center. Exuding an air of authority, he was none other than the leader of the Yin dynasty, the six-path sovereign. Surrounding him were a cadre of formidable figures, including the moon goddess and Princess Nanfeng, who had been invited to witness the event as part of the Great Xia delegation. With the purpose of observing the life and death elimination match, the six-path sovereign inquired, Princess Nanfeng, what are your thoughts on the life and death elimination match of our Yin dynasty? Too brutal. Princess Nanfeng replied, her heart racing in trepidation. In the span of a single day, 20,000 of the 100,000 participants had already perished or been injured. The gruesome scenes relentlessly tested her nerves, prompting concern for Feng Chang. Brutal? The six-path sovereign chuckled softly, opting not to elaborate further. For the noble families of the Great Xia, it may indeed seem cruel. Yet for those oppressed from humble origins, it represented an opportunity to realize their dreams. Oh dear, this young one is quite astute. The projection shifted to Qin Feng, as the powerful figures exchanged knowing glances at the moon goddess. How embarrassing. The moon goddess felt as though she were sitting on pins and needles, wishing fervently to find a crevice to disappear into. She never expected that Qin Feng would vanquish his enemies in such a manner, even if he disregarded his own dignity. Could he not spare a thought for the reputation of the moon god palace? At that moment, a similar scene unfolded in other areas by the river, where Qin Feng buzzed about like a tireless bee, darting towards any source of eggs. With utmost seriousness, he declared, I have come here for three purposes: to gather eggs, and once more, to gather eggs. Xiao Bai, equally earnest, stated, I, too, have but three objectives: to amass wealth, and yet again, to amass wealth. This rogue duo quickly became notorious on the battlefield. Soon, everyone began to realize that the water source was tainted. Coupled with Qin Feng's notorious history involving the Mad Sow, it didn't take long for them to conclude that he had introduced the Mad Sow into the water supply. Outrage surged. They seethed with anger, wishing to tear Qin Feng limb from limb. This was no act befitting the so-called first prodigy of the ancient era. It was the very essence of shamelessness. Simultaneously, they were confronted with a dire dilemma: what to do without water. Their current cultivation levels had yet to reach the stage of fasting, and after consecutive battles, survival without water was impossible. With the water source now contaminated by Qin Feng, their combat capabilities would surely diminish. Water for sale. Water for sale. The highest bidder wins. Qin Feng set up a stall by the river, pricing a bottle of water at a base rate of 1,000 premium spirit stones. How utterly shameless. The candidates could no longer endure the situation. They cast aside all personal grievances and united to confront the despicable Qin Feng. It seemed that being handsome indeed attracted ire. Startled, Qin Feng hurriedly packed up his stall and fled, not forgetting to scatter a bottle of crazy pig as he departed, exclaiming, my friends, we have ample time ahead. At that moment, the darkened Feng Chang happened to arrive by the riverbank. Chapter 55. A thought becomes Buddha, a thought becomes demon. Not good. Quick. Hide. The onlookers, upon seeing the powder Qin Feng had scattered, immediately recognized it as crazy pig and retreated in fright, fearing that a moment's carelessness could tarnish their reputations. Qin Feng. The darkened Feng Chang reached the riverbank and fixed a menacing gaze upon Qin Feng. He was unaware of the shameless acts Qin Feng had committed by the river, only knowing that his descent into darkness and participation in the life and death elimination match was solely to tear Qin Feng into 1,000 pieces. Without a moment's hesitation, the darkened Feng Chang charged forward. Wow, such bravery. The crowd couldn't help but admire him, exclaiming internally that he was truly remarkable. How did this guy catch up? Qin Feng, for the time being, had no intention of confronting Feng Chang. Utilizing his elusive movements, he nimbly navigated through the forest, planning to conserve his strength for a more fervent harvest the following day, while first drawing the ire of his pursuer. Qin Feng, don't run. Feng Chang's face twisted in a terrifying snarl, relentlessly pursuing him. Don't run? Remaining motionless is akin to being a turtle. Qin Feng disdainfully scoffed, his body appearing as light as snowflakes. With a delicate push of his toes against the branches, he soared over 1,000 meters away, clad in white, resembling an ethereal being gliding through the air. What a remarkable technique. The spectators outside could not suppress their gasps of astonishment, realizing that this prodigy of the ancient era possessed remarkable abilities. Despite being the least experienced in the life and death elimination tournament, his innate talent was indisputable. Particularly in his complete state, Qin Feng had once stunned the entire ancient realm upon its revelation, had it not been for the formidable prowess of the moon goddess, who single-handedly quelled the various powerful factions. The forces of the Yin Moon dynasty might have waged war to claim Qin Feng for themselves. Concurrently, attention began to shift towards Feng Chong, who had just exhibited such audacious fervor in pursuing Qin Feng. Was he perhaps influenced by the wild spirit of the mad sow? What was happening? Feng Chang quickly sensed a disquiet within his own body. He was no stranger to the underhanded tactics employed by the vile Qin Feng. Having encountered them during their initial meeting, were he not ensnared by demonic influence, the Buddhist practices he had cultivated could have provided him with the means to suppress it. Yet now, under the sway of his own inner demons, his mind had transformed, rendering him increasingly unable to control his own malevolent thoughts. After experiencing the madness of the mad sow, a flicker of understanding ignited within him, leading him to suspect that what he perceived with his eyes might not represent the truth. Could it be that Qin Feng had ensnared the princess with some insidious scheme? As Feng Chong pondered this possibility, he felt a semblance of solace, prompting him to recite the heart-purifying mantra fervently, summoning a great Buddha behind him. However, this manifestation diverged from the traditional image of Buddha. It was half a resplendent golden figure of solemnity and half a dark, malevolent demon. One thought could lead to enlightenment, while another could plunge one into darkness. The Six Paths Emperor and others gasped in unison, their hearts whispering that this individual must not be allowed to remain. If Feng Chong were merely to succumb to darkness, it would be one matter. However, he now comprehends the profound truths of both Buddha and demon. Should he succeed in his enlightenment, it would be akin to Qin Feng attaining the invincible sword heart, possessing the power to dominate his contemporaries. Unlike Qin Feng, whose approach is a haphazard amalgamation, Feng Chong diligently cultivates the path of Buddhism, inevitably maturing at a pace surpassing that of Qin Feng, thereby posing a significant latent threat to the Yin dynasty. Alarmed, Princess Ninfeng recognized the impending danger and hastily sought out the elder assigned for her protection. "Fear not, my lady. My injuries have nearly healed, and I shall fight to the death." The elder's expression was grave, fully aware of the implications Feng Chong held for the great Xia. "Please." The princess clutched a life token tightly in her hand, ready to summon her father and grandfather if necessary. At that moment, the projections across major cities were completely replaced with images of Feng Chong. Would they witness the emergence of a Buddha or the birth of a demon king? Just as the populace engaged in fervent discourse, Qin Feng's figure abruptly appeared on the screen. Realizing that Feng Chong had not pursued him, he understood that the effects of the medicine were in play. Thus, his inherent mischievousness began to stir. It seemed inappropriate not to act upon encountering the chosen one. However, upon retracing his steps, he was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. He was indeed being redeemed. It is widely acknowledged that while one who turns dark becomes overwhelmingly powerful, the path to redemption weakens one considerably. Now was not the time to delay his actions. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a task. Disrupt the chosen one's enlightenment of the Great Way. Task reward. 1 sword intent upgrade card. A sword intent upgrade card? Qin Feng's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, utterly defenseless against the allure of rewards. Qin Feng. A flicker of panic crossed Feng Chang's gaze, for he had not anticipated Qin Feng's return along the same path. At this critical juncture of his challenge, any disturbance from Qin Feng could lead him astray, resulting in severe injury. In that moment, Feng Chong could no longer afford to conceal his trump card. A golden jade stone emerged from within him, enveloping him in a radiant golden light. It was the relic of the Buddha. The audience outside gasped in astonishment, recognizing Feng Chang's immense fortune. The relic of the Buddha is a supreme treasure formed from the essence of a Buddha after their passing. Wearing it not only wards off malevolent forces and enhances the power of Buddhist practices, but its divine light also possesses formidable defensive capabilities. Given the luminous aura emanating from the relic, it was unlikely that even Qin Feng, or even all the candidates in the life and death arena combined, could breach its protection. Alas, the Six-Path Emperor and others sighed, understanding that some matters cannot be forced. They had initially believed Qin Feng's return would extinguish Feng Chang's potential at its inception. Little did they know the strength of Feng Chang's fortune, with the relic safeguarding him. However, they had grossly underestimated Qin Feng's audacity, for he showed no surprise at the sudden appearance of the relic and cheerfully took out a book titled by Jie, beginning to read it with great enthusiasm. This scoundrel. Feng Chong, being in the fervent years of youth and still under the influence of the medicinal effects, could hardly tolerate such distractions. The demons he had just suppressed began to resurface with renewed vigor, even threatening to spiral out of control. Oh dear, The expressions of the audience outside shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. In an instant, it became difficult to discern whether this was a serious life-and-death elimination match or a trivial recitation competition. Within the palace of the Six Paths Emperor, various dignitaries cast peculiar glances at the moon goddess, seemingly inquiring, "Is this what you taught Qin Feng?" "Not me. I didn't. Don't spout nonsense." The moon goddess hastily denied the allegations in rapid succession, asserting that she was not that kind of person. Simultaneously, she harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Qin Feng, as her long-established illustrious image had been thoroughly tarnished by this young man. Suddenly, a faint sound of wind slicing through the air startled Qin Feng, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. An ambush. The first thought that sprang to his mind was the instinctual response to evade, and in an instant, he darted away with the swiftness of lightning. Out of the corner of his eye, he swiftly scanned the area behind him, only to see a figure in the dimly lit rainforest drawing a bow, releasing a crimson feathered arrow that soared like a rainbow, aimed directly at his chest. Bang! The slender arrow pierced through Qin Feng's afterimage, continuing to penetrate several large trees before finally coming to a halt, far more ferocious than a Barrett sniper rifle. What the hell? Qin Feng erupted with a torrent of exasperation, gaining a renewed understanding of the absurdity of being the chosen one. Just when he thought he had cornered his opponent into a dead end, an inexplicable figure appeared to disrupt and delay the moment. How infuriating! He managed to evade. Perched atop a tree, a gaunt man muttered a curse under his breath, swiftly drawing 3 more crimson arrows to shoot again. "I don't care who you are, today. Feng Chang is determined to have you. Not even Jesus can save you. Mark my words." Qin Feng, vexed by the relentless assault, felt a distinct lack of respect from his adversary for not showcasing his true prowess. Chapter 56. Faster, fiercer, and stronger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows, resembling streaks of lightning, once again sliced through the sky, targeting the vital points of Qin Feng's body. Damn it, are they addicted to shooting? Qin Feng cursed under his breath, swiftly dodging the onslaught, executing the shadowy mirage technique to perfection, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the forest. Nevertheless, the chill emanating from behind him intensified rather than diminished, overwhelming him with the sensation of being washed by countless venomous serpents, as if no matter how he struggled, he would inevitably be struck. "Oh dear, I do not wish to be hit." Xiao Bai clung tightly to Qin Feng, ensuring she wouldn't fall off amidst the rapid movements. It was Bai Ri. The spectators outside the arena erupted in excitement, instantly recognizing the archer. His name, Bai Ri, combines the characters for day and sun, marking him as a prodigious contender in this life-or-death elimination tournament. Not only renowned for his exceptional talent at a young age, but he had also attained the first level of the Path of Enlightenment, currently ranking 153rd in points. Victory seemed all but assured. This Bai Ri. The 6 Tao emperors and others rubbed their temples in exasperation, aware that Feng Chang had a significant destiny intertwined with this individual, one that could not be extinguished. Damn it. Did I throw your child into a well or something, for him to be chasing me with arrows? Qin Feng recognized the vast disparity in their cultivation levels and decisively activated the ancient heavy pupil, causing the entire world to slow around him. It was the ancient heavy pupil. The spectators outside were filled with exuberant excitement, finally witnessing Qin Feng engage in earnest combat, wondering if they would behold his complete form. Buzz. The bowstring quivered lightly. Bai Ri, wielding a longbow like a seasoned hunter, began to sever all retreat paths as he drew the string taut. Drawing his sword, almost instantaneously as the bowstring was pulled, a shadowy, fluid sword light emerged from Qin Feng's sheath. Unlike his previous sword technique, this drawing of the sword was infused with second-level sword intent, enhanced further by the might of the celestial body. Faster, fiercer, and stronger. In the blink of an eye, before Bai Ri could react, Qin Feng's figure zipped past him, the Longhong divine sword slicing through the void before returning to its sheath. How is this possible? Bai Ri's eyes widened in disbelief, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. With a resounding crack, Bai Ri's longbow shattered in his grasp, the sword technique so precise that only a streak of crimson remained beneath. At this moment, the audience fell into a hushed silence, stunned by Qin Feng's sword technique. Good heavens, was it necessary to be so swift? They had anticipated a fierce showdown, yet before it even commenced, Qin Feng had already concluded it. How could this be possible? The 6 Tao Emperor and various dignitaries stood in astonishment, scarcely believing their own eyes. Even if Qin Feng's talent was unparalleled, to vanquish a first-level Taoist with a single strike from the 9th level of the extraordinary realm seemed overly exaggerated. There was an entire great realm of spiritual martial realm separating them. No need for anxiety, merely basic maneuvers. The The moon goddess immediately raised her brow in triumph, proudly lifting her little head. As for the ferocity of Qin Feng, she has experienced it firsthand. The only surprise for her is when Qin Feng's sword intent broke through to the second level. Bai Ri let out a mournful cry over the loss of his brother, collapsing to the ground and rolling about in despair, unable to accept the reality. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. You have shattered the eternal governance and earned 1,000 villain points. Another 1,000 villain points have been credited. Qin Feng glanced at the system. His villain points, originally at 47,000, had now surged to 121,000, signifying that 74 brothers were liberated from their grievances and could now devote themselves to cultivation. Truly, my deeds are immeasurable. Qin Feng commended himself for his actions and began recounting the story of Bai Jie in front of Feng Chang. The audience outside was utterly speechless, unable to articulate their feelings towards this ancient prodigy. Despite possessing the power to annihilate all, he deliberately chose to refrain from engaging in trivial matters. At this moment, due to the projection content failing to pass review, the broadcast switched to an interview with the master from Ma Dai country. The young lady could not help but inquire, "Master Ma, you previously mentioned that Qin Feng is eclectic yet lacks profundity and would not shine in this life-and-death elimination match. However, now Qin Feng, with extraordinary 9th-level cultivation, has defeated Bai Ri at the 1st level with a single sword strike. What is your perspective on this?" Master Ma Dai appeared somewhat awkward and perplexed, stating, "From that sword just now, it is evident that Qin Feng's sword intent has indeed broken through to the 2nd level. However, even with this breakthrough, it is still unreasonable for him to defeat Bai Ri at the 1st level with a single strike." The young lady tentatively inquired, "Are you suggesting that the sword strike of Qin Feng contains additional powers? Could it possibly be a special physique?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible," Ma Daigua asserted with unwavering confidence. "It is well known that Qin Feng is a wielder of the ancient dual pupils. How could he possibly possess a special physique? I suspect he has merely consumed a transient power-enhancing elixir." I see. The audience experienced an epiphany, as if they had absorbed a decade's worth of knowledge. Ma Daigua continued, "Qin Feng's sword intent has ascended to the 2nd level, which indicates that he has devoted the past 7 years primarily to the sword path. Therefore, his supreme bone and ancient dual pupils are likely not very potent. Judging by his single strike that defeated Bai Ri, who ranked 153rd, his limits seem to hover around the 100th position. Beyond that, he holds no significant advantage." Nodding in agreement, the audience concurred with the expert's assessment. As the scene shifted, the content deemed inappropriate concluded, and the situation in the venue changed dramatically. Upon hearing Qin Feng's brief essay, Feng Chang could no longer suppress the demonic force within him. The golden bodies of Buddha and demon behind him instantly cracked, on the verge of complete shattering. "Damn you, Qin Feng." Princess Nanfeng was as restless as an ant on a hot stove, repeatedly beseeching the 6 Paths Emperor, only to be met with rejection. She understood that Feng Chang had instilled a sense of threat in the 6 Paths Emperor, who would never allow Feng Chang to leave the battlefield alive unless he was utterly incapacitated. With a resounding crash, the golden bodies of Buddha and demon shattered entirely, transforming into countless specks of starlight that vanished into the void. Feng Chang coughed up a mouthful of blood, his aura plummeting to an icy nadir in an instant. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving a sword intent upgrade card. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for severely injuring the chosen one and acquiring 500,000 villain points. Is that all? Qin Feng felt a tinge of disappointment, expecting to gain another opportunity to draw a prize. However, his attention swiftly shifted to the Buddhist relic. Possessing treasures at home is not a fault, but tempting me with them is indeed a misstep. As Feng Chang's comprehension of the Tao faltered, the radiance emanating from the Buddhist relic began to dissipate. With a swift motion, he summoned the relic into his grasp. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for seizing the chosen one's fortune and earning a chance for a draw. Now, this is more satisfying. Qin Feng finally revealed a contented smile, transforming into a white shadow that vanished from sight. It was not that he wished to eliminate Feng Chang at this moment, but the chosen one was exceedingly unreasonable. He feared that if he failed to slay him, he might instead lose the Buddhist relic. It was wiser to retreat while the opportunity still lingered. Qin Feng, return the Buddhist relic to me. Feng Chang, panic-stricken, scrambled to pursue, for it was the very foundation upon which he stood in the ancient wilderness. Yet, due to his failed comprehension that led to a mental breakdown and his current grave injuries, he could only watch helplessly as Qin Feng took away his Buddhist relic. Simultaneously, He could not fathom why he was consistently at a disadvantage against Qin Feng, being thwarted at every turn and denied even a chance to fight with all his might. This is bad. Feng Chang's expression abruptly shifted as he realized the effects of the medicine within him were once again taking hold. He glanced at the lamenting Bai Ri, whose features were strikingly handsome. Chapter 57. Do not approach me in the boundless expanse of the Lin Hai. Qin Feng seized the Buddha's relic and fled. Yet, he had underestimated the unreasonable nature of these chosen ones. No sooner had he taken a few steps than he was confronted by a young man clad in black. This individual wielded a long black sword, his gaze unwavering and resolute, embodying a tranquility akin to a placid lake. His gaunt physique resembled a sharpened blade, ready to strike. He was the 53rd on the leaderboard, the young master of the Mingjian manor, known simply as Yijian. The audience outside was immediately stirred, astonished that Qin Feng had encountered Yijian. Mingjian manor was a prominent force within the Yin dynasty, renowned for its legendary prowess in swordsmanship, often celebrated for producing a single sword master every millennium. It is undeniable that Mingjian manor possesses the merit to be called proud, and it stands as a sacred ground for sword practitioners. Notably, this generation's young master, Yijian, is hailed as an extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. Having broken through to the first realm of the Tao at merely 18 years of age, he has comprehended the third level of sword intent and possesses the legendary heavenly sword physique. The prospect of clashing with Qin Feng, the future sword god, promises an electrifying confrontation. I implore you to assist me in honing my sword, Yijian stated without any superfluous dialogue, disregarding Qin Feng's willingness to engage. He unsheathed his long sword, transforming into the king of swords, resembling a blade piercing through the heavens, with the crisp sound of swordplay echoing through the forest. How formidable! Qin Feng's pupils suddenly constricted as he sensed the formidable power of his opponent. With a cultivation level at the first stage of the Tao, third-level sword intent, and the body of a heavenly sword, this individual was undoubtedly the most powerful prodigy he had encountered since his debut. However, he found it perplexing that such a terrifying genius was not a chosen one. He had not heard the system's notification chime. Whoosh! A fierce and unyielding energy surged forth, accompanied by the melodious sound of a sword ringing through the forest. The long sword in the swordsman's hand erupted into a dazzling radiance, trailing brilliant light as it lunged towards Qin Feng at an astonishing speed, creating sharp gusts of wind. Qin Feng tilted his body and stepped out, swaying like a gentle breeze, yet reminiscent of a hurricane's sweeping force. The swordsman's eyes flashed with surprise as he stomped the ground with great force, his aura surging dramatically. He swung his long sword, which resembled a roaring dragon, instantly obliterating the remnants of shadows. Seeing that his opponent was relentless, Qin Feng tightened his grip on the sword hilt, transforming himself into a drawn blade, exuding an unyielding sharpness. He executed the sky-slaying sword technique. The crisp ringing of the drawn sword resonated through the woods as a fierce sword energy swept outwards. Clang! The swords of both combatants clashed violently, the sound of metal striking metal piercing the air. The spectators outside erupted in astonishment, witnessing the two fighters refuse to yield an inch. Enveloped in an invisible storm of sword energy, the terrifying sword intent crisscrossed, carving prominent scars into the ground. How can this be? The 6 Tao emperors and others exclaimed, taken aback by Qin Feng's terrifying prowess. Indeed, they were frightened by Qin Feng. To the untrained eye, it was merely a spectacle. To the knowledgeable, it was a display of profound skill. Unlike the previous entry into the realm of the first level, Yijian, possessing the first level of entry, is also endowed with a third-tier sword intent and a unique physique, the heavenly sword body. Yet, he remains evenly matched with Qin Feng, implying that Qin Feng harbors additional power. How could this be possible? Yijian's face betrayed no emotion, but tumultuous waves surged within his heart. His cultivation surpassed Qin Feng by an entire major realm, and his comprehension of sword intent was superior by a level, augmented further by the heavenly sword body. Yet he still could not defeat Qin Feng with a single strike. Is the invincible sword heart truly that formidable? Just as Qin Feng felt he could scarcely endure any longer, the little white creature perched on his shoulders sprang into action, unhesitatingly poking at Yijian's eyes with its tiny paw. To become a successful hunter, one must master the art of concealment, remaining as still as stone, locking onto the target, gathering momentum, and striking with the swiftness of the wind. Ah, strike! The audience outside could not help but exclaim in surprise, realizing that the rabbit raised by Qin Feng, much like him, seemed to disregard the situation entirely. Yijian, caught off guard and in pain, hastily retreated, nearly having his eye gouged out. However, he did not react as one might expect, crying out in distress, Instead, having gleaned insight from his recent battle with Qin Feng, a fierce sword aura surged around him. He appeared as if he had undergone a transformation. Standing proud and solitary like a snow lotus braving the wind upon a sheer cliff, exuding an undeniable force that struck at the heart. This scene was all too familiar to Qin Feng, filling him with profound astonishment. When he obtained the invincible sword heart back in the day, it evoked a peculiar sensation. In other words, during his battle, one sword had already begun to grasp the essence of the invincible sword heart. What a jest! System, come forth. With such an extraordinary talent, how could you claim he is not the chosen one? The system responded, the opponent indeed lacks the fate of the chosen one, yet possesses the destiny of a formidable antagonist. An antagonist? A peer. Qin Feng found himself momentarily stunned, a profound exclamation echoing within him. The protagonist had encountered 3 epic figures, yet he had yet to confront a true nemesis. Adhering to the notion that colleagues are often rivals, he harbored no intentions of collaboration, instead wishing to seize the opportunity to eliminate this adversary, lest he provide the protagonist with experience and equipment, thereby complicating his own role as a villain. Is this the invincible sword heart? One sword had already brushed against its essence, and his gaze toward Qin Feng sparkled with intensity. He intended to use Qin Feng as his whetstone, achieving a complete understanding of the legendary invincible sword heart. Whoosh! One sword, accompanied by phantoms, brandished his long sword, unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp sword energy that enveloped Qin Feng. This is dire. Qin Feng decisively activated his heavy pupils and engaged in combat. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing reverberated through the forest, while the invisible sword energy erupted in all directions. However, apart from the sky-splitting sword technique, Qin Feng possessed no other sword moves. He could only rely on the slow-motion perception granted by his heavy pupils to counter each attack, gradually retreating under one sword's relentless onslaught. Qin Feng is on the brink of defeat. The spectators outside sighed, recognizing that Qin Feng was perilously close to losing. His unparalleled swordsmanship indeed captivates the world. Yet should he encounter a formidable adversary and fail to vanquish them with a single strike, it signifies his impending decline, unless he resorts to utilizing the supreme bone and the ancient heavy eyes in combat. With this thought in mind, the audience outside the arena fixated their gazes upon the luminous screen, poised to witness the might of the supreme bone and the ancient heavy eyes. However, it seemed that Qin Feng had no intention of employing these powers. Instead, he swiftly retreated, increasing the distance between the two, and gradually sheathed the drawn long sky divine sword. Are you going to use the supreme bone and the heavy eyes? A sword instantly became alert, wary of any misstep. You are not worthy, Qin Feng replied coolly. Not worthy. The Six Paths Emperor and others scrutinized Qin Feng, eager to discern what other tactics he might possess. Just as the crowd brimmed with anticipation, they beheld Qin Feng gesturing to produce a dozen vials of mother pig gone mad, while in the distance, a heart-wrenching voice echoed, tinged with a hint of sorrow, please don't come near. Chapter 58. Supreme Bone versus Heavenly Sword Body. Damn, that Qin Feng. Princess Nanfeng seethed with indignation, drawing forth her life token, poised to summon her father. The elder tasked with protecting the envoy hastily intervened, saying, Your Highness, you must not. This is the life and death elimination match of the Yin dynasty, and it is also a voluntary participation by Feng Chang. If you seek His Majesty's aid at the first sign of trouble, what will the ancient powers think of our great Xia dynasty? They will say we are incapable of handling our affairs. But, Princess Nanfeng, nearly overwhelmed by anxiety, could hardly bear to witness her beloved in such dire straits. The elder murmured in confusion, at this point, why hasn't Feng Chang conceded? Has he lost his sanity? Or does he simply revel in this? With a heart-wrenching sob, Nanfeng seemed to bear the weight of the world and ran away, covering her mouth. In the vast palace of the Six Paths Emperor, the influential figures turned their gazes toward the moon goddess upon hearing the commotion, as if to say, This is all your Qin Feng's doing. Don't look at me. I do not know him. The moon goddess, shedding her previous haughtiness, wore an expression that suggested she was unfamiliar with Qin Feng. On the battlefield of life and death, a sword-wielding figure lost composure in an instant, hastily retreating several steps. The tales of Qin Feng's outrageous tactics during the life and death contest had spread far and wide, with 70 candidates falling victim to his cunning. His methods of problem-solving were both simplistic and brutal, crushed to eternal oblivion. It could be said that the sight of Qin Feng wielding a sword was not terrifying. Rather, it was his smile that truly invoked fear. How shameless. The spectators outside were utterly speechless, just as they had nearly forgotten Qin Feng's unscrupulousness after 2 recent battles. He swiftly discarded any semblance of integrity once more. With a whirlwind of invisible energy surrounding him, Qin Feng sent a frenzy of boar figurines spiraling from several jade vases. While the fallen leaves in the forest danced gracefully in the tempest, the leaves swirled. This was a signature technique he had learned from the 10 ancestors, which, after 7 years of exploration and refinement, he had successfully transformed into a passionate and dynamic palm technique. While its power may not have been the strongest, and its damage not the highest, its lewdness was universally acknowledged. With a single strike, passion surged forth. Yijian's expression darkened significantly, a sense of regret washing over him for seeking out Qin Feng. He could distinctly perceive the vast area covered by that palm strike. Not only did he have to evade the frenzied, powdered concoction of the wild boar, but he also had to dodge the leaves transformed into lethal blades. Furthermore, he could not afford a single misstep, lest Qin Feng seize the opportunity, robbing him of the joys inherent in his masculinity. Go! Qin Feng's palm flicked gently, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. Whoosh! 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 The leaves instantly morphed into terrifying weapons. Wherever they passed, it was akin to being sliced by a chainsaw, accompanied by a copious amount of white mist enveloping the area within hundreds of meters. Yijian held his breath, showing no signs of retreat. The black longsword in his hand traced a perfect arc, stirring a fierce tempest of sword energy in the forest as the oncoming leaves were obliterated by the sword's force, and the swirling powdered concoction was cleaved apart. Now, as Yijian severed a path with his sword energy, a route connecting him to Qin Feng emerged. Qin Feng swiftly assumed the stance of the Celestial Slash, calling upon the system to utilize the Sword Intent upgrade card obtained from completing tasks. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. For using the Sword Intent upgrade card, Level 2 Sword Intent has ascended to Level 3. Embracing the vastness, a singular brilliance emerged. In a fleeting moment, Qin Feng perceived a glimpse of a sword light, ethereal and breathtaking, akin to a startled swan, gracefully traversing the sky, dispersing the myriad clouds. There must be limits to childishness. Yijian harbored deep dissatisfaction with Qin Feng's actions, feeling that Qin Feng was merely ridiculing him. To repeatedly employ the same technique against a swordsman, only to have it deftly countered, constitutes the utmost humiliation for one of such caliber. Even if he attempts to mask this indignity with a display of fervent energy, the shame remains unmasked. The resounding clash of steel reverberates through the air, a high-pitched and crystalline sound akin to thunder cleaving the clouds, jolting the hearts of all who bear witness. No, this is not the previous technique of the Celestial Slash. The figure of Qin Feng, clad in snow-white attire, flashes like a bolt of lightning. His alabaster hand gently grasps the hilt of the long sky divine sword, lifting it gracefully as if a startled swan, revealing a breathtaking brilliance that momentarily dazzles the forest. The act of drawing, striking, and sheathing the sword flows seamlessly. The third level of Sword Intent, eyes wide with disbelief, a chill akin to the cool breeze of a secluded mountain stream washes over, compelling him to remain on high alert. An invisible, yet formidable sword aura surges around him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberates through the woods as two figures intersect with astonishing speed. In that fleeting moment, the scene appears frozen. Qin Feng's sword has returned to its sheath, standing motionless, while faint sobs echo nearby, a lamentation from someone who wishes to escape the harshness of daylight. Who has emerged victorious? The audience outside is on the edge of their seats, their gazes fixed on the luminous screen, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Initially, it was presumed that Qin Feng had reached the pinnacle with his second level of Sword Intent, yet it is revealed that he has indeed grasped the third level. A truly formidable feat, solidifying his reputation as the unrivaled prodigy of the ancient era. With a sudden gasp, Qin Feng cannot suppress the flow of blood, and crimson streaks mar his body. Moments ago, the intangible sword energy that surged around Yijian was undoubtedly extraordinary. It was the celestial sword energy inherent to his celestial sword body, possessing terrifying lethality. He sustained injuries while employing the sword draw technique to pierce through. However, according to the principle of blood spitting prior to a duel, his injuries were likely more severe than his adversaries. With a sudden gasp, Yijian sank to one knee, unable to suppress the torrent of blood that erupted from his mouth, a gaping wound tearing open upon his body, crimson liquid spilling forth as if it were of no consequence. Qin Feng emerged victorious. The audience outside the arena was incredulous, their minds unable to settle in the aftermath. Even though Qin Feng was lauded as the foremost prodigy of the ancient era, his cultivation at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm seemed hardly formidable. Yet, he had managed to defeat Yijian, who ranked 53rd in the point standings. It is noteworthy that Yi Jian was a top 10 expert in the power rankings of this life and death elimination tournament. This young man is truly remarkable. The various dignitaries, including the Six Paths Emperor, were left speechless, utterly astonished by Qin Feng's prowess. Who could have anticipated that an individual at the bottom tier of the 9th level of the extraordinary realm could defy the odds and become the most radiant figure of the event, effortlessly vanquishing renowned experts? Modesty, humility, mere fundamental operations. The moon goddess, now brimming with arrogance, wore an expression that suggested her close acquaintance with Qin Feng. Yet, she contemplated returning to thoroughly discipline him for concealing his true abilities despite having already attained the 3rd level of sword intent. After all, she had nurtured him from infancy. Whom was he attempting to deceive? The dignitaries were utterly speechless, realizing that the moon goddess seemed to possess little decorum. It was likely that Qin Feng's remarkable feats were inextricably linked to her influence. This child is indeed extraordinary. The Six Paths Emperor squinted as he scrutinized Qin Feng, noting that his wounds were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Furthermore, given that Qin Feng had clashed head-on with the sword energy of the heavenly sword, the injuries he sustained should have been far more severe. I have not yet been defeated. With great effort, he rose again, his battered form struggling to stand. An invisible sword energy began to coalesce around him furiously, forming a colossal transparent sword that soared to 20 meters high, a manifestation of his innate heavenly sword physique. With a mighty swing, the sword was unleashed, prompting the divine beings and demons to retreat in haste. By the heavens, it's not over yet. Qin Feng, undeterred, revealed a radiant golden light emanating from his chest, where intricate runes shimmered. The Supreme Bone, it is indeed the Supreme Bone. The spectators outside erupted in fervent cheers, taken aback by the impending spectacle. Supreme Bone versus Heavenly Sword Physique. But wait, just as the crowd awaited the clash, Qin Feng abruptly called for a halt, claiming he needed to engage in a fate alignment to the right. To the right? Everyone was left bewildered, unable to comprehend the connection between fate alignment and geomancy. Childish. The One Sword chose not to bicker with Qin Feng over such trivialities and willingly relinquished the position for the fate alignment. Heavenly Sword. Celestial Calamity Light. A tremendous roar erupted as their energies collided, uprooting trees and engulfing the surrounding area in a terrifying storm of energy that stretched for hundreds of meters. Is this the power of the younger generation? The audience outside could not suppress their gasps, utterly astonished by the prowess displayed by the youth. They had heard tales of the extraordinary strength of this generation, but never anticipated it to be of such magnitude. Even before the battle commenced, the Supreme Bone had already matched the heavenly sword physique, showcasing destructive power of a truly alarming nature. How dare you? Qin Feng let out a furious roar, his celestial titan body beginning to manifest its power. Impossible. One Sword felt on the verge of madness, utterly bewildered by the enigma that Qin Feng represented. His Supreme Bone was inherited from his brother, his celestial sword body was innate, and his cultivation was vastly superior, yet he found himself being overwhelmed. It seemed he could barely hold on any longer. What on earth had gone awry? Chapter 59. Who do you think you are? With a thunderous crash, before One Sword could comprehend the situation, he was sent flying by the heavenly calamity's light. As the tempest of energy subsided, the surroundings returned to a hushed stillness, albeit in a state of disarray. One Sword, battered and breathless, struggled to rise, clearly devoid of the strength to continue the fight. In stark contrast, Qin Feng appeared invigorated, exuding an aura of growing strength with each passing moment. Had he consumed some counterfeit wine? Both the spectators outside the arena and One Sword himself gazed at Qin Feng in disbelief, unable to fathom how he remained unscathed after such a fierce battle, exuding an energy that suggested he could continue the fray indefinitely. Was this truly the celestial titan body? Qin Feng realized that the celestial titan body far exceeded his expectations. Not only did it prevent him from feeling fatigue during combat, but it also seemed to enhance his physical prowess as the battle wore on, ultimately evolving into an indestructible golden form. It appeared that assistance from my companions would not be necessary. After a brief bout of commotion, Xiao Bai finally settled on Qin Feng's shoulder, nibbling on a carrot with satisfaction. Indeed, the Six Paths Emperor could not help but chuckle, finally uncovering Qin Feng's little secret. The injury Qin Feng sustained from withstanding the sword energy of the heavenly sword seemed entirely implausible. One must understand that the sword energy emanating from the heavenly sword itself is notoriously formidable. A mere brush could lead one to their demise, while a lighter touch might result in severed limbs in a desperate bid for survival. Yet, Qin Feng appeared unscathed, merely showing some superficial wounds. Now, he was vibrant and full of energy, displaying not a hint of fatigue. Aside from the legendary celestial overlord body, There could be no other explanation. The celestial overlord body. The various dignitaries within the palace were left utterly astonished, their minds echoing with incredulous disbelief. Good heavens! To possess an ancient heavy eye and grasp an invincible sword heart was already enviable enough. Now, he had additionally acquired the celestial overlord body, born for battle. Oh, divine providence, this favoritism is rather excessive, is it not? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The moon goddess shook her head vehemently, unwilling to believe that Qin Feng possessed the celestial overlord body. Having resided in the moon goddess palace since the age of 8, she was fully aware of what Qin Feng possessed. If he had the celestial overlord body, how could she possibly be unaware? The Six Paths Emperor remarked. This is only the second day. Tomorrow's final confrontation will be even more chaotic. The celestial overlord body cannot remain concealed in such an environment. The dignitaries exchanged glances, anticipating the climactic showdown of the following day. At that moment, figures began to emerge from all directions, their gazes fixed on Qin Feng and the sword, brimming with avarice. Brother Qin, our days ahead are long. Until we meet again. The swordmaster instinctively discerned the ulterior motives of those around him, who sought to gain advantage from the fray. With a terse remark, he hastily retreated, dragging his severely wounded form. Who do you think you are? You wish to engage me in battle, and then simply depart at will? With a powerful push from his feet, Qin Feng surged forth with the swiftness of a leopard. A sharp, slicing sound pierced the air, startling the swordmaster as Qin Feng appeared before him, propelled by a fierce gust. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the devastating move known as severing the lineage was already upon him. What? Terror flickered across the swordmaster's face. He had not anticipated that, even in this moment, Qin Feng would still harbor thoughts of his brother. With a resounding crash, chaos ensued. The swordmaster's eyes widened in shock as excruciating pain engulfed him. He had ultimately failed to evade the blow. Hiss! The onlookers, poised to reap the rewards, gasped in disbelief, sensing an inexplicable chill beneath them. They could not fathom why Qin Feng held such a penchant for destruction. It was reported that over 70 of his brethren had fallen victim to his ruthless hand. Concurrently, they pondered whether it was truly worth provoking Qin Feng for the sake of points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for achieving Egg Breaker, earning 1,000 villain points. The points have been credited. Qin Feng exhibited no intention of halting his onslaught, flashing an innocuous smile towards the gathered crowd. Their numbers were not excessive, totaling just over 100. If he were to harvest them all, that would accumulate a staggering 100,000 villain points. Buzzing. The air was suddenly filled with the shrill sound of swords. Qin Feng swiftly formed a hand gesture, and the Longkong divine sword before him split into 9 miniature swords, floating in the air and orbiting around him. With a swift motion, 9 swords were unleashed. Qin Feng executed a finger technique, pointing towards the multitude of 100. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A cacophony of slicing winds filled the air as the 9 swords streaked through the void like meteors, devoid of any superfluous gestures, directly aiming at their brethren. Ah! The lamentations rose and fell, one after another succumbing to their fate. Flee, flee! As more and more fell, the dread within the hearts of the others spread like wildfire, especially upon witnessing a flash of sword light, with no mercy shown. It felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, the chill cascading from their heads to their toes. The roles of hunter and prey shifted in an instant. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, Egg Shatter Yongji, for acquiring 1,000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, Egg Shatter Yongji, for acquiring 1,000 villain points. With every calamity, the system's notifications echoed incessantly. Run, he is a demon. No one could withstand the terror swelling within. Panic-stricken, they turned to flee, coming to grasp the horrifying prowess of this ancient prodigy. He may not be the strongest, but he is undoubtedly the most unscrupulous. At that moment, due to the unsuitability of the scene for young viewers, the broadcast switched to a special interview in Modai country. The host, unperturbed, provocatively inquired, Master Ma, you previously stated that Qin Feng would rank around the 100th position at most. Yet he has now defeated 54 with a single sword strike and can subsequently overpower over 100 candidates. What is your perspective on this matter? Ma Dai was somewhat awkwardly remarked. From the demonstration of the third-level sword intent by Qin Feng just now, it is evident that he does not possess the muddled and superficial skills I had speculated. Instead, he has devoted the past 7 years solely to the mastery of the sword, which attests to the adept guidance of Lord Moon Goddess. The young lady, still puzzled, inquired, but Qin Feng appears to wield the supreme bone with remarkable finesse, seemingly without specializing in swordsmanship. Could it not be possible that he possesses extraordinary talent, enabling him to cultivate multiple divine abilities concurrently? Absolutely not. Ma Daiguo replied with a grave expression. One must understand that human potential is finite. Qin Feng has only lived for a mere 15 years since his birth. To achieve such prowess in the sword arts is unparalleled in history. At most, he could forsake his own cultivation to dabble in the supreme bone, but it is altogether implausible for him to master multiple divine abilities simultaneously. I see. The audience suddenly enlightened, as though they had gleaned a decade's worth of knowledge. Ma Daiguo sighed once more. It is a pity that Qin Feng has misplaced his priorities. The dual pupils are the path to invincibility. Why must he rely on another's bone when he neglects his own? Such a decision risks sacrificing the greater for the lesser. Indeed, the audience nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom of the expert. At this moment, the scene shifted back, revealing all sprawled on the ground in lamentation. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for eliminating a total of 104 descendants, thus earning 104,000 villain points. Over 100,000 points have been credited. Qin Feng glanced at the system, noting that he had accumulated 726,000 villain points, with one lottery opportunity yet to be utilized. It is time to enhance my abilities. After enduring several fierce battles, Qin Feng realized that his cultivation level was alarmingly inadequate. With the final day of the life and death elimination competition approaching, a brutal confrontation was inevitable. To survive, he must significantly enhance his own strength. Additionally, he needed to thoroughly study the relic of the Buddha he had received from Feng Chang. Discarding his former self, he resolved to conceal his achievements and fame. As Qin Feng departed, the scene shifted to Feng Chang, who was seen frantically dashing through the forest, his disheveled attire reflecting his turmoil, with tears streaming down his cheeks. There would be no return. He could never go back. Even knowing that Princess Nan Feng had been poisoned that night, they could not revert to the past. Chapter 60, Eternal Friendship. What a calamity. The spectators outside shook their heads in sorrow, expressing deep sympathy for Feng Chang's plight. Despite possessing terrifying strength, he chose to engage in less than honorable pursuits. It was not the sight of Qin Feng wielding a sword that struck fear, but rather the unsettling smile he wore. Run, flee quickly, for there may be no escape soon. Concurrently, their curiosity piqued regarding the nefarious deeds Qin Feng might undertake next. Why was it so? Even though Princess Nan Feng had prepared herself mentally, the confirmation of the news was still unbearable. How could the eloquent and talented gentleman, who could effortlessly command the elements with a mere gesture, be subjected to such degradation? No, it seemed he was the one bringing ruin upon others. This man's reputation did not align with his actions. An elder tasked with protecting the delegation suddenly let out a sigh. Since Feng Chang became an advisor to Princess Nan Feng 7 years ago, he has undeniably breathed new life into the declining Great Xia, instilling hope within the royal family of Great Xia that reclaiming power from the aristocracy was indeed feasible. Throughout this period, Feng Chang remained remarkably composed, unfazed by the challenges that loomed before him, as if every situation lay well within his grasp, which only deepened the royal family's trust in him. His remarkable intellect and poetic prowess captivated the princesses of the royal family, enchanting them with verses that transcended time. However, during this expedition to the Yin dynasty, he found himself in a state of utter passivity, repeatedly thwarted by Qin Feng. If 1 or 2 setbacks could be dismissed as mere coincidence, 3 or 4 were undeniably strategic maneuvers. From the moment Feng Chang orchestrated the provocation against Qin Feng, it seemed that Qin Feng had already discerned his intentions, systematically driving Feng Chang into a corner. Even in the throes of darkness, Feng Chang found himself relentlessly constrained by Qin Feng, ultimately sacrificing his own innocence in the process. Alas, what a tragic fate. You scheme against me, and I scheme against you. Retribution is inevitable. Though the timing has yet to arrive, Qin Feng is the embodiment of that retribution. Is it not an irony? Princess Nan Feng, despite her reluctance to confront this reality, had no choice but to face it. She harbored feelings of affection for Feng Chang, yet her ambitions burned even brighter. She aspired to ascend to the throne as a woman, determined to challenge the notion that women are inferior to men. She yearned to witness the birth of the first female emperor in the annals of Great Xia. Yet, it was evident that Feng Chang was no match for Qin Feng. Did she truly have the luxury of placing all her hopes upon him? At that moment, the despondent Feng Chang rose once more. Despite the dual blows to his body and soul, he refused to submit to fate. He sought vengeance. He intended to subjugate Qin Feng completely, ensuring Qin Feng understood the formidable nature of transmigrators. Feng Chang's countenance was exceedingly grim as he limped away. the tear stains at the corner of his eyes attesting to that mortifying chapter of his past, a universally known disgrace. Princess Qin Feng, too, regarded Qin Feng with an icy gaze, her petite fists clenched until her knuckles cracked. She vowed to tear Qin Feng, that scoundrel, limb from limb. Not only for his repeated disrespect and humiliation towards her, but also for despoiling the man she cherished so dearly. Ding. Congratulations, host, for tormenting the Chosen One's body and mind, gaining 300,000 villain points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for inflicting permanent psychological trauma upon the Chosen One, receiving a lottery draw opportunity. Torment? A risku image inexplicably surfaced in Qin Feng's mind, causing him to shudder and promptly dismiss it. Nevertheless, an additional lottery draw was an offer he would not decline. In that case, I shall have 2 lottery opportunities. Qin Feng located a secluded cavern, specifically designated for contestants to rest, where entry would remove them from the live broadcast. He eagerly summoned the system to initiate the lottery draw. The grand roulette reappeared before Qin Feng, commencing its slow rotation. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the divine sword art, the great river swordplay. In an instant, Qin Feng envisioned a torrential river before him, a river composed of countless streams of sword energy. Its passage marked by a crisscross of sword chi, a sight both magnificent and awe-inspiring. Indeed, a great river swordplay. Qin Feng exhaled deeply, utterly captivated by the grandeur of the great river swordplay. He currently possesses only the sky-slicing sword technique, leaving him in a rather awkward predicament should he fail to vanquish his opponent in a single strike, as he finds himself devoid of any other techniques. The emergence of the great river sword art has alleviated this embarrassment. The recent acquisition of 300,000 villain points has brought his total to a staggering 1,026,000 points, ample enough to exchange for a perfect compatibility card that would unleash the full potential of the great river sword art. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 1,000,000 villain points and successfully redeeming the Supreme Perfect Compatibility card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the Supreme Perfect Compatibility card, elevating the great river sword art to its utmost perfection. Buzz. Countless sword energies surged around Qin Feng, roaring like a mighty river in full flow. The little white rabbit, engrossed in munching on a carrot, immediately perked up, sensing the sword energy released by Qin Feng. It had taken a significant step closer to becoming an unparalleled sword rabbit. Time seemed to pass unnoticed. Qin Feng gradually opened his eyes, his gaze dark as ink, hinting at a piercing sharpness that seemed capable of breaking through the heavens. Having fully comprehended the profound essence of the great river sword art. Indeed, with a satisfied nod, Qin Feng summoned the system to continue his lottery draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the divine imprint of Indomitable Will. Indomitable Will, a divine imprint that grants the bearer immunity to any mental attacks from the heavens and the earth. A remarkable treasure. The brief introduction spurred Qin Feng to swiftly integrate it. In the ancient realms of cultivation, spiritual attacks are synonymous with soul assaults. Representing the most unscrupulous form of aggression, imperceptible and intangible, a careless misstep could lead one astray. It is said that formidable mental assailants can imprint a mark of servitude upon one's very soul, rendering them devoid of freedom, reduced to a mere slave. However, with the Indomitable Will now acquired, there is no longer a need to fear such rogue attacks. What lies ahead is the relic of the Buddha. Qin Feng unveiled the Buddha's relic, and a golden radiance instantaneously illuminated the dimly lit cave. The dragon-shaped tattoos adorning his body began to stir restlessly, as though encountering some celestial treasure. The Great Might Heavenly Dragon is a technique of the Buddhist sect. What effects might it yield when fused with the Buddha's relic? Qin Feng, filled with curiosity, wasted no time and commenced the refinement of the relic on the spot. Boom. As Qin Feng integrated with the Buddha's relic, a terrifying, almost frenzied energy surged forth from it. His body trembled violently, and he distinctly felt the tumultuous flow of qi and blood within, akin to a raging inferno consuming his bones and flesh. In an instant, an excruciating pain overwhelmed Qin Feng's nerves, a suffering he vowed he had never before encountered. Qin Feng, what is happening to you? Xiaobai sensed something amiss, panicking like an ant on a hot pan. Without regard for its efficacy, Qin Feng currently ranks 51st in points. His cultivation is at the lowest level, making him the easiest target to deal with. What if he unexpectedly possesses the ferocity of a wild boar? Fear not, for camaraderie endures, and together we shall not falter. Chapter 61. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Within the cave, Qin Feng held the Buddhist relic in one hand and the sage's bamboo scroll in the other. One is a sacred object of Buddhism, while the other belongs to Taoism. Were it not for the inability to broadcast live from the cave, the entire ancient world would surely be in an uproar. Thanks to Xiaobai placing the sage's bamboo scroll in Qin Feng's grasp, the Buddhist relic suddenly calmed, no longer exhibiting its previous ferocity. It was as if it had been intimidated into submission by the sage's scroll, reluctant to act recklessly. Indeed, all things in the world exist in a delicate balance of mutual creation and restraint. Seizing the opportunity to catch his breath, Qin Feng adeptly activated the 33 Heavens creation technique, channeling the energy emanating from the Buddhist relic into his limbs. With a roar, the golden dragon patterns on his body emitted a resounding dragon's cry, voraciously absorbing the energy from the Buddhist relic. Empowered by this authentic force of Buddhism, the might of the great heavenly dragon would ascend to new heights. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds erupted from within Qin Feng. As his body began to tremble uncontrollably, an indescribable agony spread from his limbs and bones, akin to the sensation of his very skeleton shattering and flesh being torn apart. However, owing to the extraordinary regenerative capabilities of the 33 Heavens creation art, his fractured bones and lacerated flesh were healed anew, fortifying his physical form with each successive reconstitution. This sensation was exquisite, yet its very exquisiteness demanded the endurance of ever greater suffering. He was nigh to transcending into the spiritual martial realm. Sensing the surging energy contained within him, Qin Feng resolved to seize the moment and break through directly. Unlike the outward projection of spiritual force in the transcendent realm, the spiritual martial realm involved the materialization of spiritual force into form. The manifested form varied according to the martial techniques cultivated. Some conjured wolves, others tigers, and still others, like Feng Chong, manifested a great Buddha. As his heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique lacked a form, the great river swordplay manifested as a mighty river, and the great power heavenly dragon as a soaring dragon in the heavens. Given that his several martial techniques possessed a 100% affinity, there was no need to expend time on the materialization of spiritual force. Upon breaking through to the spiritual martial realm, he could employ his martial techniques directly. This underscored why self-created martial techniques were the most potent, for that which suited oneself best was paramount. Could it be that all was well? Observing Qin Feng's countenance gradually regain its composure, Little White felt a profound sense of relief, having narrowly avoided becoming a forsaken, wandering rabbit. Thud, thud, thud. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed outside the cavern, causing Little White's recently settled heart to leap anew. Alas, someone approaches. Witnessing Qin Feng in the throes of cultivation, Little White resolutely rose to its feet, standing guard at the cavern's entrance. It is Qin Feng's rabbit. 100 men or more. Their cultivations at the 5th level of the spiritual martial realm and above had arrived outside the cavern. They had also heard of Qin Feng's triumph over the sword, and were aware that the unparalleled prodigy of the ancient era was not merely a figure of empty reputation. Yet, they could not resist the allure of the points he possessed. However, in comparison to other prodigies, Qin Feng appeared to be the most vulnerable target. He was at a disadvantage in both age and cultivation, having just engaged in a fierce battle with the sword, followed by the severing of several hundred wisdom roots. It was reasonable to assume that he was now considerably weakened. Our esteemed rabbit master Ian was engaged in negotiations for a multi-billion deal, and I urgently advised them to retreat. Although Xiaobai appeared as steadfast as an old dog, anxiety gnawed at his heart. He was uncertain whether he could intimidate them. Negotiating business. Is that for real? A deal worth billions? With someone like Qin Feng, who is known to carry a sow with him, what substantial business could he possibly be discussing? One could easily surmise what he is up to inside. The crowd's gazes were filled with envy, yet a sense of retreat began to take root within their hearts. There was no choice. Qin Feng's fearsome reputation loomed large. In a single day, he had compelled over 200 of their brothers to refer to each other as sisters. It was clear what fate awaited them if they dared to disrupt Qin Feng's business dealings. Could one truly trust the rabbit of Qin Feng? I suspect he is merely healing inside. Before he could finish his statement, Xiaobai abruptly vanished from sight. Whoosh! The sharp sound of cutting air startled everyone present. Xiaobai reappeared before the skeptic, offering no time for a response, and delivered a swift kick. With a resounding thud, the individual lost their wisdom roots. Their eyes widened in shock as excruciating pain enveloped their entire being. They collapsed to the ground, curling up like a large shrimp, accompanied by the mournful cries of a lost brother. Ah, it is the power of space. This rabbit possesses the ability of spatial manipulation. The crowd, taken aback, hastily retreated, their gazes towards the little white creature filled with trepidation. The power of space is an exceptionally rare ability, allowing one to manifest unexpectedly in a location. Only the most formidable among humanity can cultivate such extraordinary skills. However, the demon race is different. As some demonic beasts are born with the innate capability to wield these powers, often classified as anomalies among their kind. What they did not anticipate was that the adorable little rabbit raised by Qin Feng would be one of these anomalies, possessing the innate ability of spatial manipulation. I have spoken. Who is in favor, and who opposes? With that, Little White asserted its dominance, extending a paw to retrieve a carrot from its own spatial realm, proudly holding it in its mouth in a display of superiority. At that moment, the scene shifted to a close-up of Little White, revealing its identity. Is this not Qin Feng's rabbit? This creature exudes confidence. Yet why do I find it utterly endearing? Just like Qin Feng, it radiates an aura of audacity, truly befitting a rabbit nurtured by him. An anomaly among demonic beasts. No wonder Qin Feng chose to accompany it. The onlookers exchanged glances, doubting the sincerity of Little White. If Qin Feng were indeed conducting business within, silence would be improbable. It would be inconceivable for him to utter not a single word. The more Little White maintained its demeanor, the more they suspected it was merely a ruse to buy time. Why can there not be a greater trust between humans and rabbits? Recognizing that the others were not deceived, Little White understood that it must now resort to desperate measures. With a swift motion, it leaped forward. Xiaobai opted for a preemptive strike, once again harnessing the power of space. With a fluid motion, a swift kick shattered the air, executed with remarkable precision. Why does this rabbit exhibit the same audacity as Qin Feng? Have a bit more confidence and eliminate the question. The faces of those surrounding him reflected sheer terror, fearful that they might be the next victims. Despite Xiaobai's formidable display and adept use of spatial power, every contender in this life and death elimination round possessed their own skills. It was not long before someone identified Xiaobai's vulnerability and dashed towards the cave where Qin Feng was situated. This was dire. Upon noticing, Xiaobai hastily attempted to regroup, falling into the opponent's trap. Now was the moment. The adversary had accurately calculated Xiaobai's arrival time and location. At the instant Xiaobai materialized, a fist the size of a sandbag unleashed a barrage of strikes. In this brutal battleground, it was a matter of life or death, with no mercy to be found. Xiaobai cried out in agony, its snowy fur stained crimson with blood. The spectators outside watched with bated breath, fervently hoping for the little one's survival. With a resounding thud, Xiaobai was violently propelled away, collapsing to the ground, motionless and uncertain of its fate. Next in line was Qin Feng. The excitement in the eyes of the adversary was palpable. If they could just enter and eliminate Qin Feng, everything would be secured. Yet, at that moment, a certain author took it upon themselves to grant Xiaobai a resurgence, determined to prove it was no mere useless rabbit. Trembling, it managed to rise once more. Even when reduced to the brink of breath, she steadfastly stood before the cave, her diminutive form swaying as she weakly declared, "As long as I, the rabbit, am here, you shall not enter the cave." Chapter 62. Heaven did not give birth to me, Qin Xiaobai. The path of the sword is eternal as the long night. This little creature, observing Xiaobai's indomitable gaze, the moon goddess felt a profound astonishment. While others may not comprehend the true nature of this rabbit, she had witnessed its growth firsthand. It could be said that it was a rabbit devoid of principles, with its foremost ambition in life being to sell Qin Feng to the young lady for profit. She had always been curious about the utility of such a rabbit to Qin Feng, pondering that in the heat of battle, it might even betray its master. Now, she finally understood that a lack of principles does not equate to a lack of loyalty. This rabbit was genuinely capable. When it mattered, it dared to step forward. Similarly, the audience outside was deeply moved by Xiaobai's resolute stand. Even knowing the impending doom, it chose to buy time for its master, its petite form appearing remarkably grand in that moment. With such a frail creature, you wish to protect Qin Feng? The crowd unleashed merciless ridicule, preparing to celebrate with Xiaobai after vanquishing Qin Feng. Was it truly amusing? Xiaobai slowly lifted her little head, and her eyes suddenly ignited with a fierce glimmer akin to a sharp sword. What was happening? The expressions of those around shifted as they sensed the transformation within Xiaobai. If the previous Xiaobai was an adorable little rabbit, the current Xiaobai resembled a sword poised to be drawn. The edge was unyielding, the rabbit and sword united. The sword comes forth. With a resounding roar, Xiaobai raised its small hand, trembling with determination. A crisp sound of swordplay echoed from the cave, and a beam of sword light shot forth like a meteor. As the rabbit nurtured by Qin Feng since childhood, it not only mastered his mischievous ways but also embraced his swordsmanship. Furthermore, Qin Feng had never withheld his teachings, openly sharing insights into swordsmanship and actively instructing it on how to become an extraordinary sword rabbit. Coupled with the enlightenment from the sage's bamboo slips and the awakening of its spirit companion, Carrot, it gradually comprehended its own path of the sword. Even Qin Feng's Longkong divine sword could be summoned effortlessly. Suddenly, the Longkong divine sword emerged from the cave, transforming into 9 small swords that floated around Xiaobai. It was the Longkong 9 swords. The expressions of those surrounding them shifted dramatically, realizing that a significant event was unfolding. They were somewhat familiar with Qin Feng's Longkong 9 swords, which he had shamelessly acquired from the Emperor of Daxia years ago, subsequently becoming his signature weapon. They were aware that Qin Feng typically wielded the swords in a unified form, but disassembling them indicated he would transform into the Egg King. Now, seeing this rabbit bring forth the Longkong divine sword as 9 small swords, they could hardly believe that the rabbit raised by Qin Feng possessed any sense of propriety. Without me, Qin Xiaobai, the sword path remains eternal like the long night. Xiaobai recalled a phrase spoken by Qin Feng, akin to a scion's transformation after a fierce battle. The sword energy surrounding it surged with intensity, and the 9 small swords seemed to receive a command, transforming into streaks of meteoric sword light that swiftly charged towards the opposition. Astonishingly, I found myself stirred with fervor by a mere rabbit. The atmosphere among the spectators outside was instantly ignited, their minds consumed by the phrase, "Heaven did not give birth to me, Qin Xiaobai. The path of the sword is eternal, like the long night." What audacity, what arrogance! Truly, this was a rabbit nurtured by Qin Feng, who not only inherited its cunning but also embraced its wildness. Suddenly, the moon goddess appeared somewhat dazed, her thoughts drifting back 7 years. She recalled their first encounter when Qin Feng boldly proclaimed, "At the pinnacle of immortality, I stand unrivaled. Where there is Qin Feng, there is heaven." However, it was his subsequent plea, "Sister Moon Goddess, save me," that nearly destabilized her resolve. A perilous situation. The expressions of those besieging Xiaobai shifted dramatically as they hastily dodged the swiftly approaching 9 swords. They had grossly underestimated Xiaobai's combat prowess. Despite sharing the same extraordinary 9th level of cultivation as Qin Feng, it possessed an epic-level talent, effortlessly challenging foes above its rank. Even against opponents of the 9th level of spiritual martial arts, it could hold its ground for several exchanges. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp sound of shattered eggs echoed, accompanied by cries of despair. No doubt, this was a rabbit raised by Qin Feng. The spectators outside could not help but swallow hard, instinctively shielding their companions. Who exactly is Qin Feng? The moon goddess realized that, after 7 years, she still could not comprehend Qin Feng. He exhibited ruthless determination in pursuing his brother's supreme bone, an unyielding defiance before the elders of his clan, and audacious desires towards the princess of Daxia, alongside a plethora of shameless and boundless tactics. Yet, this unscrupulous Qin Feng had managed to lead a tranquil life in the moon goddess palace for 7 years, successfully concealing his true strength and even cultivating a peerless sword rabbit like Xiaobai. With a resounding bang, the long sky 9 swords were abruptly sent flying by a surge of power, and the chaotic scene was swiftly brought under control. Descending from the heavens was a man clad in dark armor, wielding a battle spear that exuded an overwhelming presence, effortlessly deflecting the long sky 9 swords. Around him radiated the unique aura of a practitioner of the Tao, Qianjun. The crowd collectively sighed in relief, knowing that their comrade had been safeguarded. Although Qianjun might not be deemed a prodigy, his mastery of the first level of the Tao grants him the capability to contend for a place in the competition. And suppressing the rogue rabbit, Xiaobai, should pose little challenge. The Tao realm. Xiaobai's eyelids flickered slightly, internally lamenting the gravity of the situation. Indeed, it could challenge opponents beyond its level, unperturbed even by those at the 9th level of spirit martial, yet not all rabbits bear the name Qin Feng. With numerous abnormal techniques available, facing someone from the Tao realm could lead to swift demise at their whim. Within the cave, Qin Feng sensed the tumultuous battle outside and seized the moment to break through to the spirit martial realm, unwilling to face the fate of being interrupted like Feng Chang. At this juncture, the Buddhist relic in his grasp had fused with his being, instigating a profound transformation within him. His vitality surged with an overwhelming force, akin to a torrential river in perpetual motion, while a divine radiance began to emanate from his bones and flesh, enveloping him in a sacred glow. The heavenly body of dominance had been partially activated, further enhancing the strength of his physical form. Now was the moment. Qin Feng's eyes flew open, their inky depths igniting with a tangible brilliance, as a tremendous wave of energy surged around him, accompanied by a river of sword energy cascading behind him. The resounding roar of the tidal wave startled those outside the cave. It was a palpable sense of terror washed over the crowd, akin to the foreboding feeling one experiences when a ferocious beast is about to be unleashed. They were unaware of the source of the thunderous waves, Yet they could distinctly sense that Qin Feng had transcended to the spirit martial realm. With his extraordinary prowess at the 9th level, Qin Feng could easily vanquish a single sword, and now, having broken through, he could not be underestimated in the entire arena of life and death. One individual, his eyes filled with fury, bellowed, "What are we waiting for? Let us charge forth and eliminate Qin Feng, or else once he emerges, we shall all become his sisters." With a reckless spirit, they resolved to join forces, declaring that the time to slay the despicable Qin Feng was today. The crowd's eyes glowed with fervor, driven by the mentality of gamblers. They had risked their lives to participate in this brutal elimination contest, and had long since cast aside their fear of death. Now, slaying Qin Feng would guarantee their advancement, an opportunity too precious to be squandered. "Wait!" A commanding voice resonated, emanating from Qianjun, who strode forth with his battle spear, exuding an aura akin to that of an invincible warrior. His strength was astonishing. The pale youth's expression turned grave, bracing himself for a fight to the death. "Qianjun, our leader, is formidable." The morale of those around surged, as though they had found a steadfast anchor. With a resounding thud, Qianjun knelt without hesitation at the cave's entrance, prostrating himself humbly. "I am Qianjun, and my admiration for leader Qin Feng flows like the endless waters of a mighty river, as relentless as the floods of the Yellow River. Today, if leader Qin Feng does not accept me as a subordinate, I shall remain here, kneeling until death claims me." Chapter 63. A wife is always better from another family silence. The atmosphere fell completely still. The crowd had laid bare their vulnerabilities, yet here he was, without a second thought, prostrating himself in submission. "Alas, it seems I have ultimately misinvested my affections." Ah, Xiaobai was utterly astonished, his mind overwhelmed by a profound exclamation. He believed that after years of following Qin Feng, he had grasped the essence of cunning, yet he realized that beyond the mountains there were further mountains, and beyond the towers, even more exquisite establishments. One form of cunning surpassed another. These fools, Qianjun, undeterred by the gazes of others, knelt reverently outside the cave. His inclination to prostrate himself before Qin Feng was not due to a lack of shame, but rather a response to the unprecedented terror he felt from the recent overwhelming wave of sound. If he was not mistaken, it must be an extraordinarily terrifying sword technique, one that resonated with Qin Feng at a perfect compatibility. It is well known that to achieve great mastery in techniques above the saint level, one must create their own. Qin Feng had already birthed the formidable heaven-slaying sword technique at the tender age of 8. He could hardly fathom what terrifying sword technique Qin Feng could conceive now. Given his current prowess in the sword path, to prostrate oneself before the strong was his virtue. At this moment, the tumultuous sound of waves gradually subsided, and the cave descended into tranquility. Alarm surged across the faces of the crowd as they realized that Qin Feng was about to emerge. Casting a glance at Xiaobai and then at Qianjun, they understood that the prospect of killing Qin Feng was now impossible. Their only option was to retreat as a strategic maneuver. "You dare to strike my rabbit and attempt to leave empty-handed?" Qin Feng's cold voice echoed from within the cave, and the previously dislodged Longkong 9 swords began to tremble violently, erupting with a chilling, oppressive sword light, far surpassing its former strength. "Run!" A terrified shout pierced the air, prompting a frantic escape in all directions. Yet the Longkong 9 swords have soared into the sky, transforming into 9 slender beams of sword light that cleave through the void. Unlike the previous usage by Qin Feng at the extraordinary 9th layer, after breaking through to the first layer of the spirit martial realm, the control range of the 9 swords can extend to over 1,000 meters. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for shattering eternity, earning 1,000 villain points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for shattering eternity, earning 1,000 villain points. As the mournful cries resonate, the system notifications continue to chime. Alas, how utterly despicable. The spectators outside the arena can hardly bear to watch, utterly at a loss for words to describe Qin Feng. To label him as cruel? He is the sole participant in the life and death elimination match who has managed to rank among the top 100 without resorting to murder. Not only in this tournament, but throughout the history of such contests, there has never been a case where someone has entered the top 100 without killing. Yet, to assert that he is not cruel, nearly 300 young men have been transformed into sisters due to his actions, a phenomenon never before observed in the annals of these tournaments. How terrifying. Cold beads of sweat bead on Qianjuan's forehead, as the sound of swords whistling past fills his ears. He had endeavored to overestimate the terror that Qin Feng embodies, but he finds himself still underestimating it. The Longkong 9 swords in Qin Feng's hands are on an entirely different level than in Xiaobai's. Apart from the prodigies of the entry realm, it seems no one can withstand his 9 swords. Thankfully, I knelt quickly, Qianjun wipes the cold sweat from his brow, feeling an immense sense of relief. At that moment, an extremely cold and captivating voice rings out, "Halt." Before him, a breathtaking maiden clad in flowing white robes hovered gracefully upon a flying sword. Witnessing such a brutal spectacle, she could not help but arch her delicate eyebrows, swiftly forming a hand gesture to ensnare the swiftly darting 9 swords. It was none other than the illustrious Yulan. The man below, as if beholding a divine savior, hastily knelt in supplication, pleading for this enchanting figure named Yulan to rescue him. Could it truly be Yulan? The male spectators outside were captivated, their hearts exclaiming the undeniable beauty before them. In the realm of the Qin Moon dynasty, Yulan was a name known to all. She was the daughter of the Blue Demon, one of the 4 extraordinary beauties of antiquity alongside the Moon Goddess, shrouded in mystery regarding her paternal lineage. A century prior, the Blue Demon, one of the 4 renowned beauties, mysteriously vanished, only to return 100 years later with child. Shortly thereafter, she gave birth to her daughter, Yulan. It is said that Yulan possesses the rarest physique, the Xianin body, displaying an exceptionally formidable talent from a young age, and she is undeniably a peerless beauty. Today's encounter confirmed her legendary status. If their memories served them correctly, Yulan had already attained the 2nd level of Dao cultivation, making her the most favored contender in this life-and-death elimination tournament. Meanwhile, within the cave, Qin Feng stood frozen in place, the system's notification echoing in his ears. Ding! Epic chosen daughter detected. Chosen daughter? The protagonist? Qin Feng's expression shifted peculiarly, his mind struggling to comprehend the revelation. Ever since awakening his system, he and his second brother had encountered 3 chosen ones, including the stunning Zi Yuan and the enchanting princess Nen Feng, who appeared by their side. He had always believed that these stunning beauties were the protagonists, only to discover that they were mere supporting characters. The true leading lady was someone else entirely. Who might she be wed to? Qin Feng murmured to himself, revealing his fondness for such matters. Yulan's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she coldly remarked, "Murder is but a fleeting act. Why must you humiliate others in such a manner? If I am not mistaken, the one who resorts to such vile tactics is none other than the unparalleled Qin Feng. Are you indeed, Qin Feng?" Swish, swish, swish. The 9 swords of the long sky broke free from their constraints, swiftly soaring into the cave. Shortly thereafter, Qin Feng, clad in white like an elegant gentleman, emerged from the depths of the cave, wielding the long sky divine sword. Witnessing this, onlookers could not help but exclaim, "A gentleman as exquisite as jade, unmatched in the world." Yet, upon recalling his methods, they could not suppress their disdain. "Scoundrel! You are Qin Feng." Yulan's brows knitted in disbelief. She found it utterly impossible to associate this handsome youth with the notorious Egg King. "You have mistaken me for someone else." Qin Feng, ever the gentleman, replied, "I am but a humble disciple. A mere reflection of brilliance surpassing the blue from which it sprang." Surpassing the blue? Yulan. The crowd pondered this, exclaiming in disbelief at his audacity. "You are indeed formidable." Yet, Yulan remained unaffected by Qin Feng's teasing, acutely aware of the terror he emanated. Having just broken through to the spirit martial realm, Qin Feng's aura was still not entirely under his control. Yet it was evident that he surpassed others of the same cultivation level by an extraordinary margin during his 7 years in the Moon Goddess Palace. Although his cultivation did not experience significant breakthroughs, he refined his foundation to an extraordinarily formidable degree, indicating that he would be able to venture further and more steadily in the future. In what aspect? Qin Feng began to scrutinize Yulan, unable to deny that his spouse was indeed superior to others. The peaks of the snowy mountains appeared to possess an astonishing elasticity. If he were to engage her in combat using the dragon's guidance and fire's return techniques, it would undoubtedly provoke a substantial reaction from the system. The audience was filled with disdainful glances, all too aware of Qin Feng's lascivious intentions towards her. Chapter 64. The Jianghu was not merely about fighting and killing as rumored. She was indeed despicable. Yulan's delicate face flushed slightly as she felt uncomfortable under Qin Feng's penetrating gaze. Although she understood that her beauty captivated many men, she still could not withstand the intensity of Qin Feng's fiery stare, which seemed as if it could devour her at any moment. "Oh dear, Mama Rabbit. You have finally emerged." Little White, exhausted, plopped down onto the ground, its eyelids growing heavier until it succumbed to sleep. Despite possessing epic-level talents, it was still merely a transcendent rabbit of the 9th rank, relying solely on sheer willpower to endure against so many spirit martial realm cultivators, as well as some who had entered the Dao. Now, upon seeing Qin Feng, it could no longer hold on. "Rest now." Qin Feng gently lifted Little White from the ground, Unlike the domesticated rabbits of his past, the current little white was almost entirely soaked in blood. Its once pristine white, for now grimy and matted, appearing far worse than a stray rabbit. Yet he showed no disdain, cradling the small white creature in his arms, indifferent to the blood staining his white garments. Boss. Qianjun scampered over, eager to ingratiate himself, embodying the role of a sycophant with remarkable flair. Wretched fool. The audience filled with contempt, astonished to witness such a side of Qianjun. Despite possessing the cultivation of the first level of enlightenment, adorned in exquisite armor and wielding a formidable spear, he shamelessly groveled before Qin Feng, doing so with such fluidity and ease. Qianjun, however, remained unperturbed, finding their naivety laughable. They believed that participating in the life and death elimination match could alter their fates, unaware that they were merely cannon fodder to highlight the true prodigy. He perceived the situation with profound clarity, rather than facing the myriad pressures of reality in the future. It was far wiser to become an appendage to Qin Feng's formidable presence. The world of martial arts is not merely about combat. It encompasses the intricacies of human relationships. As the scion of the Moon God Palace, coupled with his extraordinary innate talents, Qin Feng's future was destined for greatness. Only by clinging to his side could one hope to defy destiny. A sycophant, Qin Feng regarded Qianjun with little aversion. It is a common practice for the strong to gather followers. One cannot be expected to handle every matter single-handedly, can they? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for subduing a sycophantic lackey and acquiring the Celestial Slave Seal. Celestial Slave Seal, unranked, when imprinted on a loyal follower. It allows them to share half of the host's combat prowess. Should treachery arise in their hearts, they shall be consumed by the flames of hell. Note, special physique. Comprehension levels do not count as bonuses. What a splendid treasure. Qin Feng's eyes instantly gleamed with excitement, and he could hardly contain his exhilaration. Even though his celestial body, invincible sword heart, and third-level sword intent could not provide any enhancement, the aura of his imperial lineage offered a tenfold augmentation. This meant that his opponent could enjoy a fivefold increase in combat prowess. It was not merely those of lesser caliber like Qianjun who would succumb to such an enticing prospect. Even the most gifted individuals would find it difficult to resist the allure of a fivefold enhancement. The only price to pay was an unwavering allegiance. And it seemed there was no plausible reason to betray someone of Qin Feng's honorable character. Qin Feng cast a sidelong glance at Qianjun and inquired softly, "Do you truly intend to follow me?" "Indeed," Qianjun replied earnestly, nodding with conviction, clearly not jesting. With his innate talent, he could contend for a chance to emerge. Yet after that, he would merely occupy the lowest tier, destined to serve others. Since he was fated to be in servitude, why not seek out a master with potential? "Very well," Qin Feng said, as he summoned a mysterious golden rune at his fingertip. Before Qianjun could react, Qin Feng swiftly pressed it against his forehead. The golden rune flickered on his brow before vanishing into thin air. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from within Qianjun, causing the earth around them to tremble and crack open in various places. His aura instantly surged 4 or 5 times over. What was that? The onlookers, including those present in the audience outside, as well as figures like the Six Paths Emperor, were all taken aback. To elevate someone's combat strength by over 5-fold simply by imprinting a mark on their forehead was astounding. Were such an event to occur with a renowned figure, they would not be surprised. However, Qin Feng had only just broken through to the first level of spirit martial, a full realm lower than Qianjun. Was this a twist of fate? How could this be possible? Qianjun stood dumbfounded, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. He could distinctly feel the surging power within him, undeniably 5 times stronger than before. Although he had not experienced the joy of possessing the talents of the Emperor Qin Feng, he was undoubtedly among the ranks of the prodigies. No, this leader was his to follow. Not even the arrival of Jesus would change that. Ignoring the astonishment of those around him, Qin Feng lifted his gaze towards the sky, where Yulan stood poised upon her flying sword, contemplating whether placing a celestial slave seal upon her would yield substantial rewards. However, while the celestial slave seal was indeed effective, it required the voluntary relinquishment of resistance. Coercion would render it ineffective. This was the first prodigy of the ancient era? Yulan's expression was grave as she sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the first prodigy of antiquity. A collective gulp echoed through the crowd, creating a palpable tension akin to the calm before a storm. Legends have persisted through the ages, stating that whenever an era of great contention arises, prodigies from all corners emerge like mushrooms after rain, each carrying immense fortune. By defeating one another, they could seize fragments of each other's luck. Ultimately, the victor would harness the collective fortune of the world, striving to attain the legendary pinnacle. Since Qin Feng boldly proclaimed, at the peak of immortality, "As long as there is me, Qin Feng, there is heaven," 7 years ago, he had earned the title of the first prodigy of antiquity, naturally becoming the prime target for challenges from other prodigies. Now, as the universe remained uncertain, we all stood as dark horses. Originally, Yuan Lan intended to challenge Qin Feng before he matured, yet the recent display of prowess compelled her to reconsider this course of action. She had already gleaned information about the confrontation between Qin Feng and Yijian from others. The technique of the heaven-slaying sword, augmented by the invincible sword heart and the formidable third-tier sword intent, was already formidable. However, the supreme bone celestial catastrophe light proved to be even more terrifying, decisively vanquishing Yijian's heavenly sword body. It was rumored that this was not even Qin Feng's complete form. His dual pupils had only showcased their basic capabilities during battle. Yet even the simple ability to slow opponents revealed an alarming level of power. One could not help but wonder if he had unlocked additional abilities of his dual pupils over the past 7 years. It seemed unlikely, however. Yuan Lan furrowed her brows slightly, considering the improbability. Qin Feng, at merely 15 years of age, had already grasped the invincible sword heart and the third-tier sword intent, an unprecedented feat coupled with the terrifying nature of his celestial catastrophe light. It was certain that he had no time to cultivate new abilities for his dual pupils. In essence, the battle against Yijian represented the entirety of his combat prowess. Otherwise, he would not dare to risk a breakthrough in such perilous circumstances. The more Yuan Lan contemplated, the more she felt assured of her chances against Qin Feng. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's attention was diverted, his focus lying elsewhere, far removed from the conflict at hand. Chapter 65. Dragon Slayer. As the two parties locked eyes, the tension palpable in the air, a resounding dragon's roar shattered the atmosphere, reverberating throughout the entire battleground of life and death. Who possessed such audacity to confront a young dragon? The entire battlefield of life and death was enveloped in astonishment, as everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards a single direction. In this arena, one must hunt ferocious beasts to accumulate points, among which were 2 dragons, a large one, a true dragon, and a smaller one, a flood dragon. Since the inception of the battlefield, these creatures had been confined within this space, and defeating them would not only yield a substantial amount of points, but also grant treasures such as dragon pearls. However, for a century, no one had triumphed over them. Even during the previous life and death elimination tournament, none had succeeded in slaying these formidable beasts. It is noteworthy that the last tournament was heralded as an epic confrontation, and the Six Paths Emperor had subsequently sealed 2 holy suns, underscoring the high stakes of that competition. Yet, even in the midst of a tournament that birthed 2 holy suns, the participants ultimately fell short against the flood dragon, let alone daring to provoke the mightiest true dragon. Who possesses such audacity? Qin Feng also gazed towards the direction of the smaller dragon, faintly hearing the continuous rumbling sounds, a cacophony resembling a brawl. Yulan furrowed her brow and murmured softly, decisively stepping onto her flying sword, heading towards the location of the smaller dragon. Contemplating, she realized that this was not the opportune moment to confront Qin Feng. It was merely the second day of the life and death elimination tournament. Engaging in a mutually destructive battle with him would only serve to benefit others. It would be wiser to investigate the area of the smaller dragon first. If she could secure a kill, it would be a tremendous gain. Especially the dragon pearl. It was an exceedingly rare treasure, and if fused, it would undoubtedly elevate her strength to new heights. Many shared Yulan's sentiments, ceasing their battles to hasten towards the smaller dragon's location. Quick, let us depart. Qin Feng had no intention of mingling with the crowd. He led Qianjun in the opposite direction. All right, boss. Qianjun, fully aware of his role as a subordinate, did not inquire about their destination, but simply followed silently behind Qin Feng. A collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers, grateful that Qin Feng had seemingly forgotten about them. Yet, in the next moment, 9 beams of sword light surged forth, eliciting a chorus of screams from the crowd. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for shattering a total of 121 eggs, earning 121,000 villain points. He had not forgotten after all. The spectators outside could not help but shudder, reminding themselves of the importance of not offending Qin Feng. He bore no grudges. Grievances were settled on the spot. Meanwhile, at the site of the dragon, before a cave, Fang Chong observed with a calm demeanor, adorned in smoky makeup. Before him, a group of candidates was frantically assaulting a dragon measuring 40 to 50 meters in length. Unlike the coordinated effort to defeat a boss, this group appeared dazed, like mere automatons, recklessly charging forward despite their injuries inflicted by the dragon, even willing to self-destruct in its presence. What on earth was happening? The candidates arriving from all directions wore expressions of wariness, a sense of foreboding creeping into their hearts. Come on, everyone, come forth. A sinister smile played upon Feng Chang's lips as an immensely malevolent Buddha materialized behind him. As the Buddha began to speak, an eerie chant resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. It was the demonic sound of the Buddha. Some immediately covered their ears, their faces etched with terror as they retreated hastily. This was an exceptionally potent psychic assault. Those lacking unwavering resolve would be beguiled, transformed into mindless automatons. However, they had clearly underestimated the formidable nature of Feng Chang after his descent into darkness. His will was swiftly breached by the Buddha's demonic resonance, his gaze growing listless as he teetered on the brink of utter subjugation. Only Yulan, shielded by her celestial destiny, could barely withstand the encroaching influence of the Buddha's sinister melody. Who is this person? Yulan pondered, perplexed by the presence of such a fiend in the life-or-death elimination round. Feng Chang seized the subjugated man, sinking his teeth into the victim's neck, ravenously devouring his life force to mend his own wounds. The scene was gruesome, the man rendered lifeless after a brief convulsion. He had irrevocably transformed into a demon. The spectators recoiled in horror, unnerved by Feng Chang's methods. Despite his unremarkable performance in the elimination round, overshadowed by Qin Lao's schemes, the memory of Feng Chang's enlightenment of the Buddha demon's essence remained vivid. He was undoubtedly a peerless prodigy, rare even in the ancient wilderness. They shuddered to imagine the calamitous consequences of such a talent succumbing to demonic influence. Soon, I shall recover, Feng Chang declared, wiping blood from his lips, his eyes gleaming with madness. Once he had slain the dragon and claimed its pearl, his power would surge to new heights, enabling him to enslave even more individuals and inflict his suffering upon Qin Feng. At that moment, as Feng Chang exploited the Buddha's demonic resonance to compel the examinees to relentlessly attack the dragon, Qin Feng led 1,000 troops to a precipice, where a colossal natural cave loomed above, while beneath lay a stark expanse of white bones, both of beasts and humans alike. Boss, what brings us here? Qian Jun trembled uncontrollably, sensing that his leader might be somewhat unhinged, while everyone else flocked to witness the slaughter of the flood dragon. Hoping to seize a share of the spoils, he had brought them to the lair of the true dragon, the highest scorer in this deadly battleground. Indeed, Qin Feng had initially intended to join the others at the flood dragon's location, but upon reflection, he realized that the dragon pearl of a true dragon could not possibly compare to that of a flood dragon. Moreover, with everyone's attention captivated by the flood dragon, he could unleash his full power against the true dragon without the concern of others claiming a portion of the bounty post-slaying. Confucius once remarked, "A gentleman does not discuss strange powers or chaotic spirits." Qin Feng cast a casual glance at Qian Jun perplexed. Qian Jun inquired, "What does that mean?" "I have no idea," replied Qin Feng. The small white creature in Qin Feng's arms regained some strength and, with a serious demeanor, stated, "To use extraordinary strength to render the inquirer dazed signifies that your question is wholly unnecessary." "Unnecessary? Are you saying, boss, that you intend to slay a dragon?" Qian Jun ventured cautiously. "What do you think?" Qin Feng twisted his neck a few times, beginning his warm-up exercises in preparation for the impending confrontation. "You truly plan to slay a dragon?" Qian Jun felt a wave of vertigo wash over him, convinced that his leader had indeed lost his sanity. The true dragon possessed the formidable strength of a 5th-level cultivator, a rare sight among the demon race, far surpassing the prowess of any peerless genius of the human race. Even if Qin Feng possesses astonishing talent, attempting to slay an opponent with merely the cultivation of the 1st level of spirit martial arts seems rather audacious. At this moment, the scene shifts back to Qin Feng. Everyone unanimously concludes that this child must have consumed counterfeit liquor, undoubtedly impairing his judgment. Chapter 66, The Unconventional Qin Laolu, Dragon Slayer. The esteemed figures, including the 6 Paths Emperor, gasped in disbelief, deeming Qin Feng excessively arrogant. It is one thing to have just broken through to the 1st level of spirit martial arts. Even those at the 9th level of the path would hesitate to provoke a great dragon. This is a true dragon clan, possessing innate advantages far surpassing those of humanity. Historically, it has always been the dragons who challenge humans at higher levels, with few humans daring to confront dragons in such a manner. The notion of someone at the 1st level of spirit martial arts challenging the 5th level of the path is utterly unheard of. Could he possibly have a hidden card up his sleeve? "Don't look at me. I know nothing," the moon goddess exclaimed innocently, raising her hands in surrender. Genuinely unfamiliar with Qin Feng at this moment, having lived alongside him for 7 years, she had believed he was merely solidifying his foundation during this time, a notion she wholeheartedly supported. as she believed that cultivators should strive not merely for the present, but for the future. Her intention in allowing Qin Feng to participate in the life-and-death elimination match was simply to broaden his horizons, yet unexpectedly, he has imparted a lesson to her. It is one thing for his foundational skills to be so extraordinarily solid, but he has also secretly elevated his sword intent to the third level. Moreover, there is the matter of the celestial tyrant body mentioned by the Six Paths Emperor. If that is indeed true, then this young man is truly a complete fraud and an utter anomaly. Uncertain, the Six Paths Emperor directed his gaze toward the projection of Qin Feng. He harbored a genuine affection for the talent exhibited by Qin Feng. However, regulations were inviolable. Unless Qin Feng voluntarily relinquished, he could not release him. At this juncture, incessant explosions reverberated throughout the dragon's location. Art manifests as an explosion. A manic expression washed over Feng Chang's countenance as the dragon endured relentless assaults from a multitude of humanoid bombs, its scales cascading like autumn leaves, and its blood raining down in torrents. Yet, Feng Chang remained unsatisfied, employing the Buddha's demonic sound to subjugate even more onlookers. This fellow is excessively cruel. The audience outside the arena seethed with indignation, displaying zero tolerance for demon cultivators. They had transcended humanity, having long forsaken reverence for life. In their eyes, a human life was worth less than an ant, especially considering he was a disciple of the great Xia Emperor, enslaving individuals from their Yinmun dynasty. Feng Chang. Princess Nanfeng's face betrayed a hint of astonishment, finding it impossible to reconcile this figure with the erudite, refined gentleman she had envisioned. The Feng Chang before her was selfish, self-serving, and unscrupulous in achieving his goals. The elder tasked with safeguarding the delegation slowly articulated, entry into demonic cultivation liberates the suppressed desires within one's heart. Ergo, Feng Chang's previous refinement was merely a facade. Deep within, he was always this petty, self-centered individual. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Princess Nanfeng vehemently shook her head, unable to accept that Feng Chang was such a person. In her eyes, Feng Chang is the epitome of an ideal companion. His remarkable vision leaves one astounded. He can effortlessly conjure timeless couplets and deftly navigate even the most challenging situations. The creations he produces are unparalleled in history. He must possess a heart as vast and selfless as the heavens. How could he possibly be a selfish scoundrel? Alas, the old man sighed in resignation, choosing to say no more. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had completed his warm-up. After handing Xiao Bai over to Qian Jun, he dashed into the cave with astonishing speed. Is he truly going in? Qian Jun stood aghast, his mind a blank canvas. He had encountered fearless individuals before, but never had he witnessed someone so recklessly courting death as Qin Feng. Upon entering the cave, Qin Feng decisively activated his heavy pupils, revealing a colossal dragon head within. At that moment, the great dragon was blissfully asleep, oblivious to the audacity of anyone daring enough to challenge it. Even though it had faintly heard the call of the dragon earlier, it paid no heed, for every time the battleground of life and death opened, a few impassioned youths believed themselves invincible, only to end up as the evening meal of a humble loach. The dragon's eyelids fluttered slightly, as if sensing an intruder. Drawing his sword, almost instantaneously as the dragon opened its eyes, a dark, fluid blade emerged from its sheath. The sound of the blade unsheathing rang out like thunder splitting the skies, startling the dragon to its core. This is bad. A sense of danger loomed. There was a cunning adversary attempting to launch a surprise attack. Before long could react, Qin Feng, clad in white like snow, appeared like a flash of lightning, gracefully rising, akin to a startled swan. The dazzling brilliance of his sword illuminated the cave. The actions of unsheathing, striking, and sheathing the blade flowed seamlessly together. With a resounding thud, a spray of crimson erupted forth. Long felt an instantaneous loss of vision, and a sharp pain radiated from his left eye throughout his entire body. The anguish elicited a piercing dragon's roar that echoed through the heavens, and the blinding of his left eye sent him into a frenzied rage. Debris from the cave fell in a chaotic frenzy, and jagged fissures spread relentlessly. This is bad. The cave is about to collapse. With an almost otherworldly grace, Qin Feng swiftly exited the cave. Boss, Qian Jun could not help but exclaim, feeling a wave of relief wash over him upon seeing Qin Feng unharmed. Yet, in the next moment, anxiety gripped him once more. With a thunderous crash, the cave completely caved in, and the sheer cliffs crumbled. A massive dragon, cloaked in darkness and nearly 100 meters in length, soared into the sky from the wreckage. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that Long's left eye had transformed into a gaping wound of blood, roaring in fury as if vowing to hunt down that scoundrel and tear him to shreds. Oh dear, it's deafening. Xiaobai quickly covered her ears with her long ears, nearly overwhelmed by the cacophony. Goodness, Qin Feng is truly slaying a dragon. The spectators outside were left in utter astonishment, their hearts tumultuous with disbelief. They realized that Qin Feng was genuinely formidable, daring to challenge a dragon despite being at the first level of spiritual martial arts, and successfully blinding one of its eyes, a feat unprecedented in the annals of the deathmatch arena. What the hell? Qin Feng offered no respite to the great dragon, leaping effortlessly to confront it head-on. Without allowing the dragon any opportunity to utter a prologue of vengeance, he brazenly unleashed the celestial calamity. A radiant golden light shimmered from his chest, revealing the ethereal flow of intricate runes. With a thunderous crash, the dragon was caught off guard, struck squarely in the face, and a vivid splash of crimson erupted into the air. This moment ignited the dragon's fury. It had not anticipated such a flagrant disregard for martial decorum, as Qin Feng's initial assault had marred its visage. Had it not been said that one should never strike a dragon's face? Yet, before the dragon could retaliate, Qin Feng's pupils glimmered with a violet hue. Suddenly, the sky darkened, revealing pairs of colossal, ominous eyes. It was the manifestation of the heavy eye technique. The audience outside was swept into a frenzy, their minds racing with disbelief. How could this be so different from what the esteemed teacher from the horse-stupid nation had proclaimed? Wasn't it said that Qin Feng had exhausted his energy in developing the heavy eye technique? What, then, was unfolding before them? In stark contrast to Qin Feng, they felt as if they had merely existed as insignificant beings. At the tender age of 15, he had already grasped the unrivaled sword heart, attained the third level of sword intent, cultivated the supreme bone, and perfected the heavy eye, even innovating 2 divine-level techniques. Meanwhile, they, at the same age, could only embrace the 48 techniques with a foolish grin. Chapter 67. The frenzied assault of Qin VI. How terrifying. Xian Jun, being in close proximity, could distinctly sense the dread emanating from those eyes in the heavens, akin to the Almighty gazing down upon mere ants. Terrified, he swiftly clutched Xiaobai and retreated to maintain a safe distance. At this very moment, the dual energies of yin and yang manifested in divine light. Qin Feng's eyes shimmered with an enchanting violet glow, leaving the great dragon no time to react. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A pair of dual pupils in the sky unleashed beams of light, striking the dragon with the precision of lasers. Roar. The dragon emitted a heart-wrenching roar of agony as its once impenetrable scales succumbed to the piercing divine light of yin and yang, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Yet, the dragon was no ordinary creature. Its mastery at the 5th level of the Tao was not to be underestimated. Although Qin Feng's divine light was devastatingly powerful, it could not inflict fatal harm, only serving to stoke the fires of its rage. Roar. The dragon let out a thunderous roar, its remaining eye glaring furiously at Qin Feng, as if to declare, "You are done for, and now it is my turn to perform." However, Qin Feng displayed no signs of panic. Instead, a sinister smile curled at the corner of his lips. Oh no, he is a cunning one. The dragon felt a wave of unease wash over it at Qin Feng's grin. Before it could fully comprehend the situation, a sudden chill swept over from behind. The Longkong divine sword had, unbeknownst to it, split into 9 blades, transforming into streaks of light that shot toward its exhaust port. Roar. The dragon's eyes widened in terror as it let out a wretched scream, experiencing the meaning of a flower, a world. Good heavens, how shameless. The spectators outside could hardly bear to watch, having gained a fresh understanding of Qin Feng's lack of moral restraint. He cared not for the color of the cat, as long as it could defeat the dragon, employing even the most despicable means without hesitation. Roar. From afar, a mournful dragon's wail echoed, soon followed by an eerie silence that restored calm. The Leviathan was vanquished. The scene shifted to Fengchong, where the Leviathan collapsed, unable to rise, under the relentless onslaught of human bomb attacks. A sardonic grin played on Fengchang's lips as he swiftly approached the fallen beast. Ignoring its desperate pleas, he mercilessly plunged his hand into its body, extracting a pale yellow dragon pearl. The Leviathan's dragon pearl. The audience was instantly astounded, their gazes fixated on the pearl in Fengchang's grasp. Even a common dragon pearl is a rare treasure, let alone one from a Leviathan. Moreover, every part of the Leviathan's body is an invaluable treasure. Fengchang soared to the top spot in an instant. A disciple of the Great Xia dynasty had overshadowed their own prodigies in the Yinmun dynasty, a humiliating defeat. Now, all eyes were on Qin Feng to see if he could surpass Fengchang. The audience's hearts pounded in their chests as Qin Feng was transformed from the disgrace of the Yinmun dynasty into its last hope. Truly, the Great Xia dynasty is a cradle of talent, befitting its title as the foremost dynasty of ancient times. The Six Paths Emperor's expression grew grave. It seemed the time was not yet ripe to confront the great Xia dynasty's royalty directly. Feng Chong had indeed outshone the Yin Moon dynasty's various prodigies. But Qin Feng was also a product of the great Xia dynasty. He needed to acknowledge the strength of the great Xia dynasty without underestimating his own. It appears the Leviathan has been slain. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng knew it was the death throes of the Leviathan. He realized he had to expedite his own dragon-slaying efforts to avoid attracting other examinees who might want to claim a share of the spoils. Life or death hinged on this one move. With a grave expression, Qin Feng tore his shirt apart, revealing a resplendent dragon-shaped tattoo that shimmered with golden light. Unlike the tattoos of others, his seemed almost alive, continuously meandering across his skin, accompanied by the resonant sound of dragon roars. What is this? The spectators outside were taken aback, displaying expressions of utter astonishment, as if they had never witnessed such a sight. Simultaneously, they could hardly fathom that Qin Feng possessed a hidden card in such a moment, one that was even ranked above the heavy pupil technique. Buddhist cultivation. The prominent figures, including the Six Realms Emperor, became visibly agitated, as their profound wisdom immediately recognized this as a form of Buddhist technique, reaching a state of consummate perfection. Why are you looking at me? I genuinely do not understand. The moon goddess protested innocently. While she had indeed seen Qin Feng's golden dragon tattoo, she was oblivious to the fact that it was his self-created Buddhist skill. What do you know? The esteemed figures were exasperated, their teeth grinding with frustration, yearning to rush forward and reprimand the moon goddess. While others revered a prodigy like Qin Feng, treating him as a precious gem, she, on the other hand, seemed completely ignorant. This cannot stand. Once the life and death elimination round concluded, they must, under the guise of righteousness, rescue Qin Feng from her clutches, lest a fine piece of unrefined jade be squandered by certain individuals. Great mighty heavenly dragon, great Luo spell, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Permitha. The dragon soars in the sky. After executing a series of dazzling hand seals, Qin Feng's dragon tattoo erupted from his body, transforming into a magnificent golden dragon, rivaling even a black dragon. Roar! The golden and black dragons roared at each other, subsequently entwining in a fierce battle. A resounding roar echoed throughout the heavens and the earth, as the ethereal energies were completely disrupted. A dazzling radiance cascaded forth like the Milky Way spilling from the firmament. And within this brilliance, two colossal figures coalesced, exuding a formidable aura of draconic might that swiftly enveloped the surroundings. However, the great dragon, having endured Qin Feng's formidable heaven-slaying sword technique, the celestial calamity's radiance, and the divine light of yin and yang, was now further burdened by the devastation wrought upon the floral realm by the Nine Swords, its combat prowess evidently diminished by several tiers. In contrast, the Dawei heavenly dragon, already possessing an innate advantage against demonic beasts, had fortified its strength after absorbing the relic of the Buddha, thus firmly establishing its dominance over the great dragon. The spectators outside the arena were utterly agitated, scarcely able to believe their own eyes. Qin Feng had indeed managed to suppress the great dragon, which was at the 5th level of the path, using his cultivation at merely the 1st level of spirit martial. It was not a mere slight suppression. He had thoroughly rendered the opponent incapable of raising its head. Throughout the annals of ancient history, no one had ever accomplished such a feat, my heavens. The crowd stood in stunned silence, eyes wide as they beheld the fierce clash of the two dragons in the sky, utterly incredulous that their newly appointed leader exhibited such overwhelming prowess. It was akin to a small cow riding a flying sword, truly a sight to behold. Qin Feng felt the strain of continuously unleashing grand techniques, nearly exhausting his own reserves. Yet he deftly manipulated the 9 swords of the sky to wreak havoc within the great dragon's body. With a mighty roar, the great dragon's eyes widened in agony, its massive form losing control and plummeting from the air. Now was the moment. Qin Feng swiftly formed a Han boom. 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 The great dragon, Dawei Tianlong, descended upon the earth, unleashing a tempest of energy that reverberated through the air, echoing like tumultuous waves. Roar! The dragon emitted a furious roar, seemingly lamenting the shamelessness of Qin Feng. In a final act of defiance, it unleashed a powerful tail swipe at him. What? Qin Feng's pupils constricted in alarm. He had neither the strength nor the time to evade. With a resounding crash, Qin Feng was struck by the dragon's tail, his ribcage shattered instantaneously, and his internal organs sustained varying degrees of damage. Had it not been for the dragon being reduced to a state of near demise, and his own cultivation of the 33 days of creation and the celestial dominance body, he would have surely met his end. This situation echoed the old adage, "You may ambush me countless times, but a single strike from me will suffice." Chapter 68. Qin Feng, never waste a grain of food. Boss. Qianjun rushed forward to catch Qin Feng. Thunderous rumblings echoed as the dragon's massive form plummeted from the sky, a solitary tear escaping its eye in its final moments. It had initially perceived Qin Feng as merely a brazen and unscrupulous adversary, only to realize that this opponent disregarded the very codes of the martial world, launching an onslaught of powerful attacks without affording it a moment to react, leaving it unable to demonstrate even a fraction of its true capabilities before meeting its demise. It refused to accept defeat. Alas, it has perished. I am fine, just leave quickly. Qin Feng was already in a critical state. Yet he mustered the strength to retrieve the great dragon into his personal space, instructing Qianjun to hasten their departure. The news of the great dragon's demise would soon spread, and once it did, escaping would be impossible. Understood, boss. Qianjun responded, wielding his war spear as he swiftly led Qin Feng away from the scene. Outside, the audience stood in stunned silence, immobilized by disbelief. They had thought that Feng Chang's slaughter of the flood dragon was the peak of astonishment, yet they could hardly fathom that within mere minutes, Qin Feng, a mere novice in the realm of spiritual martial arts, had vanquished the great dragon on the battlefield. The current era of competition was indeed astonishingly formidable. Meanwhile, Feng Chang was joyfully scrutinizing the dragon pearl with a gleeful expression, his mind racing with fantasies of defeating Qin Feng, force-feeding him hundreds of pounds of sao, relishing in the thought of amplifying his suffering tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. However, as he became enamored with the dragon pearl, a mournful dragon's lament echoed from afar, unmistakably the sound of a true dragon meeting its end. Surely not. Who has slain the great dragon? Feng Chang's face was painted with disbelief, and the dragon pearl in his hand suddenly lost its allure. As if struck by a revelation, he hastily produced a jade tablet, channeling his spiritual energy into it. Instantly, a projection of the leaderboard materialized, revealing that the first place, once rightfully his, had been usurped by none other than Qin Feng. With a gasp, Feng Chang's composure shattered, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He could not grasp how Qin Feng had managed to slay the dragon, nor could he comprehend why, whenever victory seemed assured, this insufferable rival would appear to thwart him. It was as if Qin Feng were his destined adversary, where one thrived, the other faltered, and vice versa. It is inconceivable that even if Qin Feng could slay the dragon, he would emerge unscathed. He must surely be gravely injured at this moment. Feng Chang cannot believe that Qin Feng possesses such invincibility to vanquish the dragon without a scratch. He is undoubtedly wounded, and once he is located, not only will vengeance be his, but the dragon's precious orb shall also belong to him. From this moment forth, Feng Chang succumbed entirely to madness. He began to wield the Buddha's demonic sound to mercilessly enslave the candidates, leading them in a grand assault towards the lair of the great dragon. What a terrifying demon he is! Yulan, hidden in a corner, collapsed to the ground only after Feng Chang had departed. Had it not been for her exceptionally strong willpower honed since childhood, she would surely have fallen victim to Feng Chang's Buddha's demonic sound. Simultaneously, Yulan felt immense relief for not having provoked the monstrous Qin Feng. His ferocity in slaying the great dragon was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was in a cave, tending to his injuries. Though he had not been slain by the dragon's tail, full recovery would likely require the span of a night. A night? Qianjun was rendered speechless, internally exclaiming that Qin Feng was indeed a freak. Such severe injuries would have claimed the life of any other. Yet he merely needed a single night to heal. Had anyone spoken such words to him previously, he would have scoffed at the impossibility. However, after witnessing Qin Feng's dragon-slaying prowess, he realized he must adapt. There exists nothing that this leader dares not accomplish, only feats others would not even dare to contemplate. A full night was required. It was evident that Qin Feng was dissatisfied with this outcome. Had he not transcended to the spirit martial realm, he would have fully healed in no more than half an hour. Alas, with his breakthrough, the density of his physical form underwent a transformation. The 33 Heavens creation technique had not been updated in time, resulting in a significant decline in his self-healing abilities. Qianjun stood in a daze, his mind echoing with the cries of a groundhog. Goodness, is this truly the utterance of a human being? Recovering to his prime in just a night, and yet he still finds it slow. If this capability were to spread, countless individuals would be envious beyond measure. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully thwarting the chosen one's arrogance, earning 50,000 villain points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for striking down the chosen one, nearly destabilizing his resolve, earning 100,000 villain points. Why is it only Feng Chong? What about Yulan? Qin Feng scratched his chin in contemplation, suspecting that Yulan had developed feelings for him. Ah, how amusing. Xiaobai yawned, indicating that her dreams encompassed everything. Never mind. I am the man she cannot have. Qin Feng shook his head, dismissing such thoughts, and opened the system to find 297,000 villain points remaining. After a moment of reflection, he decided to spend 30,000 villain points to exchange for a month of 100-fold comprehension halo, aiming to elevate the 33 heavens creation technique to the 4th heaven. Suddenly, the system spoke. The host can exchange for a 10,000-fold comprehension halo. 10,000-fold comprehension halo, capable of amplifying comprehension by 10,000 times, maintaining its effect for 12 hours. Exchange cost, 100,000 villain points. 10,000-fold comprehension. Qin Feng was immediately captivated, decisively opting for the exchange. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for spending 100,000 villain points to acquire the 10,000-fold comprehension halo. Thunder rumbled ominously. Qin Feng felt as though a sudden clap of thunder had detonated within his mind, enveloping him in a sensation of ethereal exaltation, as if the entire world lay prostrate beneath his feet. What a wondrous feeling. Qin Feng became ensnared by this sensation, unable to extricate himself. As his mind fervently delved into the intricacies of the 33 heavens transformative techniques, even finding the energy to contemplate the dual energies of his and the celestial tribulations of the supreme bone. He could even manage to juggle the great river sword technique, the sky-slashing sword art, and the majestic heavenly dragon simultaneously. Meanwhile, the audience outside awaited an explanation from Teacher Ma, yet he had fallen into a state of despondence, unwilling to emerge regardless of the entreaties made. How outrageous. Such unorthodox behavior was nothing short of bullying an elder. As the sun rose, the candidates subjugated by Feng Chang continued their search for Qin Feng's figure. Even those not under Feng Chang's sway were gripped by anxiety, fearful of succumbing to his Buddha-like malevolence, causing them to hide in trepidation, their nerves frayed by the slightest rustle. It was Yulan. She too was compelled to hide, only to discover that concealment was futile. According to her estimates, Feng Chang had already enslaved nearly 10,000 candidates, and after 2 days of brutal trials, the strength of these candidates was unimaginable. Yulan, filled with unwillingness, closed her eyes, never anticipating that she would only endure until this moment. Yet, just before she lost consciousness, Qin Feng's mocking voice echoed, "Wait, Qin Feng, never waste a single grain of food." Chapter 69, Call Me Daddy Yes. Qianjun hastily ceased his actions, discreetly retreating from the cave. But this cannot be. Is such a narrative truly one that a villain like me could encounter? At this moment, Qin Feng felt that time had indeed run out. He picked up a small twig from the ground and poked it, utterly unable to believe that the chosen one had presented herself so conveniently. As a villain of exceptional caliber, Qin Feng still felt the need to activate his special vision for verification. What the hell? He exclaimed, unable to suppress his exasperation, for he discovered a daunting pitfall. Within Yulan's body lay some terrifying entity sealed away. Merely casting a glance at it sent a wave of overwhelming pressure surging back. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a selective mission. 1. Speak assertively while pulling up your trousers. Reward: the divine staff technique. 2. Slay the chosen one with a single stroke. Reward: the legendary dragon-slaying sword. 3. Assist the chosen one in detoxification. Reward: immunity to all poisons. System: I must say, you are truly outrageous. Qin Feng rolled his eyes, indicating that he had no real choice in the matter. He too wished to speak assertively while pulling up his trousers, and he yearned to slay the chosen one with a single stroke. Yet, could he handle the terrifying entity sealed within her without the aid of the notorious red-haired old monster? And those absurd rewards, what use would a staff technique be to a swordsman? What value lay in a dragon-slaying sword? The only reward of any merit for him was the immunity to all poisons. Wait a moment. If he remembers correctly, and he believes he does, Yulan's mother is indeed Lan Mo, one of the 4 great beauties of the ancient era, renowned alongside the moon goddess. Having rescued her daughter, it would only be fitting to show some gratitude. Considering the 2 possible futures in which you might one day call me father, I shall assist you in alleviating the poison. Qin Feng gently placed Yulan upon a stone platform within the cave. According to the customs of the martial world, detoxifying a male does not require disrobing, whereas for a female, it is mandatory. Rules are rules and cannot be altered for his sake. To conserve bandwidth, 1,000 words are omitted here. Fortunately, During his 7 years at the Moon Goddess Palace, he had acquired some medical knowledge. Although Qin Feng had only grasped the rudiments of healing, it sufficed for the task at hand. He retrieved several silver needles from his spatial pouch, their delicate touch almost causing him to falter. He could hardly maintain his composure and repeatedly recited a mantra to steady himself. Soon, he successfully neutralized Yulan's poison. To mark his deed, he inscribed Qin Feng was here in bold characters on her lower back. Perhaps it would be better to write "May the proprietor enjoy safe travels." Just as Qin Feng pondered this, Yulan's body began to tremble violently. Her skin, as smooth as jade, appeared to be tinged with a rosy hue, and her enchanting eyes remained closed. Her long lashes fluttering, revealing that she had awakened. Do not misconstrue this. I am merely employing painless acupuncture to assist in your detoxification. Qin Feng transformed into a paragon of propriety, exhibiting not a single flaw. Detoxification, indeed. She had been struck by an arrow in her shoulder. And what could possibly be the meaning of unfastening her bodice and tying her lower back? Yulan remained silent. Her petite face flushed with embarrassment as she closed her eyes, akin to a thief covering their ears to avoid the sound of the bell. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for being the chosen one, earning 100,000 villain points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the 3-choice task, acquiring the immunity to all poisons. Such a windfall of 100,000 villain points. Qin Feng's eyes immediately sparkled, as if he had discovered a method to accumulate points. However, before Qin Feng could commence his endeavors, the sounds of a fierce battle echoed from outside the cave. What on earth is happening? Qin Feng had no choice but to set aside his needlework and investigate the commotion. Just as he departed, Yulan hastily opened her eyes and donned her clothing. Her face reddening to the point it seemed as though it might bleed. She had not anticipated being so exposed before Qin Feng, this mischievous fellow. They had only crossed paths twice. Ah, how mortifying. Yulan covered her burning face, grateful that no one else was present, for otherwise, she would truly be unable to face anyone again and would have to seek refuge in a crevice to live. Smack. Little White smacked its lips beside her, rolling onto its back and continuing to slumber peacefully. Outside the cave, Qianjun was engaged in combat with a burly man, who towered over him by a whole head, resembling the formidable black whirlwind Li Kuei. The man wielded gigantic hammers in each hand, clearly a formidable warrior. Halt! I am here to find Qin Feng. The muscular man evaded Qianjun's attacks, showing no intention of engaging in a fight. If you wish to kill the boss, you shall first tread over my corpse. A fierce glint flickered in the eyes of the multitude, and the battle spear in hand emanated a golden radiance. By heavens! Do you think I fear you? The burly man, equally enraged, hefted his massive hammer, preparing for combat. Stop this at once. Qin Feng hastily interjected, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity with the man before him. Qin Xiao, at last, I have found you. The robust figure exclaimed, his excitement rendering him incoherent. He discarded his colossal hammer and clung to Qin Feng's leg, weeping as if a lost child had finally returned home. Qin Xiao. A subtle change flickered across Qin Feng's expression. It had been ages since he had heard that title. Back in the Qin family, he was addressed as Qin Xiao, young master, or simply the eldest son. The identity of the man before him began to crystallize in his mind. He was the son of the leader of the 13 guardians of the Qin family, named Qin Wan, whose standing was second only to that of the family head. This meant he was sent by the Qin family. Was there some turmoil within the family? Or did they merely lack confidence in his ability to navigate his affairs alone? Qin Xiao, I have finally found you. Please accept me. I, Wan Ma, shall follow your lead henceforth. If you command me to go east, I shall not venture west. Qin Wan rambled, tears glistening in his eyes as he gazed up at Qin Feng, causing a tumultuous churn in Qin Feng's stomach. Brother, with your appearance akin to that of Li Kuei, spare us the theatrics. Qin Feng retorted, thoroughly put off by the man's antics. All right, I accept you. Is that satisfactory? He cared not for the Qin family's intentions. He was genuinely repulsed by the situation. In haste, he conjured a spell, inscribing it upon Wan Ma's forehead, hoping fervently that he would distance himself post-haste. As Wan Ma exhibited no semblance of resistance and acknowledged Qin Feng as his master, the immortal slave seal was effortlessly inscribed upon him, amplifying his combat prowess fivefold. Wan Ma stared wide-eyed in disbelief, embodying a naivete that suggested he had never witnessed such phenomena before. He understood that this young master represented the entire Qin family's aspirations. Yet he did not anticipate such an extraordinary transformation, where a mere gesture could quintuple one's fighting strength. Ding! The immortal slave seal had reached its limit. The host could unlock further potential by enhancing their cultivation. There was a limit to this ability? Qin Feng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. as he had hoped this technique would allow him to amass a legion of followers. It felt somewhat embarrassing to venture out without at least 10,000 under his command. Yet now he faced a restriction that would necessitate a more elite approach. Fortunately, these two individuals were not lacking in strength. Qin Feng scrutinized Qianjun and Wan Ma, sensing a resemblance to the legendary figures Su Chu and Dian Wei. This meant that with these two guardians by his side, he could boldly inherit the will of the Chancellor. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps broke the stillness of the night, revealing numerous figures emerging from the shadows. Their expressions were vacant, yet their gaze remained fixated on Qin Feng. Not good. Boss, we must flee. Wan Ma's complexion changed dramatically as he recognized that Feng Chong had arrived. But what could he possibly do? Qin Feng had already comprehended the fourth layer of the 33 Heavens transformation technique, and his injuries were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Furthermore, with his supreme bone and mastery of the sky-slaying sword technique and the great river sword art, he felt no trepidation towards this chosen one, Feng Chong. With a mischievous chuckle reminiscent of a villain, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh as he turned back into the cave. If Yulan refused to call him daddy, he would make her do so. What on earth has gotten into the boss? Qianjun and Wan Ma exchanged glances, resigned to their duty of guarding the cave entrance. Chapter 70. For Justice, for World Peace. Boom. Boom. Qianjun and Wan Ma sprang into action, unleashing a relentless assault on a group of enslaved candidates. This was exhilarating beyond measure. Wan Ma was so thrilled, he let out a jubilant roar. As the son of the leader of the Qin family's 13 protectors, he had displayed extraordinary talent from a young age, blessed with innate strength. Now, with the quintuple enhancement bestowed by Qin Feng, he experienced a world unlike any other. It was akin to a young calf soaring on a flying sword, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Wielding a colossal hammer, each strike reverberated through the earth, accompanied by anguished cries. In contrast to Wan Ma's explosive aesthetics, Qianjun adopted a more direct and powerful approach. Wielding his war spear to reap heads with ferocity. While the battle raged intensely outside the cave, a fierce confrontation unfolded within as well. Yulan, unable to suppress her shyness, suddenly thrust her palm towards the entering Qin Feng. Qin Feng, however, was unyielding. He executed a nimble sidestep followed by a swift retrieval maneuver. No, it was a telekinetic grasp. Ah, you've changed your attire. Qin Feng observed the red little belly band in his hand, distinctly different from the one he had seen during her healing. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for becoming the chosen one and receiving 100,000 villain points. You shameless scoundrel. Yulan had never encountered such a rogue before. Her face flushed with anger, and for a long moment, she could not articulate a single word, ultimately resorting to a more vigorous assault. Qin Feng feigned injury, collapsing to the ground in a manner that suggested he would not rise unless he were bestowed with millions. Hey, stop pretending to be dead. I hardly exerted any force with that last strike. Seeing Qin Feng remain unresponsive, Yulan picked up a twig and prodded him. Qin Feng, appearing as though his last moments were near, weakly replied, I sustained grave injuries while slaying a dragon today, and expending energy to cure your poison has left me further depleted. Now, after receiving your blow, I fear I may not witness the dawn of tomorrow. Hey, don't scare me. Yulan panicked and hurried to assist Qin Feng. She was uncertain whether his claim of exhausting his energy was true, but there was no denying that he had indeed slain a dragon today, a feat remarkable enough given his cultivation level of the first layer of spirit martial arts. It was inconceivable that he had emerged unscathed. Where are you hurt? Yulan asked anxiously. As she suspected, Yulan's actions from the previous day had demonstrated that the chosen one possessed a compassionate heart. Regarding the claims of those who would slay a saint from the outset, Qin Feng could not agree. It would be a terrible waste to eliminate such a benevolent figure. He leaned closer to Yulan, his eyes brimming with affection, and inquired, Do you believe in love at first sight? Yulan's cheeks flushed, and she feigned composure, saying, What are you talking about at a time like this? Quickly tell me where you're injured so I can help you heal. There is no need to exert unnecessary effort. I am well aware of my own circumstances. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng grasped Yulan's delicate little hand, his gaze brimming with affection as he declared, Previously, I did not believe in love at first sight. Yet the instant I beheld you, I found my convictions shattered. My heart has succumbed to you, beating solely for you from this moment forth. Even if it leads to my demise at your hands, I would willingly embrace such fate. Yulan's petite face flushed a deeper shade of crimson, her heart racing like a startled fawn. She could not comprehend the reason for her tumultuous emotions. In the past, her exquisite beauty had garnered countless similar declarations. Yet she had always maintained an unruffled composure. However, today, tranquility eluded her. Could it be because he had saved her? Qin Feng extended a finger to rest gently before Yulan's crimson lips, his voice a tender whisper laced with vulnerability. Do not speak. Kiss me. A kiss? Yulan was clearly unwilling to acquiesce to such an audacious request. Yet, upon witnessing the despair etched across Qin Feng's features, reminiscent of a soul on the brink of departure, and recalling the moment he had healed her, coupled with her own guilt for having harmed him, she pondered. Perhaps it would be fitting to fulfill his dying wish. Unfamiliar with the harsh realities of the world, Yulan stifled her maidenly shyness, repeatedly reassuring herself that she had seen everything that should and should not be seen. It was merely a kiss. It would not lead to pregnancy. At this moment, she was performing a noble act, seeking to redeem a scoundrel with the power of love. Not far away, Xiaobai was excitedly nibbling on a carrot, his eyes fixed intently on the two. Yulan, with her cheeks flushed, closed her enchanting eyes and gradually leaned closer to Qin Feng's forehead. Her long eyelashes fluttered, betraying the tumultuous emotions within her heart. However, Qin Feng was not content with merely a forehead kiss. He yearned for that exquisite sensation of intimacy. Seizing the opportune moment, he launched a sudden advance. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have taken advantage of the chosen one, earning 100,000 villain points. Yulan's eyes widened in shock, finally realizing she had been duped. He had actually stuck out his tongue. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have taken advantage of the chosen one, earning 100,000 villain points. Yulan, in a fit of anger, pushed Qin Feng away, her face burning with embarrassment, struggling to articulate a response. What do you mean, you? It was you who initiated it. I am the victim here. You took advantage of me, all right? Qin Feng, the villain, cried out first, standing up and brushing off his pants as he walked away. Yulan, infuriated to the brink, felt as though she might lose her composure entirely, having never encountered such shamelessness. Meanwhile, outside the cave, a fierce battle raged on. The two, surrounded by countless foes, had lost count of how many they had slain. Yet, the candidates enslaved by Feng Chang continued to swarm towards them. Even with the quintuple combat power bestowed by Qin Feng, they found themselves on the verge of collapse. What on earth is happening? The audience, awakening from their slumber, was greeted by this gruesome scene. In stark contrast to the previous iterations, the current reincarnation rate is poised to reach unprecedented heights. Merely the number of individuals coerced by Feng Chang into becoming human bombs to slay dragons exceeds 10,000 now. With countless lives lost in the chaos, it is evident that Feng Chang regards my Yin dynasty with utter disdain. The prominent figures of the Yin dynasty wear grim visages, seething with a desire to rush forth and annihilate Feng Chang on the spot. Meanwhile, the Six Paths Emperor sits silently nearby, feigning ignorance. His reluctance to halt the life-and-death elimination contest stems not only from a desire for fairness, but also from a calculated intent to allow Feng Chang to enslave the candidates, thereby inciting a profound hatred among the populace towards the imperial scions of the Great Xia dynasty. It is only through a unified object of public animosity that the masses will willingly fight for him in the impending war. As for the candidates who perish under enslavement, they are not the true prodigies. Genuine prodigies, like Yulan, remain impervious to Feng Chang's demonic allure. The deaths of these lesser beings do not elicit any sorrow from him. At this juncture, an eerie sound of sacred chants resonates in the ears of Qianjun and Wan Ma. What is happening? Feng Chang, concealed in the shadows, is momentarily taken aback, realizing that the Buddha's enchanting melody has no effect on the two. Yet, this is perplexing, given their stature. There should be no reason for them to withstand the influence of the Buddha's melody. Both Qianjun and Wan Ma share their bewilderment, suspecting a connection to Qin Feng's celestial slave seal. With a thunderous roar, Feng Chang casts aside his contemplations and personally engages to subdue Qianjun and Wan Ma. It is you, they exclaim in astonishment, recognizing the figure before them as the darkened Feng Chang. Adorned with smoky eye makeup and enveloped in an aura of darkness, Feng Chang exuded an icy aura that could be felt from dozens of feet away. Feng Chang had mastered the Dragon Pearl. The spectators on the sidelines were filled with apprehension, wondering if Qin Feng was up to the challenge. At the same time, they were eagerly anticipating the ultimate showdown between the top two contenders on the leaderboard. For justice, for world peace, Qin Feng proclaimed, emerging from the cave bathed in the light of righteousness. Chapter 71. Shall we dance? It's Qin Feng. The audience erupted in fervent cheers upon seeing Qin Feng's arrival, completely forgetting how he had become the disgrace of the Dark Moon dynasty, confiscating the tools of nearly 300 individuals. Qin Feng. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Feng Chang's eyes immediately turned crimson. Ever since he encountered this despicable Qin Lao Lu, he had been backstabbed and schemed against, unable to unleash his true potential. He had even suffered disgrace and lost the woman he loved most. Now, it was no longer about interests. He had only one thought: to kill this despicable Qin Laolu. With a resounding thud, Feng Chang's feet slammed against the earth, transforming him into a dark shadow as he charged towards Qin Feng. Such velocity! Qin Feng swiftly activated his double pupils, slowing down Feng Chang's speed and dissecting his subsequent movements. Alas, evading was no longer an option. He could only cross his arms in front of his chest in a defensive posture. With a resounding crash, Feng Chang's foot landed squarely on Qin Feng's arms. But the immense force failed to make Qin Feng budge an inch. What? Feng Chang was filled with disbelief, seriously questioning if he was dreaming. At this moment, he had ascended to the 7th level of spirit martial arts, bolstered by a dark transformation and having absorbed the dragon pearl of the flood dragon. How could his power possibly be inferior to that of Qin Feng, who had merely just broken through to the 1st level of spirit martial arts? This was undoubtedly the celestial overlord body. The Six Paths Emperor fixed his gaze intently on Qin Feng, for only the celestial overlord body could exhibit such formidable physical prowess. Indeed, he had grown stronger after the dark transformation. Qin Feng could distinctly sense that Feng Chang had become more powerful. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed Feng Chang's foot and hurled him to the ground with the ferocity of the Hulk slamming Loki, delivering a series of wild strikes. With a resounding crash, the earth was dented, leaving Feng Chang lying serenely within the crater. What a mere disciple of royalty. Pathetically weak. After his onslaught, Qin Feng could not resist a taunt. Leaping into the air, prepared to deliver a righteous blow upon Feng Chang. With a thunderous impact, Qin Feng descended like a missile from the heavens. Yet Feng Chang narrowly evaded, utilizing his speed to engage in a cunning dance of combat with Qin Feng. How could this be? Feng Chang became increasingly bewildered, his mind awash with questions. Was this truly the 1st level of spirit martial arts? Had he not gone dragon slaying just yesterday? How could he have emerged unscathed? Not only was Feng Chang's mind a whirlwind of inquiries, but the audience outside was equally perplexed. They had witnessed Qin Feng being struck by the dragon's tail, seemingly on the brink of defeat, yet now, after just one night, he appeared fully rejuvenated. What profound technique had he comprehended in the womb? The Six Paths Emperor continued to fixate on Qin Feng, suspecting that his rapid recovery stemmed from an extraordinary cultivation method. This situation could not persist. Qin Feng found himself unable to assist them in addressing their inquiries. Confronted with Feng Chang's speed advantage, he was compelled to adopt a defensive stance. Unable to pinpoint a target for his sky-slaying sword technique, it became evident that he needed to enhance his phantom evasion. Casting a glance at the remaining 497,000 villain points, Qin Feng summoned the system to exchange for the 4th volume of Phantom Evasion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 400,000 villain points to successfully acquire the 4th volume of Phantom Evasion. Instantly, a figure materialized before Qin Feng, his movements flickering and shifting unpredictably, rendering him inscrutable. In a flash, Feng Chang reappeared directly in front of Qin Feng with astonishing speed. A fierce gust of wind caused Qin Feng's garments to flutter violently. Yet his expression remained devoid of any panic. With a slight pursing of his lips, several illusory figures of Qin Feng emerged around him, making it nearly impossible to discern which was the genuine article. The art of shifting shapes and shadows. The audience outside erupted in astonished gasps, internally marveling at Qin Feng's extraordinary prowess. After acquiring such a multitude of offensive techniques, he still had the time to master his agility to such an impressive extent. A sense of foreboding washed over Feng Chang as he raised an eyebrow, observing Qin Feng assume a sword-drawing posture. Having witnessed Qin Feng's sky-slaying sword technique, he dared not underestimate this maneuver and understood that he must summon all his strength to counter it. Buzz! Buzz! Feng Chang's inner spiritual energy surged uncontrollably, coalescing into a dark, malevolent figure. With a powerful push of his legs, he charged toward Qin Feng with a frenzied intensity, reminiscent of a mountain's overwhelming force. Before his descent into darkness, he would have employed the Golden Bell Shield for defense. However, after succumbing to the shadows, he recognized that the most effective defense lies in offense, even at the peril of injury or death, his heart consumed by madness. A clash of strength would determine who possesses greater fortitude. Qin Feng's gaze was electric, exuding an overwhelming aura that suffocated those around him. The fierce winds whipped his long hair wildly, and an indomitable presence radiated from him as his fair right hand swiftly drew the long sky divine sword. The sword technique of heaven's severance. How formidable! The audience outside held their breath, their eyes fixated on the two combatants. With a resounding clang, the long sky divine sword leapt from its sheath like a dragon in flight, the clear sound of the blade resonating through the heavens and earth. A dazzling and blinding light surged forth with astonishing speed, trailing a terrifying torrent of sword energy imbued with chilling intent and coldness, as if it were a gentle breeze parting the clouds of 1,000 miles. It was utterly unstoppable and insurmountable. With a thunderous roar, the sword light collided violently with the demon, the tremendous force generating a storm that swept through the forest. The deafening sound of the wind slicing through the air, sending shivers down spines. Is this truly a battle of the spirit martial realm? The thousands of soldiers trembled like frightened wives nestled within the embrace of a mighty army, unable to unleash such devastation even as cultivators of the Tao realm. The young master is indeed terrifying. The cavalry could not help but swallow hard. Who would have imagined that in merely 7 years, Qin Feng would ascend to such heights? All without relying on the Qin family. Yet, upon reflection, their hearts surged with excitement beyond measure. His assignment to Shadow Qin Feng signifies that he possesses knowledge of a portion of the Qin family's clandestine plans. The quicker the two brothers grow, the closer the Qin family approaches its ambition of dominating the ancient wilderness. In a flash, their figures intersected. Qin Feng's sword had returned to its sheath, and his body bore several wounds. In contrast, Feng Chang's dark fabric, resembling a demon, was riddled with cracks yet showed no sign of shattering. Evidently, he had withstood the celestial slashing sword technique. It was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. The audience outside erupted in fervor, their blood boiling with excitement. This was indeed the ultimate confrontation between two extraordinary talents. Qin Feng's ability to effortlessly slay practitioners at the path of enlightenment with the celestial slashing sword technique had once again been thwarted, and it was by Feng Chang, who possessed the cultivation of the 7th layer of spirit martial arts. Simultaneously, a hint of regret stirred within their hearts. Had Feng Chang comprehended the true essence of the Buddha demon yesterday, that recent strike might have seen Qin Feng in a position of disadvantage. With the sword technique expended, your demise is imminent. The exhilaration on Feng Chang's face could no longer be concealed, as he understood that Qin Feng wielded only one sword technique. Without an ounce of hesitation, he swiftly turned and charged fiercely towards Qin Feng, resolutely denying him the opportunity to utilize his supreme bone and the divine eye technique. He commanded the enslaved candidates to launch a collective assault on Qin Feng. Such disregard for martial ethics is not exclusive to you, Qin Feng. Do you dare? With a multitude of warriors, the two men, their bodies weary, rushed forward to protect their master. Kill! The roar of battle echoed through the air as the enslaved candidates, undaunted by death, surged towards Qin Feng. It appears you two wish to join calmly. Qin Feng turned around, the corners of his garments stirring as if animated by an invisible wind. He transformed into a drawn sword, radiating an unyielding brilliance. The surrounding blades resonated with a humming sound, as if the very swords of the world were bestowing a crown upon him. Chapter 72. I will definitely return what? Feng Chang's pupils constricted sharply, an unprecedented sense of crisis surging within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself backward, employing the formidable defensive technique of the Buddhist sect, the Golden Bell Shield, for safety. Boom! The air around Qin Feng trembled, the sound of swords singing unwaveringly. A vast tide of sword energy swept through the forest, accompanied by a piercing wind that roared like thunder, countless streams of sword energy converging into a surging river, seemingly capable of devouring everything in existence. All swords quivered in unison, their melodies unceasing, as the waters of the great river cascaded from the heavens. What? A river formed by gathered sword energy. Feng Chang's eyes widened in disbelief, frantically shouting within his mind, impossible. He was a transcender of the Red Star. He was the protagonist of the ancient era. How could he be overshadowed by Qin Feng? Heaven forbid. The audience outside was engulfed in shock, awestruck by the grandeur of the river sword technique unfolding before them. What the hell is happening? Even at this stage of battle, having already slain the great dragon, he still retained hidden cards. He could not possibly be merely 15 years old, nor could he be at the first level of spiritual martial arts. The Six-Path Emperor and other prominent figures maintained serene expressions, rendered speechless, their gazes fixed intently on the moon goddess, hoping she might offer a reasonable explanation. From the demonstration of the great river sword technique by Qin Feng, it is evident that he has achieved a state of absolute perfection. This implies that he comprehended this sword technique while before the great river. As the guardian of Qin Feng within the Yin Moon dynasty, the moon goddess could not possibly be unaware of the great river sword technique. Weakly, she remarked, "Would you believe me if I said that behind the moon goddess palace, there is only a small waterfall?" Yes, I believe you, my dear. As Qin Feng's protector, It is astonishing that over the course of 7 years, she remained oblivious to his skills. Where had her thoughts been directed during those 7 years? Had she been a guardian to Qin Feng, or merely a female caretaker? If she were to oversee Qin Feng's education further, they would feel a pang of guilt, as it would be a disservice to such a flawless gem. The powerful figures around her exchanged glances, urging her to willingly surrender Qin Feng. At that moment, due to Feng Chang's protagonist aura allowing him to evade catastrophe and activate his defensive mode, he was not directly annihilated. However, those candidates enslaved by Feng Chang were far less fortunate, being consumed amidst the raging currents of the Great River Sword Qi. After the Great River Sword technique, the surroundings were littered with severed limbs and dismembered bodies. Phew! Feng Chang gasped in terror, his face marked with fear. Haunted by the psychological shadow cast by Qin Feng, it was utterly horrifying. Not only did he toy with him like a ball, but he could also kick him around with the same ease. Before him, it seemed there was no capacity for resistance. Akin to the diminutive sun Wukong in the hands of the Buddha, easily played with at will. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for instilling a psychological shadow in the heart of the Chosen One, earning 100,000 villain points. Only 100,000. Qin Feng was profoundly dissatisfied, his figure swaying as he initiated a fierce assault. Stop him! Feng Chang shouted in terror, retreating swiftly. Kill! Numerous enslaved candidates, still alive, rose once more to charge at Qin Feng. The cacophony was deafening. Qin Feng's heavy pupils began to flicker with a violet light, and the sky was once again adorned with colossal eyes. The divine light of yin and yang. This is the essence of the heavy pupils. Feng Chang gazed at the multitude of enormous eyes above, feeling an unsettling chill run down his spine, his body involuntarily trembling, as his dread of Qin Feng escalated to new heights. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for deepening the psychological shadow in the heart of the Chosen One, earning 100,000 villain points. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Pairs of heavy pupils in the sky unleashed beams of light, akin to lasers, cleansing the figures on the ground. Is this his secret to slaying dragons? Yulan stood outside the cave, witnessing the earlier confrontation, awestruck by the grandeur of the Great River Sword technique, while the terror of the heavy pupils instilled a profound fear within her. Heavenly Mother, please protect us. The two, trembling, clung to each other, silently praying that Qin Feng would aim true and not harm his allies. Qin Feng, you have forced my hand. Even if it means selling my soul to a demon, I shall slay you today. Feng Chang, cornered with no escape, roared with a contorted expression, an overwhelming demonic aura beginning to surge around him, as if some dreadful entity were on the verge of awakening. Oh my, this has escalated. Qin Feng finally recalled that the other party was a Chosen One, hurriedly retracting his dual pupils and loudly declaring, "Is there anyone in charge? I report that Feng Chang has someone playing on his behalf." Crash. The audience outside collectively collapsed to the ground, gaining a new understanding of Qin Feng's shamelessness. His various unreasonable antics were now deemed normal, while the mere manifestation of dark energy was considered as hiring someone to fight for him. Has he no sense of dignity at all? Thunderous roars reverberated across the battlefield of life and death, a terrifying pressure sweeping over like a tidal wave, momentarily enveloping the entire arena. A towering figure appeared before Qin Feng and the others, his gaze toward Feng Chang tinged with a hint of gravity. Had it not been for Qin Feng's earlier warning, he might not have noticed even through the light barrier. The Six Paths Emperor. The audience outside immediately gasped, recognizing him at once. But why was the Six Paths Emperor present on the battlefield of life and death? Could it be that Qin Feng's claims about Feng Chang hiring someone to fight were true? The young scion of the Yin Yu dynasty had unexpectedly reached such heights. Feng Chang's voice suddenly turned hoarse, an ancient aura swirling around him. The Six Paths Emperor remarked nonchalantly, "I did not anticipate that you, esteemed elder, were still alive. However, this is a battle among juniors. It seems rather inappropriate for you to intervene. What if I insist on intervening?" Feng Chang narrowed his eyes slightly. "Then I must apologize." The Six Paths Emperor was not one to adhere to martial ethics. A fearsome pressure instantly bore down upon Feng Chang. With a sinister and hoarse chuckle, Feng Chang transformed into a shadow, tearing through the void to depart. Now that he seeks to flee, it is too late. The Six Paths Sovereign unleashed a terrifying surge of energy, ripping through the void in pursuit. Could it be true? The audience outside the arena gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend the spectacle before their eyes. The Six Paths Sovereign referred to that dark mass as a senior, while the dark mass addressed the Sovereign as a mere young lad. Unbelievable. Feng Chang has indeed found someone to fight on his behalf. Boom. The sky over the battlefield dimmed ominously, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. Initially, there was a slight tremor, followed by a violent shake, which gradually subsided into stillness. The six-paths sovereign emerged from the void, his face etched with fatigue. Shortly thereafter, two furious voices erupted. "Damn you, six paths. You dare to diminish my millennia of cultivation. Await your reckoning. Curse Qin Feng, I shall return." Is he truly allowed to escape like this? Qin Feng once again bore witness to the unreasonable nature of the Chosen One, doubting whether he had covertly sought out even more formidable enhancements. Ding. Congratulations, host. For weakening the Chosen One's fortune, you have earned a chance to draw from the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host, for inflicting severe injury upon the Chosen One. You have received 300,000 villain points. Qin Feng quietly took out his notebook and inscribed, "On this day, the six-paths sovereign diminished my opponent's strength, hindering my ability to hone my skills, necessitating compensation of 10 million supreme spirit stones." The six-path emperor cast a fleeting glance before vanishing from sight, utterly unwilling to engage in conversation with such an unashamed entity. Chapter 73. Peering into heavenly secrets. After Feng Chang's departure, the enslaved candidates regained their consciousness. Upon encountering the surrounding remnants of severed limbs, they were instantly reminded of the harrowing events that transpired during their subjugation by Feng Chang. Truly, it was a blessing from the heavens. The crowd, drenched in cold sweat, felt an immense sense of relief at their fortuitous escape. During the period when they were under Feng Chang's control through the Buddha's demonic voice, they successfully evaded the human bomb, deftly dodged Qin Feng's Grand River Sword technique, and ultimately eluded the dual energies of yin and yang from Qin Feng's heavy pupil. Yet, they could never have anticipated that after evading both Feng Chang and Qin Feng, they would ultimately fall prey to a mere rabbit. Form an orderly line. Xiaobai approached with a demeanor that betrayed no kinship, declaring with a playful ferocity, "I, the peerless and dashing rabbit, unparalleled in the world, the embodiment of justice and wisdom, adored by all, am known as the foremost handsome figure of the ancient era. The illustrious Qin Feng, who has saved your lives. Gentlemen, line up to pay your protection fee. Ladies, be prepared to pledge yourselves in gratitude. Priority will be given to beautiful ladies who have been married before." A rabbit? Everyone turned to gaze at Xiaobai. The rumor of Qin Feng's shameless rabbit companion having spread throughout the battlefield. However, given its extraordinary cultivation at the 9th level, no one dared to underestimate it. With a resounding crash, the army rallied behind Xiaobai, thousands of horses joining in to strike the ground with a colossal hammer. One individual, feeling indignant, exclaimed, "Isn't this approach rather tyrannical?" With a thunderous bang, with a swift motion, Xiaobai stamped her foot down on her opponent, defiantly declaring, "This is how we conduct our affairs." Gulp. The onlookers around were left in stunned silence, their hearts racing in trepidation. Unlike the elite masters of the highest caliber, their aspirations did not lie in securing a spot among the final 1,000. Rather, they sought solace in unity, hoping to survive the brutal elimination rounds and seize the opportunity to join the other factions of the Inu dynasty. To put it simply, it was akin to aiming for admission into a second-tier university. Faced with such a formidable adversary, it seemed they had no choice but to comply and pay the price. What an exceedingly domineering rabbit. The audience outside was utterly astonished, realizing that this truly was a rabbit with a cute facade, yet a fearsome heart. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was too preoccupied to pay attention to Xiaobai's antics, his gaze fixed vacantly on the direction in which Feng Chang had departed. Just like that, Feng Chang was gone. The long-forgotten loneliness surged once more within him. He pondered whether his next moment of infatuation would require another 7 years of waiting. Oh, and there was also the chosen maiden. Qin Feng felt invigorated as if he had applied a stimulating essence to his very being. However, upon entering the cave, he discovered that Yulan had inexplicably fled. In this day and age, it seemed that no one adhered to the chivalric codes of the martial world. According to the unwritten rules, she ought to have offered herself in loyalty rather than absconding. Should he encounter her again, he would undoubtedly have her inscribe exclusive to Qin Feng in bold letters upon her. Qin Feng remained seething with indignation, feeling as though the principles of Confucianism were being disregarded entirely. As Confucius once stated, to hear the way in the morning is worth dying in the evening. At that moment, Yulan was engaged in a final sprint toward survival in the elimination rounds. Although it may be unwise to provoke the eccentric Qin Feng, there remain alternative avenues to acquire points. How troublesome. Yulan Lu slightly furrowed her brows, her hand instinctively reaching for her lower back. Ever since Qin Feng had alleviated her poison, she had experienced a persistent, subtle pain in that region, likely a consequence of his inadequate skills. Upon returning home, she must inspect her reflection to ensure no unsightly scars remain. Within the palace of the sixth Tao sovereign, the prominent figures had lost interest in the life-and-death elimination matches. The terror surrounding Qin Feng had spread throughout the battlefield, and no one dared to challenge him. The forthcoming conflicts now seemed rather mundane. The sixth Tao sovereign declared, "I have made my decision. Let Qin Feng be appointed as the third holy son of the Yin dynasty." Agreement rippled through the assembly. None opposed. Given Qin Feng's exceptional talents that overshadowed his peers, he indeed possessed the qualifications to ascend to the status of a holy son, with the potential to contend for the position of sovereign of the Yin dynasty in the future. Yet, their current interest lay not in his title, but rather in securing this unrefined gem for their own factions. Qin Feng practiced the sword, and among the Yin dynasty, only my sword techniques reign supreme. Must one resort to such blatant arrogance? Qin Feng's most formidable technique is the Golden Dragon of the Buddhist sect. My expertise in Buddhism qualifies me to be his mentor. Nonsense. It is clearly the supreme bone. My ancestors boasted one such lineage, and thus, I should be the one to instruct him. The phenomenon of dual pupils is indeed unparalleled. My great-aunt's second cousin's third grandmother's fourth uncle's fifth and sixth son has a seventh concubine. And tracing back through a lineage of 108 generations reveals the presence of dual pupils. The moon goddess sat nearby, thoroughly entertained, occasionally fanning the flames to incite conflict among them. In truth, these individuals vying to take Qin Feng as their disciple were not genuinely invested in imparting skills, nor did they possess the capability to do so. They merely recognized Qin Feng's innate talent and sought to invest in him. Presently, there are 3 holy sons, including Qin Feng, while only one position of emperor exists. Each major faction intends to support their favored holy son, thereby aiding him in ascending to the throne to reap the rewards of his success. Fortunately, I foresaw this 7 years ago and invested in Qin Feng. The moon goddess felt quite pleased with her investment and would continue to silently support Qin Feng from the shadows, assisting him in becoming the next emperor of the Shadow Moon dynasty. Enough. The Six Paths Emperor, weary of this incessant power struggle, spoke coldly. I have already made my choice regarding Qin Feng's master. There is no need for you all to expend your efforts. Upon witnessing the emperor's ire, the prominent figures held their breath in trepidation. The Six Paths Emperor continued, "Now, I shall dispatch an envoy to the Qin family, making a grand effort to mediate on behalf of Qin Feng." Mediate. The various leaders pondered for a moment, internally acknowledging the emperor's cunning. Given Qin Feng's remarkable talents, it was certain that the Qin family was now filled with regret for having cast him out. Thus, approaching them for reconciliation might just allow them to gracefully retract their previous decision. If one were to leverage the identity of the Holy Son of Qin to draw the Qin family into their fold, it would inevitably signify that the Great Xia would forfeit the entirety of the eastern region, even if the Qin family stubbornly refused to forgive Qin Feng. Their ostentatious approach could incite discord between the imperial family of Great Xia and the Qin family, greatly benefiting their rivals of the Yin dynasty. At this moment, Qin Feng remained blissfully unaware of these developments, as he was preoccupied with summoning the system to prepare for a lottery draw. As a fervent enthusiast of lotteries, he would never allow an opportunity for a draw to pass him by overnight. With a flourish, the familiar lottery wheel materialized before his eyes once more. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for drawing a Tianji card. A Tianji card? Qin Feng was filled with questions, hastily checking the relevant information. Tianji card, upon use, it grants a glimpse into the secrets of the heavens, allowing one to seek out a moment of celestial creation. Note: celestial creation is not readily apparent. The Tianji card should be used judiciously, ideally commencing the inquiry from a chosen one, to easily discover the celestial creation. Isn't this akin to a treasure map? Qin Feng could not suppress a roll of his eyes, contemplating from whom he should initiate his approach. His second brother? Too young, currently posing no threat. Lin San. Their relationship was amicable, not yet at the point of a reconcilable conflict. Yulan. The more she resisted, the more exhilarated he became. It must be you then. Fang Chang. As he recalled the terrifying dark energy within Fang Chang, Qin Feng resolutely activated the Tianji card. With a thunderous roar, Qin Feng's demeanor began to blur, as if transcending through the fabric of time and space. Moments later, he awoke with a peculiar expression, having not only witnessed Fang Chang uncovering a significant creation, but also discovering a little secret of his own. His protagonist's fate is unexpectedly linked to 6 emperors. If this fate were to manifest in a woman, she would suffer a tragic existence, reduced to a mere plaything for men to vie over. However, when this fate is bestowed upon a man, as long as there are no external interferences, he is destined for wealth and nobility, lavished with the affections of 6 emperors throughout his life. To put it simply, There are 6 slots available, unrestricted by gender, with the passage of time. One can defy fate and ascend to the position of an emperor. Goodness! Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. He had always believed that Bai Ri was a victim in name, only to realize that he was quietly amassing great fortune. Chapter 74. A grand transformation of heaven and earth, both endowed with extraordinary fates. How could the disparity be so vast? Qin Feng recalled his own imperial potential, with an enhancement of all attributes by tenfold, which was already formidable. Yet, in comparison to Feng Chang, he felt utterly outclassed. The latter could merely prod at destiny and directly ascend to the throne of an emperor. And there were 6 of them. Is there still a semblance of law? Is there any justice left? Perhaps this is simply fate. With a resigned sigh, Qin Feng acknowledged that envying others was futile. He must continue to forge his own path. As a diligent disciple of Confucianism, he would naturally keep the secret of Feng Chang's connection to the 6 emperors close to his chest. However, the revelation of the grand transformation he gleaned from Feng Chang was something he would graciously accept. By utilizing the heavenly secret card, he successfully uncovered that the Kunlun secret realm would be opening in a month. It is said to be an ancient secret realm that opens once every 1,000 years, accessible only to cultivators under the age of 30. Within its confines lie not only abundant treasures of heaven and earth, but also the legacies of many ancient powerhouses. He had just witnessed through the celestial card that Feng Chang had also entered the Kunlun secret realm, set to open in a month's time, where he uncovered the primordial treasure, the pure spring. After undergoing purification, one would possess the most pristine heart of Tao in existence, enabling him to cultivate a heart of demonic Tao, previously confined to theoretical musings. Henceforth, he became a formidable presence, a fusion of demonic form and Tao heart, overpowering all the prodigies within the Kunlun secret realm, resonating with an air of ancient awe. How astonishing! Even novels would not dare to portray such a scenario. Qin Feng could not help but scoff. Just after I severed my Buddhist nature, a month later he encounters the heart of Tao. This is an unvarnished portrayal of us villains being treated as mere experience points. At that moment, Qin Feng could no longer contain himself. The pure spring within the Kunlun secret realm, he was determined to claim it. Not even the divine could impede him. However, to successfully attain the pure spring in the Kunlun secret realm, his current cultivation at the first level of spiritual martial arts was evidently insufficient. By then, all prodigies under 30 from the ancient wilderness would flock to the Kunlun secret realm in search of their fortunes. Unlike the life and death elimination tournament he participated in under the Yin dynasty, those prodigies were at least of the sword 1 caliber, akin to someone of Yulan's proficiency. Even if he possessed the strength to slay the great dragon, he would be unable to contend with so many prodigies. At best, he could only strive to survive, unable to navigate freely within. He would need to break through to the Tao entry realm to move freely in the Kunlun secret realm. A month's time felt rather short. Qin Feng realized he was pressed for time, even if he devoted 24 hours a day to relentless cultivation without sustenance. He could at most ascend 2 minor levels in a month. There was even the risk of destabilizing his foundation, rendering the effort ultimately unworthy. Suddenly, the system spoke. The host can exchange for a foundation pill of the spiritual martial stage. Just one is sufficient to instantly solidify your foundation, saving a substantial amount of time in stabilizing your cultivation. Spiritual martial stage foundation pill. It can solidify the foundation of the spiritual martial stage with no usage limit, no restrictions, and no side effects. The exchange price is 500,000 villain points. To sell me a product with no limitations for 500,000 points. Doesn't that prick your conscience? Qin Feng inwardly exclaimed, feeling the sting of exploitation. According to the calculations, he would need 9 pills to solidify his foundation in the spiritual martial stage, amounting to a staggering 4.5 million villain points. Currently, he possessed only 597,000 villain points, barely enough to purchase a single pill, leaving him short by over 3.9 million points. Since acquiring the system, he had never amassed such a sum. The system replied coolly, "A system is simply a system, devoid of conscience." Touch! Qin Feng grumbled, his teeth clenched in frustration, yet he resolved to exchange for 1 pill to experience its effects. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have spent 500,000 villain points and successfully exchanged for a spiritual martial stage foundation pill. In his hand appeared a glossy black pill, exuding a rich aroma. Upon ingestion, a warm current began to spread through his abdomen. Just as advertised, it had no usage limit, no restrictions, and no side effects. Within mere seconds, he felt the flow of spiritual energy within him become smooth, robust, and contained. Is this the sensation of having an advantage? Qin Feng was utterly astounded. his heart racing with excitement. He had spent 7 years painstakingly honing his foundation at the extraordinary realm. Yet the effects were equivalent to that of a mere pill sold by the system. It seems that one can no longer afford to wait at home. One must learn to actively seek out the chosen ones. Suddenly, a resonant bell tolled throughout the battlefield of life and death, signaling the conclusion of the 3-day elimination contest. At last, it was over. Qin Feng exhaled deeply, his form dissipating into the ether. When he reappeared, he found himself in a vast square, surrounded by a throng of people, numbering no fewer than 10,000. Mother, your son has succeeded. He has emerged alive. The number of survivors this year is remarkably low, with barely over 20,000 remaining. In previous years, the mortality rate was 50%, yet this year it has soared to an astonishing 80%. It is all due to that prodigious disciple of the great Xia, Feng Chang. The emperor should never have permitted his participation. After all, he represents the great Xia envoy. How could one refuse? I hear that Feng Chang is incapable of playing fairly, resorting to hiring others to compete on his behalf. The successful candidates who emerged alive were exhilarated, much like students celebrating the end of their college entrance examinations, indulging in a carefree revelry. Qin Feng. Suddenly, he heard a voice filled with seething anger behind him. Turning around, he encountered his rival, the young master of the Mingjian villa, Yi Jian. Ah, Brother Jian. Qin Feng appeared to momentarily forget their past grievances, greeting Yi Jian with warmth. Step aside. Yi Jian's eyes betrayed no hint of concealment regarding his fury. He would never forget the person who had ruined his plans. This is quite dull. Qin Feng began to express his grievances, stating, previously, we participated in a life-and-death elimination match, and conflict was inevitable. Now that the competition has concluded, why not foster friendships? After all, more friends lead to more opportunities. The surrounding crowd was utterly astonished, struggling to comprehend Qin Feng's audacity. Given his actions during the brutal competition, he had the gall to seek camaraderie. Noticing that Yi Jian remained furious, Qin Feng pondered for a moment and suggested, very well, let me share a colossal secret as compensation. But you must promise not to disclose it to anyone else. The notion of a monumental secret piqued the interest of those nearby, who eagerly leaned in to listen. Qin Feng glanced around and lowered his voice, stating, I possess a method to swiftly attain the status of a great emperor. The mention of the great emperor sent a palpable hush through the crowd, including Yi Jian, who momentarily held his breath. Qin Feng continued in hushed tones. The key to achieving the status of a great emperor can be summed up in 4 words. The future is long. You must be joking. Yi Jian erupted in anger. Who is deceiving you? Qin Feng pulled Yi Jian aside, squatting down as he whispered, listen closely, you absolutely must not share this with anyone else. The truth is, the concept of the future is long pertains to the fate of the 6 emperors. As long as one embraces the notion of a long future, they can defy destiny and achieve the status of a great emperor. Originally, there were 6 spots available, but now only 5 remain. Upon finishing his revelation, Qin Feng raised his head, only to find himself surrounded by an eager crowd. Chapter 75. The future is long. You must be playing me. The countenance of the swordsman darkened as he incredulously considered the utterances of that wretched individual, foolishly entertaining the notion that 6 eminent emperors were at play. How audacious of him to conceive such a notion. I am utterly exasperated. Qin Feng lamented his unjust predicament, asserting that his words were nothing but the unvarnished truth. Indeed, Feng Chang was entangled with those 6 emperors, and the passage of time could potentially alter fate, granting him the exalted position of an emperor. Yet, when presented with an opportunity, he exhibited such ineptitude. Humph. The surrounding crowd emitted sounds of disdain and began to disperse, clearly unconvinced by Qin Feng's claims. Hey, I am speaking the truth. I am not deceiving anyone. Qin Feng exclaimed desperately, yet his pleas fell on deaf ears. What transgression had Feng Chang committed to incur the wrath of their leader? Even after the brutal elimination round, his torment continued, as they insisted on subjecting him to yet another 5 tragedies of existence. The 2 individuals, Qian Jun and Wan Ma, stood aside, silently mourning for Feng Chang for 3 minutes. What is paramount among individuals? Trust. Qin Feng felt a wave of despair wash over him. Who would have imagined that in this day and age, speaking the truth would be met with disbelief? Qin Feng, not far off. Princess Nanfeng glared at him with a furious countenance. Had her gaze possessed lethal power, Qin Feng would surely have been obliterated. All of this was due to that scoundrel, who had transformed her diplomatic mission to the Yin dynasty into a farce. Not only had she failed to incite discord between Qin Feng and the illustrious heirs of noble families, thereby weakening their power, But she had also endured a series of humiliations and lost her greatest ally, Feng Chang. Now, she could vividly envision the scornful glee of her once admiring siblings upon her return to the Xia dynasty. Silence. A commanding voice resonated throughout the square. As the 6 supreme lords hovered majestically in midair, instantly silencing the previously boisterous crowd, the 6 Paths Sovereign proclaimed, "I hereby announce that the top 1,000 on the leaderboard shall gain entry into the Heavenly Hong Academy for study." Claps of applause erupted from those who did not make the cut, masking their envy. The Heavenly Hong Academy is renowned as the premier institution of the Yin dynasty, housing over 1 million volumes of cultivation techniques, martial arts, and divine abilities, alongside a formidable faculty and enticing benefits. Most notably, graduating from the Heavenly Hong Academy guarantees immediate elevation to the upper echelons of the Yin dynasty's administration, a veritable leap to greatness. The 6 Paths Sovereign continued. This year's top scorer, Qin Feng, shall be conferred the title of the 3rd Holy Son of the Yin dynasty. He will be granted the privilege to establish his own estate, recruit followers, and bestowed with a supreme spiritual peak. What? The 3rd Holy Son, gasped the crowd in unison, as the atmosphere erupted into chaos. The life and death elimination tournament occurs once every decade, but the title of Holy Son is not awarded in every iteration. Only those extraordinary prodigies who surpass all others are deemed worthy. The ability to establish an estate and recruit followers signifies that Qin Feng is permitted to form his own faction, ascending into the ranks of the elite within the Yin dynasty. Furthermore, that supreme spiritual peak is a coveted sanctuary for countless cultivators. Should Qin Feng choose to open it to the public, innumerable practitioners would flock to his side. All of this now belongs to Qin Feng, a mere 15-year-old youth. I must go and show my unwavering admiration to my leader tonight. The one most elated among them was Qin Jun. That initial kneel not only preserved his life but also bestowed upon him a remarkable fortune and earned him unparalleled glory. Truly remarkable. Wan Ma gazed at Qin Feng with eyes filled with admiration. He was aware of his young master's prowess. Yet the realization that he ascended to the status of the Holy Son of the Yin dynasty solely through his own efforts, without relying on the Qin family's assistance, suggested that he must have endured unimaginable trials and tribulations behind the scenes. The Holy Son? Ling Feng. Qin Feng, however, showed little interest in such titles, instead scanning the surroundings for Yulan's figure. With no chosen one by his side, he intended to extend his grasp toward this chosen daughter, striving to extract 4 million villain points from her before the Kunlun secret realm was unveiled. Suddenly, Yulan felt an inexplicable shiver run down her spine, as if something was fixated upon her. Was it merely an illusion? Confused, she glanced around and spotted Qin Feng smiling at her from a distance, causing an unexpected blush to rise on her cheeks as she recalled the intimate moments shared with him in the cave. Hastily, she feigned ignorance and turned her gaze elsewhere. Simultaneously, curiosity about Qin Feng began to bloom within her. Why, despite being the sun himself, would he seek to bask in another's light? As Qin Feng cast a gaze laden with ulterior motives toward Yulan, many others similarly directed their covetous looks at him. Through the visuals projected during the life and death elimination matches, the world not only witnessed the terror of the ancient first prodigy, but also learned of the relic of the Buddha and the dragon pearl obtained from the slaying of dragons that Qin Feng possessed. Faced with treasures of such magnitude, no cultivator could resist the allure they presented. Despite the awareness of Qin Feng's formidable prowess, and the fact that he is the 3rd Holy Son of the Yin dynasty, the world is never short of those who dare to take risks. Even if there is but a 1 in 10,000 chance, they are inclined to venture forth and test their luck. What if they succeed? Soon, the 6 Paths Emperor concluded his speech and departed. The surviving candidates erupted in cheers, finally liberated to express their true selves. Just as Qin Feng was preparing to seek a conversation with Yulan about life and aspirations, a sudden commotion erupted. Turning to investigate, he saw Princess Ninfeng and her entourage obstructed by a group of parents whose children had been enslaved. They demanded that Princess Ninfeng surrender the perpetrator, Feng Chang. They could tolerate their children perishing in the brutal elimination matches, but they could not accept being subjected to the tyranny of this demon, Feng Chang, forced to become human explosives, leaving no remains. I do not know where Feng Chang is. Princess Ninfeng replied succinctly. Even if she did know, she would not disclose it. The fact that Feng Chang had successfully evaded capture from the 6 Paths Emperor already spoke volumes. Even if he was not as monstrous as Qin Feng, he was certainly an extraordinary prodigy, a rarity in this world. How could she possibly hand over such a talent? I do not know. The crowd could no longer contain their fury, surging forward, intent on confrontation. Outrageous. The disciples of the celestial dynasty were incensed. As distinguished scions of the great Xia, they had never endured such indignities, and they immediately engaged in combat with these individuals. This is going to be entertaining. Qin Feng, ever fond of excitement, scampered over with little Bai, finally understanding why Princess Ninfeng was not the leading lady. Without Fengchang's presence, how could there be any hope of defying fate? At this moment, Yulan chose not to join the fray. Returning home, she shed her garments, revealing her fair and delicate skin, and prepared to indulge in a soothing bath. However, upon glancing at the bronze mirror and discovering the tattoo inscribed on her slender waist that read Qin Feng was here, her demeanor shifted dramatically. A piercing, indignant scream resonated throughout the entire palace of the Blue Demon. Curse Qin Feng, I shall not let you escape my wrath. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully humiliating the Chosen One, earning 100,000 villain points. Qin Feng, who was merely an observer of the unfolding drama, could utter nothing but silent wishes for Yulan, hoping that in the days to come, she would become even more graceful and enchanting. Chapter 76. I want you to assist me in my cultivation. Alas, the square was filled with incessant wails as parents crumpled to the ground. As a disciple of the Son of Heaven of the Great Xia and a scion of a prestigious family, their combat prowess far surpassed that of these parents. With swift and decisive movements, they easily dispatched their opponents. Yet, such behavior incited the ire of the onlookers in the square. This was the territory of the Inu dynasty, and the arrogance of the Great Xia Son of Heaven's disciples was intolerable. Was there no law? Was there no justice? Take them down. Suddenly, someone shouted, and the conflict escalated dramatically. How outrageous! How preposterous! Princess Nanfeng's chest heaved with indignation, feeling as though she could scarcely contain the fury surging within her. It was one thing to be humiliated by that scoundrel Qin Feng, but now even these commoners dared to look down upon her, as if the princess of the Great Xia were mere clay to be molded at will. Beware, my princess. The elder tasked with protecting the delegation hurriedly stepped forward, shielding Princess Nanfeng. Cease at once. A resounding voice echoed through the square, instantly quelling the chaos. The crowd turned in unison to behold a battalion clad in black armor approaching, each individual emanating an aura of formidable strength. They were not merely at the spirit martial realm or the entry Dao realm, but at the celestial sovereign realm. It was the Qian guards. The onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically as they hastily made way for this formidable contingent. The Qian guards were responsible for the security of the imperial city of the Inu dynasty, with a minimum cultivation level beginning at the celestial sovereign realm. Though their official ranks might not be particularly high, they carried the weight of the 6 Dao emperor's authority in the Inu dynasty. No one dared to disregard their presence. Princess Nanfeng showed no deference to the Qian guards, giving a cold snort as she prepared to lead her entourage back to the foreign envoy pavilion. The leader of the Qian guards raised a hand to block her path, coldly stating, Princess Nanfeng, this is the Inu dynasty, not your Great Xia dynasty. These disciples of the Heavenly Sun have harmed our citizens here and must accompany us for further inquiry. What did you say? You want us to come with you? The disciples of the Heavenly Sun could not contain their laughter, deeming the guard a fool. They were the esteemed disciples of the Great Xia, the scions of noble families. And members of the delegation, how could a mere captain of the Qian guards dare to apprehend them? They were utterly oblivious to the concept of danger. Seize them all. The leader of the Qian guards was evidently not jesting. With a single command, the guards surged forth towards the disciples of the Heavenly Sun. They are indeed disciples of the Son of Heaven from the Great Xia, yet their cultivation levels are merely at the spirit martial realm, barely reaching the Dao, rendering them utterly incapable of contending with the formidable Qian guard of the Heavenly Sect. In less than a minute, they were all subdued. How dare you? The disciples of the Son of Heaven, incensed, clamored to seek an audience with the 6 Paths Sovereign to lodge a complaint. However, the Qian guard paid them no heed and proceeded to apprehend them all, garnering a chorus of cheers from the crowd. This is an intolerable affront. Princess Nanfeng's chest heaved with indignation as she prepared to confront the 6 Paths Sovereign for an explanation. Yet, the elder tasked with protecting the envoy interjected, Your Highness, it would likely be in vain. If the 6 Paths Sovereign truly wished to intervene, these individuals would not have been allowed to assault the envoy. Nor would the Qian guard have taken action against the disciples. Are you suggesting that the 6 Paths Sovereign is orchestrating this from behind the scenes? Princess Nanfeng quickly regained her composure, realizing the gravity of the situation. If she were to encounter an adversary like Fengchang, she too would undoubtedly seek to eliminate the threat entirely. Thus, it was not merely these individuals seeking to ascertain Fengchang's whereabouts, but rather the 6 Paths Sovereign himself who desired such knowledge. The elder continued, Your Highness, given that Feng Chang's whereabouts are currently unknown. It is futile for the envoy to remain within the Yin Moon dynasty. There exists a potential for danger. It would be prudent to return to the Great Xia at once. However, Princess Nanfeng's expression was conflicted, as she felt it unacceptable to abandon her mission. She had come to the Yin Moon dynasty with specific tasks, and now, having failed to accomplish even one while losing track of Feng Chang, she feared that neglecting the captured young nobles from prominent families would surely incur the wrath of the esteemed clans upon her return. At that time, even if her father, the emperor, had the inclination to favor her, he would likely have no choice but to cast her into the cold palace. To save a life, the old man felt an immense headache. In the unfamiliar realm of the Yin Moon dynasty, devoid of power and influence, how could they persuade the Six Paths Emperor to grant their request? Princess Nanfeng slightly raised her brow, catching sight of a familiar figure. Now, Qin Feng had just been conferred as the third holy son of the Yin Moon dynasty. Perhaps he could sway the Six Paths Emperor's decision. Your Highness, you mustn't, the old man hastily admonished. Seeking assistance from that scoundrel Qin Feng was akin to courting danger. Yet, with no other options available, they could only try. Princess Nanfeng was resolute in her decision to seek out Qin Feng alone. At this moment, after the performance concluded, Qin Feng, accompanied by Xiaobai and two younger companions, made his way to his exquisite spiritual peak. Along the way, he took the opportunity to impart some earnest wisdom. You all witnessed the fate of those disciples of the emperor, did you not? This is the consequence of neglecting one's studies. You must never emulate them. Instead, strive to follow my example and become proper Confucian gentlemen, understand? Indeed. My ambition is to be a respectable Confucian scholarly rabbit. Xiaobai nodded vigorously, indicating that he would remember every word spoken by Qin Feng. Confucius once said, "To learn without thinking is labor lost. To think without learning is perilous." Thus, he diligently endeavored to master both Qin Feng's swordsmanship and the art of proper conduct. Gentlemen. The two companions, Qianjun and Wanma, exchanged glances, unable to suppress their amusement as they turned to observe the direction of the square. Oppose Qin Feng as the holy son. Down with the despicable Qin Feng. Severe punishment for Qin Feng. Return my dignity. A protest march composed of 300 to 400 individuals gathered in the square, their voices resonating in unison. Although they had survived the deadly competition, they had lost their masculine tools, and from then on, their only option was to compete for positions within the palace. Before long, Qin Feng and his companions arrived at the exquisite Lingfeng, where a stele inscribed with Cui Zhu Peak stood tall. The entire mountain was infused with a vibrant green vitality. It was adorned with various spiritual herbs, and the fish in the brook leaped joyously. Upon entering, one could feel an unusually rich spiritual energy cascading like raindrops upon them, allowing for a significant conservation of precious spiritual stones during cultivation. Cui Zhu Peak, indeed splendid. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, leaping gracefully into a bamboo grove. Surrounding him was likely an array that gathered spiritual energy, even more potent than before, complemented by a quaint bamboo house beside a babbling brook. I adore this place, exclaimed Xiaobai, joyfully leaping from Qin Feng's shoulder to frolic exuberantly around Cui Zhu Peak. Every small creature inhabiting the peak had to be playfully subdued to assert dominion, including the mice in their burrows and the fish in the stream. Why don't you find a place of your own for cultivation? Qin Feng suggested generously, encouraging his two companions to seek their own lodgings on the mountain. Absolutely, Jin Jun responded with palpable excitement, while Wanma maintained an air of calm. Shortly thereafter, Princess Nanfeng arrived at Cui Zhu Peak. The despicable are not to be feared. What is truly daunting is when one is beholden to the despicable. In order to provide an explanation to the prominent families of the Great Xia upon her return, she had no choice but to boldly enter the bamboo house to seek assistance from Qin Feng. Is this how you approach someone for a favor? Qin Feng scoffed, disdain evident in his expression. How could she come to him for help without even displaying the emblem of a Bentley? In truth, he was somewhat surprised by the arrival of Princess Nanfeng, yet not entirely taken aback. When he had utilized the Heaven's secret card to glimpse into the future, he had seen the students of the Great Xia Emperor being captured. Yet they were not subjected to the eternal imprisonment he had anticipated by the Lord of the Six Paths. Instead, they were released after approximately half a month. The reason being that Feng Chang had not remained discreet. Rather, he had brazenly engaged in acts of murder and arson. With knowledge of Feng Chang's whereabouts, the continued detention of those students lost its significance, leading to their eventual release. Now that Princess Nanfeng had come to him uninvited, he felt it would be remiss not to seize the opportunity to extract a favor from her, as befitting his villainous reputation. What do you truly desire? Princess Nanfeng's tone softened slightly. I require your assistance in my cultivation, she declared, her voice tinged with determination. Qin Feng could not suppress a villainous chuckle, realizing that Princess Nan Feng was indeed audacious, daring to approach him at his telling peak without even a single attendant. Did she truly believe he was defenseless? As the sun gradually descended, casting shadows over the land, Princess Nan Feng emerged from the bamboo house, her cheeks flushed and hair tousled. You will not escape my wrath. Qin Feng, she exclaimed, her face reddening as she spat defiantly, feeling aggrieved at the waste of her breath in this endeavor. Fortunately, Qin Feng, that scoundrel, agreed, promising to release the person within a maximum of half a month, besides demanding a fixed deposit. The final payment of 5 million premium spirit stones is indeed a fair price. Chapter 77. No more white moonlight, only black pearl ding-dong. Congratulations to the host for seizing the opportunity while the chosen one is away, to bully his beloved white moonlight, earning 100,000 villain points. Qin Feng immediately felt invigorated. He had not anticipated that the absence of old Feng would prove beneficial. Henceforth, there would be no more white moonlight, only a black pearl. He resolved to seize the moment to cultivate, planning to offer warmth at a later time. Qin Feng had already consumed the foundational elixir, solidifying his first level of spiritual martial arts. With the Kunlun secret realm approaching in a month, he must hasten his breakthrough into the Dao realm. Subsequently, Qin Feng sat cross-legged on his bamboo bed, skillfully operating the 33 Heavens creation technique. The spiritual energy within him surged like a river, and his aura steadily ascended. At this moment, Qianjun and Wan Ma had located their training ground, carving out a cave in the stone wall not far from the bamboo grove. It was very close to Qin Feng's small bamboo cottage. Any sign of disturbance would allow them to rush over in an instant. Oh, isn't that Princess Nan Feng of the Great Xia? What brings her to Chuizhu Peak? Wan Ma was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Princess Nan Feng descending the mountain. Her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Qianjun analyzed. Her face is nearly crimson, indicating she has encountered an awkward situation. Yet a hint of anger suggests that this matter displeases her. Observing the direction of her departure, it was from the eldest's bamboo dwelling, implying that her displeasure signifies our leader's satisfaction. Wan Ma had also heard of the grievances between Qin Feng and the Southern Wind Princess. Yet he was utterly perplexed as to what the eldest had done to displease the princess. Qianjun continued his analysis, surmising, most likely, she has developed affections for the eldest, and, upon being rejected, has become enraged out of humiliation. Alas, Wan Ma couldn't help but lament, truly, a single glimpse of the young master leads to lifelong infatuation, while never encountering him results in lifelong regret. Great Xia, the Qin family. Qin Hao was immersed in cultivation within his chambers, accompanied by the ethereal form of an elderly figure hovering nearby. With a resounding boom, Qin Hao abruptly opened his eyes, bellowing as an exceedingly formidable aura erupted from his being, overturning everything within the confines of the room. Excellent, excellent. The old man, observing the completion of Qin Hao's cultivation, revealed a most gratified smile. Through his unwavering tutelage over the past 7 years, Qin Hao had ascended to the 7th level of Transcendent Realm, his physical body now rivaling that of ancient ferocious beasts, possessing a robustness that was simply astounding. In an all-out battle, he could undoubtedly vanquish spirit martial cultivators. 7th level of the Transcendent Realm. Qin Hao, sensing the surging energy within his body, couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips, exclaiming, I've heard that my elder brother is only at the 9th level of the Transcendent Realm. I am finally about to catch up to him. With my current strength, even if he possesses supreme bones and dual pupils, I am capable of engaging him in battle. Indeed, the old man concurred with a nod, indicating that Qin Hao was the most formidable prodigy he had ever encountered, having broken through to the 7th level of the Transcendent Realm at the mere age of 12, and employing almost perverse methods to hone his physical form. Do not presume that a mere 12-year-old child can withstand such pressure. Even a seasoned ascetic may falter. With all his might, he is capable of contending with Qin Feng, Lin Xiner, the 3-year agreement. Qin Hao's eyes brimmed with boundless fighting spirit. He would demonstrate his rise to the world within the stipulated 3 years, and the battle of fate was his indomitable cry against destiny. At that moment, a series of urgent bells tolled, signaling the Qin family to enter a state of alert. What could this mean? Qin Hao swiftly opened the door and rushed outside, where he beheld a group of individuals gracefully descending from the sky, bearing the banner of the Yin dynasty. By the decree of the 6th Dao Emperor, we have come to extend our congratulations to the former head of the Qin family, Qin Tian. The leader, with a jovial demeanor, clapped his hands as a contingent raised 10 large chests before Qin Tian. Upon opening them, a dazzling array of treasures was revealed. Such extravagance! The onlooking members of the Qin family could not help but gasp in astonishment, nearly blinded by the brilliance of the treasures within. Each chest overflowed with rare and priceless artifacts, any one of which could drive cultivators into a frenzy. Congratulations. Qin Tian raised an eyebrow and inquired. I am not particularly acquainted with the sixth Tao Emperor. What reason does he have to congratulate me? With a show of bravado, the spokesperson replied, of course. It is to celebrate that the head of the Qin family has sired a worthy son. Qin Feng, in the life and death elimination tournament of our Yin dynasty, single-handedly subdued 100,000 rivals, and, with a cultivation of the first level of spirit martial, vanquished a true dragon of the fifth level of the Tao. He has been personally bestowed the title of the third holy son of our Yin dynasty by the sixth Tao Emperor. Hiss. The surrounding disciples of the Qin family collectively inhaled sharply, their minds racing with astonishment. They had long heard tales of Qin Feng's peculiarities, yet they never anticipated his abilities could reach such extremes. How could a mere first level of spiritual martial arts slay a fifth-level true dragon of the Tao realm? This was a dragon, a creature with innate advantages that surpassed humanity by unfathomable magnitudes. Historically, dragons had always challenged humans from a higher tier. When had it ever been the case that a human could ascend to such heights to vanquish a dragon? The audacity of this act was simply astounding. A first level of spiritual martial arts defeating a fifth-level true dragon. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao felt a tumult within his heart. He had just been reveling in the thought of catching up to his brother, believing he could engage him in combat, only to discover that his brother was operating on an entirely different level, venturing forth to confront the Tao realm and slaying a fifth-level true dragon. The talent of this individual was truly unprecedented throughout history. The Elder Spectre was also taken aback, his heart stirred and unable to find tranquility for a long while. He had previously thought Qin Hao to be an unparalleled prodigy of this age, yet in comparison to his brother, he appeared as a mere puppet unable to rise. Not only had he never witnessed a first level of spiritual martial arts slay a fifth-level true dragon, but he could also find no similar account in the annals of ancient history spanning hundreds of thousands of years. Grandfather. Qin Hao quickly steadied his heart, looking towards the Elder Spectre, silently pleading not to regard him as mere mortal, but to employ even more extraordinary means to test his limits. The Elder Spectre was deeply moved, sensing the unwavering resolve within Qin Hao's heart. My dear son has slain a dragon? Qin Tian felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. After 7 years of restraint, he desperately wished to shout, my son Qin Feng possesses the potential of an emperor. However, contemplating the family's concealed agenda compelled me to suppress my exhilaration and feign an expression of profound anger. Begone! I have no such beastly son. In a heartbeat, Qin Tian succumbed to a furious frenzy, toppling crates of treasures. Without allowing the others the chance to reclaim the valuables, he expelled the entire group from the Qin residence, vehemently declaring that the Qin family would never forgive that beast, Qin Feng. The members of the Yin dynasty were indifferent to whether Qin Feng was indeed a beast. Their sole concern was to return and collect the treasures. Yet, Qin Tian offered them no opportunity, his wrathful aura rendering them unable to approach. His expression conveyed a clear message. If they did not depart swiftly, he would resort to violence. Begone! Qin Tian's thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, an overwhelming presence that left them breathless. Leave. Hurry. As the situation escalated, the opposing faction abandoned their treasures, hastily fleeing the Qin estate. What are you staring at? Get out. Qin Tian's furious bellow sent the Qin disciples scattering like frightened birds. Despite not having assumed the role of family head for years, his formidable prowess instilled a sense of trepidation in all. Have they all departed? Once assured of their absence, Qin Tian swiftly gathered the treasures into his personal vault. Chapter 78. The legendary Xiu'er on the Emerald Bamboo Peak, in a modest bamboo cottage. After a night of diligent cultivation, Qin Feng successfully advanced to the second level of spirit martial arts. Had it not been for the insufficient villain points to exchange for the foundation pill, he would have undoubtedly achieved a continuous breakthrough to the realm of entry. The Chosen One not only has a remarkable spouse, but also possesses treasures beyond measure. Qin Feng could not help but exclaim, gently caressing his abdomen. Ever since he merged with the relic of the Buddha, it has continuously emitted an exceptionally pure energy. Apart from a portion absorbed by the great might heavenly dragon to enhance the Buddha's light, the remainder has been utilized by him for breakthroughs. However, he has yet to gain the relic's recognition, unable to manifest a formidable protective barrier akin to what Fengchang achieved. It feels as though this is a blatant affront directed at me, the antagonist, and it is utterly unapologetic. Qin Feng was understandably infuriated. Yet he found himself powerless against the relic. Surely, he could not simply discard it. Ah, But there remains a dragon yet to be dealt with. Rising from his seat, Qin Feng stepped outside the bamboo cottage and summoned forth the black dragon from his spatial pocket. Though the dragon lay lifeless, its formidable presence lingered. Its arrival sent the creatures of the verdant bamboo peak into a frenzy. The birds scattered in panic, woodland animals scurried into their burrows, and the nocturnal little white creature returned from who knows where, startled. How magnificent! Little White could not help but exclaim, feeling diminutive before the grand dragon. Boss! At the sound of commotion, a multitude of soldiers emerged from their lairs, their gazes transfixed upon the deceased dragon, filled with astonishment. Despite this dragon being merely at the 5th level of the path and measuring only around 100 meters, it was undeniably a genuine member of the dragon lineage. Its most valuable possession, without a doubt, was its dragon pearl. With a sudden sound, the scene unfolded. Qin Feng's grasp penetrated the colossal dragon's skull. Extracting a resplendent golden dragon pearl, roughly the size of an infant's fist, shimmering with radiant golden light, emanating an extraordinarily potent dragon might. Such formidable dragon might. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with a 24K brilliance, contemplating that after absorption, the great might heavenly dragon would become even more powerful. In addition to possessing the radiance of Buddha, it would also wield an overwhelming dragon might, enhancing its suppression over the demon race. What should be done next? Qin Feng gazed at the enormous dragon, momentarily at a loss. He understood that dragon skin and bones could be fashioned into divine weaponry and armor. Dragon blood could fortify the body and be used for enchantments. And dragon tendons could be crafted into whips or similar weaponry, not to mention that they could be utilized for brewing potent spirits. Yet, merely knowing their applications without the requisite skills was futile. Seeing the leader's confusion, Qianjun hastily approached, eager to ingratiate himself. Boss. The Tianhong Academy is the foremost institution of the Yin dynasty, where many powerful beings converge. Handling a dragon would be a trivial matter. Tianhong Academy. Qin Feng's expression shifted to one of realization, having completely forgotten about it. Just then, a voice, ethereal and melodious, resonated through the air. Sister, I thought you hadn't returned last night because you were abducted, but it turns out you came to the Emerald Bamboo Peak. So, now that you have your own Emerald Bamboo Peak, do you disdain my Moon Goddess Palace? Salutations to the Moon Goddess, Divine Maiden. Qianjun and Wan Ma quickly bowed in reverence, as they beheld the Moon Goddess gracefully descending from the skies, accompanied by Ziyuan. How could that be? Qin Feng exclaimed in indignation. I have vowed since my childhood to repay the Moon Goddess for her life-saving grace with my very being. My relocation to Cute Bamboo Peak is merely due to the fact that I have yet to reach adulthood. Once I come of age, the Moon Goddess may come to wed me in grand procession. How does Cute Bamboo Peak as a dowry sound? The Moon Goddess was amused, laughing heartily, and found Qin Feng increasingly intriguing. Ever since their first meeting in his childhood, he had persistently declared his desire to marry her, and even after 7 years, he remained true to his word. This only served to affirm her undeniable allure, for no woman would ever lament her own charm. How infuriating, cried Ziyuan, stamping her foot in frustration. All he does is think about her aunt, as if she isn't easily charmed. The audacity of this bold fellow was beyond comprehension. Qianjun and Wan Ma stood frozen in fear, adopting expressions that conveyed they had heard nothing. Despite the Moon Goddess being one of the 4 great beauties of antiquity, the rumors surrounding her ruthless nature were countless. After all, it was her formidable strength that allowed her to become the guardian of the Yin Moon dynasty. Even as a woman. Enough of this banter, little one. Let us tidy up. I shall take you to meet someone. The Moon Goddess effortlessly cradled the little white creature in her arms, and upon noticing her reluctance, she produced a spiritual fruit as a bribe, allowing her to touch it. Who are we meeting? Qin Feng inquired, waving his hand to summon the great dragon. The enigmatic Ziyuan remarked, the master personally chosen for you by the Six Paths Emperor is the most erudite individual of the Yin Moon dynasty. This person not only excels in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but is also well-versed in various martial disciplines, possessing profound expertise in alchemy, artifact forging, and runes. He has even conducted extensive research on special physiques. Qianjun, standing nearby, could not suppress his astonishment. Could it be the Emperor Xiao, one of the 4 elegants of antiquity? Indeed, it is he. The Moon Goddess's expression turned somewhat wistful, as if lost in recollection. Ever since that incident a century ago, he has completely fallen from grace, now spending his days inebriated. The Six Paths Emperor wishes to see if Qin Feng can invigorate him back to life. Fallen from grace. Am I to be the one to invigorate him? Qin Feng felt utterly bewildered, unsure of how he could possibly rouse Xiao. Would he have to don women's attire to entice him? Before long, Qin Feng learned of Xiu's tale. It is said that a century ago, this esteemed Emperor Xiu, endowed with vast knowledge, striking looks, and formidable strength, became one of the four elegants of antiquity, akin to a super-idol trainee of that era, the prince charming in the hearts of all women of antiquity. He then encountered the woman he adored, and together they had a son. They believed their lives would continue blissfully. However, it was later revealed that this woman was a transformed great demon. In the realm of antiquity, the paths of humans and demons diverge irreconcilably, marking an insurmountable boundary. With a heavy heart, he resolved to take the life of their newborn child. The transformed great demon, in her grief, left him with a chilling promise of retribution before fleeing. However, his actions did not garner the support of the human race. Instead, it led to the perception that he was capable of betraying even his own son, resulting in Di Xiu being branded as a scoundrel, increasingly alienated by those around him. Consequently, he descended into a state of despair, drowning his sorrows in alcohol and losing the brilliance he once possessed. Now, the Six Paths Emperor sought to salvage the situation, wondering if Qin Feng's talent could reignite his desire to take on disciples. Only a polymath like Di Xiu could mentor someone as extraordinary as Qin Feng. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was momentarily stunned, realizing that this individual possessed a cruelty surpassing that of others. The fact that he could kill his own son due to the divergence between humans and demons was alarming. For someone like him, who cherished cat-eared girls, bunny girls, and fox spirits, it felt as though he could be discarded as a mere tool of violence. Chapter 79. Continuing the spirit of Qin Lao Lu. Before long, Qin Feng and his companions followed the moon goddess to Tianhong Academy, where it was said that Xiu was currently wallowing in despair. On the surface, it appeared to be an ordinary academy, yet Qin Feng could subtly perceive the presence of dozens of terrifying auras. The students they encountered along the way radiated formidable energy. Aside from the fresh graduates who were at the entry realm, the rest possessed at least the cultivation of the heavenly sect, and many were even at the Yuan dance stage, surpassing the heavenly sect. Truly, it was a cradle of talent for the Yin Yu dynasty. Qin Feng could distinctly feel the pressure. His second-level spirit martial realm seemed out of place here. The spirit martial realm. The students were equally astonished by Qin Feng's presence in this realm. Since the establishment of Tianhong Academy, there has never been a student of the spirit martial realm. However, upon the arrival of Qin Feng, the third holy son, the crowd was not overly surprised. They had witnessed his remarkable performance in the life and death elimination round, which undoubtedly qualified him for admission to Tianhong Academy. The presence of the third holy son promised an intriguing spectacle. The students exchanged knowing smiles, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. It is noteworthy that Qin Feng is not the sole holy son at Tianhong Academy. The previous life and death elimination round had produced two holy sons, who are currently studying at the academy. Tensions have escalated to a life-or-death rivalry, with students divided into two factions, each fervently supporting their own holy son. The arrival of the third holy son will undoubtedly intensify the chaos. Whether through alliances or suppression, peaceful coexistence is out of the question. From the moment they ascended to the status of holy sons in the Yin dynasty, it was predestined that only one could ascend to the throne. Boss, should we recruit more troops? Wan Ma's eyes sparkled with eagerness, ready to charge into battle for the young master. Boss. Qian Jun gazed at Qin Feng with hopeful anticipation, waiting for him to issue the order for recruitment. With Qin Feng now in possession of an exceptional spiritual peak, the mere announcement of his intent to gather followers would undoubtedly attract countless formidable allies. However, this matter is not urgent. After a brief contemplation, Qin Feng resolved not to engage in direct confrontation with the other two holy sons. They have operated at Tianhong Academy for many years. If one rashly confronts them, they are likely to face severe suppression. Engaging in conflict would only harm oneself. So it is wiser to continue embodying the spirit of Qin Lao Lu, to dig pits discreetly while burying others ostentatiously. At that moment, a chilling voice filled with resentment echoed, Qin Feng. Ah, Yulan. Qin Feng's eyes instantly lit up, his heart exclaiming that heaven was favoring him. Having just broken through to the second level of spiritual martial arts, Yulan had now presented herself willingly. This was a perfect opportunity for the antagonist to seize, allowing him to strive for the third level of spiritual martial arts tonight. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Yulan's expression was one of fierce animosity. The thought of this impertinent individual marking her with "I was here" behind her back made it difficult for her to control the primal force within her, jeopardizing her prospects for marriage as a virtuous young lady. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind howled, whipping Qin Feng's clothing. Yulan approached with swift, graceful steps, her flowing hair dancing along her exquisite figure in the wind, surrounded by an aura of frigid cold that froze everything in her wake. It was Yulan's shining physique. The surrounding students gasped in astonishment, retreating in fear. They had heard tales of Yulan's shining body, but had never witnessed its power. They were astounded by the sheer terror of the cold she could unleash, a force even the strongest in the Tianzong realm would struggle to endure. This chilling aura was formidable. Yet, Qin Feng had no intention of retreating. Instead, his eyes shone brightly as he charged forward. He discovered that the terrifying chill emanating from Yulan's mysterious body could actually stimulate the growth of his celestial dominance body, enabling his flesh to grow stronger amidst the onslaught of frost. Astonishing! What manner of creature is this Qin Feng? The surrounding students were utterly unsettled, as if they had encountered a ghost in broad daylight, while others would instinctively flee from such a dreadful cold. Fearing being encased in ice due to a lack of speed, he boldly charged forward, showing no signs of being frozen. How could this be? The moon goddess was equally astonished, recalling the words of the six-paths sovereign. He had previously remarked during Qin Feng's participation in the life and death elimination tournament that Qin Feng might indeed be the legendary celestial dominance body. However, Qin Feng's abnormal prowess exceeded everyone's expectations. Despite being at a disadvantage due to his lower cultivation level, he had still managed to win the tournament without revealing the full extent of his celestial dominance body. Witnessing his blatant disregard for the frigid air now compelled her to trust the six paths sovereign's judgment. What kind of prodigy is this? The moon goddess's eyes were filled with astonishment, struggling to comprehend that Qin Feng had not revealed his complete strength during the tournament and still possessed trump cards yet unused. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided, unleashing a terrifying chill accompanied by a flurry of ice petals. Before Yulan could react, Qin Feng pressed his lips against hers, voraciously absorbing the cold energy within her. Gasping, Yulan widened her eyes in disbelief, never expecting Qin Feng to kiss her. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for taking advantage of the chosen one, earning 100,000 villain points. Ah, this infuriates me. Incensed, Zi Yuan seized Little White and began to vigorously knead it. She and Qin Feng had grown up together since childhood, yet he had kissed two outsiders without ever kissing her. How could he treat her bunny like this? Little White's round face was distorted from the pinching as it painstakingly produced a small notebook, scribbling down that on such and such a date. This bunny had endured suffering beyond its years for Qin Feng and would require 20 carats in compensation. The surrounding students were aghast, inwardly exclaiming their disbelief. They had long heard that this third holy son had no bottom line, but they never imagined he would be so shameless as to resort to such base tactics in broad daylight. Disgraceful. Yulan shoved Qin Feng away in disgust, wiping her reddened lips. Phew, satisfying. Qin Feng couldn't help but shudder, feeling his physical body gradually growing stronger. You're shameless. Yulan sputtered, her face flushed with anger as she charged toward Qin Feng once more. However, she had only taken a couple of steps when she saw Qin Feng reach into the air, producing a pink bodice embroidered with lotuses. You. Yulan was rendered speechless with indignation, hastily stopping to clutch her chest. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for bullying the chosen daughter and receiving 100,000 villain points. Incredible. The surrounding students exclaimed in astonishment, inwardly crying out, Teacher, I want to learn that move. Enough, stop it. The moon god suddenly interjected, her gaze shifting to the side. In the distance, a man resembling a beggar approached, staggering as he drank from a flask in his hand. The students nearby recoiled from him, as though he were a harbinger of misfortune. He was none other than one of the four talents of antiquity, the Emperor talent. Qin Feng could not help but scrutinize him, sensing a formidable aura emanating from the man. Ah, the moon god. The Emperor talent, inebriated, raised his wine jug in invitation for the moon god to join him. The moon god, however, dismissed him with indifference, her expression unchanging as she spoke. Emperor talent. The Emperor has sent me to convey a message. He has found an exceptional disciple for you, should you be interested. Disciple? The Emperor talent, in his stupor, inquired. What weapon does he wield? Qin Feng, with utmost sincerity, replied, in response to the esteemed Emperor talent's inquiry, I utilize an external enhancement. Chapter 80. Has Qin Feng been ruined? What a peculiar term. The Emperor talent was left in a haze of confusion. Although he had languished for over a century, his intellect remained intact. However, what on earth was this peculiar term? Esteemed Emperor talent, do not heed his nonsense. Zi Yuan shot a disapproving glance at Qin Feng before politely stating, he practices swordsmanship, having comprehended the third level of sword intent, possesses an invincible sword heart, and has even developed 2 divine sword techniques. Moreover, He possesses the ancient heavy eye and the supreme bone, alongside a remarkably powerful divine Buddhist technique. In the recent life and death elimination round, he successfully vanquished a great dragon. The wine jug in the Emperor Talon's hand nearly slipped from his grasp. His previously despondent expression now tinged with astonishment. Indeed, he was taken aback by Qin Feng, initially thinking he could easily dismiss him with a few casual techniques. He never anticipated encountering such an extraordinary individual. Geniuses are not an uncommon sight. One could easily find a myriad of them within the halls of Tianhong Academy. However, encountering a prodigy of Qin Feng's extraordinary caliber is truly a rarity, something unheard of and unseen. Possessing ancient dual pupils and supreme bone, such exceptional physical attributes grant him an inherent advantage from the very start. Moreover, he has comprehended the third level of sword intent and an invincible sword heart, in addition to creating 3 divine-level martial arts techniques, leaving no room for others to breathe. As Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings, he noticed the gazes directed at him, akin to that of a creature from another realm. As a seasoned outsider, the attention made him rather uneasy. It was a testament to his dazzling performance in the life and death elimination rounds, likely marking him as a thorn in the side of the other 2 holy sons. Should they conspire against him, how would he ever savor the joys of being an outsider again? To evade such targeting, he must learn the art of concealment. Seeing Dishio's reaction, the moon goddess seized the opportunity to assert, "The emperor has declared that Qin Feng's talents cannot be nurtured by ordinary means. Only you, the most erudite individual of the Yin dynasty, are capable of guiding him. I cannot even manage my own life. How could I possibly instruct another?" Dishio replied with a self-deprecating smile, resuming his drinking and indulgence, adopting a laissez-faire attitude, living for today, one day at a time. Alas, the moon goddess sighed inwardly, taken aback by the profound impact that past events had on Dishio, who even rejected the presence of such an unparalleled talent as Qin Feng. "Senior Dishio, wait a moment," Qin Feng suddenly declared with utmost seriousness. "What I truly wish to learn is the art of your failures." The entire assembly fell into a stunned silence, unable to grasp the meaning behind Qin Feng's words. As Qin Feng commenced his performance, he sighed deeply and lamented, "From the moment of my birth, I comprehended the divine technique of the 33 celestial transformations. Regardless of the severity of my injuries, I can heal rapidly. I broke through the open origin realm at the age of 3, transcended into the extraordinary realm by 8, and grasped the essence of sword intent and the indomitable sword heart. Now, at 15, I possess ancient heavy pupils and supreme bones, among numerous other abilities. Life has been exceedingly smooth, devoid of any trace of pressure. Can you fathom such torment? I can certainly understand your plight," came the sarcastic retort. "You lament the ease of your existence, yet you fail to recognize that your life is simply too comfortable, and you come here to flaunt it. Had any of them possessed even one of those abilities, they would feel as if their life was taking flight. Yet here you are, with all these powers converging within you, and still you find reasons to complain. It is utterly outrageous." The crowd around him was left in disbelief, wishing they could deliver a sharp rebuke to Qin Feng. Meanwhile, Dishio stood perplexed, caught in a whirlwind of confusion, unable to articulate his thoughts. It was bewildering that someone could disdain a life so perfect, one that others yearned for but could not attain. Was he out of sync with the times? Or was Qin Feng merely toying with him? "I implore you, esteemed Dishio, to lend your support, without a care for the gazes of others." Qin Feng resolved to accompany Dishio for the time being. He would wait for the opportune moment to become less conspicuous and then plot against the 2 holy sons. "Do as you wish," Dishio dismissed him, not believing for a moment that Qin Feng would remain docile, before raising his cup and departing. "I shall seek you out tomorrow to report, esteemed senior," Qin Feng declared, glancing at his system points, which had accumulated to 497,000. He was but a breath away from the 500,000 required to purchase the foundational elixir. He merely needed to further torment Yulan to reach his goal. As Qin Feng's gaze shifted towards Yulan, he displayed a smile reminiscent of the Hulk's towards Black Widow. What could he possibly be planning? Yulan felt an inexplicable sense of anxiety at Qin Feng's grin, and memories of being bullied by him flooded her mind, causing tears to well up in her eyes. As the daughter of the Blue Demon, she had never endured such humiliation, especially not being kissed by Qin Feng in front of so many witnesses. Who would dare to marry her after this? Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Yulan could no longer suppress her tears and, covering her face, ran away without looking back. "Hey, don't go. Can I be gentler?" Qin Feng, realizing that he was on the verge of acquiring a foundational elixir, could not allow Yulan to escape so easily. "Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have made the chosen one cry. earning 100,000 villain points. This is actually possible. Qin Feng's face lit up with delight, having discovered yet another avenue to wealth. He was even smiling. How shameless. The surrounding female classmates were filled with indignation, shocked to learn that Qin Feng was such a person. This was going to be entertaining. The moon goddess suddenly perked up. For women, any woman more beautiful than themselves is a rival. And as one of the four ancient beauties, she had always shared a strained relationship with the blue demon. Now, with Qin Feng publicly kissing the daughter of the blue demon, one could only imagine the expression on the blue demon's face upon learning of this. Unfortunately, the blue demon was currently in seclusion. The moon goddess felt a pang of regret and resolved to visit the blue demon promptly once she emerged. Ah, this infuriates me. Zi Yuan, furious, seized Little White and began to squeeze it fervently. Woo-woo, I've told you not to treat the rabbit this way. Xiaobai's cherubic face was once again contorted as it was pinched, and with great effort, she retrieved her notebook to inscribe, in a certain year and month, I, too, have endured undue pressure for my age due to Qin Feng, and thus require compensation of 30 carats. Not far away, two figures were observing Qin Feng, having witnessed the entire scene unfold before their eyes. What is your perspective on this matter? If he truly wished to succumb to lethargy, I would wholeheartedly endorse it. Yet, would he? Certainly not. If he were content to recline, how could he dare to excavate the supreme bone of his own brother? He is astute, aware that he would be targeted by you and me, hence he feigns a state of repose. However, this act is too contrived. No one would believe it. The two figures exchanged knowing smiles before vanishing from sight. Thus, has the contest among the three great saints commenced? The moon goddess turned her gaze towards the spot where the two had disappeared, recognizing that they were the other two saints of the Yin dynasty. They are among the rare prodigies of this world, and in certain respects, even more formidable than Qin Feng. It would not be an easy task for Qin Feng to extract any advantage from them. Meanwhile, a group of students from Tianhong Academy were eagerly stepping forward, aspiring to become Qin Feng's underlings. Beyond the allure of his possession of an exquisite spiritual peak, many were drawn by the prospect of being branded with the mark of celestial servitude, thereby gaining a quintuple enhancement in combat prowess. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, Qin Feng appeared to genuinely recline. He disregarded the eager acolytes, spending his days like a street urchin, accompanied by Xiaobai, as they playfully bullied young girls. The young women of Tianhong Academy have all experienced his extraordinary ability to manipulate objects from afar. Particularly, Yulan often finds herself the target of Qin Feng's unexpected assaults, leading her to develop a psychological aversion. However, this alone would not be particularly noteworthy. Most perceive Qin Feng as embodying the essence of masculinity. What truly convinces others of his complacency is his cultivation level. In a mere half-month, he astonishingly ascended through 6 minor levels, achieving the 7th stage of spirit martial arts. Even a fool could discern that such rapid advancement would inevitably compromise his foundational stability. Chapter 81. Can the pursuits of a scholar be deemed theft? Ruined. Qin Feng has utterly squandered his potential. A wave of sorrow washed over everyone, as they believed his fate was sealed. Regardless of how solid his foundation had been, the relentless progression over the last fortnight has rendered it completely ineffective, capping his future achievements and preventing him from reaching the pinnacle of success. What? Ascending to the 7th stage of spirit martial arts within half a month. Upon receiving the news, the two other holy sons immediately dismissed it as impossible. Qin Feng, driven by ambition, would not hesitate to harm even his own brother. His aspirations were well known to all. His claim of learning from Di Xiao and failing was merely a pretext. Now, having stripped themselves of defenses, prepared to confront Qin Feng, they found him having self-sabotaged his foundation, instilling a sense of futility akin to striking a punch into a pile of cotton. Perhaps it is for the best that he has been rendered ineffective. The two holy sons felt a sense of relief, believing this to be not a misfortune but rather a stroke of fortune. The power that Qin Feng currently exhibits is truly terrifying. They genuinely do not wish to engage in conflict with such a prodigy. His voluntary withdrawal is undoubtedly monumental news for them, allowing them to focus all their efforts on another adversary. At this moment, Qin Feng is secretly indulging in the wine of Emperor Xiao. He discovers that this wine is extraordinarily unique, meticulously brewed from ancient texts by Emperor Xiao, capable of inducing a state of euphoric intoxication. Originally, Emperor Xiao crafted it to alleviate his own suffering, yet upon consuming it, Qin Feng feels not the anticipated stupor, but rather, the energy within the wine enhances the evolution of his celestial body. Stop drinking. You cannot continue like this. Emperor Xiao finally could no longer remain idle. Unable to bear the sight of such raw talent being squandered, he must find a way to stabilize Qin Feng's foundation. If you truly feel guilty, Then do me a favor. Qin Feng, with a cheerful smile, waved his hand and summoned the corpse of the great dragon. As the most erudite man of the Inu dynasty, he had no trouble managing the carcass. I will assist you with the great dragon's remains, but you. Emperor Xiu's expression turned grave as he pondered how to help Qin Feng solidify his foundation. However, before he could devise a solution, Qin Feng vanished in a swift motion. This child. Emperor Xiu watched in anguish, perplexed by what Qin Feng had endured that led him to such self-destructive behavior. The sight of Qin Feng reminded him of his own past, when he too had lost his spirit and succumbed to despair. At this moment, Yulan was strolling along the path of Tianhong Academy when she suddenly sensed the loss of something essential. Without needing to ponder, she knew it was that shameless scoundrel, Qin Feng, who had stolen her belly band. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for bullying the chosen daughter, earning 100,000 villain points. Huh, why is the embroidery so coarse? Qin Feng had once again employed his ability to remotely seize objects from Yulan, but this time, the embroidery on the belly band was far from exquisite. Why was that? Yulan was so furious that her teeth ground together, wishing she could bite Qin Feng to death, given that this was a private item of a young lady. It had been meticulously crafted by her own hands. Now, her embroidery speed could not keep pace with Qin Feng's thievery. Thievery? Can one truly call it theft when it pertains to scholars? Do you think I have read the Analects for nothing? Qin Feng immediately grew displeased, asserting himself as a legitimate disciple of Confucianism. You? A scholar? Yulan scoffed in disdain, finding it absurd that someone as shameless as Qin Feng could ever be deemed worthy of such a title. What do you mean, unworthy? Qin Feng's mood soured further. Unlike his cheap father, who could only recite Ode to the Goose, he had a representative work, Ode to the Kuan. Kuan, idle trainee, your beauty is unparalleled. Playing basketball with a middle part, shameless. Yulan, unable to comprehend Qin Feng's nonsensical ramblings, raised her hand to reclaim her belly band. However, Qin Feng offered her no chance, employing his ethereal agility to become a blur of elusive shadows, leaving her bewildered. Could it be that this fellow was truly unsteady in his foundation? Yulan's anxiety grew with each encounter. Others may only see Qin Feng's rapid advancement of 6 minor levels in a mere fortnight. Yet she has been entangled with him for that same duration, acutely aware that his prowess has not only remained stable but has, in fact, grown increasingly formidable. This phenomenon is entirely inconsistent with the notion of a fragile foundation. How could this be possible? Yulan felt a profound sense of bewilderment. How could one maintain a stable foundation while progressing at such an astonishing pace? Regardless of the stability of Qin Feng's foundation at present, she knew she would spend another night at home embroidering belly wraps. Curse that Qin Feng, I shall not let this matter rest. Yulan's frustration was palpable, her teeth grinding in irritation, wishing she could sink her teeth into Qin Feng. For over half a month, she had been in a state of constant vigilance, unable to act freely, far more cautious than those sheltered young ladies who hardly ventured outside their doors, fearful that a single misstep might reveal something amiss. Most infuriating of all, he would often launch surprise attacks on her. Another 100,000 villain points have just been credited. Qin Feng opened the system to check, discovering he now possessed 1,027,000 villain points. Based on the cost of 500,000 points for a foundational elixir, he could procure 2 such elixirs, which would be sufficient for him to break into the Dao realm now that he had reached the 7th level of spirit martial arts. Initially expecting it would take a month, he was pleasantly surprised to have accomplished it in just half that time. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Not only had he gained villain points, but he had also enhanced his cultivation, which lifted his spirits considerably. At that moment, he overheard a conversation not far away. Have you heard? Several gruesome incidents have occurred recently. I have heard as well. Numerous cities have been slaughtered. It is said that all of this is the doing of that disciple of the great Xia Emperor, Feng Chang. Such unbearable arrogance is infuriating. Those privileged disciples of the emperor ought to be dealt with decisively. It is utterly futile, as the recently released disciples have just regained their freedom. Is it possible? After injuring so many, they are simply set free? These individuals are backed by the prominent families of the great Xia, and the ramifications are too significant. They cannot be detained any longer. How frustrating. Currently, the great Xia dynasty and our Inu dynasty have yet to sever ties. A moment of impatience may jeopardize our greater strategies. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement. Realizing he could seek out Princess Nan Feng for the settlement of dues, and he inexplicably recalled the eloquence she displayed before him at the foreign envoy's inn. Ever since her encounter with Qin Feng, Princess Nan Feng had withdrawn into a shell of solitude. She isolated herself within her chamber, refusing to see anyone. Consumed by memories of that day when Qin Feng forcefully emerged, and she was compelled to engage in verbal sparring. Feng Chong, where on earth are you? The princess curled up on her bed, tears streaming down her face. If only Feng Chong were still present, she would not have to fret over saving the emperor's disciples. Nor would she have to endure such maltreatment from Qin Feng. The elder tasked with protecting the envoy praised her from outside the door, realizing he had underestimated her capabilities. He had presumed her approach to Qin Feng was akin to courting danger, yet it ultimately proved that Princess Ninfeng was indeed formidable, confronting challenges head-on and proving that her wit could rival any man's. Chapter 82. The Spirit of Jinan and the Legacy of Wei Wu. At this moment, the released disciples of the emperor gathered, expressing their discontent towards the Yin dynasty's actions against them. Damn it, what does it mean? You can capture us at will or release us as you please. How can you disregard us, the disciples of the Heavenly Sun, so brazenly? The Yin Empire. I shall not let this matter rest. Just as the disciples of the Heavenly Sun were venting their frustrations, Qin Feng strode in with an air of indifference. Qin Feng, what brings you here? The disciples regarded him warily, fearing he might unleash chaos. Of course, I am here to collect payment. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. The reason you were released is that I interceded on your behalf with the Emperor of Six Paths. Now it's time to settle the balance. 5 million premium spirit stones. Not a single one less. 5 million premium spirit stones. The disciples gasped, inwardly exclaiming that Qin Feng was robbing them. They could hardly believe he would be so benevolent as to advocate for them. Qin Feng continued, you are correct. My intentions are far from altruistic. It was the South Wind Princess who pleaded earnestly for my assistance. Silence. The furious voice of the South Wind Princess echoed from the loft. Realizing that Qin Feng had no regard for the rules of their world, had he not heard the saying, do not speak of affairs from the mountain when descending? Simultaneously, she commanded her attendants to swiftly present the 5 million premium spirit stones, eager to dismiss this impertinent fellow. Yes, the elder tasked with protecting the delegation dared not defy her orders, producing the prepared 5 million premium spirit stones to hand over to Qin Feng. After receiving the payment, Qin Feng suddenly remarked, Princess of South Wind, I trust you do not wish for Feng Chong to be in peril? What do you mean? The South Wind Princess felt a jolt of anxiety and hurriedly emerged from the loft. Qin Feng had already departed from the embassy, casting a lingering, enigmatic smile in her direction, leaving her perplexed as to his true intentions. What could he possibly mean? Princess Nanfeng felt a tumult of emotions within her, sensing that there was more to Qin Feng's words than met the eye. Soon, she discovered that Feng Chong had ravaged several cities, and the Six Paths Emperor had issued a ruthless order for his capture, with the elite of the Yin dynasty fervently hunting him down. What should she do? Should she hasten back to the Great Xia to seek her father's assistance, or should she implore that scoundrel Qin Feng for help? However, having failed her mission during this diplomatic visit to the Yin dynasty, even a light punishment would be severe. Persuading her father to intervene seemed an insurmountable challenge. Yet, turning to Qin Feng would undoubtedly require considerable persuasion. Princess, Feng Chang's situation is pivotal. We cannot afford any missteps. An elder, after witnessing Princess Nanfeng's formidable spirit, fervently urged her to seek Qin Feng's aid, deeming it merely a matter of persuasive discourse. At Suizhu Peak, Qin Feng ambled along a mountain path, humming a cheerful tune. However, after only a few strides, he was met by a flurry of commotion. 2 individuals rushed towards him, breathlessly informing him that Ziyuan was wreaking havoc in his little bamboo cottage, throwing objects about in a fit of rage. Ziyuan was causing a ruckus? Qin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Over the course of 7 years, he had unraveled the complexities of Ziyuan's temperament. She was the type who would become irate if not courted, sulk if he showed interest in other women, yet would instantly forgive him with a mere flirtation, regardless of how furious she had been. To simplify, the protagonist's most beloved naive and innocent character, Ziyuan, is portrayed as behaving irrationally by smashing things, which is more fitting for Princess Nanfeng than for her. Qianjun timidly inquired, Boss, have you been flirting with unmarried young ladies again? Nonsense. Am I the kind of person who would pursue unmarried girls? Qin Feng responded, clearly displeased. He inherited the spirit of Jinan and the legacy of Wei Wu. Soon, Qin Feng and his companions arrived at a small bamboo house. From a distance, they observed Ziyuan, visibly angry, seemingly smashing things, or rather, searching for something. Damn you! Qin Feng, how dare you return? Upon seeing Qin Feng, Ziyuan took on the demeanor of a spoiled young lady. In a sudden shift, Qin Feng's aura changed dramatically. Like a snow lotus standing defiantly against the wind atop a precipice, he emanated a powerful presence, his garments stirring without a breeze. And a fierce sword energy surged around him. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Beware that I will inform my aunt. Ziyuan's expression shifted slightly, but she did not halt her advance. What is happening? Qianjun and Wanma sensed the tension, quickly drawing their weapons in defense. You are not Ziyuan, who are you? Qin Feng's eyes glinted with a sharp sword-like light, instantly recognizing that this Ziyuan was an impostor. As a quintessential naive character, Ziyuan would never speak to him in such a tone, nor would she threaten him with the moon goddess. Even if she were to sulk alone, it would be in silence. I do not comprehend what you are saying. The impostor Iris persisted in her advance, quickening her pace toward Qin Feng. A cataclysmic resonance echoed through the void surrounding Qin Feng, punctuated by the ceaseless reverberation of swords, accompanied by a boundless, oceanic surge of sword energy that swept across the firmament. The piercing sound of wind being cleaved filled the heavens and the earth. Countless sword energies coalesced into a torrential river, seemingly capable of devouring all in existence. Myriad swords trembled in unison, their sonorous cries unending, as if a celestial river had descended from the heavens. Perdition. The impostor Iris's voice abruptly transformed into that of a coarse man, evidently taken aback by Qin Feng's audacity to attack. Yet, betraying no hint of discomposure, the impostor Iris emanated a terrifying surge of energy, forcibly cleaving Qin Feng's assembled river of sword chi asunder. Incredible! The eyes of Qianjun and Wanma widened in astonishment, not at the opponent's cultivation, but at the sheer potency of Qin Feng's sword chi, which belied any semblance of instability, truly befitting the title of the paramount prodigy of the ancient era who proclaimed, "At the zenith of immortality, I reign supreme. With Qin Feng present, so too is the heavens, indeed formidable." The impostor Iris could not help but offer a word of commendation. Were it not for his cultivation surpassing Qin Feng's by several tiers, he would have been unable to withstand Qin Feng's great river sword art at an equivalent level. Nevertheless, even if Qin Feng were the foremost prodigy of the ancient era, he would seize the dragon pearl and Buddha's relic today, even through sheer force. It has always been I who has plundered the treasures of others. None have ever dared to seize treasures from my grasp. Qin Feng's gaze radiated utter disdain, betraying a complete disregard for his opponent. Is that so? The impostor Iris regarded Qin Feng with piqued interest, eager to witness what other formidable stratagems he possessed. In a moment of tension, Qianjun and Wanma could not help but swallow hard, sensing that the atmosphere had reached a fever pitch. All eyes were now on how Qin Feng would retaliate. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall now present my folly. With a respectful gesture, Qin Feng turned to flee, exclaiming, Sister Moon Goddess, save me. Chapter 83. A cry in vain. The foe Ziyuan felt his composure waver, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Although he had long been aware of the third saint's complete lack of principles, he was astonished by the depths of his shamelessness. In one moment, he appeared as fervent as an ambitious youth, ready to confront any adversary, and in the next, he tossed aside his dignity without hesitation, calling for the moon goddess to rescue him. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, who would dare believe that a person could sink to such levels of ignobility? Truly, it was like a knife to the rear, an eye-opener. Qianjun and Wanma stood frozen in disbelief, their minds echoing with the frantic cries of a groundhog. Goodness! Here I am, having stripped down to witness your grand display, and you nonchalantly discard your principles. Yet, who could blame them for choosing such a leader? No matter how devoid of integrity, they were sworn to follow him to the ends of the earth. Help! Help! They cried, running wildly in search of the moon goddess. How utterly disgraceful! The foe Ziyuan was left utterly speechless, glancing at the trio scattered in different directions, realizing that a direct confrontation was futile. Given that Qin Feng's location at Siju Peak was not far from the moon goddess palace, should she truly hear any commotion and descend, even 10 lives would not suffice to explain the situation. He dared not take that gamble. It was best to flee, for one may escape the initial pursuit, but not the final reckoning. With a frigid snort, the faux purple iris transformed into a swarm of bats and vanished. Before long, Qin Feng and his companions gingerly made their way back to the bamboo hut. She must be gone by now, wouldn't you agree? Qin Feng inquired. Presumably, Wanma responded, casting his gaze about, confirming the absence of any figure. Qianjun chimed in, if my conjecture holds true, that individual must be the legendary monarch of a myriad transformations. Monarch of a myriad transformations? Qin Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation, recalling having heard of such a person. Reputedly, this individual possessed a cultivation art that enabled them to undergo countless transformations, be it man, woman, child, elder, or any manner of small creature. These were not mere disguises, but rather complete alterations of their physiological structure. Just then, Little White ambled over on its diminutive legs, merrily crooning a tune, "Little rabbit, white as snow. With ears so tall, slit the arteries, sever the veins, still as can be, oh so sweet. Skin it, chop it, toss it in the wok, add water, cover. Sprinkle cilantro before serving." Qin Feng immediately grew wary, unsheathing the Chongkong divine sword and pointing it at Little White. "What's the meaning of this?" Little White, startled, had its first standing on end, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Qin Feng coldly probed, "Confess, are you the monarch of a myriad transformations in disguise?" "What is this monarch of a myriad transformations? This bunny has no inkling." Little White responded, utterly perplexed. "You claim ignorance?" Qin Feng's gaze narrowed. "Then how will you demonstrate that you are, in fact, a rabbit? Prove that this bunny is a rabbit?" Little White remained in a state of bewilderment, at a loss as to how to provide such proof. "I advise you to prove yourself as a rabbit or else." Qin Feng's eyes glinted with a fierce light, and the Longkong divine sword shimmered with a cold glow. Thousands of soldiers and countless steeds readied their weapons, waiting for Qin Feng's command to hunt and skin the rabbit. "I am a rabbit, I am a rabbit, I am a rabbit." Little White stuttered in fear, but suddenly a thought struck. I remember you mentioned that to prevent being defeated by unreasonable protagonists, you designed a set of signaling codes for a chance to rise again. The earth shakes high peaks, a landscape of streams and mountains eternal in beauty." Qin Feng paused, exclaiming, "Facing the sea, the confluence of 3 rivers flows eternally. Who might you be?" With a serious expression, Little White replied, "I reside on Changhua Avenue. A novice driver from a Qin mountain, Qin Xiaobai." Qin Feng continued, "I studied for 2 years at Erxiankyo Elementary School, a remarkable little white worm in this mundane world." Qin Lalu. "Oh dear, it truly is my rabbit." Qin Feng quickly sheathed his sword. He believed that aside from the rabbit he had personally raised, no one else would comprehend this set of signals. With a face full of grievance, Little White began to cry, not forgetting to take out a small notebook to jot down, "On this day, I, the rabbit, was frightened half to death by Qin Feng and require compensation of 10 carats. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The thousands of soldiers and countless steeds stood stunned, unable to regain their composure, captivated by the bizarre exchange between the man and the rabbit. Though they understood not a word, they felt an inexplicable sense of sophistication. Initially believing that Qin Feng's reckless breakthrough had rendered him useless, they thought that henceforth it would be just the 3 men and 1 rabbit relying on each other at the Emerald Bamboo Peak. Upon witnessing Qin Feng unleash the Great River Sword technique and the corresponding signal, they discerned his ambition to grow stronger and achieve brilliance anew. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through the bamboo grove, carrying with it a subtle fragrance. "What is this?" Qian Jun and Wan Ma exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the unexpected scent. Before they could investigate further, they felt the world spin around them, akin to being separated from a beloved for a month. Their legs weakened, and they collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of strength. "Ha ha ha. Your cries are futile. See where you can escape now." The shape-shifting demon lord reappeared, emitting a sinister laugh characteristic of villains. A swarm of bats soared into the bamboo thicket, coalescing into a figure cloaked in black, obscuring its face, undoubtedly a villain by appearance alone. "Is it poisonous?" Qin Feng inquired, glancing at Qian Jun and Wan Ma, only then recalling his immunity to all toxins. "Poisonous?" Xiao Bai, frightened, hastily nibbled on a carrot, asserting that it indeed counteracts poison. "What is happening?" The shape-shifting demon lord was rendered utterly perplexed. His technique should incapacitate even those at the Yuan Dan realm, rendering them powerless, yet Qin Feng and the rabbit appeared utterly unscathed, vibrant and lively. Is it truly ineffective? Qin Feng seemed to regard the shape-shifting demon lord with indifference, instead eagerly examining Qian Jun and Wan Ma, who were entirely at his mercy. Indeed, it was as if the demon lord's power had no effect. The ever-changing demon lord could not help but utter a curse. Feeling that Qin Feng had shown him a modicum of disrespect, he dismissed the thought. Even if Qin Feng and the rabbit were unaffected by the poison, he was determined to acquire the Dragon Ball and the Buddha's relic. However, instead of charging recklessly into battle, he activated his villainous trait, verbosity. The demon lord coldly declared, "Qin Feng, your 2 subordinates have fallen victim to the world's most peculiar poison. Shouting will avail you nothing. If you wish to prevent their demise, you will obediently surrender the Buddha's relic and the Dragon Ball. Is this truly the so-called world's most peculiar poison? I could restore their vitality in an instant." Qin Feng retorted, his face etched with disdain as he produced a vial labeled Mother Pig is also mad. Chapter 84. He actually believed it. The 2, Qian Jun and Wan Ma, were filled with terror, wishing to shout, "Boss, Please don't come any closer. Yet, they found themselves utterly powerless to voice their fears. Even if they were to shout until their throats were raw, it would bear no fruit. Rest assured, I shall rescue you at once. Qin Feng observed the frantic blinking of his comrades and understood their urgent plight. Without hesitation, he uncapped the vial and administered the medicine. Oh no! Qianjun and Wan Ma's eyes widened in astonishment as they felt a flame ignite within them. Yet their bodies remained beyond their control, a sensation akin to a cannon fully loaded yet unable to fire, on the verge of catastrophic failure. How could it possibly be ineffective? Qin Feng pondered, casting a puzzled glance at the mother pig, is also mad vial. Logically, even Lu Xiahui would have exhibited some reaction upon consuming it. Why then did Qianjun and Wan Ma show not the slightest sign of effect? Perhaps he should administer a few more pounds to test it further? Simultaneously, he developed a profound interest in the world's most lethal poison, realizing that no amount of shouting would prove futile. It was indeed a necessary remedy for traversing the Jianghu, engaging in lethal endeavors, and fulfilling the ambitions of a chancellor. Do you truly believe this infamous poison is merely a name without substance? The ever-morphing demon lord chuckled sinisterly, advising, I suggest you surrender the dragon pearl and the Buddha's relic, or they shall be utterly incapacitated. This villain certainly had a penchant for verbosity. Were it me, I would have acted decisively. Qin Feng couldn't help but scoff at the villain's limited intellect, deeming it unworthy of summoning assistance. He began to weave a web of persuasion. Even if I were to hand over the dragon pearl and the Buddha's relic to you, do you truly believe, given my innate talent, that it would take long for me to surpass you? And considering my disposition, do you think I would ever spare you in the future? The demon lord furrowed his brow, contemplating thoughts of murder against Qin Feng. Yet, Qin Feng remained unperturbed, continuing his ruse. Even if you desire to eliminate me to eradicate potential threats, do you think the moon goddess would let you off so easily? She has invested far too much in me over these past 7 years, elevating me to the status of the third holy son of the Yin Moon dynasty. To kill me would be tantamount to squandering her investment. Furthermore, the Six Paths Emperor, whether for the sake of the Yin Moon dynasty's reputation or to set an example, would undoubtedly pursue you. Do you truly believe you will have a bright future thereafter? As one matures, one should refrain from arrogance and act with deliberation. The demon lord appeared momentarily taken aback, feeling inexplicably that Qin Feng's assertions bore a semblance of truth. Faced with such a formidable antagonist, boasting an extraordinary background. Aside from the protagonist who dares to confront him head-on, others genuinely lack the courage and are utterly powerless against him. Qin Feng continued, furthermore, even if you were to acquire the Dragon Balls and the Buddha's relic, how much would your combat prowess truly increase? Why not consider a transaction instead? What transaction? The ever-changing demon lord appeared somewhat apprehensive, compelled to seek counsel from the seasoned villain. With a sly smile, Qin Feng replied, you provide me with the formula that is utterly futile no matter how loudly you proclaim it, and in return, I shall reveal to you a method to attain the position of the emperor. The position of the emperor. The demon lord momentarily halted his breath, internally exclaiming that this deal was immensely profitable. Indeed, the formula that is rendered useless when shouted to the heavens is undeniably the world's most peculiar poison. But it pales in comparison to the grandeur of the emperor's position. The two are simply not on the same plane. Despair engulfed Qianjun and Wan Ma as they shut their eyes in resignation. They understood that Qin Feng's method for achieving the position of the emperor likely referred to Feng Chang, a trick played by the 6 emperors. However, such deceitful words are hardly credible, even to a child, let alone to a formidable being like the demon lord. It was apparent that they had been abandoned, intentionally stalling for time to cry out for Sister Moon Goddess, save me. Suddenly, the demon lord's vigilance heightened. He recalled that Qin Feng was devoid of scruples. How many of his words were true, and how many were false? Only he could ascertain that. Even if the method to attain the emperor's position were genuine, it was fraught with peril. One must not find themselves bereft of the emperor's title while simultaneously endangering their own life. Rest assured, I, Qin Feng, am a true gentleman of the Confucian school, and I swear by the heavens that there is not a shred of falsehood in my words. I can assure you that this method is as simple as riding a horse, Qin Feng declared with a confident pat on his back. Do you truly believe I would trust you? The ever-changing demon lord shot Qin Feng a look that seemed to convey, I have only graduated from elementary school. As if riding a horse is so simple. Do you genuinely think the throne of the emperor is as easily accessible as plucking a cabbage from the ground? If such a straightforward method to ascend to the throne existed, why would Qin Feng not keep it for himself rather than sell it at a bargain? Surely, there must be some deception at play. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng continued, have you ever heard of an extraordinarily unique fate known as the 6 Emperors Game? The 6 Emperors Game? The Six Emperors Game. The demon lord was momentarily taken aback before letting out a shriek. He had stumbled upon the concept of the Six Emperors Game in an ancient text. Every woman possessing this fate met with a tragically grim end. Yet it simultaneously birthed six great emperors. The multitude of soldiers stood frozen, utterly perplexed by this operation. He actually believed it. He genuinely accepted Qin Feng's whimsical claims. He believed that there existed a Six Emperors Game. My goodness, I have finally found someone with discerning taste. Qin Feng was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face, astonished that trust could arise from a fellow practitioner. Who is this person you speak of? The demon lord's breath quickened. No one could resist the allure of the emperor's throne. Qin Feng spoke. Please inscribe your antidote and its formula. While I shall record the names of those I know, we shall exchange the formula and the antidote, along with the names of the six emperors involved. How does that sound? Agreed. The ever-adaptable demon lord, taken aback by the proposal, readily acquiesced. Only a fool would decline such an exchange. Soon, both individuals penned their notes, completing the transaction with a sense of satisfaction. The throne of the emperor shall be mine. The demon lord, unable to suppress a villainous cackle, seized the notes and transformed into a swarm of bats, hastily fleeing, as if fearing a change of heart from Qin Feng. Indeed, I often find myself at odds with other villains due to my own lack of malevolence. Qin Feng shuddered involuntarily, quickly dispelling the troubling imagery from his mind. Simultaneously, he silently wished for the demon lord's success, not for any reward from Feng Chang, but simply to enable Feng Chang to experience the warmth of humanity and extricate himself from the path of darkness. As it turned out, Xiaobai sat attentively nearby, diligently taking notes, striving to ensure Qin Feng's eventual sale. With the useless antidote in hand, the two rushed towards the seafood market at the foot of the mountain, exerting every ounce of strength, anxious to prevent any peculiar occurrences. At that moment, the demon lord confirmed the absence of onlookers and, with a racing heart, opened the note. Feng Chang. Who is Feng Chang? The demon lord seemed to recall something, and after a prolonged pause, finally uttered a curse. Chapter 85. The blood and tears of the chancellor in the Inu dynasty, within a certain city. The cosmos resembled a crimson tapestry, with mountainous piles of corpses strewn across the landscape. Feng Chang sat cross-legged in the pool of blood, his eyes gently shut. His garments were tattered and torn, hanging on him like mere strips of cloth. The carnage of corpses before him was his own creation. Since departing the battlefield of life and death, he had embarked on a frenzied spree of slaughter to acquire power. Humans, the pinnacle of creation, were the most efficacious elixir. He had been both killing and consuming human essence, losing count of the number of lives he had taken, only knowing that he was on the verge of breaking through into the Dao entry realm. Although this method enabled him to advance swiftly, it also caused the malice within his heart to intensify, as if he were on the verge of losing control and transforming into a monster consumed by slaughter. No, I must cease this carnage. Feng Chang's face contorted in agony as he desperately suppressed his homicidal urges. Yet a raspy, seductive voice echoed from within Feng Chang's body. Cease your pretense, abandon your lofty ideals. Having chosen the path of demonic cultivation, there is no turning back. Reflect upon your experiences, you are no longer pure. Do you not comprehend why you were humiliated by Qin Feng and abandoned by Princess Nanfeng? It is because you lack power. You must ascend step by step to the pinnacle, embodying the spirit of enduring potential and unwavering perseverance. Silence. Feng Chang clutched his head and roared, resisting the temptation of the ancient demon. He realized that the ancient demon's incitement to murder was solely motivated by the desire to replenish its vitality, having been stripped of millennia of cultivation by the Six Paths Emperor. Furthermore, it sought to erode his will through slaughter, seizing the opportunity to possess his body. In the past, the relics of the Buddha were present, allowing him to effortlessly subdue this old demon. However, those sacred relics have now been seized by Qin Feng, leaving him to rely solely on his own willpower to resist. A moment's carelessness could lead to his seduction. The old demon emitted a sinister laugh, aware that Feng Chang was nearing his limits. He had succumbed too deeply to the demonic path. Turning back was no longer an option. Eventually, he would be usurped, unless he could achieve enlightenment regarding the notion that the demonic path exists solely within the mind. The challenge lies in the fact that this understanding is abstract. And how could a mere child grasp such profundity? At that moment, the ever-changing demon lord arrived at the blood-soaked city, and from a distance, he could see Feng Chang howling. Over the past few days, he had consulted numerous masters skilled in divination using Feng Chang's birth date, and the conclusions were staggering. What Qin Feng had claimed was indeed true. This individual was the legendary embodiment of the fateful destinies of 6 emperors. Now, Feng Chong had completely succumbed to the demonic influence, rampaging through the Moon dynasty, making it effortless to locate him. The only dilemma he faced was that Feng Chong was a man. Damn it, caught between becoming an emperor and maintaining integrity, I found myself hesitating. The ever-changing demon lord slapped himself. Realizing that mere talent would not suffice to ascend to the throne of an emperor, he decisively transformed into a shadow, racing toward Feng Chong. This is bad. Danger lurks. Feng Chang's expression suddenly shifted, an unprecedented sense of crisis flooding his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly tore apart a spatial teleportation talisman, causing his figure to vanish from the spot. Let us see where you run. The ever-changing demon lord surveyed his surroundings with a calm demeanor before swiftly locking onto Feng Chong and pursuing him once more. At Tianhong Academy, Qin Feng approached Di Xiu, inquiring about the status of DeLong, as only a few days remained until the opening of the Kunlun secret realm. I have already taken care of DeLong for you, but your cultivation. Di Xiu gazed at Qin Feng as if he had seen a ghost, utterly incredulous. In the brief span of a few days, Qin Feng's cultivation had ascended to the 9th level of Lingwu, and judging by the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding him, a breakthrough to the Taoist realm seemed imminent. What on earth is this guy up to? He thought. Achieving such a leap from the 1st to the 9th level of Lingwu in less than a month would be a feat even the most exalted celestial beings would struggle to replicate. Oh, I just had some free time these past couple of days and managed to break through, Qin Feng stated nonchalantly, but to Di Xiu, it was far from pleasant. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had failed to set a proper example for Qin Feng, inadvertently leading him towards self-destructive thoughts that jeopardized his foundational cultivation. Are these the divine weapons crafted by DeLong? Di Xiu pondered. Meanwhile, Qin Feng remained oblivious to Di Xiu's self-reproach, his attention captivated by several treasures beside Di Xiu, a battle spear and a colossal hammer forged from dragon bones, a longbow crafted from dragon tendons and horns, and a suit of black armor made from dragon scales. Among them, the most striking was a piece of soft armor, shimmering with a faint black glow, appearing soft yet remarkably resilient. Your discerning eye is quite impressive. Di Xiu gazed at Qin Feng with lingering regret and began to introduce. This armor is crafted from the soft scales of a dragon's abdomen and reinforced with dragon tendons, further enchanted with dragon blood to enhance its defensive capabilities. When worn, it can withstand the full force of an Essence Dan realm practitioner. The mention of resisting the full strike of an Essence Dan practitioner caused Qin Feng's eyes to shine with excitement, internally exclaiming its worth. It is noteworthy that his expedition to the Kunlun secret realm permits entry exclusively to prodigies under the age of 30. And attaining the Essence Dan realm before this age is exceedingly difficult, if not nearly impossible. This implies that with this armor, no one in the Kunlun secret realm could breach his defenses. Now, the remainder shall be bestowed upon you, Qin Feng declared, surveying the other equipment and finding them of no use to himself. He generously allocated them to Qianjun and Wanma. After all, he had learned from the Prime Minister's lessons, steeped in blood and tears, that having unarmed subordinates could lead to dire circumstances. Drawing from the misfortunes of the Prime Minister's defeat at the Battle of Wan City, Qin Feng was determined to invest heavily in equipping Qianjun and Wanma. Thank you, boss. The two expressed their heartfelt gratitude, feeling that Qin Feng was the finest leader in the world. Qianjun selected a war spear forged from dragon bones, while Wanma chose a massive heavy hammer, each complemented by a set of black armor crafted from dragon scales. Judging by their appearances alone, Qin Feng felt assured in his ability to carry forth the Prime Minister's legacy. And there remained a longbow. Upon seeing the remaining longbow, Qin Feng's thoughts immediately turned to Bai Ri, who wielded a longbow and was the first to come forth, destined to become a great emperor in the future. It is imperative to recruit him at the earliest opportunity and brand him with the celestial servant seal, lest he be led astray by Feng Chong in the future. Regrettably, his current celestial servant seal has been exhausted, and he must transcend to the Dao realm to unlock 2 additional slots. With the Kunlun secret realm on the verge of opening, it is crucial that he makes a swift breakthrough into the Dao realm, with a clear objective. Qin Feng no longer hesitated, rallying his 1,000-strong army to return to the Bamboo Peak and enter seclusion for his breakthrough. As he departed, Emperor Xiu gazed at Qin Feng's retreating figure, her heart heavy with sorrow. Such a prodigy, how could he choose to self-destruct? It is truly incomprehensible. Meanwhile, within the palace of the Blue Demon, an extraordinarily potent wave of energy erupted. Wonderful! Mother has emerged from her seclusion. A radiant smile adorned Yulan's face, at last. She could seek her mother's assistance in teaching that wretched Qin Feng a lesson. Chapter 86. A surfeit of information at the bamboo peak. In a quaint bamboo cottage, Qin Feng sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed in meditation. He emanated not only a series of radiant Buddhist lights but also the occasional sound of a dragon's roar, with a golden dragon gracefully coiling around him. The great might heavenly dragon was now transformed. It not only radiated Buddhist light, but also exuded a formidable dragon's might, its power magnified many times over from before. Is it safe for the boss to break through like this? Outside, Qianjun stood guard, his face etched with concern. Ever since Qin Feng was personally conferred the title of the Third Holy Son by the Six Paths Emperor, Bamboo Peak had become a hub of activity, with numerous individuals eager to pledge their allegiance to him. However, as the news of Qin Feng's successive breakthroughs spread, they bore witness to the harsh realities of the world. Even the two holy sons of Tianhong Academy have long ceased to regard Qin Feng with any significance, leaving him to his own devices on the Emerald Bamboo Peak. No matter. Wanma's eyes were filled with unwavering determination, harboring an unconditioned trust in Qin Feng. Their young master had dared to take decisive action against himself at the tender age of 8, bearing the weight of eternal infamy as he departed from the Qin family. Venturing alone into the Yin dynasty, he could not possibly engage in such self-destructive behavior. Boom. A deep rumble emanated from within Qin Feng's body. As a terrifying aura began to uncontrollably surge forth, he had broken through to the Tao realm. Qianjun and Wanma exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by the revelation. They could distinctly sense the extraordinary density of spiritual energy within Qin Feng, showing no signs of instability. In fact, his foundation appeared far more solid than they had ever anticipated. How could this be possible? Qianjun and Wanma's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Qin Feng had achieved such a feat to elevate from the first level of spirit martial to the first level of Tao within a month, while maintaining a stable foundation. This was unheard of, not only for them, but throughout the entirety of the ancient wilderness. Huff! Qin Feng exhaled, opening his eyes as he retracted the overwhelming aura back into his body. Following his breakthrough to the Tao realm, the most significant change was his combat prowess, which had increased exponentially, far surpassing his previous capabilities. Additionally, he had gained nearly 1,000 years of lifespan, and his connection with the Chongkong Divine Sword had grown even more profound. According to the 10 ancestors, the Chongkong Divine Sword possessed a spirit, which was the reason he could wield it even in the Kaiyuan realm. Now, with his cultivation having reached the realm of entry, Qin Feng found himself more adept at wielding the Longkong Divine Sword, effortlessly manipulating its size and soaring freely through the air upon it. With a decisive gesture, he summoned the sword with a forceful flick. The Longkong Divine Sword responded to Qin Feng's call, vibrating with a resonant hum as it transformed into a flying sword. Hovering before him, at last, it could soar. Eagerly, Qin Feng leaped onto the flying sword, and with a swift whoosh, he soared out of the bamboo cottage. Simultaneously, he noticed the spiritual energy within him rapidly depleting. With his current proficiency at the first level of the realm of entry, he could only fly for a maximum of half an hour before exhaustion set in. He finally understood why many cultivators of the realm of entry opted not to use flying swords. After enjoying a brief excursion outside, he returned to his small bamboo cottage, still yearning for more. However, upon his return, he discovered that visitors had arrived. In addition to the moon goddess and Ziyuan, Yulan had brought along a curvaceous and graceful woman, whose commanding presence made the surrounding myriad creatures tremble in fear. It was evident that she was Lan Mo, one of the 4 legendary beauties of ancient times. After enduring nearly a month of Qin Feng's teasing, Yulan was eager to confront him, having finally awaited her mother's emergence from seclusion, without wishing to delay for even a moment. Meanwhile, upon learning of Lan Mo's return, the moon goddess hurriedly brought Zan along to secure a favorable position, preparing sunflower seeds, fruits, fine wines, and other delicacies for their gathering. The realm of entry. The moon goddess furrowed her brows, inwardly lamenting how swiftly events were unfolding. She recently heard the news regarding Qin Feng's astonishing breakthrough and initially dismissed it as mere rumor. Considering Qin Feng's methodical nature, how could he suddenly forsake his foundation for rapid advancement? Yet, to her astonishment, it was indeed true. He had transcended to the entry realm in less than a month. Goodness, he truly is Qin Feng. Yulan glared at him with an air of indignation, as if to say, "You are doomed this time." However, she clearly underestimated his audacity, for upon encountering the blue demon, he displayed no trepidation and instead affectionately embraced her slender waist. "Lan baby, you are quite the mischievous one. Why did you not inform me in advance of our motheress arrival?" "Lan baby." Yulan felt a shiver run down her spine and hastily swatted away Qin Feng's inappropriate hand. What on earth is happening? The blue demon was utterly bewildered. She had been informed that her precious daughter was being bullied by a lad named Qin Feng. Yet what she witnessed appeared to be two young lovers engaged in a quarrel. The moon goddess was equally perplexed, unable to comprehend how a turtle and a mung bean could find common ground. Logically, Yulan should despise Qin Feng for his bullying. Could it be that the blue demon's daughter harbored some peculiar preference? He actually referred to her as baby. Zi Yuan's face flushed with anger, and she glanced around in search of Xiaobai. Are you still upset? Qin Feng continued his charade, looking at Yulan with a resigned expression. I have told you, Zi Yuan and I are childhood sweethearts. Even if you wish to repay my life-saving grace during the life and death elimination match, you can only aspire to be a concubine. Who would want to be your concubine? Upon hearing this, Yulan was immediately flustered, asserting that Qin Feng was speaking nonsense. What did he mean by this? Childhood friends equate to wives. A blush crept onto Zi Yuan's delicate face, and her heart raced like a startled deer. She had thought that, having grown up together, Qin Feng harbored no such feelings for her, and that her sentiments were entirely one-sided. She never imagined her standing in his heart was so significant. What need was there to be a concubine? Qin Feng took Yulan's small hand, his demeanor earnest as he declared, Rest assured, I, Qin Feng, am a responsible man. The removal of clothing during your detoxification was a matter of necessity. As for the belly band you gifted me as a token of our bond, I shall keep this matter strictly confidential and will not disclose it to outsiders. Lan Mo was left utterly astonished, grappling with the overwhelming implications of his words. Goodness. While the act of undressing to aid in detoxification could be understood, what on earth was this about a belly band as a token of love? She had always raised her daughter as a refined lady, and now she discovered such wildness behind her back. Cough. As a mother of virtue, she must not pry into her daughter's interests, who indeed presented a belly band as a token of love. Yulan was thoroughly exasperated, unable to fathom Qin Feng's audacity. And what were these? Before Yulan could articulate her thoughts further, Qin Feng waved his hand and produced a belly band. As Yulan's biological mother, Lan Mo instantly recognized her beloved daughter's handiwork, confirming that these belly bands indeed belonged to Yulan. Alas, a daughter cannot remain at home forever. Lan Mo let out a sigh. She had expected her precious daughter to be wronged and summoned her to seek justice, only to find her daughter had deceived her into coming for a dose of dog food. Qin Feng cast a glance at the exasperated Yulan and discerned her unwillingness to refer to him as BB. Thus, he resolved to let her call him that. Chapter 87. A just act must be supported. You're talking nonsense. He is the one who stole it. Yulan's chest heaved with indignation as she hurried to report to the blue demon. Without needing an explanation, the mother, having once been young herself, understood. Before Yulan could articulate her defense, the blue demon revealed a knowing smile, simultaneously soothing her beloved daughter while regarding Qin Feng with the discerning eyes of a mother-in-law assessing a son-in-law. As the foremost prodigy of the ancient era, she had certainly heard of him. Although she had not witnessed Qin Feng's prowess during the life and death elimination matches due to her seclusion, she had heard tales upon her return, recounting his feats of slaying formidable dragons, battling the disciples of the celestial emperor, and triumphing over countless rivals, ultimately being honored as the holy son by the Sixth Path Emperor. Most significantly, he was the legitimate heir of the preeminent family of the ancient era. Even if Qin Feng had fallen out with the Qin family, it was only a matter of time before his remarkable talents would lead him back. In accordance with her standards for a son-in-law, Qin Feng was undoubtedly the epitome of an ideal match. Thus, she wholeheartedly endorsed the union. As for the impoverished boy her precious daughter had encountered since childhood, she found nothing to admire in him from start to finish. What do you understand to agree to this? Yulan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, questioning whether this woman was truly her mother. Aside from a malevolent stepmother, who would ever wish to marry their beloved daughter to a wretch, especially the most despicable one of the ancient era? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully abducting the daughter of Hu Tianxian and gaining her mother's preliminary approval, earning 100,000 villain points. Abduct who? Bewildered, Qin Feng paused, wondering when the next chosen one, or rather, victim, would appear. The bewilderment of the moon goddess deepened with each passing moment. She had come to witness the blue demon's furious reaction upon learning of her precious daughter's mistreatment, but instead found herself, to her surprise, assessing Qin Feng with increasing approval, as if he were a prospective son-in-law. Furthermore, she was perplexed by Qin Feng's sudden declaration of marrying both Ziyuan and Yulan as his wives, especially given his long-professed aspiration to marry her. Shameless rogue, she inwardly chided, lamenting his apparent obliviousness to his own good fortune. The blue demon cast a languid, expressive glance at Yulan, as if to say, were it not for my early arrival into this world, you little girl, would never have had the opportunity to ensnare the first genius of the ancient era, I would have seized him without hesitation. However, her tone shifted abruptly as she declared icily, "My daughter, the Blue Demon's daughter, shall never be relegated to the status of a concubine." She and the Moon Goddess were both renowned as two of the four great beauties of the ancient era, their powers nearly equal. The only distinction lay in her lack of an ancestral Xuanwu, but this did not diminish her standing within the Qin Moon dynasty. While not quite second only to the emperor, she certainly ranked among the top 5. To allow her daughter to become a concubine would be an utter disgrace. She suspected that her esteemed sister, the Moon Goddess, would not consent to such a proposition. Qin Feng, looking troubled, glanced at the Moon Goddess, placing the onus squarely upon her. Why am I being dragged into this? The Moon Goddess, who had been enjoying the spectacle, was taken aback, inwardly cursing Qin Feng as a little scoundrel. His claims of a childhood bond with Ziyuan and his desire to marry Yulan as a concubine were merely ploys to incite a conflict between her and the Blue Demon. Is that so? She mused. The Blue Demon squinted at the Moon Goddess, wearing an expression that conveyed a sense of determination to compel her agreement. Do you truly believe I am intimidated by you? As long-standing rivals, the Moon Goddess's fiery temper is easily ignited. Gradually, both figures ascended into the sky, their gazes locking in a clash that reverberated like thunder, instantly saturating the atmosphere with an oppressive tension. It seems the stage is set for my amusement. Qin Feng took it upon himself to occupy the seat once belonging to the Moon Goddess, indulging in the sunflower seeds, fruits, and fine wine she had prepared, while also pulling the lovely Ziyuan into his embrace. Naively innocent, Ziyuan was still enraptured by the joy of becoming Qin Feng's bride, showing no resistance to his advances. Meanwhile, Yulan, observing the scene, was infuriated by such unabashed audacity, declaring she had never encountered someone so shameless. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host, the chosen one, Yulan, for acquiring 10,000 villain points. Qin Feng began to ponder. As a proper Confucian gentleman, should he not step forward to offer Yulan a comforting massage? Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very heavens and earth, a formidable force capable of rendering the cosmos into utter chaos, crushing all existence. A low growl resonated, and the ancestral Xuanwu of the Moon Goddess emerged from the void, casting shadows over the land, unleashing a tempest of thunder and dazzling light. Roar. Another deafening beastly cry echoed throughout the realm as a white tiger tore through the fabric of reality behind the Blue Demon, its killing aura saturating the atmosphere. As if a deity of slaughter had descended upon the mortal realm. The white tiger, a magnificent creature, was tamed with considerable effort by the Blue Demon. However, as it is not of ancestral lineage and has not lived as long as the Xuanwu, its combat prowess is significantly inferior to that of the ancestral Xuanwu of the Moon Goddess. Nonetheless, the white tiger, being a divine beast of substantial potential, possesses the capability to surpass the Xuanwu in the future. Divine beast white tiger, exclaimed the duo, trembling under the imposing presence of the two divine creatures. Is this truly the divine beast white tiger? Qin Feng curiously looked up at the awe-inspiring white tiger soaring through the sky, noticing it was entirely different from what he had previously observed on his browser. At this moment, the surrounding populace calmly gazed skyward, as if they had long grown accustomed to such occurrences. In their memories, these two frequently engaged in quarrels over trivial matters, often culminating in battles that lasted the entire day. What could they possibly be fighting about this time? The direction seemed to point towards Qin Feng's Emerald Bamboo Peak, likely related to him. The third holy son, Qin Feng, was he not already rendered useless? True, he was incapacitated, yet still of value. Indeed, while he may be considered somewhat worthless, he certainly qualifies as a prime specimen for breeding. After all, even a hint of inherited abilities in the next generation could greatly enhance the grandeur of our great Qin dynasty. It is said that various factions within the Qin dynasty are rallying under the slogan of returning the favor in kind, preparing to capture Qin Feng and lavish upon him hundreds of pounds of sows in a frenzy. This is a righteous endeavor, and we must lend our support. If you wish to discuss this further, I shall not take my leave. Please elaborate. Just as Luna and Azure Fiend were poised to engage in a fierce confrontation, the majestic voice of the Six Paths Emperor resounded, declaring that this was not the time for their quarrel, as the Kunlun Mystic Realm would be opening in a mere 5 days. The imminent opening of the Kunlun Mystic Realm in 5 days stirred up unrest not only in Luna and Azure Fiend, but also throughout the various factions of the Qin Moon dynasty, who promptly transformed into streaks of iridescent light, heading towards the Six Paths Emperor's palace for a conference. Is that all? Qin Feng muttered, dumbfounded, as he retrieved his notebook. He jotted down, On such and such a date, the Six Paths Emperor intervened, preventing Azure Fiend and Luna from battling, thus depriving me of the opportunity to witness a duel between experts and missing a chance to improve myself, necessitating a compensation of 1,000,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. By appearing from an unknown location, also produced her own notebook and inscribed, on such and such a date, Qin Feng incited Luna and Azure Fiend to fight, disturbing this rabbit's sleep, requiring a compensation of 10 carats. At that moment, a swarm of bats entered the bamboo forest of Emerald Bamboo Peak, heralding the arrival of the shape-shifting demon lord. That fellow again. Qianjun and Wanma, realizing that their flimsy deception would soon be exposed, hastily armed themselves to buy time for Qin Feng. It must be said that the shape-shifting demon lord had impeccable timing, as the experts such as Luna and Azure Fiend were all attending the conference at the Six Paths Emperor's palace, allowing him to act with impunity. What is there to fear? Qin Feng remained unimpressed by the ever-changing demon lord. At worst, he could employ his causal divine technique to have countless soldiers and horses adopt the name of El Bu and recognize the opponent as a foster father. Chapter 88. The Chosen One in Action, the Ever-Changing Demon Lord. Ziyuan and Yulan's expressions changed dramatically as they hurriedly drew their weapons, becoming vigilant. They had heard of the ever-changing demon lord. Although not a villain of great notoriety, he was certainly no paragon of virtue either, often using his superior cultivation to bully the younger generation, never engaging in combat with those of equal standing. Do not be alarmed, I bear no ill will. The ever-changing demon lord revealed his true form, still cloaked in a black robe that obscured his face. No ill will. The countless soldiers and horses remained on high alert, never relaxing their vigilance as they brandished their new equipment. Drawing upon a decade of experience as a bookworm, Qin Feng inquired, "You are not truly seeking Feng Chong, are you? After suffering a great loss at his hands, you now come to me for assistance." "How did you know?" The ever-changing demon lord was taken aback, suspecting that Qin Feng possessed profound skills in divination. He had initially resolved to abandon his principles to ultimately achieve the status of an emperor, but who would have thought that a mere entry-level cultivator would prove so troublesome? Just when he thought he had cornered his quarry, unforeseen circumstances would invariably arise. Whether it was encountering experts from the Yinyu dynasty or having skilled individuals passing by who intervened to assist Feng Chong, he found himself in a constant state of frustration. Even when he transformed into an unparalleled beauty, Feng Chong did not exhibit a lack of response, leading him to suspect that Feng Chong harbored peculiar preferences. In a moment of desperation, he even took on Qin Feng's appearance, which indeed elicited a reaction from Feng Chong. Regrettably, within Feng Chong resides an ancient sorcerer whose formidable prowess remains intact despite having his Taoist abilities diminished for millennia by the Six Realms sovereign. Were it not for his swift escape, he might have been vanquished by Feng Chong. Yet, he cannot relinquish this pursuit so easily. Thus, he approaches Qin Feng with a mindset of tentative exploration. What? The assembled forces are momentarily rendered speechless, initially believing that the chameleon demon lord had returned due to the exposure of his deceitful claims. They are astonished to discover that he genuinely believes in the existence of six sovereigns and has taken action accordingly. Is he truly aspiring for the title of emperor? Or is he merely using it as a facade to conceal his enduring affection for Feng Chong? No surprise there. Qin Feng cannot help but offer a thumbs up, taking a few steps back to maintain a safe distance from the deranged antagonist. Simultaneously, he silently mourns for Feng Chang for 3 minutes, asserting that these matters do not concern him. They were merely a product of the circumstances, and he had not anticipated that the chameleon demon lord had such inclinations. However, these chosen ones possess immense fortune, and their invasions of others' domains are typically effortless. Conversely, attempting to invade their realms presents a challenge of extraordinary magnitude. The chameleon demon lord, growing impatient, declares, "Spare me your theatrics. I simply wish to know if you can assist me." Assistance is not out of reach. Qin Feng, still compelled by the situation, replies, "Yet, what treasure do you propose to offer in exchange this time?" "Offer a treasure in exchange." The chameleon demon lord's expression shifts continuously as he contemplates whether to barter with treasures or to resort to binding Qin Feng and employing coercive methods to extract the information. No, Qin Feng's demeanor is far too composed. He had encountered Qin Feng 3 times, and though his seemingly erratic behavior belied a profound confidence, it was as if he were toying with the world, concealing some annihilating trump card. Moreover, given Feng Chang's notorious difficulty, this ancient prodigy would undoubtedly be even more formidable. The ever-changing demon lord ultimately refrained from taking action and instead inquired, "What is it that you desire?" "I want you," Qin Feng replied forthrightly, "to serve me for a century, and I shall ensure your future with Feng Chong." A century? Impossible. The demon lord shook his head vigorously, stating, I can only agree to obey you for 3 years. A century is utterly out of the question. Very well, it's a deal. As soon as the demon lord finished speaking, Qin Feng readily acquiesced. The demon lord, taken aback, expressed his bewilderment at Qin Feng's unexpected maneuver. He had anticipated a negotiation, with his ideal asking price hovering around 50 years, yet to his astonishment, upon proposing 3 years, Qin Feng had immediately consented. In truth, for Qin Feng, whether it was a century or merely a day held no significance. Once he inscribed the celestial slave seal upon someone, it bound them for eternity. They would be compelled to comply with his every command. Having now attained the first level of the Tao, he successfully unlocked 2 celestial slave seals. The demon lord's breath quickened as he observed Qin Feng raise his hand, forming a celestial slave seal. It had become common knowledge that during the life and death elimination rounds, Qin Feng had augmented the combat power of countless warriors 5-fold, without any discernible side effects thereafter. If the seal of the immortal servant proves beneficial to Qin Feng, he indicated that the timing could be negotiated. Rather than acknowledging the fervent desire of the shape-shifting demon lord, Qin Feng shifted his gaze to Yulan, who stood nearby. Instead of granting an opportunity to the shape-shifting demon lord, he preferred to bestow the immortal servant seal upon Yulan, the chosen one, convinced that such an act would yield a plethora of rewards. Of course, this was contingent upon her willing consent. Yulan let out a cold snort and turned to depart from the emerald bamboo peak, though she too felt tempted by the prospect of quintupled combat power. Her understanding of Qin Feng led her to believe that while she might benefit, he would undoubtedly reap far greater rewards. What a shame. Qin Feng could not help but sigh, resigning himself to bestowing the seal upon the shape-shifting demon lord. Given the latter's current lack of resistance, the immortal servant seal was effortlessly imprinted upon him. With such intellect, he might as well bid farewell to his bicycle. Qin Feng was taken aback by how easily the shape-shifting demon lord was deceived, almost swelling with pride at the simplicity of it all. What an astonishing seal. The shape-shifting demon lord stared in disbelief, acutely aware of his combat power soaring. He had anticipated that Qin Feng's seal would only yield a modest enhancement, considering the vast disparity in their cultivation levels. Yet, he was astounded to find that it surged like an army of thousands, amplifying his combat power 5-fold. Not only was his combat strength quintupled, but his physique, speed, defense, and strength were all enhanced 5-fold. In that moment, the shape-shifting demon lord's mindset underwent a transformation. From this moment onward, no one shall dare to speak to him in a loud voice, not even that scoundrel Qin Feng. As the ever-changing demon lord entertained this thought, he suddenly felt a surge of flames scorching his soul, causing him to clutch his head and writhe on the ground in agonized howls. What is happening? Qianjun and Wanma were utterly perplexed. They had never experienced such a phenomenon before. Surely, it must be a celebration of song. Qin Feng casually remarked, intending to seek warmth from the sun. He still possessed a celestial servant seal, and as the first to alter the course of fate, he needed to imprint the seal before his growth could commence. A celebration of song? Qianjun and Wanma stood frozen, observing what appeared to be a bizarre ritual. Were they lacking in artistic appreciation? Or were they mere ants in the soil, unable to comprehend the seagulls soaring in the heavens? At this moment, the major factions of the ancient world had already received word that the Kunlun secret realm would open in 5 days. The Kunlun secret realm. Feng Chang stood atop a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, an aura of boundless malevolence swirling around him. He felt a profound premonition that within the Kunlun secret realm lay opportunities meant for him. Seizing them would allow him to overpower all the talented individuals and trample that scoundrel Qin Feng beneath his feet. From henceforth, the ancient world would be his dominion. And who would dare to approach Feng Chang without offering a tribute of smoke? Is it finally about to begin? The ethereal figure beside Qin Hao stroked his beard, knowing that it was time for Qin Hao to venture forth. Remaining confined at home would not suffice. True strength requires the tempering of blood and fire. Brother Qin, you will go, won't you? Meanwhile, Lin San, who was traveling the world, glanced back toward the direction of the Moon God Palace. Regarded as the foremost swordsman of the century, he has devoted himself to the art of swordsmanship for 7 years since being defeated by Qin Feng. Now, he is eager to challenge Qin Feng once more. Chapter 89. Survive, one must survive. Come, 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 bark like a dog, and you shall be rewarded. A group of street urchins jeered before a beggar, brandishing a chicken leg before him. Upon closer inspection, one would recognize the beggar as Bai Ri, the very person Qin Feng has been unable to forget. At that moment, Bai Ri gazed at the tantalizing chicken leg, his thoughts drifting back to approximately a month ago. Following the conclusion of the life and death elimination round, within the Bai family estate, a group of indifferent elders sat solemnly in the ancestral hall. They were esteemed figures within the Bai clan, wielding significant influence, while below them knelt a despondent Bai Ri. Since enduring the life and death elimination round, he has suffered unprecedented emotional and physical turmoil. He had hoped to find comfort and warmth among his kin upon returning home, but to his dismay, the family resented his survival, viewing it as a disgrace that tarnished their name and rendered the Bai family the laughingstock of the entire Inyu dynasty. Bai Ri, you have brought immense shame upon the Bai family. Today, we, the elders, have unanimously decided to execute the clan's decree. We shall strip you of your cultivation and expel you from the Bai family. What? Bai Ri felt as though he had been struck by lightning, scarcely able to believe his ears. He, the true victim of the situation, found not solace from his family but was instead subjected to further harm. Stripped of his cultivation, how could he possibly survive in the wilderness of the ancient times? No one heeded the plight of Bai Ri as several burly men surged forth, pinning him to the ground. No, please, no. Bai Ri cried out in sheer terror, struggling desperately, unwilling to become a mere waste of his former self. Alas, he could not escape his fate. Emitting a heart-wrenching wail as his dantian was shattered by a single blow, the spiritual energy within him dissipated like air escaping a deflated balloon, his breath plummeting to an icy stillness, rendering him utterly powerless. With a resounding thud, Bai Ri was callously cast out of the Bai family, collapsing like a limp shrimp. Unable to stand. Was this truly the Bai Ri of the Bai family? The family's cruelty was apparent. They had stripped him of his cultivation and expelled him. Yet, one cannot blame the Bai family. Which clan could endure such disgrace? To sacrifice one to preserve the family's reputation seemed justifiable. What a farce. A life had indeed been sacrificed, but did their reputation truly remain intact? Passers-by pointed and whispered, their words cutting deeply into Bai Ri's heart. He was unwilling to accept this fate. He refused to become a mere invalid. Everything the Bai family had done to him today would be repaid tenfold. However, aspirations are often grand, while reality can be ruthlessly harsh. In the days that followed, Bai Ri lived like a beggar, curled up in alleyways, surrendering his dignity in exchange for scraps of food. I must survive, I shall endure. Bai Ri incessantly reminded himself, for survival was the only path to hope. With a heavy heart, he suppressed his humiliation, lying on the ground and mimicking a dog's bark. A burst of laughter erupted as they witnessed him mimic a dog's bark. A once proud scion of the Bai family reduced to such folly. The street urchins seemed to have stumbled upon a new discovery, their raucous laughter echoing through the narrow alleyways. Was it truly so amusing? A cold voice pierced the air, and Qin Feng appeared in the alley, accompanied by the small white rabbit nibbling on a carrot perched upon his shoulder. Following him were the formidable Qianjun and Wanma, along with the once mighty transformation demon lord, now a mere shadow of himself, tormented to the brink of madness by the celestial slave's curse. The transformation demon lord stood cautiously behind Qin Feng, ears perked, fearful of missing an order and enduring that exhilarating yet painful experience once more. Qin Feng. Bai Ri looked up in surprise, clearly not expecting to find him here. His feelings toward Qin Feng were complex. The architect of his current predicament was indeed Qin Feng. Yet the deepest wounds were inflicted by Feng Chang and the Bai family itself. You are Qin Feng? The third saint's son, Qin Feng? The street urchins paused, curiosity alighting their expressions. Perhaps they were unfamiliar with the third saint's son of the Inyu dynasty, but they had certainly heard tales of Qin Feng's audacious exploits and his equally audacious rabbit. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, to see such expressions upon your faces. Have you not heard the words of Confucius? It is no disgrace to ask and learn from those beneath you. What does that mean? The transformation demon lord panicked, admitting ignorance. Wanma quietly interpreted, what he means is, asking our leader questions carries no shame. They may approach him freely. I understand now. Let the insects perish. The ever-changing demon lord exhibited remarkable enthusiasm, transforming into a swarm of bats that charged towards the street urchins. No, please don't come any closer. The street urchins cried out in terror, only to be swept away by the bats. I have arrived just a moment too late. Qin Feng approached Bai Ri and crouched beside him, entirely unfazed by his diminished cultivation. Drawing upon his decade-long experience as a bibliophile, he understood that Bai Ri's extraordinary fate had already begun. To ascend to the rank of an emperor, one must endure a heart-wrenching tragedy. Otherwise, one would feel too ashamed to greet others upon venturing outside. With a grand flourish, he retrieved the dragon horn bow from his spatial storage. Crafted by the hands of the legendary Emperor Xiao from the ancient Four Elegants, the bow shimmered with ethereal light. When drawn with the dragon sinew string, It could conjure invisible energy arrows. Additionally, it came with 20 physical arrowheads, the tips forged from sharp dragon claws, possessing formidable armor-piercing capabilities. This is. Byree's eyes brightened momentarily. As a master archer, he could discern the bow's extraordinary nature. Yet, upon realizing his current state of helplessness, the flicker of hope in his eyes dimmed once more. Qin Feng instantly immersed himself in the scene, his gaze imbued with 5 parts regret, 3 parts compassion, and 2 parts righteous indignation as he said, "This dragon horn bow was crafted specifically for you. I never anticipated that during the month I devoted to its creation, you would endure so much. Fear not. No matter the challenges ahead, I shall assist you in restoring your dantian, allowing you to rise again. Every individual who has wronged you shall face my wrath." Ah, what is this? The multitude of soldiers exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by Qin Feng's enigmatic intentions. The present day has rendered the sun obsolete. Not only did he bestow the dragon horn bow, but he also pledged to aid in the restoration of his dantian and to avenge him, which undeniably appears to be a transaction devoid of profit. Could it be that he wishes to emulate Feng Chang and engage in unspeakable acts with the sun? As Byree gazed into the tender eyes of Qin Feng, he felt overwhelmed. Uncertain of Qin Feng's true intentions, he recognized that during his most desolate moments, Qin Feng's arrival had undoubtedly illuminated his previously dark existence. In that instant, their gazes intertwined. Byree felt no animosity towards Qin Feng, but rather an inexplicable warmth. He perceived Qin Feng as a man of substance, a true gentleman who dares to take responsibility, far superior to that scoundrel Feng Chang, who fled without a second thought. Xiaobai glanced back and forth between the two, sensing that music should accompany this moment. "You are a beam of light that has fallen into my world. Rushing towards me, all things flourish as the night sky gradually illuminates, the radiance resting in your hands. The evening breeze unfolds the chapters of our story, secretly brewing for you." Chapter 90, The Deceptive Sixth Brother, Qin How the Kunlun Secret Realm. Rumored to be an independent world created by an ancient being of unparalleled cultivation, houses not only the legacies of many powerful beings from antiquity, but also a myriad of natural wonders and grand opportunities. Alas, there are age restrictions for entry. Only those under the age of 30 may enter. While many formidable individuals have attempted to breach its boundaries in the past, without exception, they all met their demise at the hands of the laws governing the Kunlun Secret Realm. Since then, no one has dared to forcibly intrude upon its sanctum. At this moment, the major factions of the ancient world are fervently arranging teleportation arrays, striving to send as many disciples under the age of 30 into the Kunlun Secret Realm as possible. The urgency among these powerful factions stems not only from the immense opportunities and fortunes that the Kunlun Secret Realm harbors, but also from the precious celestial crystals it produces. These crystals, imbued with unique energies, become indispensable for cultivation once one's abilities reach a certain threshold. Each opening of the Kunlun Secret Realm signifies a significant reshuffling within the ancient world. Should the younger generation of a family excel and bring forth more celestial crystals, the strength of their ancestors would markedly increase. Conversely, failure to do so would result in stagnation. If their family's foundation is insufficient, they risk being annihilated by rival factions seizing the opportunity. "Boss, the Kunlun Secret Realm is about to open. What are we doing here?" questioned Qianjun and Wanma, perplexed. Originally, both Tianhong Academy and the Moon Goddess Palace had extended invitations to Qin Feng, offering to teleport him directly into the Kunlun Secret Realm via their arrays, allowing him to move with the main forces and significantly enhance his safety. However, Qin Feng declined their generous offers, choosing instead to bring Qianjun, Wanma, the ever-changing demon lord, and Xiaobai to a small border town of the Yinyu dynasty, known as Hualuo City. As for Byree, after being marked with the celestial slave seal by Qin Feng, he was left to fend for himself on the Chui Bamboo Peak, with the advice to pursue his own desires guided by instinct, as he possessed great opportunities. Though they suspected Qin Feng was merely spinning grand illusions, they could not provide any evidence to the contrary. Of course, their destination was the Kunlun Secret Realm. Qin Feng gazed upon the distant city of Hualuo, assured that he had not erred in his quest. Each time the Kunlun Secret Realm was unveiled, it would manifest numerous random entrances, easily encountered by those favored by fortune. Conversely, others would need to expend considerable resources to establish massive teleportation arrays to forcibly transport individuals inside. According to the insights gleaned from his heavenly mechanism card, Feng Chang would encounter a hidden entrance to a secret realm within this very city, thereby discovering the legendary pure spring birthed by the heavens and earth, which would enable the cultivation of the demonic heart, a concept that existed solely in ideology. Could it be that an entrance to the Kunlun Secret Realm lies here? The ever-changing demon lord seemed to have made a connection, increasingly sensing the inscrutability of Qin Feng. The Kunlun's secret realm had yet to open. Yet he could discern the location of its entrance, an ability beyond the grasp of even the most esteemed figures, such as the Six Paths Emperor. Otherwise, they would not invest such exorbitant sums to arrange teleportation formations. Simultaneously, the ever-changing demon lord felt a profound sense of grievance. He had long heard tales of Qin Feng's lack of integrity, yet he insisted on pursuing petty gains through trade with him, and now, it seemed, he had lost everything in the endeavor. I am a person of integrity, Qin Feng suddenly remarked. With a bit of time remaining before the Kunlun's secret realm opens, and with Fengchong precisely in Hualuo City, it may be worth attempting to set a trap for him. Upon hearing this, the ever-changing demon lord perked up, declaring his readiness at all times. Meanwhile, at the Qin residence, ever since learning of Qin Feng's dragon-slaying feats despite possessing merely the cultivation of the spirit martial first layer, Qin Hao had entered a fervent self-torture mode. Each day, he ventured into the perilous forests teeming with demonic beasts, vowing not to return home until he had drained every last ounce of his energy. Alas, what sort of monsters have I brought into this world? Qin Tian felt an overwhelming urge to weep, caught in a bittersweet turmoil. While it is indeed commendable that his second son is achieving success, the boy consistently returns home covered in injuries. This compels Qin Tian to draw from his modest savings to aid in his recovery, causing his once thriving reserves to dwindle. How he longs for his eldest son. Qin Tian found himself reminiscing about his firstborn, Qin Feng. From a young age, he was a source of relief. And after turning 8, he ventured out on his own, ultimately becoming the third holy son of the Yin dynasty. Recently, he even sent 10 chests of treasures. In stark contrast, his second son, Qin Hao, has always been a troublesome child, providing no peace of mind to his parents. At the age of 12, he still relies on his family, a complete burden. Feng, do you know how your father has endured these past 7 years? Qin Tian's face was etched with worry, a profound sadness enveloping him. He had suppressed the urge to proclaim his son Qin Feng's extraordinary potential for 7 long years. Such restraint felt cruel for a father who had found success. Husband, something is amiss. Yun Xie rushed over, her expression fraught with anxiety, clutching a letter left by Qin Hao announcing his departure. The essence of the letter conveyed his intention to venture forth, assuring them not to worry, for he would surely surpass his brother, become their pride, lead the Qin family in vanquishing the Xia royal family, conquer the ancient wilderness, and tread upon the myriad realms. He even mentioned having emptied his father's modest savings. What? Qin Tian's voice rose sharply, his composure shattering. Initially, upon hearing the first half of the letter, he felt a swell of pride, relieved that his second son was finally stepping out on his own. However, upon reaching the latter half of the message, a chill enveloped his heart. The scoundrel, in the name of paternal affection, he had utilized the hidden reserves to aid in healing, yet he harbored intentions towards his father's clandestine treasury, subsequently depleting it entirely. Such treachery from a son is indeed malevolent. Yun Xie brandished a large stick, her tone ominous as she demanded, I believe you owe me an explanation as to how you came to possess a private stash. Meanwhile, outside the Qin family stronghold, Qin Hao was galloping swiftly on horseback. Grandfather, will we be able to catch up? He inquired. Absolutely, replied the ethereal figure of the old man. I assure you, my calculations are infallible. That location must house the entrance to the Kunlun's secret realm. It was there that I encountered the world-destruction divine thunder in my youth. Alas, I was not yet 30 and could not subdue it. But you were different. If you follow my guidance, you shall integrate the world-destruction divine thunder within yourself, summoning storms and obliterating all with thunder, becoming the god of thunder. With fortune on your side, it may even rekindle your supreme bone's growth. I understand. Qin Hao's gaze was resolute. He was determined to take the risk, not to prove his worth, but to reclaim what he had lost with his own hands. As night descended upon the border town, a figure cloaked in black traversed the deserted streets. Should anyone observe closely, they would recognize this individual as Fengchong, the most wanted criminal of the Yin dynasty. Due to his current status as the foremost fugitive of the Yin dynasty, he finds himself utterly unable to access the Kunlun secret realm via the teleportation array. His only hope lies in daringly traversing the border through the city of Hualuo to return to the great Xia dynasty. Furthermore, an unknown individual has been insidiously spreading rumors, claiming that he is entangled with 6 emperors, which has attracted the attention of the formidable shape-shifting demon lord, eager to investigate. Even he, a peculiar character, feels the weight of this absurdity. Were it not for his considerable fortune and resilience, he might have fallen victim to this scheme. Who is this scheming individual lurking in the shadows? Feng Chong cautiously scanned the deserted streets. Ever since his arrival in Hualuo City, he has sensed an unsettling feeling of being targeted, as if peril lurks within the very essence of this place. Chapter 91, Young Master. Save me at this moment. Qin Feng and his companions arrived at the bustling Huajia, the liveliest street in the city. The thoroughfare was abuzz with voices, filled with gentlemen from all corners. Boss, what brings us here? Qianjun and Wan Ma's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Of course, we are here for serious business. Qin Feng, clad in elegant white attire and wielding a folding fan, exuded an air of charisma that drew the attention of passers-by. Serious business. Qianjun and Wan Ma immediately became animated, uncertain if their thoughts aligned with the nature of this serious business. This is the place. Qin Feng approached an establishment adorned with an antique charm, its name hinting at its respectable nature, Yihong Courtyard. Ah, young master, you seem unfamiliar. Is this your first visit? A plump woman, sporting a professional smile and striding with the poise of an experienced matron, approached him. Based on her years of professional intuition, Qin Feng and his entourage were certainly not simpletons, especially the leader, Qin Feng, who exuded an extraordinary aura of nobility and wore a heavenly treasure gourd at his waist. Undoubtedly hailing from a prominent aristocratic family, it was their first visit. Upon entering, Qin Feng surveyed the surroundings, showing no interest in the commonplace women, but rather admiring the decor of this house of joy. Having served as a divine son in the Moon God Palace for 7 years, his standards were exceptionally high. Any young lady from the Moon God Palace could easily outshine the ordinary women of this border town. His purpose here was to acquire a brothel, setting a trap for Feng Chong to test its potential success. According to the heavenly secrets he gleaned from the celestial card, Feng Chong would lodge in such a place, not for a mere dalliance, but because its diverse clientele offered a convenient refuge. As everyone knows, brothels are a must-visit for the chosen ones. Here, they encounter heroines or supporting female characters with tragic pasts, and even if they are ruthless demons, they will feel pity for them, thus relying on their attributes as romantic talents to win the favor of beauties. In other words, he intended to cater to his preferences, creating a beautiful encounter for Feng Chong. The buxom madam enthusiastically introduced, "This young master has indeed come to the right place. Our house of joy is the most renowned brothel in Falling Flower City, with 4 famous courtesans presiding over it. For famous chickens?" Qin Feng couldn't help but blurt out, "Little bird, hentai, ashio mo white." Ah, the buxom madam, professional as she was, only paused for a moment before smiling and saying, "As long as the young master likes them, they can be called little bird, hentai, ashio, mo white." With a wave of his hand, Qin Feng produced 10 exquisite spirit stones and declared, "For the next 3 days, this establishment, the Yihong Courtyard, is exclusively reserved for me. You shall all heed my commands without question. Is that understood?" The voluptuous woman, her eyes gleaming with excitement at the sight of the spirit stones, eagerly responded, "No problem at all. Whatever the young master desires, we shall accommodate without hesitation." At that moment, Xiao Bai, perched upon Qin Feng's shoulder, paused mid-bite of a carrot. The instant Qin Feng unveiled the spirit stones from his spatial pouch, it sensed an entire mountain of exquisite spirit stones within, easily amounting to over 30 million. Astonishing! 30 million exquisite spirit stones. Xiao Bai had long believed itself to be a mere rabbit born into an ordinary family, raised under the harsh teachings of Qin Feng about the responsibilities of the less fortunate, enduring 7 years of a frugal life selling plain undergarments. Little did it know, this was all a fade. It was, in fact, a rabbit of true opulence. The realization left Xiao Bai's heart in turmoil, rendering the carrot in its grasp suddenly unappetizing. Meanwhile, Qin Feng instructed his subordinates to replace the Yihong Courtyard sign with one he had inscribed himself. This opportunity must not be missed. "My lord, this name." The voluptuous woman's expression was one of mixed feelings, finding the new title somewhat overt. Yet, that was precisely the effect Qin Feng sought. He surveyed the vibrant street filled with flower houses, confident that such a distinctive name would undoubtedly catch the eye of passers-by. Simultaneously, the shape-shifting Lord of Transformation complied with Qin Feng's request, assuming the guise of the beloved Princess Nanfeng from Feng Chang's youthful affections. Perfection was not the goal. A resemblance of 70 to 80% sufficed, as an overly flawless imitation might reveal inconsistencies. Regardless of Feng Chang's chilling demeanor after succumbing to darkness, the visage of his first love would surely stir his heart. To further obscure any telltale signs, Qin Feng expended 10,000 villain points from the system to procure a breath-concealing talisman, effectively masking the aura of the Lord of Transformation. With preparations now complete, they awaited the protagonist's entrance. Could this truly succeed? Upon transformation, the Lord of Transformation, shrouded in a veil, took her place on the second floor of an establishment known for its allure, where a throng of captivated gentlemen gathered below. In this small border town, such exquisite beauty was a rarity. Even the mere glimpse of half a face could incite unprecedented commotion in the Flower City. Indeed, this individual possessed the remarkable ability to transform at will. Qian, stealthily casting a glance at the Lord of Transformation, harbored a bold notion that lingered in uncertainty. Soon, a figure cloaked in black appeared upon the flower street. And upon closer inspection, it was none other than the awaited Feng Chang. Initially, he had only intended to spend a night in this deceptive locale before seeking an opportunity to exit the city and return to the Daxia dynasty the following day. However, upon arriving on the flower street, he found his gaze irresistibly drawn to a sign that promised allure. Lo and behold, he truly had come. The Lord of Transformation was instantly thrown into disarray, increasingly convinced of Qin Feng's enigmatic prowess. Having pursued Feng Chang for half a month without success, it was astonishing that Qin Feng had merely waited for an opportunity, which had now presented itself. Do not be overly excited. Remain calm. Ha ha ha. Dear young sir, I shall feel your distress. The ever-changing demon lord took several deep breaths to steady his emotions, following the method taught by Qin Feng, and dashed out of the door marked "Do not miss the chicken." Alas, Miss Dongfang has fled. The name Miss Dongfang was bestowed upon her by Qin Feng for the ever-changing demon lord, and immediately chaos ensued within the flower house. A group of burly men surged forth from behind, chasing after Miss Dongfang. Outside, Feng Chang, hearing the commotion, instinctively turned his head, only to behold a beautiful young lady rushing towards him, her face filled with terror. Though her visage was partially concealed by a veil, it still caused his heart to tremble involuntarily. Nan Feng, young master, save me. Miss Dongfang grasped Feng Chang's hand tightly, her eyes brimming with desperate entreaty. She had entered the flower house yet still wished to escape. A cadre of robust men swiftly caught up, forcibly separating her from Feng Chang. Young master, save me. Miss Dongfang recalled Qin Feng's counsel. In the presence of a being like Feng Chang, one must never appear desperate but rather exhibit an expression of fragility, pity, and helplessness. In that moment, as Feng Chang gazed into Miss Dongfang's pleading eyes, his once frozen heart began to thaw slightly. Should he reveal his identity to rescue this unfamiliar woman, or simply pretend he had not seen and turn away? You despicable wretch. Do you wish to bring about my demise? The voluptuous madam rushed out, frantically shouting at Miss Dongfang. She was unaware of how this Miss Dongfang had offended Qin Feng. All she knew was that Qin Feng had reserved the entire Yihong courtyard solely to sell this very Miss Dongfang. If she were to escape now, it would surely spell misfortune for them all. This Eastern lady appears to be in a predicament. A group of gentlemen, filled with compassion, prepared to offer her warmth. At that moment, a gentle night breeze swept through, dislodging the lady's veil and revealing her enchanting beauty. Eyebrows like emerald feathers, skin as pure as snow, and teeth reminiscent of pearls. The gentlemen were instantly enraptured, declaring their intent to provide comfort. How could this be? Feng Chang, resembling a lackluster actor from a low-budget period drama, finally exhibited a flicker of emotion. To his astonishment, this Eastern lady bore a striking resemblance to Princess Nan Feng, with an uncanny likeness of 7 or 8 parts. The shape-shifting sorcerer, recalling Qin Feng's words, understood that to capture the attention of the chosen one, beauty was not enough. One must possess captivating eyes. As despair seeped into his gaze, it lost its luster, reflecting a countenance resigned to fate. This portrayal, marked by the seal of the celestial slave, was a true reflection of his essence, instantly captivating the hearts of all present gentlemen, causing Feng Chang's heart to inexplicably quicken. The voluptuous madam, seizing the moment, proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the day of our Eastern lady's debut. Regardless of age or appearance, the highest bidder shall prevail." Not yet debuted. The gentlemen erupted into a frenzy, howling like wolves. Nanfeng. Feng Chang gazed intently at the Eastern lady, reminiscing about his first love, Princess Nanfeng. Having failed to protect her from the scoundrel Qin Feng, how could he bear to watch this Eastern lady fall into the jaws of the wolf pack? As for the enigmatic figure lurking in the shadows, it appears he may have overthought the situation, likely suffering from the after-effects of encountering the elusive Qin Laolu. Chapter 92. Well, at this moment, Qin Feng was situated in the second-floor private room, keenly observing everything unfolding below, which aligned precisely with his expectations. As long as the ever-changing Magic King was not a liability, Feng Chang's bloom would wither today. "Boss, you are truly remarkable." Qian Jun and Wan Ma exchanged glances filled with admiration, their reverence for Qin Feng akin to an unceasing torrent of a mighty river. They had long heard of Feng Chang's notorious reputation. In just a month, he had wreaked havoc across several cities within the Yin dynasty, provoking the Six Paths sovereign to dispatch numerous skilled warriors to hunt him down. Yet, irrespective of how meticulously the encirclement was orchestrated, he managed to evade capture, and even turned the tables on many, leading people to exclaim that Feng Chang possessed the qualities of a demon emperor. However, this man, endowed with such extraordinary potential, was effortlessly manipulated by their boss. Once you open bidding, why not accept the money that comes to you? Qin Feng understood that Feng Chang was now a wanted fugitive, hastily trying to return to the great Xia dynasty and enter the Kunlun secret realm, making him hesitant to act recklessly in the city of falling flowers. Thus, a forcible approach was out of the question. They could only adhere to the rules and call out their bids honestly. This child, Qian Jun and Wan Ma cast a sympathetic glance at Feng Chang, silently mourning for him for 3 minutes. Their boss was not only eyeing his physical form, but also coveting the spirit stones within his wallet. This time, it would cost me 10 top-tier spirit stones. I must recover my investment. Upon recalling those 10 exquisite spirit stones, Qin Feng felt a pang of pain. Resolving to report Feng Chang as a wanted criminal to the authorities in Flower Falling City once the ever-changing demon lord altered his fate. This might allow him to recoup some of his losses. Qian Jun and Wan Ma were utterly astonished, their minds echoing a resounding disbelief. They could not fathom that Qin Feng would stop at nothing to extract every ounce from Feng Chang. Simultaneously, they declared their unwavering loyalty to their leader, vowing never to provide him with a reason to betray them. I am merely aiding him, Qin Feng asserted with righteous fervor. Adversity tempers the will, and challenges forge exceptional talents. Qian Jun and Wan Ma stared blankly at Qin Feng, their expressions betraying skepticism. Wow, how profound, exclaimed the discerning Xiao Bai, filled with admiration as he realized there was much for him to learn. No, to eat the carrot is to be akin to the lowly rabbit, Xiao Bai declared, seizing a carrot and beginning to munch, believing that today's consumption of the vegetable would pave the way for a future filled with treasures and freedom. The plump madam, radiating cheerfulness, entered the private room to report to Qin Feng, "Young master, we have made all the necessary arrangements. Miss Dongfang is ready to enter the auction at any moment." Indeed, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. "When you introduce Miss Dongfang, mention that she has offended the third holy son, Qin Feng, who has annihilated her entire family, leading her to her current state as a fallen woman." What? The plump madam was so startled that her legs buckled, and she fell to her knees before Qin Feng. What kind of jest is this? The scion of the Yin dynasty holds a position akin to a royal prince. Even if this third scion's moral character is questionable, and recent rumors suggest he is debilitated, she wouldn't dare to slander him so brazenly. "Just say what you need to say," Qian Jun said icily, producing a jade pendant. It was an identity token crafted specifically by the Six Paths Emperor for Qin Feng after he became the third scion, bearing the inscription Third Scion Qin Feng. "You are the scion Qin Feng, the paramount prodigy of the desolate antiquity." The buxom madam's eyes widened, her mind reeling. Soon, the A-bird in the hand hall was overflowing with people. Miss Dongfang sat on the stage, her face ashen, eliciting sympathy from the gentleman below, who vowed to shower this fairy-like beauty with earthly warmth. Esteemed guests, the buxom madam, emboldened by Qin Feng's backing, practically floated as she walked, beaming as she took to the stage. This Miss Dongfang hails from a prominent family, because she refused to serve the third scion Qin Feng. The scion had her entire family massacred and cast this celestial beauty into a brothel, seeking to defile her. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an opportunity of a lifetime, one that will not come again. As her words echoed, the entire hall erupted in excitement. From a prominent family, no wonder she's so beautiful. We've long heard of the third scion Qin Feng's ruthless methods. Who would have thought he'd lay his hands on such a beautiful woman? He'd even harm his own brother. What's one more beauty to him? Qin Feng sat in a private room on the second floor, noting down the names of those who spoke ill of him in a small notebook. Qian Jun and Wan Ma were utterly stunned, a massive holy cow forming in their minds. Given their familiarity with Qin Feng, they were certain that noting someone's name was far from an invitation to dinner. More likely, it was an invitation for their entire family to a banquet of a different sort. Simultaneously, the words of the crowd stung Feng Chang deeply. This Miss Dongfang resembled him greatly. Both were once lofty, untouchable figures, now fallen into the mire due to the wretch Qin Feng, covered in filth. This only strengthened his resolve to rescue Miss Dongfang. Miss Dongfang, Feng Chang, with a surprisingly adept performance, turned a deathly pale face toward Miss Dongfang. She appeared ashen, only showing a glimmer of spirit when looking at him, as if begging him to save her, to prove she hadn't given up and still clung to something. The voluptuous madam announced with a smile, "Esteemed guests, let the bidding commence. The highest bidder may enter Miss Dongfang's boudoir for a chance to admire her beauty. 100 spirit stones. 100 spirit stones for such an honor? 1,000 spirit stones. 10,000 spirit stones. 100 supreme-grade spirit stones." A frigid voice cut through the clamor, causing all the gentlemen to turn toward Feng Chang. One supreme-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 1,000 ordinary ones, making 100 a veritable fortune in this border town. 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. Qian Jun, following Qin Feng's instructions, immediately increased the bid tenfold. Wan Ma expressed his concern. "Boss, if we bid like this, what if we scare Feng Chang away?" "No need to worry." Qin Feng was not at all concerned that Feng Chang would flee. Based on his decade-long experience as an avid reader, he observed that authors often catered to readers' preferences, inadvertently endowing the protagonists with a foolish propensity for extravagant spending. Unexpectedly, Feng Chang cast his gaze toward the private room on the second floor, taken aback by the presence of wealthy individuals. However, as the savior of the Great Xia dynasty, he possessed ample spirit stones, especially after having conquered several cities. His worth was undeniably unparalleled. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. 150,000 top-grade spirit stones. 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones. The gentlemen in the audience watched the bidding war with mounting anxiety. 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones. Feng Chang's typically impassive expression finally shifted. He had not anticipated such lavishness from his opponent. Initially contemplating withdrawal, he was compelled by the pleading gaze of Miss Dongfang and, gritting his teeth, declared 150,000 top-grade spirit stones. Heavens! 150,000 top-grade spirit stones. The crowd erupted in excitement, all eyes turning to Feng Chang. For the sake of a courtesan, he was willing to splurge 150,000 top-grade spirit stones just for a fleeting moment of intimacy. Either he was mad, or his wits had been knocked loose. "Boss." Qian Jun and Wan Ma turned to Qin Feng, inquiring whether he wished to raise the bid once more. "Master, we cannot increase the bid any further." Miss Dongfang cast a nervous glance towards the private room on the second floor where Qin Feng was, her heart fervently shouting that 1,500,000 top-tier spirit stones should suffice. She desperately hoped not to be delayed in her matrimonial chamber. No, in her quest to defy fate and attain the throne of an emperor. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng resolved to seize the opportunity. Although he was aware that the chosen one possessed far more than 1,500,000 top-tier spirit stones, such wealth paled in comparison to the value of a subordinate who had achieved the imperial rank. Spirit stones could always be amassed later, but today's fleeting beauty must be cherished. 1,500,000 top-tier spirit stones, once. 1,500,000 top-tier spirit stones, twice. 1,500,000 top-tier spirit stones, thrice. The deal is struck for 1,500,000 top-tier spirit stones. Congratulations to this young master. The plump matron's cheeks flushed with excitement, and she felt as though she were in a dream. Who would have thought that there truly existed a fool willing to lavish 1,500,000 top-tier spirit stones for a courtesan? It can only be said that wealth indeed allows one to act with impunity. Feng Chang let out a deep sigh of relief. Had the other party dared to raise the stakes further, he would have been compelled to risk exposing his identity to forcibly take the person away. Fortunately, being the protagonist of this tale, he was immune to the trifles posed by these insignificant beings. Particularly, when Miss Dongfang witnessed his triumph, her eyes sparkled with renewed brilliance, revealing an unprecedented joy and admiration as she gazed at him. It should be the radiance of adoration, not the gaze of a hunter upon its prey. Soon, Feng Chang, having paid for his spirit stones, stepped into Miss Dongfang's boudoir amidst the envious and resentful eyes of a group of gentlemen. The room was illuminated by flickering red candles, casting a dim crimson glow, accompanied by a subtle fragrance. "Miss Dongfang, I assure you, my intention stems solely from sympathy, devoid of ulterior motives." Feng Chang perceived himself as a figure of icy indifference, yet his expression resembled that of a lifeless fish, reminiscent of a cheap historical drama. Alas, it was indeed as the master had described. Miss Dongfang silently exclaimed, increasingly convinced of Qin Feng's inscrutable nature. After transforming into this persona, Qin Feng had instructed him on how to captivate the lifeless-faced young man. Besides advising him to adopt specific expressions at particular moments, he also suggested that once the other party assumed a virtuous demeanor, he should engage in poetic recitation, not lewdness. "I understand, as a woman of the world, I might tarnish your esteemed reputation." Miss Dongfang instantly immersed herself in her role, self-mockingly reciting, a pair of jade arms, 1,000 pillows to rest upon, a hint of vermilion lips, tasted by myriad guests, feigning a delicate form, masquerading a false heart. Misunderstanding ensued, as Feng Chong attempted to clarify. That is not what I meant. He could not help but furrow his brow slightly. Ever since entering the room, an unsettling sensation had enveloped him. Initially wishing to whisk Miss Dongfang away from this place, the sound of her poetic recitation, along with the resemblance of her initial love's visage to that of Princess Nanfeng, compelled him to showcase the ancient poetry he had memorized over the years. There is no need for further words. This is indeed the fate of Dongfang. Miss Dongfang stood up with tearful eyes, shedding her garments before Feng Chang. I assure you, I am not that kind of person. Feng Chang's expression, resembling that of a lifeless fish, shifted as he hastily turned his head away. As he pondered whether to act like a beast or something even less noble, an inexplicable flame ignited within him, reminiscent of the madness he had experienced during the life-and-death elimination rounds when he fell victim to Qin Feng's wild antics. This overwhelming sensation was indelibly etched in his memory. No, something was amiss. Feng Chang sensed the anomaly and quickly glanced towards the red candle in the room. However, before he could ascertain whether the candle was indeed linked to the wildness he had encountered, he was suddenly knocked to the ground by the now crimson-eyed Miss Dongfang. Faced with her disrobed figure, Feng Chang found himself unable to embody anything less than a beast, ultimately resigning himself to that role. Wait, why does she also possess such allure? As he touched something unexpected, clarity washed over him. When he lifted his gaze, the enchanting Miss Dongfang had vanished, replaced by the shape-shifting Demon Lord. My position as emperor is secure. The Demon Lord, observing Feng Chang's entrapment, could not suppress a villainous laugh. How could it be you? No, please, don't come near. Feng Chang, paralyzed with fear, watched helplessly as the Demon Lord enveloped him, finally comprehending the terror he had felt in the daylight. Suddenly, the heavens roared with thunder, and a torrential downpour began to cascade from the skies. It seemed that even the heavens could find no way to rescue Feng Chang, resorting only to rain to lend him a semblance of cheer, or perhaps to weep for his tragic plight. The rain began to fall. Gentlemen visiting the flower street hurriedly sought shelter, likely resigning themselves to the fact that they would not return home that night. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for orchestrating the sale of the Chosen One, earning 200,000 villain points. Can't you speak? Qin Feng immediately felt a wave of displeasure. The truth had yet to be unveiled. How could one speak of selling? What if the two, like turtles and green beans, found mutual affection and ended up together joyfully? Would he not be unjustly maligned? Let us depart. Qin Feng glanced at the time, aware that the opening of the Kunlun secret realm was imminent. He led Qianjun, Wan Ma, and Xiaobai through the rain toward their destination. As for the ever-changing Demon Lord having long surpassed the age of 30, he could not accompany them into the Kunlun secret realm. It was perhaps best for him to remain outside, indulging in his own pleasures. Yes, boss. Qianjun quickly produced a prepared umbrella, ensuring that the graceful demeanor of the gentleman Qin Feng remained intact, while he and Wan Ma stood behind, exposed to the downpour. Pat pat. The sound of hurried footsteps splashing through the water resounded. A young man clad in black, with striking eyebrows and bright eyes, swiftly brushed past Qin Feng, wielding what appeared to be an ordinary long sword. Lin San, how could he be here? Qin Feng, as if struck by lightning, quickly turned to search for him. Lin San, too, halted, glancing back at the person he had just missed. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met, confirming the presence of the one they had both yearned for over the past 7 years. The rain poured heavily, and the moonlight painted a picturesque scene. The vibrant flower street was ablaze with lights, bustling with life. After a 7-year separation, Qin Feng and Lin San stood on opposite sides of the street. Oblivious to the surrounding clamor and torrential rain, their gazes locked solely on each other. What's wrong with you, boss? Wan Ma noticed something amiss with Qin Feng and hurriedly waved his hand in front of his eyes. Qin Feng's gaze burned intensely as he fixed his eyes on Lin San, his voice trembling with emotion. After searching for him 1,000 times amidst the crowd, I suddenly turn back and find him there, in the dim light. What does that mean? Qianjun and Wan Ma exchanged glances, sensing an untold story between the two. Why did Qin Feng's gaze seem even more unbearable than it had been 7 years ago? Lin San felt his heart race under Qin Feng's penetrating stare, struggling to maintain his composure. Xiaobai also curiously glanced at the pair, thinking that this scene deserved a musical accompaniment. Flowers fall in the city as you glance back, hooves echoing softly, your tenderness lingers. Who still waits in the small building outside the mountains for the rain to fall? Row a small boat, one person, one city, warming a pot of wine. Chapter 94. the secret realm of Kunlun opened suddenly. A thunderous roar erupted from the sky, illuminating the small border town. Qin Feng and Lin San, instead of engaging in a heartfelt reunion after 7 years, seemed to share an unspoken understanding. Almost simultaneously, they moved. Their inky hair danced wildly in the storm, and a melodious sound of swords clashing resonated from within them, transforming into fierce sword energy that swept through the street. The sharp sword energy seemed to tear through the very air, creating a resounding echo that drew the attention of all on Flower Street. Such formidable sword energy. The multitude of onlookers gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Judging by the sword energy unleashed by Lin San, it was evident that he had comprehended the third level of sword intent, and similar to Qin Feng, had grasped the legendary invincible sword heart. This was not merely an unassailable invincibility, but a profound belief in one's own supremacy. His cultivation was even a notch above Qin Feng, reaching the second level of the Dao entry. No way, Qin Feng thought to himself, marveling at the prowess that had been extolled to the heavens before he comprehended the invincible sword heart. Yet now, after his own enlightenment, it seemed to lose its value, as if any adept swordsman could attain it. Was it truly the case that the chosen one grew stronger in the face of adversity? Or was the fickle fate conspiring against him, the archvillain? Buzzing. The air was filled with the resonant sounds of swords singing amidst the rain, and the expressions of the bystanders shifted dramatically as they observed the nearby sword artifacts trembling, as if in homage to the sovereign of swords. The myriad swords took form. Lin San's eyes sparkled with intensity as he unleashed his ultimate technique, honed through 7 years of arduous practice. Countless invisible sword energies coalesced in the torrential downpour, immersing the onlookers in a tempestuous storm, their breaths quickening in fear. Who is this young man? The spectators felt a palpable shift in the atmosphere, acutely aware of the terror emanating from his sword. Should anyone fall victim to Lin San's myriad sword transformation, they would undoubtedly be reduced to mere pulp in an instant. The Great River Sword Technique. Qin Feng felt the void around him tremble as the sound of swords resonated endlessly. A vast, oceanic wave of sword energy surged through the streets, its piercing wind overpowering the sound of the rain, as countless sword energies converged into a mighty torrent, seemingly capable of devouring all in existence. Who are these two young men? The onlookers around them stared with eyes wide open, as if they had never witnessed such a terrifying duel of swordsmanship. Initially, one might have thought that Lin San's myriad sword energies were formidable enough, yet unexpectedly, Qin Feng's Great River Sword Technique delivered an even more astonishing visual impact. Thunderous roars echoed as their ultimate moves collided, unleashing a tempest of countless sword energies that swept across the heavens and the earth. The surrounding streets were torn apart by this storm of sword energy, leaving the spectators trembling with fear, wishing they could sprout extra legs to escape. What an intimidating display of sword energy! Qian Jun and Wan Ma hurriedly channeled their spiritual power to withstand the tempest unleashed by the two combatants. Fortunately, they were equipped with the dragon-scale armor gifted by Qin Feng. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to mere flesh by the razor-sharp sword energies. Simultaneously, curiosity about Lin San blossomed within them. Who exactly was this figure from the ancient times, whose swordsmanship was on par with that of Qin Feng? It is well known that Qin Feng is the foremost prodigy of the ancient era, his mastery of the sword eclipsing that of his contemporaries. Even the young master of the Mingjian manor, possessing the body of a heavenly sword, found himself utterly suppressed by Qin Feng, unable to raise his head in the face of such dominance. Yet now, an extraordinary prodigy, having comprehended the third level of sword intent and possessing an invincible sword heart, had emerged, capable of engaging Qin Feng in direct combat. Truly, the first sword of a century hence is indeed formidable. Qin Feng found himself involuntarily retreating 2 steps, genuinely admiring Lin San's prodigious talent in swordsmanship. The Lin San of today was no longer the same as he was 7 years ago. Without the use of the supreme bone and the heavy eye, he harbored no confidence in defeating Qin Feng through swordplay alone. He is indeed the first sword of a century to come. The multitude of warriors exhibited expressions of bewilderment, finally comprehending the source of their opponent's formidable swordsmanship. They had long heard of Lin San from Tianjin City, who had inherited the legacy of the Longkong sword deity, and was highly regarded by numerous swordsmanship masters as the foremost swordsman of the century to come, implying that no one would rival him 100 years hence. This indirectly highlighted the terrifying talent he possessed in the art of the sword. It was not surprising that he could hold his own against Qin Feng. Brother Qin's swordsmanship has grown even stronger. Lin San stepped back 2 paces, his heart in turmoil. Since their acquaintance 7 years ago, he had been acutely aware of the formidable swordsmanship talent possessed by Qin Feng. What astonished him, however, was that despite his own diligent training over the past 7 years, he still found it impossible to close the gap between them. This indicated that while he had been striving earnestly, Qin Feng had likewise been relentlessly honing his skills. It also evoked memories of Qin Feng's words from 7 years ago. I, Qin Feng, am not the kind of wealthy scion who relies on family privilege. Merely existing on the remnants of my ancestors does not constitute true manhood. My achievements today are solely the result of my own efforts, and I intend to forge my own path. Clearly, he had spoken true to his word. Your swordsmanship is no less impressive, Qin Feng remarked, drawing forth the Long Kong divine sword, his most trusted right hand gently grasping the hilt. Lin San suppressed his desire for combat and replied slowly, Brother Qin, should you draw your sword now, you might miss the opening of the Kunlun secret realm. Let us defer this battle for another day. Very well. We shall speak of it later, Qin Feng acquiesced, releasing his hold on the sword hilt, acknowledging the validity of Lin San's reasoning. From Lin San's recent sword strike, it became evident that even if he were to triumph over Lin San, it would require considerable effort. However, the Kunlun secret realm does not wait for anyone, and it is truly unwise to squander time here. Most importantly, while he was probing the secrets of heaven, he did not observe Lin San's presence in Hualuo City. Lin San's sudden appearance here is quite illogical. If he were to discover the entrance to the Kunlun secret realm, it would pose a risk of competing with him for the pure spring. With a respectful clasp of his fists, Lin San swiftly turned to depart. Before leaving, he cast a lingering glance back, yearning for an exhilarating duel with Qin Feng. Yet he had to suppress his burning desire for battle. Like Feng Chang, he had been traveling for years, and to enter the Kunlun secret realm, he must return to Tianjin City through the borders. Engaging in a fight with Qin Feng would undoubtedly cause him to miss the opportunity to access the Kunlun secret realm. I suppose I should delay a little longer, Qin Feng mused, watching Lin San recede into the distance, suddenly filled with regret. It is well known that protagonists are akin to final bosses. They will not make their appearance until the last moment. Perhaps if he could stall Lin San just a bit longer, he might miss the opening of the Kunlun secret realm. Never mind. A direct confrontation is not to my liking anyway. I shall wait until I enter the Kunlun secret realm and enjoy being a carefree bystander. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for cleverly setting a trap and thwarting the chosen one, earning 500,000 villain points. Thwarted? Does that imply being passive? Qin Feng turned to glance at the opportunity slipping away, vivid images beginning to form in his mind. No. Quick, delete it. Thunderous sounds reverberated. The sky once again erupted with thunder and lightning, while the torrential rain intensified. Unlike previous stormy days, this time, ripples began to emerge in the void outside the city, as a black hole slowly took shape, revealing glimpses of another world within. The Kunlun secret realm had opened. Qin Feng dared not waste a moment and raced towards the entrance. Chapter 95, coming and going in a hurry, is this for real? Both Qianjun and Wan Ma were momentarily stunned, inwardly exclaiming that their leader was indeed extraordinary. Aside from successfully selling Feng Chang to the ever-changing demon lord, weeping as he earned a staggering 1.5 million exquisite spirit stones, he had truly calculated the entrance to the Kunlun secret realm. No, wait. We must subtract the cost of 10 exquisite spirit stones. Let us go. Qin Feng and his companions sprinted towards the black hole outside the city. Without a shred of hesitation, the three of them, along with a rabbit, leaped directly into it, coming and going in a hurry. He. The ever-changing demon lord couldn't help but emit an ominous laugh, as if proclaiming to the world that victory belonged to the villain in a crushing manner. Qin Feng. Feng Chang lay on the bed, a tear slipping from the corner of his eye. He had thought this was his golden opportunity, only to realize it was someone else's. Coupled with the tragic tale recounted by the brothel keeper about Miss Dongfeng's unfortunate past, he quickly deduced that the one scheming against him was none other than Qin Feng. Alas, he had understood far too late. Economically, he may have lost 1.5 million exquisite spirit stones, but the wounds to his spirit would require a lifetime to heal. Was this how one defied fate? The ever-changing demon lord cast a glance at Feng Chang, contemplating whether to take precautions. What do you intend to do? Feng Chang's expression was one of sheer terror, his face resembling that of a dead fish, as he struggled desperately to rise. Yet, the demon lord had already rendered him immobile. No amount of effort could free him from this predicament. Ha. Even if you scream your lungs out, it will be in vain. The demon lord cackled villainously, advancing step by step towards Feng Chang. No, don't come any closer. Feng Chang's face was a canvas of fear. He, a remorseless killer, felt that the demon lord was far more twisted than he. Suddenly, a surge of terrifying malevolence erupted from Feng Chang, propelling the demon lord away with great force. This is bad. It's that old sorcerer making his move. The demon lord's expression shifted dramatically as he recalled Qin Feng's warning. Feng Chang was a being devoid of reason, and it was imperative to resolve matters swiftly. Should anything seem amiss, there could be no hesitation. One must flee immediately. Indeed, I can always trust my master. The demon lord realized that the opportunity for a second strike had vanished, and without a moment's hesitation, he vanished from sight with a swift whoosh. At the Qin residence, the 10 elders emerged from their seclusion. The patriarch, with a grave expression, declared, "The era of great conflict is upon us, compounded by the opening of the Kunlun secret realm. The battles within this realm are likely to be exceptionally perilous. We must mobilize all our resources to ensure the safety of the younger generation." Understood. The 10th ancestor nodded in acknowledgement, hesitating momentarily before speaking. "Ancestor, young Hao has left a letter and departed. Should we not wait for him? Do not concern yourself with that child." The ancestor waved his hand dismissively. "He is inherently destined for greatness, possessing his own unique opportunities. Our interference would be unseemly. Should he encounter challenges in the Kunlun secret realm, let the younger generation assist him." The second ancestor's expression was troubled as he remarked, "Young Hao's fate is peculiar. Those who grow close to him seem to encounter misfortune. Thus, the clan's disciples avoid him like a plague. If he were truly to face danger in the Kunlun secret realm, it is likely only his brother would come to his aid." Qin Feng. A profound silence enveloped the assembly. The ancestors recalled the 8-year-old child, burdened with far too much for the sake of the family. One could only imagine the hardships he endured alone in foreign lands, the tears he shed in solitude. Unable to express his pain to outsiders, left to lick his wounds in the quiet of night. The 10th ancestor offered some comfort. "In these past 7 years, we have not been idle. We have embedded numerous individuals within the Inyu dynasty, and recently, Qin Wan has assumed the alias Wan Ma to establish contact with young Feng. With him watching over Feng, they can support one another and provide assistance from the family. Alas, the family has wronged this child far too much." The ancestor and his companions sighed deeply, their hearts heavy with sorrow. As the forebears of the Qin clan, they should have ensured a joyful childhood for their descendants. Yet now, they have burdened an 8-year-old with the weight of eternal disgrace. Forcing him to carry such a load forward, it is indeed a profound failure on their part. Meanwhile, he felt an immense sense of pride for his family, as they produced a talent like Qin Feng, a true heir to imperial greatness. In the Moon Goddess Palace, the Moon Goddess personally selected over 100 young maidens, led by the divine maiden Ziyuan, to venture into the Kunlun secret realm. Remember what your aunt has told you. In times of crisis, never act impulsively. Survival is the true path. The Moon Goddess, fearing that Ziyuan might not comprehend, pointed to the ancestral black tortoise as a lesson. Only those who endure can be deemed powerful. You must also learn the spirit of the black tortoise, flexible in adversity, never to take unnecessary risks. The black tortoise rolled its eyes, expressing its skepticism regarding the wisdom of women, having been the ancestral guardian beast of the Moon Goddess lineage. Each generation of Moon Goddesses would impart the same advice to the next divine maiden, yet, without exception, when faced with challenges, they would charge forward recklessly, often using it as a shield in their escapades. "Understood, Aunt." Ziyuan nodded absently, her mind consumed with concern for Qin Feng. She wondered where he had gone and whether he would manage to arrive in time for the opening of the Kunlun secret realm. At Tianhong Academy, all the prodigies under the age of 30 had gathered, divided into 2 formations to support the 2 holy sons. Qin Feng isn't here. The other 2 holy sons cast a dismissive glance, not regarding Qin Feng as a threat at all. Presently, Qin Feng had fallen from their esteem. Having advanced from the first level of spiritual martial arts to the first level of the Tao in merely a month, it was evident that his foundation was utterly compromised. Whether he would ever break through to the heavenly sect was now in question. What chance did such a waste have against them? The teacher from Tianhong Academy spoke. "This time, you are heading to the Kunlun secret realm on a mission. Each of you must return with no less than 10 pieces of celestial crystals. Those who fail to accomplish this task will be sent to the Tower of 10,000 Demons for training." The mention of the Tower of 10,000 Demons immediately elicited gasps from the assembled prodigies, their eyes reflecting a flicker of terror. Even the 2 holy sons displayed expressions of discomfort, clearly indicating that the Tower of 10,000 Demons was not a place of respite. In the Blue Demon Palace, the Blue Demon personally selected several hundred talented individuals for Yulan. However, unlike the Moon Goddess, who cautioned Yulan to prioritize her safety, the Blue Demon incessantly urged her to seize the opportunity to seduce Qin Feng. A young lady's cultivation is of little significance. Securing a good marriage is the true path to success. Do you understand? The Blue Demon continued to insist. You must not emulate your mother and become a so-called strong woman, burdened by the management of such a large estate. To avoid attracting unwanted attention while striving tirelessly in your cultivation, a woman should seek a capable man to shield her from the storms of life. Wouldn't it be delightful to live beautifully every day? Avoid those impoverished youths, do you comprehend? Could you refrain from being so materialistic? Yulan couldn't help but roll her eyes, asserting her independence in her youth. Dear child, your mother has been through this. Can I deceive you? The blue demon immediately felt displeased, contemplating inviting Qin Feng over for dinner, hoping to orchestrate a situation that would lead to a union. Chapter 96. Entering the Kunlun secret realm. In the Kunlun secret realm, Qin Feng and his companions found themselves in a desolate expanse of gravel, with 3 suns mercilessly scorching the earth above. Why is it so hot in the Kunlun secret realm? The little white rabbit stuck out its tiny pink tongue, feeling as though it had been sprinkled with cumin and transformed into a roasted delicacy. With sweat pouring down his body, Qian Jun gasped for breath and said, "It is said that within the Kunlun secret realm, there are countless opportunities, and the vastness is immense, nurturing many peculiar environments. This expanse of Gobi is recorded as a place of peril. Many have become lost within, ultimately meeting their demise. Those who manage to escape are but a rare few." How terrifying. Wan Ma quickly turned to Qin Feng, uncertain if his young master possessed a way to lead them out. Qin Feng surveyed the surrounding Gobi in silence, recognizing it as a mirror image of the vision he had glimpsed while probing the heavens. It was in this intensely heated Gobi that Feng Chang found the fabled spring of purity. Extremes must balance. From darkness springs light, and from light, darkness. The interplay of yin and yang. Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel at nature's wonders, realizing that within such a scorching Gobi, the spring of purity could indeed flourish. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for eliciting a drop of sorrowful tears from the chosen one. A wound that will take a lifetime to heal, granting you a chance for a lottery draw. Sorrowful tears? Alas. The ever-changing demon lord truly lacked an appreciation for delicate sentiments. Qin Feng mourned for Feng Chang for 3 seconds with a heavy heart, then joyfully called upon the system to commence the lottery. With a grand flourish, the great wheel reappeared before him, beginning to spin leisurely. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for winning the celestial treasure, the Southern Ming Fire. Southern Ming Fire, a divine flame nurtured by heaven and earth. The fire of the Li position in the 8 trigrams, and the innate fire of the vermilion bird, capable of countering malevolent spirits and sinister forces. A glimmer of violet-blue light flickered in Qin Feng's eyes, and he could also sense a violet-blue flame emerging within his dantian. Unlike the chilling aura inherent to Yulan's mysterious yin body, the Southern Ming Li fire was a treasured attribute born of the heavens and the earth. Other attributes such as thunder and ice could also be integrated into one's being, bestowing upon the individual formidable attribute-based offensive capabilities, comparable to the power of Yulan's yin body. However, the process of integrating such forces was exceedingly arduous. Those who succeeded were truly rare gems. Even great figures such as the Six-Path Emperor would not dare to attempt it lightly, leaving it to the chosen ones, those adorned with halos, who would bravely disregard the near-zero probability of success. Is this a success rate that a mere villain can challenge? Qin Feng's eyes twitched involuntarily at the thought, and a resounding exclamation of disbelief surged within him. What the hell? This was clearly a setup against him. The system interjected. The host currently possesses 917,000 villain points, and may expend 600,000 of them to purchase a foundation pill for entering the Tao. What does that mean? Can the foundation pill enhance the success rate? Qin Feng's spirits lifted immediately as he inquired eagerly. No, the system replied. It merely advises the host to solidify the foundational stage of entering the Tao. Furthermore, the system is perplexed by the host's anxiety. The Southern Ming Li fire extracted by the system has no success rate associated with it. Its refinement guarantees 100% success. If one seeks to cheat, one must possess the awareness that accompanies such advantages. Do not present yourself as someone who has never encountered the world, lest you tarnish the system's reputation. What the hell? Why didn't you say so earlier? Qin Feng was taken aback, realizing that the true fool was himself. He had nearly succumbed to panic, almost believing his demise was imminent, only to be met with the system's scornful derision. Why didn't you ask earlier? The system responded mechanically. I won't be angry with you. Qin Feng took a deep breath in exchange for a foundation pill. Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending 600,000 villain points to successfully exchange for a foundation pill of the entry realm. What is happening, boss? Qianjun and Wan Ma were momentarily taken aback as they observed Qin Feng seated under the shadow of a colossal rock. Once in meditation, a swirling purple-blue flame emanated from him, exuding an eerie and enchanting aura. Is this divine fire? Qianjun and Wan Ma's pupils constricted in astonishment, perplexed by the origin of Qin Feng's divine fire. However, now was not the time for such musings. They vigilantly scanned their surroundings like devoted guardians, ensuring no one would interrupt Qin Feng's refinement of the divine fire. Is this truly divine fire? Xiao Bai leapt onto Qin Feng's lap, mimicking his posture in meditation, absorbing the south-brightly fire that Qin Feng had released. Despite the lack of a clear success rate, the fusion was remarkably effective. Qianjun and Wan Ma were left speechless in astonishment. It was one thing for Qin Feng to defy convention, but how could Xiao Bai also abandon her rabbit nature? What kind of ordinary rabbit could be so extraordinary? In the grand palace of the Great Xia, Princess Nanfeng stood within a formation radiating light that soared into the heavens, flanked by thousands of imperial students. These were not the scions of noble families, but rather the prodigies from humble backgrounds. The noble heirs had long returned to their clans to fight for their families, and they would never fight for the royal lineage. The only allies the royal family could rely on were these talented individuals from humble origins. Nanfeng, this time, you must not disappoint, father. The emperor of the Great Xia stood with an imposing presence outside the formation. Regarding Princess Nanfeng's journey to the Yin dynasty, he found himself in a state of profound bewilderment. What appeared to be a straightforward task had resulted in numerous individuals being manipulated by Qin Feng. Even the once noble Feng Chong, now corrupted, faced public humiliation, tarnishing the reputation of the Great Xia dynasty. However, among his many offspring, only Nanfeng possessed any real capability. The rest were akin to helpless fools. This time, as she led the expedition into the Kunlun secret realm, it offered her a chance to redeem herself. Rest assured, father. This time Nanfeng shall use Qin Feng's head to wash away the disgrace of our Great Xia. The fury in Princess Nanfeng's beautiful eyes was unmistakable. Her small fists clenched tightly, producing a resonant sound. Initially, she had intended to engage in verbal sparring with Qin Feng for Feng Chang's safety. However, with the opening of the Kunlun secret realm, if she could procure enough celestial crystals within, the Great Xia royal family could swiftly reverse their previous misfortunes. The Qin family, the aristocracy, the Yin dynasty, none of them would warrant her attention. As for Qin Feng, while he was indeed the foremost prodigy of the ancient era, killing a true dragon at the 5th stage of the Tao was the pinnacle of his capabilities. In contrast, the disciples surrounding her were meticulously selected, each possessing at least the 5th stage of the Tao, with some even at the heavenly sovereign level. No matter how extraordinary Qin Feng might be, he would be forced to kneel before such a formidable assembly of talents. Qin Feng, just wait for me. Amidst her burgeoning anger and embarrassment, Princess Nanfeng's mind was consumed with visions of her forced verbal confrontations. To prevent any third party from discovering this matter, the most effective course of action was to obtain Qin Feng's head. My temper is flaring. After Qin Feng refined the Southern Ming fire, he couldn't help but recite a line from Liang Koan. The Southern Ming fire within him made his blood boil, and coupled with the relentless scorching of 3 suns overhead, his internal heat soared dangerously close to an explosion. If anyone were to appear before him at this moment, he would undoubtedly seize them to extinguish the flames. With a resounding bang, a figure descended from the sky. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Feng Chong. Chapter 97. The ambush from behind by Qin Lao Lu. How could he be here? Qin Feng's face was a canvas of astonishment. He never anticipated Feng Chang's arrival. In order to ensure Feng Chang would fall into the city of Hualuo, he had employed the dual safeguards of the Mad Pig and the Shout until Horse spells. It was unlikely for anyone, even a Yuan Dan realm cultivator, to recover in just a couple of days. Yet here was Feng Chang, indeed arriving in the Kunlun secret realm. These chosen ones were utterly unreasonable. Right, and the person he mentioned earlier referred to the beautiful young lady, Qin Feng. As the saying goes, enemies meet with redoubled hatred, and Feng Chang glared at Qin Feng with a fierce expression. This was the second time. He had been outwitted by this 6th brother again. Had it not been for the sudden awakening of the old demon within him, he would not only have missed the opening of the Kunlun secret realm, but also endured the psychological torment of experiencing the same situation twice. Today, it was either his death or his survival. Only one of them could escape the Kunlun secret realm alive. How dare you attempt to harm our leader? With a disdainful snort, the two charged forward with the force of 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses. Thunderous roars echoed through the air as the valiant army wielded their battle spears, sweeping through the ranks with ferocity. A serpent-like shadow surged forth towards Feng Chong, while the cavalry, undeterred, brandished their heavy hammers. With a single strike, they unleashed a torrent of power that rent the earth, leaving gaping scars that extended for hundreds of meters before finally subsiding. Such formidable strength. Feng Chang's typically expressionless face betrayed a flicker of surprise as he realized that both the army and cavalry had grown significantly stronger. Their cultivation levels remained largely unchanged since the life and death elimination tournament, yet their newly acquired equipment had exponentially amplified their combat prowess. Coupled with the quintuple enhancement bestowed by Qin Feng, the usual prodigies stood little chance against them. Qin Feng's generosity was indeed remarkable. Feng Chong discerned that the armor and weapons adorning the army and cavalry were no ordinary artifacts. They had been forged from the essence of the mighty dragon encountered in the elimination tournament. These dragon attribute armaments were inherently rare, and Qin Feng's willingness to equip his subordinates with such treasures was truly unexpected. However, no matter how generous Qin Feng was in outfitting his followers to the teeth, in the end, he merely crafted a garment for this traverser, a means to augment his own experience. With a thunderous upheaval, Feng Chang's malevolent aura surged, transforming him into a towering, 100-meter-high demon statue, as an eerie and profound chant resonated through the cosmos. The demonic sound of the Buddha. Unlike the one employed during the tournament, his cultivation had now ascended to a higher realm, granting him a deeper understanding of this formidable resonance. This time, there would be no repeat of the previous failure to subjugate the two warriors. He was determined to enslave them, allowing Qin Feng to experience the torment of being besieged by the very war machines he had fashioned. Ha ha ha, become my slaves. Feng Chong erupted into a sinister laughter, as if envisioning a scene where a multitude of soldiers and horses besieged Qin Feng after being subjugated. However, the reality starkly contrasted with his imagination. The countless warriors gazed at him as if he were a fool. Do you have any reaction? A rational being would hardly respond to him. The throngs of soldiers and steeds disregarded Feng Chang's Buddha-like incantations, charging forward as if nothing were amiss. It is essential to note that they had been branded with Qin Feng's celestial slave seal, granting them half of his extraordinary combat prowess. In addition to the aura of imperial grace, they possessed an indomitable will that rendered them immune to various mental assaults. While they could not entirely disregard all forms of psychological attack like Qin Feng could, Feng Chang's rudimentary incantations posed no threat to them. How could this be? Feng Chong stood there, utterly bewildered, expressing his profound confusion. Given his current cultivation level, even those extraordinary talents could be subjugated. Yet, the soldiers and steeds appeared to be fully armed by Qin Feng, their own strength seemingly not reaching that of the extraordinary class. But why were they unaffected? Boom. Before Feng Chong could ponder the reason for this anomaly, the soldiers and steeds unleashed their full fury upon him. Unlike those extraordinary talents who executed precise strikes, these warriors sought sheer firepower, transforming the very ground into a tapestry of cracks and raising clouds of dust. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, realizing that Feng Chong had unexpectedly advanced to the path entry stage, seemingly with a solid foundation. If he remembered correctly, when the two first met, Feng Chang's cultivation was at the 5th level of spiritual martial arts. In just over a month, he had ascended to the realm of entry, astonishingly with little instability in his foundation. Truly, these chosen ones are utterly unreasonable. Qin Feng was left speechless, feeling as if he were fracturing from within. Why is it that these protagonists can effortlessly disregard the stability of their foundations and break through at will, while he himself must invest 7 years or spend hundreds of thousands of villain points to purchase foundational elixirs? He felt a deep sense of injustice. He wanted to lodge a complaint. This was clearly an affront to the villains. Since he was unwilling to be enslaved, he might as well perish. A cold glint flickered across Feng Chang's lifeless visage, and an even more ferocious aura erupted from his being. The heavens and the earth instantly transformed, as a mass of black mist morphed into a colossal ghostly head, opening its gaping maw in a frenzied attempt to consume everything in existence. What on earth is this? Both Qian Jun and Wan Ma's expressions changed dramatically, and they hurriedly employed their 1,000-pound weights to stabilize themselves, lest they be drawn into the enormous ghostly maw. However, they soon realized something was amiss. The vital essence within their bodies was being siphoned away at a visible rate. If this continued, they would inevitably be drained dry by Feng Chong. The devouring demonic technique, a power that consumes all. A frenzied expression spread across Feng Chang's face, as he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. This was the devouring demonic technique he had obtained from the old demon within himself. A divine skill crafted over thousands of years by the old demon, capable of devouring all under heaven to enhance oneself and solidify one's foundation. Although one cannot attain complete mastery by cultivating the divine techniques of others, nor can one fully unleash the most formidable form of devouring magic, one may stand upon the shoulders of giants to view the world, thereby paving the way for the creation of even more powerful spells in the future. Currently, using these lesser karamis for devouring is exceedingly effortless. Even Qin Feng, that sly character, cannot escape its grasp. Wait, where's Qin Feng? Feng Chang's expression shifted dramatically as he realized Qin Feng had vanished. Before he could react, a chilling sensation crept up his back, reminiscent of being targeted by that cunning individual. Is it Qin Feng? A flicker of terror crossed Feng Chang's face as he desperately glanced over his shoulder. To his astonishment, Qin Feng had somehow circled behind him, and the Longkong divine sword transformed into 9 smaller blades, their sharp tips aimed directly at the recently wilted flowers. Damn, that sly fox. Feng Chang was utterly exasperated. He simply could not comprehend how one could descend to such depths of shamelessness. Despite being the most gifted prodigy of the ancient era, possessing formidable strength and extraordinary talent, he consistently shunned direct confrontation, opting instead for underhanded ambushes like a despicable rogue. Chapter 98. A familiar taste, a familiar recipe. Do not look down upon others. In that moment, Feng Chang's latent potential surged forth, unleashing a torrent of energy that coalesced behind him into a thick, reinforced energy shield, prepared to withstand the treacherous sneak attack from that shameless rogue, Qin Feng. Clink, clink, clink. The sound of rapid sword strikes echoed through the air. Under the deft control of Qin Feng, 9 small swords fiercely lunged towards Feng Chang's back, yet, without exception, they were all thwarted, unable to penetrate the reinforced energy shield that protected his heart. With a sigh of relief, Feng Chang exhaled deeply, acknowledging that his skills had triumphed once more. However, before he could fully release his breath, he felt a chilling sensation beneath him. Reminiscent of being targeted by the elusive old Six, Qin Feng had anticipated his every move. What appeared to be a stealthy ambush from Old Six was, in fact, a diversion, meticulously crafted to draw fire and create an opportunity for another. Xiaobai, having been nurtured by Qin Feng for over 7 years amidst the teachings of Old Six, had matured into a competent adversary capable of standing on his own. To be a successful Old Six, one must master the art of concealment, remaining as still as stone while locking onto a target, gathering strength, and then striking with the swiftness of the wind. At this moment, seizing the opportunity while Feng Chang was preoccupied with Qin Feng's barrage, Xiaobai stealthily approached him, leaping from the ground with all his might to deliver a precise blow to Feng Chang. With a resounding thud, the connection was made. Feng Chang instantly donned a mask of agony as searing pain coursed through his body, causing a halt in the flow of energy within him. The massive specter he had conjured shattered in an instant. Both warriors gasped for breath, nearly drained by the intensity of the encounter. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Congratulations. The host's spirit pet has shattered into eternal peace, allowing the Chosen One to enter Sage mode and receive 500,000 villain points. Good heavens. Is that egg encrusted with diamonds? While others might earn a mere 1,000 villain points, even the so-called supreme villain, wielding a single sword, sees no increase in their worth. Yet, the Chosen One possesses a staggering 50,000. Truly, they embody the essence of the Chosen One, but this must come to an end. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng decisively formed a hand gesture. Buzzing sounds resonated as 9 small swords emitted a series of crisp ringing tones, swiftly merging into one, transforming into the Longkong divine sword, concentrating its power at a single point to precisely breach Feng Chang's energy shield. What? Feng Chang's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling a chill run down his spine. To his astonishment, he never anticipated Qin Feng's audacity, leaving no opportunity for him to escape unscathed. With a resounding bang, the pain coursing through Feng Chang's body caused a stagnation of energy, rendering him vulnerable in defense. The Longkong divine sword effortlessly shattered his energy shield. It surged forward, striking at the heart of the matter. Feng Chang felt a sudden chill at his back, letting out a mournful cry that sent shivers down the spines of those who heard it. How brutal. The onlookers, Qianjun and Wanma, could hardly contain their racing hearts, taken aback by the terrifying synergy between the leader and Xiaobai. What appeared to be a simple and ordinary technique inflicted unimaginable damage. Ding. Congratulations to the host for striking the Chosen One's withering flower, earning 500,000 villain points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for seriously wounding the Chosen One, earning another 500,000 villain points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for inflicting significant psychological harm on the Chosen One, gaining yet another 500,000 villain points. Is that it? A mere total of 1.5 million villain points. Qin Feng was far from satisfied. Rather than accumulating villain points, what he truly desired was a chance to draw rewards. If he relied solely on gathering villain points to purchase treasures from the system shop, he might spend a lifetime amassing them without ever being able to buy a single item. The multitude of ellipses was no jest. That shameless Qin Laolu. Feng Chong lay injured on the ground, a tear trickling from the corner of his eye. A familiar scent, a familiar formula. He had not even unleashed his full potential before being knocked out by that unscrupulous old man. If only time could rewind to a month ago, he would undoubtedly refrain from venturing into the Inu dynasty, nor would he have provoked Qin Laolu. He had believed that, having traversed through time with a wealth of knowledge accumulated over millennia, he could manipulate Qin Feng and his ilk with ease, turning them into pawns against the great families of the Xia, thereby reaping the benefits and ascending to the pinnacle of his existence. Yet, who could have anticipated that in this ancient world, where propriety and honor reigned supreme, a scoundrel like Qin Feng would emerge, complete with the audacity of an incorrigible rogue? Not only in this archaic setting, but even within the modern context of Red Star, one would struggle to find an individual as shameless as Qin Feng. He truly pondered what kind of education could produce such a brazen character. With a resounding thud, faced with the unreasonable nature of the child of destiny, Qin Feng dared not relax his vigilance for a moment. He picked up a small stone and tossed it at Feng Chong to check if he was still alive. Boss. He truly isn't moving. Both Qian Jun and Wan Ma also picked up stones and threw them, yet Feng Chong remained motionless on the ground. If he were indeed dead, it would be a tremendous loss. Hastily, Qin Feng turned his gaze towards Qian Jun and Wan Ma, as if inquiring whether they wished to seize the opportune moment, nay, to defy fate and attain the exalted position of emperor. Verily, of the 6 imperial seats, a mere 4 remained unclaimed. Should Feng Chong perish thus, would it not be a wanton squandering of these coveted positions? Alas, Qian Jun and Wan Ma, seized by trepidation, shook their heads vehemently, avowing their sole interest in the ever-changing demon lord and professing a complete lack of desire for his quarry. Harbor no scruples, Qin Feng declared with utmost gravity. We act in his best interest. Forsooth, the path to triumph is ever paved with the aid of benefactors, the guidance of mentors, and the spur of adversaries. We, therefore, willingly sacrifice ourselves, becoming the very adversaries in their lives, nurturing their growth and expediting their ascent to success. Qian Jun and Wan Ma stood aghast, experiencing a sensation akin to being enlightened by the profound wisdom of his words. By Jove, they mused. Why does his reasoning resonate so profoundly? Xiaobai, her eyes brimming with admiration for Qin Feng, produced a small notebook and meticulously recorded his words. Qin Feng continued. In truth, there is no need for such trepidation. I could furnish you with several vials of Sao's gone wild. Alas! Qian Jun and Wan Ma shook their heads vehemently, asserting their lack of promiscuity. Death before dishonor. Vile fiend, Feng Chong roared, enduring the torment of body and soul. His countenance contorted in fury as he leapt from the ground. A surge of formidable, malevolent energy erupted from within him, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. Qin Feng was taken aback by Feng Chang's sudden outburst, expressing that he had never encountered someone so audaciously shameless, who resorted to underhanded tactics at the slightest provocation. Unlike him, who achieved his current standing solely through diligence and perseverance. Chapter 99. A flourishing scene with a resounding rumble. Feng Chang's internal energy surged dramatically, causing the ground around him to crack under the strain. Despite the wounds inflicted by this overwhelming power, he showed no inclination to relent. Such strength. Qian Jun and Wan Ma exchanged grave expressions, rushing forward without hesitation in an attempt to thwart Feng Chang's rampage. Do you truly believe you stand a chance against me? Feng Chang's visage contorted in agony, his eyes glinting with an unprecedented madness. Suddenly, golden and black beams of light erupted from his being, coalescing into a colossal figure that was part demon, part Buddha, an eerie sight towering over 10 meters. With a thunderous crash, Qian Jun and Wan Ma were sent flying by the sheer force of his presence before they could even approach. The coexistence of Buddha and demon? Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, recalling records he had studied in the Moon God Palace that described the perfect fusion of Buddhist and demonic powers, wherein the essence of one resided within the other. It seemed that although he had interrupted Feng Chang's comprehension of this profound truth during the life-and-death elimination match, Feng Chong had not emerged empty-handed. He had gleaned insights into the coexistence of Buddha and demon. Thousand-handed Tathagata, Feng Chong bellowed to the heavens, his expression fierce, as the divine figure behind him transformed, manifesting a myriad of arms. Great river sword technique. Qin Feng's robes began to flutter as if caught in an unseen wind. the air around him resonating with the ceaseless melody of swords. The boundless sword aura swept across the heavens and the earth, the sharp sound of slicing wind resonating through the desolate Gobi. Countless strands of sword energy converged into a river, surging towards Feng Chang. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar as innumerable fists collided with the sword energy, creating ripples that spread in all directions. The earth beneath them was marred by the fierce clash, fissures appearing and deepening, threatening to collapse. Was this truly a confrontation of those who had entered the Tao? The two figures, like a pair of trembling ships navigating a storm, clung to each other in fear, as if they could capsize at any moment. Qin Feng, this time you are doomed, Feng Chang bellowed, his face contorted with rage, having cast aside all regard for his own life. He ignored the torrential sword energy aimed at him, even as it carved wounds into his flesh, blood gushing forth. His gaze remained unwavering, determined to deny Qin Feng the opportunity to transform into the infamous Qin Lao Lu. Qin Feng wore a mischievous smile, setting aside whether you can kill me. The first kiss of Princess Nanfeng does not belong to you, Feng Chang. It is mine. By the way, I had the pleasure of sampling it after your retreat, and it was quite delightful. The old demon, agitated by Qin Feng's taunts, bellowed in a fit of rage, his eyes aflame. No longer concerned with principles or profit, he was consumed by a singular desire for power, yearning to obli indeed. This sensation is precisely it. Feng's energy surged within him, granting him a renewed sense of vitality and capability. Use it to your heart's content. The old demon within Feng's body cackled, lending his power to Feng without reservation. As Feng increasingly utilized the demon's power, his own will would gradually diminish, and the demon's power would subtly integrate into Feng's being. Once their powers were perfectly synchronized, the demon would seize the opportunity to possess Feng, claiming all that he possessed, a process he deemed the ultimate resurrection. However, in contrast to Feng, the demon harbored an even greater desire to possess Qin Feng. Initially, he believed Feng to be invincible, but Qin Feng proved to be even more formidable, displaying an array of extraordinary abilities and an unparalleled talent for cultivation. If his memory served him correctly, Qin Feng was at the 9th level of Transcendent before participating in the life and death elimination round. Yet in a mere month, he had reached the 1st level of Tao initiation, breaking through 2 major realms in succession. Throughout the entirety of the desolate ancient history, few dared to advance so rapidly. Most astonishingly, his foundation was exceptionally solid. The demon had spent tens of thousands of years developing the devouring demon art, which only barely ensured a stable foundation. In the face of Qin Feng, his technique appeared to be a crude imitation, utterly inadequate. Rumble. The thousand-hand Tathagata unleashed even greater power, leaving devastation in its wake. The great river swordplay, which had initially held the upper hand, began to be suppressed. Damn, so powerful. A violet blue light suddenly flickered within Qin Feng's eyes, and a violet blue flame erupted around his body. Suddenly, the tumultuous river of sword energy vanished without a trace, replaced by the soaring flames of the southern Mingli fire. Countless strands of violet blue fire coalesced into a mighty river, the surging inferno even more ferocious than before. This. Feng Chang's eyes widened like copper bells, his mind buzzing with confusion. Just a moment ago, Qin Feng had praised his strength, and now he unleashed the legendary southern Mingli fire, renowned for its ability to counteract evil entities, which also effectively subdued the malevolent energy within Feng Chang. What the hell? Is it amusing to toy with him like this? Retreat, 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 retreat. The old demon within Feng Chang was in a state of panic, urging him to flee immediately. It is crucial to note that he was currently a soul entity, particularly one that practiced dark arts. From any perspective, he belonged to the realm of evil. If he were to come into contact with the southern Mingli fire, even with extraordinary powers, he would be as vulnerable as tofu in boiling brine, succumbing to the flames. Reluctantly, Feng Chang inquired, "If I relinquish control of my corporeal form to you, can you assist me in vanquishing Qin Feng? Do you take me for a deity?" The old demon exclaimed, exasperated, "This is the Kunlun secret realm, where the laws of heaven and earth are heavily restrictive. It is already remarkable that I can enter and lend you my power. Enough with the chatter. Retreat, retreat, retreat. If you do not leave now, it will be too late." Damn it. Feng Chang's face reflected his unwillingness. He had hoped to harness the old demon's strength to eliminate Qin Feng, only to discover that Qin Feng possessed the very fire that counters evil. It was akin to eagerly opening a browser with a tissue in hand, only to be confronted with an illegal warning. Though he feared not death, he would never willingly embrace it. Wait. Feng Chang's expression suddenly froze, akin to Watson discovering a blind spot. Upon entering the Kunlun secret realm, the old demon could no longer control his body, and was also wary of Qin Feng's South Ming fire, leading him to acknowledge that the tides had turned. He could now threaten the old demon in return. The Great River Sword Technique. A torrent of sword energy erupted around Qin Feng, accompanied by an incessant melody of sword chants. The vast, oceanic flames of sword energy enveloped the horizon, and the sharp sound of slicing wind reverberated across the desolate Gobi. The surging violet-blue sea of flames advanced with relentless force, extinguishing Feng Chang's thousand-handed Buddha amidst the heavens and earth. Qin Feng, wait for me. I shall return. Feng Chang, unwilling to concede, cast a defiant glance at Qin Feng, clutching his rear as he chose a strategic retreat. Chapter 100. Yet again ding dong. Congratulations, host, for forcing the Chosen One to retreat in disgrace, earning 300,000 villain points. What kind of Chosen One is this? He is nothing short of a fortune bringer. Qin Feng opened the system and glanced at it. He had amassed over 2 million villain points from the fierce battle. His system account now boasted a balance of 617 million points, allowing him to indulge in extra eggs with his hand-grabbed pancakes. Phew. Qin Feng exhaled deeply, and the flames surrounding him dissipated. Boss, let us pursue. Qian Jun, without a moment's hesitation, grasped his weapon, ready to chase. No need to pursue. Qin Feng interjected, halting the two. Given the terrifying aura of the Chosen One, if they were intent on fleeing, no one could catch them. Even if they managed to close the gap, it would merely serve to provide the Chosen One with equipment and experience. This was a losing proposition he would not entertain. It would be wiser to seize the opportunity while Feng Chang is currently incapacitated, swiftly acquiring the Fountain of Innocence, lest fate brings them into an unforeseen encounter. Indeed, the multitude of soldiers momentarily halted, not daring to defy the command. A resounding thud echoed within Qin Feng as a deep sound reverberated, signaling the explosive culmination of fiery energy within him, causing his aura to surge dramatically in an instant, propelling his cultivation directly to the second stage of the Tao. Once again, he has achieved yet another breakthrough. The two soldiers felt a twitch at the corners of their eyes, their hearts echoing with the frantic cries of a groundhog. Goodness, in just a month, he has surpassed them. Will they ever be able to enjoy their pursuits again? Qin Feng. After running for a while, Feng Chang realized that Qin Feng had not pursued him. However, rather than feeling relieved, he perceived it as a humiliation. True humiliation from an adversary does not stem from being vanquished, but rather from being consistently regarded as insignificant, as though one were an inconsequential existence. The fact that Qin Feng did not chase him down to eliminate the threat simply indicated that he was deemed expendable in Qin Feng's eyes. The ancient demon within him spoke. Young Feng Chang, I advise you to refrain from provoking Qin Feng. That individual possesses unparalleled talent, and antagonizing him would yield no benefit for you. Is that so? Feng Chang dismissed such sentiments outright, although he found himself at a disadvantage. As a traverser of the Red Star, his belief in being the protagonist remained unshaken. The fortune he had garnered was evident, showcasing that great destiny resided within him. According to the rules of television dramas, justice must prevail, and villains are destined to fail. Ultimately, victory shall belong to Feng Chang. Ah, indeed. The old demon was utterly speechless. The last time he had been at a loss for words was indeed the last time. He simply could not comprehend why. Despite being thoroughly bested by Qin Feng, reduced to such a state that even the most basic of actions required no effort, he still maintained this inexplicable confidence. Suddenly, Feng Chang spoke up. Old demon, I am aware that the devouring magic technique you transmitted to me is incomplete. I now demand that you provide me with the complete version of the devouring magic. The old demon retorted with a mocking tone. You think you are someone of importance, don't you? How dare you ask me for the full version of the devouring magic? Have you been rendered foolish by Qin Feng? You refuse to share it, then? Feng Chang replied without further ado, turning on his heel and limping away. Wait, what are you planning to do? The old demon sensed the impending danger and inquired urgently. Given that I am already tainted and have lost my connection to the southern wind, I might as well return and meet my end at Qin Feng's hands. Feng Chang adopted Qin Feng's shameless demeanor, displaying a stance of finality. Damn it! The old demon could not contain his expletive. One might think Qin Feng had possessed him. Yet, considering that Qin Feng's southern Ming fire was indeed his nemesis, and knowing his own aversion to death, he was reluctant to gamble against Feng Chang. After a round of haggling, he finally divulged a small portion of the technique. Take it slow, there's no need to rush. Feng Chang did not press the old demon too hard, confident that he would eventually acquire the complete version of the devouring magic, and thus forge an even more formidable technique. Patience, I must learn to cultivate patience. Feng Chang, clutching his rear, glanced back with a vow to make Qin Feng pay him back 100-fold. Outside the Kunlun secret realm, in a narrow alleyway. In broad daylight, Bai Ri placed a bamboo basket brimming with vegetables beside an elderly beggar. This beggar was someone he had encountered during his own fall from grace, when he found himself wandering the streets. Though their exchanges were few, they had shared many meals together, having endured similar hardships. Bai Ri often returned to bring food to the old man after being taken in by Qin Feng. At last, you have arrived. The beggar, unashamed, reached out with his grimy hand to accept the offering, showing no concern for dirtying Bai Ri's pristine garments. Take your time eating, old man, Bai Ri urged, watching the beggar devour the food with a ravenous appetite, reminiscent of the time when he himself was treated worse than a dog, an experience for which he owed his gratitude to Qin Feng, who had rescued him from that wretched existence. Oh, isn't this Bai, the prodigy of the Bai family? A group of men entered with mocking smiles. We heard you've been taken in by Qin Feng. It seems only a worthless one would befriend another worthless soul. A pair of failures indeed. Do not speak ill of my master. Bai Ri's temper flared, and he charged at them, ready to retaliate. He could tolerate disparagement directed at himself. But disparaging Qin Feng was entirely unacceptable. Without him, he would still be suffering in the depths of despair. Just you, a mere waste? The men scoffed, their contempt evident as they swarmed and knocked Bai Ri to the ground. Delicious, delicious. The old beggar appeared oblivious to Bai Ri's plight, continuing to savor the meal while sucking the dirt-laden fingers. Damn it, still eating. The other party clearly appeared displeased with everything, and approached intending to chastise the old beggar. Do not. Bai Ri, witnessing the scene, hurriedly rushed forward, shielding the old beggar with his own body. This child exhibits commendable character. Despite enduring so much suffering, he remains imbued with kindness towards the world, a truly rare quality. In the old beggar's terrified gaze, a flicker of approval emerged. Indeed, it is time for the world to recollect his golden legend. Meanwhile, the shape-shifting demon lord, frightened by Feng Chong, fled in a frenzy, only to inadvertently tumble into a pit and be transported to a mysterious realm. What is this place? The demon lord surveyed the surroundings and spotted a grand palace. Upon entering, he encountered a lifeless beauty with crimson lips, and the palace walls bore inscriptions detailing her life. It spoke of her entry into the martial world at the age of 10, her fame at 20, her dominion at 100, her ascension to the throne of an emperor at 1,000, and her creation of a divine skill that could significantly enhance the chances of transcending to the emperor level, the sunflower divine canon. To master this technique, one must first. As he perused the cultivation methods inscribed on the wall, the shape-shifting demon lord's expression was one of sheer astonishment. Damn it. I hesitate between the emperor's throne and a mere inch or two. He raised his hand and slapped himself, having discarded all sense of integrity. He found himself questioning the significance of such trivial measurements. Chapter 101. A thrilling heart, trembling hands in the Gobi Desert. Qin Feng and his companions trudged forward under the blazing sun. Even though they had all broken through to the realm of entry, the relentless heat left them panting. Particularly Xiao Bai, who felt as though he might gift away his pure white fur coat. They must be nearing their destination. Qin Feng, panting heavily, came to a halt and began to survey the surrounding Gobi Desert. This desolate expanse, once solely comprised of stones, revealed no trace of verdant life or any living creatures. Yet, astonishingly, a patch of black grass lay just below the hillside. How could grass possibly thrive in such a barren place? Qianjun and Wanma, taken aback as if witnessing a ghost, hurriedly rubbed their eyes, fearing it might be a mere illusion. They were situated in a region notorious as a lifeless wasteland. Not only was life absent, but even a single blade of grass was elusive. The sudden appearance of this peculiar black grass was undeniably unnatural. Without hesitation, Qianjun approached and grasped the grass, uprooting it from the ground. Unlike the grasses found elsewhere, this one was not only dark, but also possessed an extraordinarily potent toxicity. Even with his cultivation at the Dao realm, he felt a chaotic surge within his body. What kind of grass is this? Alarmed, Qianjun hastily discarded the black grass, only to find his arm completely darkened. Poisonous grass. Qin Feng observed the surrounding black grass, recognizing it as the creation of the Purity Spring. The Purity Spring, being the most pristine source of spiritual energy birthed by the heavens and earth, inevitably expelled toxic substances during its accumulation of energy. Over countless years, this had culminated in the formation of the patch of black grass. Qianjun let out a piercing due to his invulnerability to toxins. His blood also possesses detoxifying properties. One could observe the black mist surrounding Qianjun dissipating rapidly, and the chaotic energy within him began to stabilize. Thank you, boss. But how could such potent poisonous herbs exist here? Qianjun and Wanma wore expressions of disbelief, their faces etched with confusion. Yet, deep within their hearts, they already harbored thoughts of suspicion. Anomalies often herald hidden dangers, and a place of great peril surely concealed immense opportunities. Moreover, the mere fact that such flora could thrive in a zone of life and death suggested the presence of treasures, extraordinary, awe-inspiring treasures. However, as thoughtful subordinates, they refrained from usurping their leader's spotlight, instead turning to Qin Feng in anticipation of enlightenment. Once he provided his insights, they would gaze up at him at a precise 45-degree angle, their expressions radiating pure admiration. Qin Feng, pleased with the inquiries from his two juniors, commenced his discourse. The fact that life can flourish in this perilous zone indicates the presence of treasures, yet the inherent dangers only serve to highlight their extraordinary nature. Bravo! Xiaobai was quick to applaud, gazing up at a 45-degree angle in reverence. Qin Feng was thoroughly satisfied with Xiaobai's performance and waved his hand to exchange 2 carrots from the system. I adore you, Qin Feng. Xiaobai joyfully leaned against him, her hands busily accepting the carrots. Goodness, this cunning little rabbit. Qianjun and Wanma were left seething, their teeth clenched in frustration at having missed the chance to flatter their boss. With a heart full of excitement and trembling hands, I descended the hillside, traversing the dark grassland, and forcefully opened the entrance to the earth. The spring of pure water emerged naturally. Indeed, this was the place. Qin Feng, guided by memory, struck the ground with a fist, and instantly, fissures appeared, spreading across the earth, leading to a colossal cavern. Is this? Qianjun and Wanma exclaimed in astonishment, feeling an incredibly pure energy wash over them, granting them an unprecedented evolution of body and mind, and a vague yet profound new understanding of the principles of heaven and earth. Let us proceed. Qin Feng offered the two a drop of his blood to counteract the toxins, and without hesitation, he leaped into the abyss with Xiaobai. According to his observations of the heavens, beneath the cavern lay a pool of clear spring water, the very essence he sought, the immaculate spring. This desolate land was a zone of death, thus aside from the poisonous flora, no formidable beasts guarded it. Indeed, Qianjun and Wanma marked their foreheads with blood and followed Qin Feng into the depths. The group free-fell for 3 minutes before finally reaching the cavern's bottom, where they heard the rhythmic sound of water dripping. Igniting a torch revealed a small pool, emanating the incredibly pure energy they had sensed earlier. What is this? Qianjun and Wanma gazed in disbelief, their breaths quickening, instantly recognizing it as the legendary treasure birthed by heaven and earth, the Immaculate Spring. It is said that the Immaculate Spring is the purest spiritual spring, and upon its use, one can attain a state of unity with the heavens and earth, soaring through the cosmos and comprehending the natural way. Fortunate individuals may yet cleanse the legendary heart of Tao. You may cultivate here. Qin Feng cast a casual glance at the small pool, dismissing it entirely. According to the celestial insights gleaned from the divination card he employed, this so-called pure spring was merely a diluted version, not the true pure spring. The genuine pure spring was far more pristine, discovered deep within the cave by Feng Chong. And it was with this water that a pure heart of Tao was refined, leading to the comprehension of the heart of Tao of the demonic path, which existed solely in theory. However, even this weakened version of the pure spring is a rare treasure in the world. Were it not for the age restrictions in the Kunlun secret realm, it would undoubtedly attract a multitude of powerful figures who would fight fiercely over it. Boss. Thousands of soldiers, moved to tears, longed to shout slogans in gratitude to Qin Feng. Thank you for warming the 4 seasons. Qin Feng felt increasingly uncomfortable under their gaze and hurriedly led Xiaobai into the depths of the cave. At this moment, various prodigies had already entered the Kunlun secret realm through the teleportation array. In contrast to the barren and life-restrictive zone where Qin Feng resided, the competition in other areas was evidently more intense, with any discovered treasures, regardless of their maturity, being uprooted without hesitation. Yet, the Kunlun secret realm bore not only great fortunes, but also harbored many terrifying beasts. Unlike the beastly creatures with intelligence, these were a horde of ferocious monsters imbued with terrifying power. These beasts are nothing to worry about. Princess Qin Feng, accompanied by a group of esteemed disciples, effortlessly dispatched the beasts along their path. Princess, we have spotted disciples of the Qin family, reported one of the disciples. The Qin family. The princess of the southern wind suddenly felt a surge of hope, exclaiming inwardly for divine favor. If she could annihilate the disciples of the Qin family within the Kunlun secret realm, it would undoubtedly create a fracture within their ranks, significantly diminishing the threat they posed to the royal family of the Great Xia. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Qin family had also discovered the presence of the disciples of the Son of Heaven, all eager to engage in battle. No, The leader of the Qin family, Desolate, spoke up to soothe his companions. Although the disciples of the Son of Heaven hail from humble origins, lacking the prowess of the noble families, engaging in a direct confrontation would lead to our own losses. None can predict the dangers that lie ahead. We must preserve our strength to face any unforeseen circumstances. What are we to do? They have come to our doorstep. Should we simply endure this humiliation? The crowd erupted in dissent. After a moment of contemplation, the leader proposed, "Let us seek out Qin Feng. He is now the third holy son of the Yin dynasty, possessing the privilege to establish his own faction. He must have brought many formidable allies into the Kunlun secret realm. If he retains any sense of nostalgia, he will certainly not remain indifferent and could deter the royal family of the great Xia from rash actions." That makes sense. The disciples of the Qin family nodded in agreement, supporting the idea of seeking Qin Feng's assistance. Given his illustrious titles, ancient era's greatest prodigy, the sole son of the moon god Palace, and the third holy son of the Yin dynasty, he would undoubtedly be accompanied by an impressive retinue befitting his stature. Chapter 102. The heart of Tao. In the depths of the cave, Qin Feng led Xiaobai into a hidden chamber, revealing a breathtaking scene, unidentified or sparkled with brilliance, while the ceiling was adorned with stalactites that would send any live streamer into ecstasy. Below, a pond, no larger than a well, shimmered invitingly. Within lies a spring that exudes an extraordinarily pure energy, as if a single deep breath could lead one to transcendence. Is this truly the pristine spring of purity? Little White stared intently at the pool, instinctively drooling. Stepping forward, he took a deep breath, and his mind became crystal clear, granting him a newfound understanding of his swordsmanship, bringing him a step closer to the unparalleled sword rabbit. Such untainted energy. Qin Feng felt the pure energy within the pristine spring and could not resist scooping a handful of the clear water to drink. Thunder roared. Qin Feng felt as though a bolt of lightning struck his mind. He soared through the cosmos as if his soul had detached from his body, free from worries and pain, filled only with the essence of the natural way. This is the harmony of Tao, the unity of heaven and man. Qin Feng eagerly took another sip from the pristine spring, then began to sit in meditation to achieve this unity. Yet, he was not content with mere unity. He spent 600,000 villain points to exchange for a foundation pill of enlightenment, as well as 100,000 villain points for a 12-hour amplification of comprehension. How extraordinary! Little White could not help but exclaim. In an instant, Qin Feng entered a state of unity, surrounded by the marks of supreme martial arts. The Great Might Heavenly Dragon, the Great River Sword Technique, the Sky-Slaying Sword Art, the 33 Heavens Creation Technique, along with the divine light of the Supreme Bone and the dual energies of Yin and Yang from the Heavy Eye. As Qin Feng delved deeper into the natural way, the marks of martial arts became increasingly radiant, evidently strengthened by the dual enhancement of the amplification of comprehension and the pristine spring. The heart of the way, a heart of pure, transcendent truth. Those who possess this heart can, at any moment, enter a state of harmony with the universe, perceiving the natural laws that govern existence. Particularly in moments of aggression, they are imbued with the very essence of nature, capable of vanquishing legions with a mere gesture. However, the path to enlightenment is not something that can be grasped by mere desire. It demands immense willpower and profound wisdom. Yet, those who have been cleansed by the sacred spring stand a significantly greater chance of awakening their true essence. Can I awaken such a heart? Qin Feng felt a profound uncertainty within. It is widely recognized that no matter how minuscule the odds of success may seem to the protagonist, they are invariably 100%. Yet for the antagonist, a success rate of 99.99999 could still culminate in failure, even with a myriad of enlightenment enhancements. Regardless of whether he can attain such understanding, it is not his fortune to claim. Even if squandered, it would not be left for Feng Chong. Qin Feng's star-like, bright eyes gradually opened, and he seized Little White, pressing it into the sacred spring, while he too indulged in a sip to continue his cultivation. Gurgle, gurgle. Little White sputtered, signaling that this endeavor would not conclude without at least 10 carats. Oh no, I'm floating. Little White felt an ethereal sensation. Too hurried to jot it down in its little notebook, and waved its hand to retrieve the sage's bamboo scroll, promptly drifting into slumber. In its dreams, it heard whispers in its ear, speaking of refining the heart amidst the mundane, attaining enlightenment and transcending the earthly realm, thus becoming immortal. The blossoming of 3 flowers nurturing the fruit of the Tao, encompassing past, present, and future, as the 5 energies converge into the boundless void, and the cosmos unfolds. Slurp. Little White could not resist smacking its lips, sinking deeper into a blissful slumber akin to a slacker. Meanwhile, Feng Chang was recuperating beneath the shadow of a massive boulder in the Gobi Desert. In the battle against Qin Feng, not only were the withering flowers struck down, but even the bejeweled wisdom root was utterly shattered. Why was there no reaction whatsoever? Feng Chang's face turned ashen as he collapsed to the ground, unwilling to accept the loss of the joy that the wisdom root had brought him. The ancient demon within him spoke, "Young man, do not be so despondent. As long as you cultivate to the realm of the emperor, you can reconstruct your physical body. There are also numerous wondrous treasures in this world capable of reviving severed limbs. The loss of a mere wisdom root is not a grave matter. Where might such treasures be found?" Feng Chang inquired urgently. The old demon advised, "Now that the source of your malevolence is severed, it is the perfect opportunity to concentrate on your cultivation. There is no need to seek out treasures for reviving severed limbs. If you do not speak of it, then we shall part ways." Feng Chang silently rose to his feet, preparing to seek out Qin Feng. "Damn it, you are ruthless." The old demon, irritated, felt his teeth itch, yet in the Kunlun secret realm, he had no means to confront Feng Chang. He could only keep this grievance in mind for later, waiting until they exited the Kunlun secret realm to reveal to him why flowers bloomed so vividly. At the same time, he genuinely could not comprehend why. Having embarked on the path of cultivation, Feng Chang remained so fixated on the wisdom root. Was he perhaps addicted to severance, longing for Qin Feng to deliver another blow? Yet even if he harbored such thoughts, it was uncertain whether Qin Feng would indulge him. Feng Chang could not resist glancing back toward the distance, feeling a profound sense of loss. Suddenly, a tremendous rumbling echoed from the depths of the cave, as Qin Feng unleashed an overwhelming aura, experiencing a significant surge in power, ascending from the second to the third layer of the entry realm, with the blessings of the fountain of purity and the halo of enlightenment. His mastery of the great river sword technique, the great might heavenly dragon, and the sky-slaying sword art has reached a new level of potency. Furthermore, the 33 heavens transformation technique has ascended to the 5th heaven. His invincible dual pupil has also unveiled a novel capability. The left eye embodies vitality, while the right eye signifies destruction. The left eye can heal all injuries, whereas the right eye can obliterate anything it perceives, provided that the opponent's level does not vastly exceed his own. Otherwise, even if he glares with eyes wide as bronze bells, it would be futile. Boss has broken through again. After the training session, Qianjun and Wanma approached to protect Qin Feng, utterly astounded by his terrifying enlightenment, swallowing hard in disbelief. Such anomalies are indeed remarkable. Ignoring the foundational breakthroughs is one thing, but the enhancement of all attributes to a higher tier is extraordinary. Particularly, the sword energy coalescing around Qin Feng is evidently a harbinger of comprehending level 4 sword intent. Light without shadow, swift sword without trace. Qin Feng suddenly opened his ink-black eyes, exuding an aura that seemed to pierce through the heavens. His sword energy surged forth like a mighty river, carving terrifying gashes into the stone walls of the cave. Level 4 sword intent. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng let the sword energy dissipate. Qianjun and Wanma's expressions shifted dramatically. They observed Qin Feng's aura retracting, his entire presence transforming instantaneously, though he stood still. It felt as if he had vanished into thin air, imparting a sensation of ethereal absence. Is this the essence of the Tao heart? With his eyes closed, Qin Feng attuned himself to the world, as if he had merged seamlessly with the cosmos. After consuming a significant portion of the pure spring and being endowed with a tenfold enhancement of wisdom, he finally purified his heart, and is now capable of effortlessly entering a state of natural harmony, wielding the forces of nature against adversaries. Ah, how blissfully he sleeps. Little White, with a pert little bottom, rises and, like Qin Feng, melds into the essence of the world. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for seizing the opportunity of the Chosen One, granting a chance for a lottery. Ding dong. A Chosen One has been discovered. Classified as a lower tier. Lower tier? Qin Feng stood dumbfounded. The Chosen Ones he had encountered thus far, both male and female, had all begun at an epic level. What on earth was this lower-tier Chosen One? Before he could process this revelation, he heard a voice whispering beside him. Behold as my blue silver entwines Chapter 103. The drain of the Chosen One's him? Curiously, Qin Feng glanced down, sensing the earth beneath him beginning to tremble. With a swift whoosh, a blue vine erupted from the ground, rapidly wrapping around him. Not far away, countless soldiers and steeds were similarly ensnared by the blue vines. And even Little White the rabbit found itself caught in the fray. However, the blue vine was not as formidable as anticipated. It could not even breach the defenses of the dragon-scale armor worn by the myriad soldiers, let alone Qin Feng's own dragon-scale inner armor. Haha, truly. Heaven blesses me, Tang Chuan, for discovering the pure spring. A man emerged from the depths of the pit, gazing at the remaining fraction of the pure spring with palpable excitement. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and his companions were completely disregarded, as if anywhere the blue-silver entwined. There was no rival capable of standing against him. Is this truly a lower-tier chosen one? Qin Feng regarded the other person with curiosity, his heart brimming with a myriad of questions. If his observations were accurate, the individual's cultivation level should be at the first stage of the Tao, with an aura slightly stronger than that of 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses. Confronted with the combined might of both the 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses, he felt that it would take fewer than 2 exchanges before they would be kneeling on the ground, pleading for mercy. System, are you certain he is the chosen one? Qin Feng could not help but inquire. The system replied, indeed, the system has confirmed that this individual is a lower-tier chosen one. And what exactly constitutes a lower tier? Qin Feng further questioned. The system elucidated, it is 1 rank below the intermediate tier. What about the intermediate tier? Qin Feng pressed on. It is 1 rank below the upper tier. And the upper tier? It is 1 rank below the advanced tier. The advanced tier? It is 1 rank below the legendary tier. And the legendary tier? It is 1 rank below the epic tier. If I engage him, will there be rewards? Yes. What kind of rewards? You will gain villain points. Is there a chance for a lottery? What are you thinking? This is merely the sewer among the chosen ones. Very well. Qin Feng found himself utterly speechless. It turned out that the individual was nothing more than a petty figure. At the same time, he could not fathom how. In the tumultuous era of the primordial great strife, the chosen ones would typically begin at the epic level, yet such a feeble lower-tier chosen one could exist. Surely, this was meant to be a joke. Behold my blue-silver bind. Tang Chuan once again unleashed a powerful move against Qin Feng and the others, intending to strangle them and claim the pure spring for himself. Did this fellow aim to bring us to the brink of laughter? The 2 figures, Qianjun and Wanma, wore expressions of deep displeasure. They perceived Tang Chuan's actions as nothing short of an affront, an insult delivered with unabashed arrogance. Rather than inquiring about their identities, he repeatedly employed tactics of minimal lethality yet profound humiliation, as if disregarding their dignity altogether. Did he truly believe they would tolerate such indignities? With a resounding crash, the 2 unleashed a torrent of overwhelming spiritual energy, shattering the blue vines that ensnared them into ash. What? Tang Chuan's expression shifted dramatically, bewildered by the unexpected destruction of his blue-silver. Without allowing him a moment to react, Qianjun and Wanma surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, declaring, behold my blue-silver entanglement. Tang Chuan attempted once more to ensnare them with his blue-silver, seeking to thwart their assault. Yet, once again, his efforts were ruthlessly dismantled, and he was sent flying after only a few exchanges at the hands of Qianjun and Wanma. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for injuring a lower-tier chosen one, earning 50 villain points. Only 50 points. Qin Feng was rendered speechless. He understood that the lower-tier chosen one bore little value, but he had not anticipated such meager rewards. Even during his own prenatal mischief, he had garnered 10 points for a mere kick to his brother, yet now, inflicting injury merited only 50 points. What a disappointment. With no incentive to continue, he declared his departure. Tang Chuan, recognizing his disadvantage, resolved to make a strategic retreat. Where do you think you're going? Qianjun and Wanma scoffed, swiftly pursuing him. Yet, the chosen one, regardless of rank, was not so easily vanquished. Soon, the 2 returned with their heads hung low, evidently having lost their target. Losing it is losing it. Qin Feng cast a sidelong glance at the dejected pair and retorted, what is the matter? Are you afraid of being ensnared by the blue-silver? Wu, Qianjun and Wanma shook their heads vigorously, indicating that they could only die of laughter. Qin Feng continued, the time for the Kunlun secret realm is limited. We have already squandered several days here. It is time to venture out. Indeed, Qianjun and Wanma shivered, suddenly awakened by Qin Feng's words. Of course, the time for the Kunlun secret realm is finite. Everyone is racing against the clock in search of great opportunities and treasures. How could they waste any more time on the triviality of blue-silver entanglements? It was beneath them. Simultaneously, the 2 gazed at Qin Feng with brightened eyes, eagerly awaiting him to lead them to seek the grand treasures. From the moment Qin Feng guided them to Hualuo City and into the Kunlun secret realm, it was evident that he had prior knowledge of the existence of the Immaculate Spring, as well as the locations of other celestial treasures, which was entirely reasonable. Reasonable. My foot. Qin Feng could not help but roll his eyes, indicating that the secrets had merely been glimpsed here. As for what would transpire next, he had no idea about the treasures bred by the heavens. They could only resort to seizing them. Qianjun and Wanma could hardly conceal their excitement. Despite being merely 3 individuals and a rabbit, their combat prowess was not to be underestimated. With Qin Feng's extraordinary ability to challenge those beyond his level, it was unlikely that any of the other prodigies entering the Kunlun secret realm could match him. It was time to broaden their horizons, employ some wisdom, and refrain from resorting to brute force in every situation. Qin Feng earnestly imparted his wisdom, stating, "The Kunlun secret realm is vast, and countless prodigies have entered. Even if you were to compete freely, how much could you possibly seize? Moreover, those you might rob are unlikely to possess anything of value. It would be a sheer waste of time." Indeed, indeed. Xiaobai nodded in agreement. Qianjun humbly inquired, "Boss, what shall we do then?" After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng replied, "You two must immediately go out and spread the news. Claim that Lin San from Tianqin City, Feng Chong, a disciple of the Emperor, Yulan from the Blue Demon Palace, and that fellow Tang have discovered celestial treasures within the Kunlun secret realm. Speak of the Purity Spring and the Southern Mingli Fire. Rally everyone in the Kunlun secret realm to help us locate them." Qianjun and Wan Ma were momentarily taken aback, unsure of the meaning. However, after some time spent in collaboration, they had come to understand that Qin Feng's methods were often unconventional, and thus they did not question him further. They began to disseminate the information throughout the Kunlun secret realm as instructed. With these treasure-seeking radars at their disposal, there was no need to scour the world aimlessly. Locating their whereabouts would undoubtedly lead to treasures. Based on the Purity Spring acquired from Feng Chong, it was reasonable to assume it was at least of celestial treasure caliber, excluding that fellow Tang. Meanwhile, Qin Feng continued to remain behind the scenes, relishing his role as the Merry Sixth, calling upon the system to utilize the rewards he had obtained. With a flourish, the familiar lottery wheel materialized, beginning to spin slowly. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for winning.